Plutarch's Morals. By Plutarch. On Education. Come, let us consider what one might say on the education of free children, and by what training they would become good citizens. It is perhaps best to begin with birth. I would therefore warn those who desire to be fathers of notable sons, not to form connections with any kind of women, such as courtesans or mistresses, for those who either on the father or mother's side are ill-born have the disgrace of their origin all their life long irretrievably present with them, and offer a ready handle to abuse and vituperation. So that the poet was wise, who said, unless the foundation of a house be well laid, the descendants must of necessity be unfortunate. Good birth indeed brings with it a store of assurance, which ought to be greatly valued by all who desire legitimate offspring. For the spirit of those who are a spurious and bastard breed is apt to be mean and abject, for as the poet truly says, it makes a man even of noble spirit servile, when he is conscious of the ill fame of either his father or mother. On the other hand, the sons of illustrious parents are full of pride and arrogance. As an instance of this it is recorded of Diophantus, the son of Themistocles, that he often used to say to various people, that he could do what he pleased with the Athenian people, for what he wished his mother wished. And what she wished Themistocles wished, and what Themistocles too wished all the Athenians wished. All praise also ought we to bestow on the Lacedaemonians for their loftiness of soul in fining their king Archidamus for venturing to marry a small woman, for they charged him with intending to furnish them not with kings but kinglets. Next must we mention, what was not overlooked even by those who handled this subject before us, that those who approach their wives for procreation must do so either without having drunk any wine or at least very little. For those children, that their parents begot in drink, are wont to be fond of wine and apt to turn out drunkards. And so Diogenes, seeing a youth out of his mind and crazy, said, Young man, your father was drunk when he begot you. Let this hint serve as to procreation. Now let us discuss education. To speak generally, what we are wont to say about the arts and sciences is also true of moral excellence, for to its perfect development three things must meet together: natural ability, theory, and practice. By theory I mean training, and by practice working at one's craft. Now the foundation must be laid in training, and practice gives facility, but perfection is attained only by the junction of all three. For if any one of these elements be wanting, excellence must be so far deficient. For natural ability without training is blind, and training without natural ability is defective, and practice without both natural ability and training is imperfect. For just as in farming the first requisite is good soil, next a good farmer, next good seed, so also here, the soil corresponds to natural ability, the training to the farmer, the seed to precepts and instruction. I should therefore maintain stoutly that these three elements were found combined in the souls of such universally famous men as Pythagoras, and Socrates, and Plato, and of all who have won undying fame. Happy at any rate and dear to the gods is he to whom any deity has vouchsafed all these elements. But if anyone thinks that those who have not good natural ability cannot to some extent make up for the deficiencies of nature by right training and practice, let such a one know that he is very wide of the mark, if not out of it altogether. For good natural parts are impaired by sloth, while inferior ability is mended by training, and while simple things escape the eyes of the careless, difficult things are reached by painstaking. The wonderful efficacy and power of long and continuous labor you may see indeed every day in the world around you. Thus water continually dropping wears away rocks, and iron and steel are molded by the hands of the artificer, and chariot wheels bent by some strain can never recover their original symmetry, and the crooked staves of actors can never be made straight. But by toil what is contrary to nature becomes stronger than even nature itself. And are these the only things that teach the power of diligence? Not so, 10,000 things teach the same truth. A soil naturally good becomes by neglect barren, and the better its original condition, the worse its ultimate state if uncared for. On the other hand, a soil exceedingly rough and sterile by being farmed well produces excellent crops. And what trees do not by neglect become gnarled and unfruitful, whereas by pruning they become fruitful and productive? And what constitution so good but it is marred and impaired by sloth, luxury, and too full habit? And what weak constitution has not derived benefit from exercise and athletics? And what horses broken in young are not docile to their riders? While if they are not broken until late they become hard-mouthed and unmanageable. And why should we be surprised at similar cases, seeing that we find many of the savagest animals docile and tame by training? Rightly answered the Thessalian, who was asked who the mildest Thessalians were, those who have done with fighting. But why pursue the line of argument further? For the Greek name for moral virtue is only habit, and if anyone defines moral virtues as habitual virtues, he will not be beside the mark. But I will employ only one more illustration, and dwell no longer on this topic. Lycurgus, the Lacedaemonian legislator, took two puppies of the same parents, and brought them up in an entirely different way. The one he pampered and cosseted up, while he taught the other to hunt and be a retriever. Then on one occasion, when the 4 Lacedaemonians were convened in assembly, he said, "Mighty, O Lacedaemonians, is the influence on moral excellence of habit, and education, and training, and modes of life, as I will prove to you at once." So saying he produced the 2 puppies, and set before them a platter and a hare. The one darted on the hare, while the other made for the platter. And when the Lacedaemonians could not guess what his meaning was, or with what intent he had produced the puppies, he said, "These puppies are of the same parents, but by virtue of a different bringing up the one is pampered, and the other a good hound. Let so much suffice for habit and modes of life. The next point to discuss will be nutrition. In my opinion, mothers ought to nurse and suckle their own children. For they will bring them up with more sympathy and care, if they love them so intimately and, as the proverb puts it, from their first growing their nails. Whereas the affection of wet or dry nurses is spurious and counterfeit, being merely for pay. And nature itself teaches that mothers ought themselves to suckle and rear those they have given birth to. And for that purpose she has supplied every female parent with milk. And Providence has wisely provided women with 2 breasts, so that if they should bear twins, they would have a breast for each. And besides this, as is natural enough, they would feel more affection and love for their children by suckling them. For this supplying them with food is as it were a tightener of love, for even the brute creation, if taken away from their young, pine away, as we constantly see. Mothers must therefore, as I said, certainly try to suckle their own children, but if they are unable to do so either through physical weakness, for this contingency sometimes occurs, or in haste to have other children, they must select wet and dry nurses with the greatest care, and not introduce into their houses any kind of women. First and foremost they must be Greeks in their habits. For just as it is necessary immediately after birth to sharpen the limbs of children, so that they may grow straight and not crooked, so from the beginning must their habits be carefully attended to. For infancy is supple and easily molded, and what children learn sinks deeply into their souls while they are young and tender, whereas everything hard is softened only with great difficulty. For just as seals are impressed on soft wax, so instruction leaves its permanent mark on the minds of those still young. And divine Plato seems to me to give excellent advice to nurses not to tell their children any kind of fables, that their souls may not in the very dawn of existence be full of folly or corruption. Phocylides the poet also seems to give admirable advice when he says, "We must teach good habits while the pupil is still a boy." Attention also must be given to this point, that the lads that are to wait upon and be with young people must be first and foremost of good morals, and able to speak Greek distinctly and idiomatically. That they may not by contact with foreigners of loose morals contract any of their viciousness. For as those who are fond of quoting proverbs say not amiss, if you live with a lame man, you will learn to halt. Next, when our boys are old enough to be put into the hands of tutors, great care must be taken that we do not hand them over to slaves, or foreigners, or flighty persons. For what happens nowadays in many cases is highly ridiculous. Good slaves are made farmers, or sailors, or merchants, or stewards, or moneylenders. But if they find a wine-bibbing, greedy, and utterly useless slave, to him parents commit the charge of their sons, whereas the good tutor ought to be such a one as was Phoenix, the tutor of Achilles. The point also which I am now going to speak about is of the utmost importance. The schoolmasters we ought to select for our boys should be of blameless life, of pure character, and of great experience. For a good training is the source and root of gentlemanly behavior. And just as farmers prop up their trees, so good schoolmasters prop up the young by good advice and suggestions, 6 that they may become upright. How one must despise, therefore, some fathers, who, whether from ignorance or inexperience, before putting the intended teachers to the test, commit their sons to the charge of untried and untested men. If they act so through inexperience, it is not so ridiculous, but it is to the remotest degree absurd when, though perfectly aware of both the inexperience and worthlessness of some schoolmasters, they yet entrust their sons to them. Some overcome by flattery, others to gratify friends who solicit their favors, acting just as if anybody ill in body, passing over the experienced physician, should, to gratify his friend, call him in, and so throw away his life. Or as if to gratify one's friend one should reject the best pilot and choose him instead. Zeus and all the gods. Can anyone bearing the sacred name of father put obliging a petitioner before obtaining the best education for his sons? Were they not then wise words that the time-honored Socrates used to utter, and say that he would proclaim, if he could, climbing up to the highest part of the city, Men, what can you be thinking of, who move heaven and earth to make money? While you bestow next to no attention on the sons you are going to leave that money to? I would add to this that such fathers act very similarly to a person who should be very careful about his shoe but care nothing about his foot. Many persons also are so niggardly about their children, and indifferent to their interests, that for the sake of a paltry saving, they prefer worthless teachers for their children, practicing a vile economy at the expense of their children's ignorance. Apropos of this, Aristippus on one occasion rebuked an empty-headed parent neatly and wittily. For being asked how much money a parent ought to pay for his son's education, he answered, 1,000 drachmae. And he replying, Hercules, what a price! I could buy a slave for as much. Aristippus answered, You shall have 2 slaves then, your son and the slave you buy. And is it not altogether strange that you accustom your son to take his food in his right hand, and chide him if he 7 offers his left, whereas you care very little about his hearing good and sound discourses? I will tell you what happens to such admirable fathers, when they have educated and brought up their sons so badly. When the sons grow to man's estate, they disregard a sober and well-ordered life, and rush headlong into disorderly and low vices. Then at the last the parents are sorry they have neglected their education, bemoaning bitterly when it is too late their sons' debasement. For some of them keep flatterers and parasites in their retinue, an accursed set of wretches, the defilers and pest of youth. Others keep mistresses and common prostitutes, wanton and costly. Others waste their money in eating. Others come to grief through dice and revelling. Some even go in for bolder profligacy, being whoremongers and defilers of the marriage bed, who would madly pursue their darling vice if it cost them their lives. Had they associated with some philosopher, they would not have lowered themselves by such practices, but would have remembered the precept of Diogenes, whose advice sounds rather low, but is really of excellent moral intent, go into a brothel, my lad, that you may see the little difference between vice and virtue. I say, then, to speak comprehensively, and I might be justly considered in so saying to speak as an oracle, not to be delivering a mere precept, that a good education and sound bringing up is of the first and middle and last importance. And I declare it to be most instrumental and conducive to virtue and happiness. For all other human blessings compared to this are petty and insignificant. For noble birth is a great honor, but it is an advantage from our forefathers. And wealth is valuable, but it is the acquisition of fortune, who has often taken it away from those who had it, and brought it to those who little expected it. And much wealth is a sort of mark for villainous slaves and informers to shoot at to fill their own 8 purses, and, what is a most important point, even the greatest villains have money sometimes. And glory is noble, but insecure. And beauty is highly desirable, but short-lived. And health is highly valuable, but soon impaired. And strength is desirable, but illness or age soon made sad inroads into it. And generally speaking, if anyone prides himself on his bodily strength, let him know that he is deficient in judgment. For how much inferior is the strength of a man to that of animals, as elephants, bulls, and lions. But education is of all our advantages the only one immortal and divine. And two of the most powerful agencies in man's nature are mind and reason. And mind governs reason, and reason obeys mind. And mind is irremovable by fortune, cannot be taken away by informers, cannot be destroyed by disease, cannot have inroads made into it by old age. For the mind alone flourishes in age. And while time takes away everything else, it adds wisdom to old age. Even war, that sweeps away everything else like a winter torrent, cannot take away education. And Stilpo, the Megarian, seems to me to have made a memorable answer when Demetrius enslaved Megara and razed it to the ground. On his asking whether Stilpo had lost anything, he replied, "Certainly not, for war can make no havoc of virtue." Corresponding and consonant to this is the answer of Socrates, who when asked, I think by Gorgias, if he had any conception as to the happiness of the king of Persia, replied, "I do not know his position in regard to virtue and education, for happiness lies in these, and not in adventitious advantages. And as I advise parents to think nothing more important than the education of their children, so I maintain that it must be a sound and healthy education, and that our sons must be kept as far as possible from vulgar twaddle. For what pleases the vulgar displeases the wise. I am borne out by the lines of Euripides, unskilled am I in the oratory that pleases the mob, but amongst the few that are my equals I am reckoned rather wise. For those who are little thought of by the wise, seem to hit the taste 9 of the vulgar. And I have myself noticed that those who practice to speak acceptably and to the gratification of the masses promiscuously, for the most part become also profligate and lovers of pleasure in their lives. Naturally enough. For if in giving pleasure to others they neglect the noble, they would be hardly likely to put the lofty and sound above a life of luxury and pleasure, and to prefer moderation to delights. Yet what better advice could we give our sons than to follow this? Or to what could we better exhort them to accustom themselves? For perfection is only attained by neither speaking nor acting at random, as the proverb says, perfection is only attained by practice. Whereas extempore oratory is easy and facile, mere windbag, having neither beginning nor end. And besides their other shortcomings extempore speakers fall into great disproportion and repetition, whereas a well-considered speech preserves its due proportions. It is recorded by tradition that Pericles, when called on by the people for a speech, frequently refused on the plea that he was unprepared. Similarly Demosthenes, his state rival, when the Athenians called upon him for his advice, refused to give it, saying, I am not prepared. But this you will say, perhaps, is mere tradition without authority. But in his speech against Midias he plainly sets forth the utility of preparation, for he says, I do not deny, men of Athens, that I have prepared this speech to the best of my ability, for I should have been a poor creature if, after suffering so much at his hands, and even still suffering, I had neglected how to plead my case. Not that I would altogether reject extempore oratory, or its use in critical cases, but it should be used only as one would take medicine. Indeed, to man's estate I would have no extempore speaking, but when anyone's powers of speech are rooted and grounded, then, as emergencies call for it, I would allow his words to flow freely. For as those who have been for a long time in fetters stumble if unloosed, not being able tend to walk from being long used to their fetters, so those who for a long time have used compression in their words, if they are suddenly called upon to speak offhand, retain the same character of expression. But to let mere lads speak extempore is to give rise to the acme of foolish talk. A wretched painter once showed Apelles, they say, a picture, and said, I have just done it. Apelles replied, without your telling me, I should know it was painted quickly, I only wonder you haven't painted more such in the time. As then, for I now return from my digression, I advise to avoid stilted and bombastic language, so again do I urge to avoid a finical and petty style of speech, for tall talk is unpopular, and petty language makes no impression. And as the body ought to be not only sound but in good condition, so speech ought to be not only not feeble but vigorous. For a safe mediocrity is indeed praised, but a bold venturesomeness is also admired. I am also of the same opinion with regard to the disposition of the soul, which ought to be neither audacious nor timid and easily dejected, for the one ends in impudence and the other in servility. But to keep in all things the mean between extremes is artistic and proper. And, while I am still on this topic, I wish to give my opinion, that I regard a monotonous speech first as no small proof of want of taste, next as likely to generate disdain, and certain not to please long. For to harp on one string is always tiresome and brings satiety, whereas variety is pleasant always whether to the ear or eye. Next our freeborn lad ought to go in for a course of what is called general knowledge, but a smattering of this will be sufficient, a taste as it were, for perfect knowledge of all subjects would be impossible. But he must seriously cultivate philosophy. I borrow an illustration to show my meaning. It is well to sail round many cities, but advantageous to live in the best. It was a witty remark of the philosopher Bion, that, as those suitors who could not seduce Penelope took up with her maids as a peace-hour, so those who cannot attain philosophy wear themselves out in useless pursuits. Philosophy, therefore, ought 11 to be regarded as the most important branch of study. For as regards the cure of the body, men have found two branches, medicine and exercise, the former of which gives health, and the latter good condition of body. But philosophy is the only cure for the maladies and disorders of the soul. For with her as ruler and guide we can know what is honorable, what is disgraceful, what is just, what unjust. Generally speaking, what is to be sought after, what to be avoided, how we ought to behave to the gods, to parents, to elders, to the laws, to foreigners, to rulers, to friends, to women, to children, to slaves, viz. That we ought to worship the gods, honor parents, reverence elders, obey the laws, submit ourselves to rulers, love our friends, be chaste in our relations with women, kind to our children, and not to treat our slaves badly. And, what is of the greatest importance, to be neither over-elated in prosperity nor over-depressed in adversity, nor to be dissolute in pleasures, nor fierce and brutish in anger. These I regard as the principal blessings that philosophy teaches. For to enjoy prosperity nobly shows a man, and to enjoy it without exciting envy shows a moderate man, and to conquer the passions by reason argues a wise man, and it is not everybody who can keep his temper in control. And those who can unite political ability with philosophy I regard as perfect men, for I take them to attain two of the greatest blessings, serving the state in a public capacity, and living the calm and tranquil life of philosophy. For, as there are three kinds of life, the practical, the contemplative, and the life of enjoyment, and of these three the one devoted to enjoyment is a paltry and animal life, and the practical without philosophy an unlovely and harsh life. And the contemplative without the practical a useless life, so we must endeavor with all our power to combine public life with philosophy as far as circumstances will permit. Such was the life led by Pericles, by Archytas of Tarentum, by Dion of Syracuse, by Epaminondas the Theban, one of whom was a disciple of Plato, viz., Dion. And as to education, I do not know that I need dwell any more on it. 12 But in addition to what I have said, it is useful, if not necessary, not to neglect to procure old books, and to make a collection of them, as is usual in agriculture. For the use of books is an instrument in education, and it is profitable in learning to go to the fountainhead. Exercise also ought not to be neglected, but we ought to send our boys to the master of the gymnasium to train them duly, partly with a view to carrying the body well, partly with a view to strength. For good habit of body in boys is the foundation of a good old age. For as in fine weather we ought to lay up for winter, so in youth one ought to form good habits and live soberly so as to have a reserve stock of strength for old age. Yet ought we to husband the exertions of the body, so as not to be wearied out by them and rendered unfit for study. For, as Plato says, excessive sleep and fatigue are enemies to learning. But why dwell on this? For I am in a hurry to pass to the most important point. Our lads must be trained for warlike encounters, making themselves efficient in hurling the javelin and darts, and in the chase. For the possessions of those who are defeated in battle belong to the conquerors as booty of war. And war is not the place for delicately brought up bodies, it is the spare warrior that makes the best combatant, who as an athlete cuts his way through the ranks of the enemies. Supposing anyone objects, how so? As you undertook to give advice on the education of freeborn children, do you now neglect the poor and plebeian ones, and give instructions only suitable to the rich? It is easy enough to meet such critics. I should prefer to make my teaching general and suitable to all, but if any, through their poverty, shall be unable to follow up my precepts, let them blame fortune, and not the author of these hints. We must try with all our might to procure the best education for the poor as well as the rich, but if that is impossible, then we must put up with the practicable. I inserted those matters into my discourse here, that I might hereafter confine myself to all that appertains to the right education of the young. And this I say that we ought to try to draw our boys to good pursuits by entreaties and exhortation, but 13 certainly not by blows or abusive language. For that seems to be more fitting for slaves than the freeborn. For slaves try to shirk and avoid their work, partly because of the pain of blows, partly on account of being reviled. But praise or censure are far more useful than abuse to the freeborn, praise pricking them on to virtue, censure deterring them from vice. But one must censure and praise alternately. When they are too saucy we must censure them and make them ashamed of themselves, and again encourage them by praise, and imitate those nurses who, when their children sob, give them the breast to comfort them. But we must not puff them up and make them conceited with excessive praise, for that will make them vain and give themselves airs. And I have ere now seen some fathers, whose excessive love for their children has turned into hatred. My meaning I will endeavor to make clearer by illustration. While they are in too great a hurry to make their sons take the lead in everything, they lay too much work upon them, so that they faint under their tasks, and, being overburdened, are disinclined for learning. For just as plants grow with moderate rain, but are done for by too much rain, so the mind enlarges by a proper amount of work, but by too much is unhinged. We must therefore give our boys remission from continuous labor, bearing in mind that all our life is divided into labor and rest. Thus we find not only wakefulness but sleep, not only war but peace, not only foul weather but fine also, not only working days but also festivals. And, to speak concisely, rest is the sauce of labor. And we can see this not only in the case of animate, but even inanimate things, for we make bows and lyres slack that we may be able to stretch them. And generally the body is preserved by repletion and evacuation, and the soul by rest and work. We ought also to censure some fathers who, after entrusting their sons to tutors and preceptors, neither see nor hear how the teaching is done. This is a great mistake. For they ought after a few days to test the progress of their sons, and not to base their hopes on the behavior of a hireling. And the preceptors will take all the more pains with the boys, if they have from time to time to give an account of their progress. 14 Hence the propriety of that remark of the groom, that nothing fats the horse so much as the king's eye. And especial attention, in my opinion, must be paid to cultivating and exercising the memory of boys, for memory is, as it were, the storehouse of learning. And that was why they fabled Mnemosyne to be the mother of the Muses, hinting and insinuating that nothing so generates and contributes to the growth of learning as memory. And therefore the memory must be cultivated, whether boys have a good one by nature, or a bad one. For we shall so add to natural good parts, and make up somewhat for natural deficiencies, so that the deficient will be better than others, and the clever will outstrip themselves. For good is that remark of Hesiod, if to a little you keep adding a little, and do so frequently, it will soon be a lot. And let not fathers forget, that thus cultivating the memory is not only good for education, but is also a great aid in the business of life. For the remembrance of past actions gives a good model how to deal wisely in future ones. We must also keep our sons from filthy language. For, as Democritus says, language is the shadow of action. They must also be taught to be affable and courteous. For as one of affability is justly hateful, so boys will not be disagreeable to those they associate with, if they yield occasionally in disputes. For it is not only excellent to know how to conquer, but also to know how to be defeated, when victory would be injurious, for there is such a thing as a Cadmean victory. I can cite wise Euripides as a witness of the truth of what I say, who says, when two are talking, and one of them is in a passion, he is the wiser who first gives way. I will next state something quite as important, indeed, if anything, even more important. That is, that life must be spent without luxury, the tongue must be 15 under control, so must the temper and the hands. All this is of extreme importance, as I will show by examples. To begin with the last case, some who have put their hands to unjust gains, have lost all the fruits of their former life, as the Lacedaemonian Gylippus, who was exiled from Sparta for embezzling the public money. To be able to govern the temper also argues a wise man. For Socrates, when a very impudent and disgusting young fellow kicked him on one occasion, seeing all the rest of his class vexed and impatient, even to the point of wanting to prosecute the young man, said, "What? If a young ass kicked me, would you have me kick it back?" Not that the young fellow committed this outrage on Socrates with impunity, for as all reviled him and nicknamed him the kicker, he hung himself. And when Aristophanes brought his clouds on the stage, and bespattered Socrates with his jibes and flouts, and one of the spectators said, "Aren't you vexed, Socrates, at his exhibiting you on the stage in this comic light?" He answered, "Not I, by Zeus, for I look upon the theatre as only a large supper party." Very similar to this was the behavior of Archytas of Tarentum and Plato. The former, on his return from war, where he had been general, finding his land neglected, called his bailiff, and said to him, "You would have caught it, had I not been very angry." And Plato, very angry with a gluttonous and shameless slave, called his sister's son Speusippus, and said, "Go and beat him, for I am too angry." But someone will say, these examples are difficult and hard to follow. I know it. But we must try, as far as possible, following these examples, to avoid ungovernable and mad rage. For we cannot in other respects equal those distinguished men in their ability and virtue, nevertheless we must, like initiating priests of the gods and torchbearers of wisdom, attempt as far as possible to imitate and nibble at their practice. Then, again, if anyone thinks it a small and unimportant matter to govern the tongue, another point I promise to touch on, he is very far from the reality. For silence at the proper season is wisdom, and better than any speech. And that is, I think, the reason why the ancients instituted the mysteries, that we, learning therein to be silent, might transfer our secrecy to the gods to human affairs. And no one ever yet repented of his silence, while multitudes have repented of their speaking. And what has not been said is easy to say, while what has been once said can never be recalled. I have heard of myriads who have fallen into the greatest misfortunes through inability to govern their tongues. Passing over the rest, I will mention one or two cases in point. When Ptolemy Philadelphus married his sister Arsinoe, Sotade said, "You are contracting an unholy marriage." For this speech he long lingered in prison, and paid the righteous penalty for his unseasonable babbling, and had to weep a long time for making others laugh. Theocritus the sophist similarly cracked his jokes, and had to pay even a greater penalty. For when Alexander ordered the Greeks to furnish him with purple robes to wear at the sacrifices on his triumphal return from war against the barbarians, and his subjects contributed so much per head, Theocritus said, "Before I doubted. But now I am sure, that this is the purple death Homer speaks of." By this speech he made Alexander his enemy. The same Theocritus put Antigonus, the king of the Macedonians, a one-eyed man, into a thundering rage by alluding to his misfortune. For the king sent his chief cook, Eutropio, an important person at his court, to go and fetch Theocritus before him to confer with him, and when he had frequently requested him to come without avail, Theocritus at last said, "I know well you wish to serve me up raw to the Cyclops," flouting the king as one-eyed and the cook with his profession. Eutropio replied, "You shall lose your head, and pay the penalty for this babbling and mad insolence," and reported his words to the king, who sent and had his head taken off. Our boys must also be taught to speak the truth as a most sacred duty, for to lie is servile, and most hateful in all men, hardly to be pardoned even in poor slaves. Thus much have I said about the good conduct 17 and self-control of boys without any doubt or hesitation, but as to what I am now going to say I am doubtful and undecided, and like a person weighed in the scales against exactly his weight. And feel great hesitation as to whether I should recommend or dissuade the practice. But I must speak out. The question is this, whether we ought to let the lovers of our boys associate and be with them, or on the contrary, debar them from their company and scare them off. For when I look at fathers self-opinionated, sour and austere, who think their sons having lovers a disgrace not to be borne, I am rather afraid of recommending the practice. But when, on the other hand, I think of Socrates, Xenophon, Aeschines, Cebes, and all the company of those men who have approved of male loves, and who have introduced their minions to learning, to high positions in the state, and to good morals, I change my opinion, and am moved to emulate those men. And Euripides seems to favor these views in the passage, but there is among mortals another love, that of the righteous, temperate and pure soul. Nor must we omit the remark of Plato, which seems to mix seriousness with mirth, that those who have distinguished themselves ought to be permitted to kiss any handsome boy they like. Those then that seek only carnal enjoyment must be kept off, but those that love the soul must be encouraged. And while the loves common at Thebes and Elis, and the so-called rape at Crete, must be avoided, the loves of Athens and Lacedaemon should be emulated. As to this matter, therefore, let every parent follow his inclination. And now, as I have spoken about the good and decent behavior of boys, I shall change my subject and speak a little about youths. For I have often censured the introducers of bad habits, who have set over boys tutors and preceptors, but have given to youths full liberty, when they ought, on the contrary, to have watched and guarded them more than boys. For who does not know that the offences of boys are petty and easily cured, and proceed from the carelessness of tutors or want of obedience to preceptors? But the faults of young men are often grave and serious, as gluttony, and robbing their fathers, and dice, and revellings, and drinking bouts, and deflowering of maidens, and seducing of married women. Such outbreaks ought to be carefully checked and curbed. For that prime of life is prodigal in pleasure, and frisky, and needs a bridle, so that those parents who do not strongly check that period, are foolishly, if unawares, giving their youths license for vice. Sensible parents, therefore, ought during all that period to guard and watch and restrain their youths, by precepts, by threats, by entreaties, by advice, by promises, by citing examples, on the one hand, of those who have come to ruin by being too fond of pleasure, on the other hand, of those who by their self-control have attained to praise and good report. For these are, as it were, the two elements of virtue, hope of honor, and fear of punishment, the former inciting to good practices, the latter deterring from bad. We ought, at all hazards, to keep our boys also from association with bad men, for they will catch some of their villainy. This was the meaning of Pythagoras' enigmatical precepts, which I shall quote and explain, as they give no slight momentum towards the acquisition of virtue, as, do not touch black tails, that is, do not associate with bad men. Do not go beyond the balance, that is, we must pay the greatest attention to justice and not go beyond it. Do not sit on a measure, that is, do not be lazy, but earn tomorrow's bread as well as today's. Do not give everyone your right hand, that is, do not be too ready to strike up a friendship. Do not wear a tight ring, that is, let your life be free, do not bind yourself by a chain. Do not poke the fire with a sword, that is, do not provoke an angry person, but yield to such. Do not eat the heart, do not wear away the heart by anxiety. Abstain from beans, that is, do not meddle in state affairs, for the voting for offices was formerly taken by beans. Do not put your food in the chamber pot, that is, do not throw your pearls before swine, for words are the food of the mind, and the villainy of men 19 twist them to a corrupt meaning. When you have come to the end of a journey do not look back, that is, when people are going to die and see that their end is near, they ought to take it easily and not be dejected. But I will return from my digression. We must keep our boys, as I said, from association with all bad men, but especially from flatterers. For, as I have often said to parents, and still say, and will constantly affirm, there is no race more pestilential, nor more sure to ruin youth swiftly, than the race of flatterers, who destroy both parents and sons root and branch, making the old age of the one and the youth of the others miserable, holding out pleasure as a sure bait. The sons of the rich are by their fathers urged to be sober, but by them to be drunk, by their fathers to be chaste, by them to wax wanton, by their fathers to save, by them to spend, by their fathers to be industrious, by them to be lazy. For they say, our life's but a span, we can only live once, why should you heed your father's threats? He's an old twaddler, he has 1 foot in the grave, we shall soon hoist him up and carry him off to burial. Some even pimp for them and supply them with prostitutes or even married women, and cut huge slices off the father's savings for old age, if they don't run off with them altogether. An accursed tribe, feigning friendship, knowing nothing of real freedom, flatterers of the rich, despisers of the poor, drawn to young men by a sort of natural logic, showing their teeth and grinning all over when their patrons laugh. Misbegotten brats of fortune and bastard elements in life, living according to the nod of the rich, free in their circumstances, but slaves by inclination, when they are not insulted thinking themselves insulted, because they are parasites to no purpose. So, if any father cares for the good bringing up of his sons, he must banish from his house this abominable race. He must also be on his guard against the viciousness of his sons' schoolfellows, for they are quite sufficient to corrupt the best morals. What I have said hitherto is apropos to my 20 subject, I will now speak a word to the men. Parents must not be over harsh and rough in their natures, but must often forgive their sons' offenses, remembering that they themselves were once young. And just as doctors by infusing a sweet flavor into their bitter potions find delight a passage to benefit, so fathers must temper the severity of their censure by mildness. And sometimes relax and slacken the reins of their sons' desires, and again tighten them, and must be especially easy in respect to their faults, or if they are angry must soon cool down. For it is better for a father to be hot-tempered than sullen, for to continue hostile and irreconcilable looks like hating one's son. And it is good to seem not to notice some faults, but to extend to them the weak sight and deafness of old age, so as seeing not to see, and hearing not to hear, their doings. We tolerate the faults of our friends. Why should we not that of our sons? Often even our slaves' drunken debauches we do not expose. Have you been rather near? Spend more freely. Have you been vexed? Let the matter pass. Has your son deceived you by the help of a slave? Do not be angry. Did he take a yoke of oxen from the field, did he come home smelling of yesterday's debauch? Wink at it. Is he scented like a perfume shop? Say nothing. Thus frisky youth gets broken in. Those of our sons who are given to pleasure and pay little heed to rebuke, we must endeavor to marry, for marriage is the surest restraint upon youth. And we must marry our sons to wives not much richer or better born, for the proverb is a sound one, marry in your own walk of life. For those who marry wives superior to themselves in rank are not so much the husbands of their wives as unawares slaves to their dowries. I shall add a few remarks, and then bring my subject to a close. Before all things fathers must, by a good behavior, set a good example to their sons, that, looking at their lives as a mirror, they may turn away from 21 bad deeds and words. For those fathers who censure their sons' faults while they themselves commit the same, are really their own accusers, if they know it not, under their son's name. And those who live a depraved life have no right to censure their slaves, far less their sons. And besides this they will become counselors and teachers of their sons in wrongdoing. For where old men are shameless youths will of a certainty have no modesty. We must therefore take all pains to teach our sons self-control, emulating the conduct of Eurydice, who, though an Illyrian and more than a barbarian, to teach her sons educated herself though late in life. And her love to them is well depicted in the inscription which she offered to the Muses. Eurydice of Hierapolis made this offering to the Muses, having conceived a vast love for knowledge. For when a mother with sons full-grown she learnt letters, the preservers of knowledge. To carry out all these precepts would be perhaps a visionary scheme. But to attain to many, though it would need a happy disposition and much care, is a thing possible to human nature. Euripides, here. Fir. 1261, 1262. Euripides, Hip Pol. For 24, 425. Cleophantus is the name given to this lad by other writers. Compare Sophocles, Oedipus Tyrannus, 112, 113. The Thessalians were very pugnacious. Cf. Isocrates, Oratio de Pace. Omicron mu nu, theta epsilon tau tau alpha lambda omicron, sigma phi sigma iota nu alpha sigma tau omicron epsilon pi omicron lambda epsilon mu omicron sigma iota nu. A proverbial expression among the ancients for earliest childhood. See Erasmus, Adagia. Plato, Republic, 2. E. See Erasmus, Adagia. It is difficult to know how to render the word pi alpha iota delta alpha gamma omega gamma in English. He was the slave who took the boy to school, and generally looked after him from his 7th year upward. Tutor or governor seems the best rendering. He had great power over the boy entrusted to him. Plato, Cleitophon. D. Compare Diogenes Laertius, 2. 72. Reading kappa omicron iota tau omicron phi theta omicron rho omicron nu tau epsilon, the excellent emendation of Wittenbach. From the heathen standpoint of course, not from the Christian. Compare the advice of Cato in Horace's Satires, Book I, Saturday 2. 31-35. It is a little difficult to know what Diogenes' precept really means. Is it that vice is universal? Like Shakespeare's Measure for Measure, Act 2. Sc 2. 5, all sex, all ages smack of this vice. He was asked by Polus, see Plato, Gorgias. F. Hippolytus, 986-989. Cf. Plato, Cratylus. E. Pi alpha pi pi omicron nu kappa omicron upsilon rho mu gamma epsilon nu epsilon, pi alpha lambda alpha iota pi alpha rho omicron iota mu alpha, tau iota chi alpha lambda epsilon pi tau kappa alpha lambda sigma iota nu pi eta chi epsilon iota mu alpha theta epsilon nu. So Horace, Saturday, I, 9. 59, 60, nil sine magno vita labor dedit mortalibus. Midias. C. i.e., occasionally and sparingly. Diogenes Laertius assigns the remark to Aristippus, while Stobaeus fathers it on Aristo. A favorite thought with the ancients. Compare Isocrates, Admonitio ad Demonicum. And Aristotle, Nic. Eth. 4. 3. Republic, 7. E. A famous proverb. It is, the master's eye, generally, as in Xenophon, Econom, 12. 20, and Aristotle, Econom, I, 6. Works and Days, 361, 362. The lines were favorite ones with our author. He quotes them again, section 3, of How One May Be Aware of One's Progress in Virtue. See Pausanias, 9. 9, also Erasmus, Adagia. A fragment from the Protesilaus of Euripides. Our, it takes two to make a quarrel. See Plutarch's Lysander. Or Symposium, where all sorts of liberties were taken. I have softened his phrase. His actual words were very coarse, and would naturally be resented by Ptolemy. See Athenaeus, 621, a. See Iliad, v. 83, 16. 334, XX, 477. A fragment from the Dictys of Euripides. Republ. v. 463, F. Sq. Cf. Shakespeare's Winter Tale, Act 3. Sc 3. 59-63. As Horace's father did. See Satires, Book I, Saturday 4. 105-129. What we call black sheep. From Simonides. Cf. Seneca, Epist. 49. Punctum est quod vivimus, etiad huc puncto minus. Reading with Wittenbach, kappa lambda omicron gamma iota kappa tau chi nu eta. Like Carker in Dombey. Compare the character of Mitio in the Adelphi of Terence. This saying is assigned by Diogenes Laertius to Pittacus. Compare Plautus, Asinaria, IL, 74. Argentum accipi, dot imperum vendidae. Compare also our author, whether vice is sufficient to cause unhappiness. Wittenbach thinks this treatise is not Plutarch's. He bases his conclusion partly on external, partly on internal, grounds. It is not quoted by Stobaeus, or any of the ancients, before the 14th century. And its style is not Plutarch's. It has many words foreign to Plutarch. It has, nescio quid novum ac peregrinum, abela Plutarchia copia et gravitate diversum leve et inane. Certainly its matter is superior to its manner. On love to one's offspring. Appeals to foreign law courts were first devised among the Greeks through mistrust of one another's justice, for they looked on justice as a necessity not indigenous among them. Is it not on much the same principle that the philosophers, in regard to some of their questions, owing to their variety of opinion, have appealed to the brute creation as to a strange state, and submitted the decision to their instincts and habits as not to be talked over 22 and impartial? Or is it a general charge against human infirmity that, having different opinions on the most necessary and important things, we seek in horses and dogs and birds how to marry and beget and rear children? As though we had no means of making our own nature known, and appeal to the habits and instincts of the brute creation, and call them in to bear witness against the many deviations from nature in our lives, which from the first are confused and disorderly. For among the brutes nature remains ever the same, pure and simple, but in men, owing to reason and habit, like oil in the hands of the perfumers, being mixed up with many added opinions, it becomes various and loses its original simplicity. And let us not wonder that the brutes follow nature more closely than human beings, for in that respect even they are outstripped by inanimate things, which, being dowered neither with imagination nor any appetite or inclination contrary to nature, ever continue in the one path which nature has prescribed for them, as if they were tied and bound. But in brutes the gentleness of mood inspired by reason, the subtlety, the love of freedom, are not qualities found in excess, but they have unreasonable appetites and desires, and act in a roundabout way within certain limits, riding, as it were, at the anchor of nature, and only going straight under bit and bridle. But in man reason, which is absolute master, inventing different modes and fashions of life, has left no plain or evident trace of nature. Consider in their marriages how much the animals follow nature. For they do not wait for any legislation about bachelor or late married, like the citizens of Lycurgus and Solon, nor do they fear penalties for childlessness, nor are they anxious for the just trium liberorum, like many of the Romans, who only marry and have children for the privileges it bestows, not to have heirs, but to be qualified for succeeding themselves to inheritances. Then, again, 23 The male animal does not go with the female at all times. For its aim is not pleasure but procreation, so in the season of spring, the most appropriate time for such pairings, the female being submissive and tender attracts the male by her beautiful condition of body, coming as she does from the dew and fresh pastures, and when pregnant modestly retires and takes thought for the birth and safety of her offspring. We cannot adequately describe all this, but every animal exhibits for its young affection and forethought and endurance and unselfishness. We call the bee wise, and celebrate its making the yellow honey, flattering it for its tickling sweetness. But we neglect the wisdom and ingenuity of other creatures, both as regards the birth and bringing up of their young. For example, the kingfisher after conception weaves its nest with the thorns of the marine needle, making it round and oblong in shape like a fisherman's basket, and after deftly and closely weaving it together, subjects it to the action of the sea waves, that its surface may be rendered waterproof by this plash and cement, and it is hard for even iron or stone to break it. And what is more wonderful still, so symmetrically is the entrance of the nest adjusted to the kingfisher's shape and size, that no beast either greater or smaller can enter it. They even say that it does not admit the sea, or even the very smallest things. And cats, when they breed, very often let their kittens go out and feed, and take them back into their entrails again. And the bear, a most savage and ugly beast, gives birth to its young without shape or joints, and with its tongue as with an instrument molds its features, so that it seems to give form as well as life to its progeny. And the lion in Homer, whom the hunters meet in the wood with its whelps, exulting in its strength, which so frowns that it hides its eyes, does it not intend to bargain with the hunters for its whelps? For universally the love of animals for their offspring makes timid ones bold, and lazy ones energetic, and greedy ones 24 unselfish. And so the bird in Homer, feeding its young, with its beak, with whatever it has captured, even though it goes ill with itself, nourishes its young at the cost of its own hunger, and when the food is near its maw abstains from it, and holds it tightly in its mouth, that it may not gulp it down unawares. And so a bitch bestriding her tender pups, barks at a strange man, and yearns for the fray, making her fear for them a sort of second anger. And partridges when they are pursued with their young let them fly on, and, contriving their safety, themselves fly so near the sportsman as to be almost caught, and then will round, and again fly back and make the sportsman hope to catch them. Till at last, having thus provided for the safety of their young, they lead the sportsman on a long way. As to hens, we see every day how they watch over their chicks, dropping their wings over some, and letting others climb on their backs, or anywhere about them. And clucking for joy all the time, and though they fly from dogs and dragons when only afraid for themselves, if they are afraid for their chicks they stand their ground and fight valiantly. Are we to suppose then that nature has only implanted these instincts in fowls and dogs and bears, anxious only about their offspring, to put us mortals out of countenance and to give us a bad name? Considering these examples for us to follow, while disgrace justly attaches to our inhumanity, for mankind only is accused of having no disinterested affection, and of not knowing how to love except in regard to advantage. For that line is greatly admired in the theatres, man loves man only for reward, and is the view of Epicurus, who thinks that the father so loves his son, the mother her child, children their parents. Whereas, if the brutes could understand conversation, and if anyone were to introduce horses and cows and dogs and birds into a common theatre, and were to change the sentiment into neither do dogs love their pups, nor horses their foals, nor birds their young, out 25 of interest, but gratuitously and by nature, it would be recognized by the affections of all of them to be a true sentiment. Why it would be disgraceful, great God, that birth and travail and procreation should be gratis and mere nature among the beasts, while among mankind they should be merely mercenary transactions. But such a statement is not true or worthy of credit. For as nature, in wild growths, such as wild vines, wild figs, or wild olives, makes the fruit imperfect and inferior to the fruit of cultivated trees, so has she given to the brutes an imperfect affection for their kind. One neither marked by justice nor going beyond commodity, whereas to man, a logical and social animal, she has taught justice and law, and honor to the gods, and building of cities, and philanthropy. And has contributed the noble and goodly and fruitful seeds of all these in love to one's offspring, thereby following the very first elements that are found in the construction of the body. For nature is everywhere perfect and artistic and complete, and, to borrow the expression of Erasistratus, has nothing tawdry about her, but one cannot adequately describe all the processes appertaining to birth. Nor would it be perhaps decent to pry too closely into such hidden matters, and to particularize too minutely all their wondrous ingenuity. But her contrivance and dispensation of milk alone is sufficient to prove nature's wonderful care and forethought. For all the superfluous blood in women, that owing to their languor and thinness of spirit floats about on the surface and oppresses them, has a safety valve provided by nature in the menses, which relieve and cleanse the rest of the body, and fit the womb for conception in due season. But after conception nature stops the menses, and arrests the flow of the blood, using it as aliment for the babe in the womb, until the time arrives for its birth, and it requires a different kind of food. At this stage the blood is most ingeniously changed into a supply of milk, not diffused all over the body, but externally in the breasts, so that the babe can with its mouth imbibe the gentle and soothing nutriment. But all these various 26 processes of nature, all this economy, all this forethought, would be useless, had not nature also implanted in mothers love to their offspring and anxiety for their welfare. For of all things, that on the earth do breathe or creep, man is by far the wretchedest. And the poet's words are especially applicable to a newborn babe. For there is nothing so imperfect, so helpless, so naked, so shapeless, so foul as a newborn babe, to whom almost alone nature has given an impure outlet to the light of day, being kneaded with blood, and full of defilement. And like one killed rather than born, which no one would touch, or lift up, or kiss, or embrace, but from natural affection. And that is why all the animals have their udders under the belly, women alone have their breasts high on their bodies, that they can lift up their babes to kiss, to dandle, and to fondle, seeing that their bearing and rearing children comes not from necessity but love. Refer the question to the ancient inhabitants of the earth, to the first mothers and fathers. There was no law ordering them to have families, no expectation of advantage or return to be got out of them. I should rather say that mothers would be likely to be hostile and bear malice to their babes, owing to the great danger and pains of travail. And women say the lines, when the sharp pangs of travail seize on the pregnant woman, then come to her aid the Ilathia, who help women in hard childbirth, those daughters of Hera, goddesses of travail, were not written by Homer, but by some Homeriad who had been a mother, or was even then in the throes of travail, and who vividly felt the sharp pain in her womb. But the love to one's offspring implanted by nature, moves and influences the mother even then, in the very height of her throes, she neglects not nor flees from her babe, but turns to it and smiles at it and takes it up and caresses it. Though she derives no pleasure or utility from it, but with pain and sorrow receives it, warming it and fostering it 27 inches swaddling clothes, with unintermittent assiduity both night and day. What hope of gain or advantage had they in those days? Nay, or even now. For the hopes of parents are uncertain, and have to be long waited for. He who plants a vine in the spring equinox, gleans its vintage in the autumnal equinox. He who sows corn when the Pleiades set, reaps it when they rise. Cattle and horses and birds have produce at once fit for use, whereas man's bringing up is toilsome, his growth slow. And as excellence flowers late, most fathers die before their sons attain to fame. Neocles lived not to see Themistocles' victory at Salamis, nor Miltiades' Simons at the Eurymedon, nor did Xanthippus hear Pericles haranguing, nor did Aristo hear Plato philosophizing. Nor did their fathers know of the triumphs of Euripides and Sophocles. They heard them faltering in speech and lisping in syllables. The poor parents saw their errors in revelling and drinking and love affairs, so that of all Ivinus' lines, that one alone is most remembered and quoted. To a father a son is always a cause of fear or pain. Nevertheless, parents do not cease to bring up sons, even when they can least need them. For it is ridiculous to suppose that the rich, when they have sons, sacrifice and rejoice that they will have people to take care of them and to bury them. Unless indeed they bring up sons from want of heirs, as if one could not find or fall in with anyone who would be willing to have another's property. Why, the sand on the sea shore, and the dust, and the wings of birds of varied note, are less numerous than the number of would-be heirs. For had Danaus, the father of 50 daughters, been childless, he would have had more heirs, and of a different spirit. For sons have no gratitude, nor regard, nor veneration for inheritance, but take it as a debt. Whereas the voices of strangers which you hear round the childless man, are like those lines in the play, O people, first bathe, after one decision in the courts, then eat, drink, gobble, take the 3-obol piece. And what Euripides has said, money finds friends for men, and has the greatest 28 power among mankind, is not merely a general truth, but is especially true in the case of the childless. For those the rich entertain to dinner, those great men pay court to those alone orators give their services gratis. A mighty personage is a rich man, whose heir is unknown. It has at any rate made many much loved and honored, whom the possession of one child would have made unloved and insignificant. Whence we see that there is no power or advantage to be got from children, but that the love of them, alike in mankind as among the animals, proceeds entirely from nature. What if this natural affection, like many other virtues, is obscured by badness, as a wilderness chokes a garden. Are we to say that man does not love himself by nature, because many cut their throats or throw themselves down precipices? Did not Oedipus put out his eyes? And did not Hygeias by his speeches make many of his hearers to commit suicide? Fatality has many different aspects. But all these are diseases and maladies of the soul driving a man contrary to nature out of his wits, as men themselves testify even against themselves. For if a sow destroys one of its litter, or a bitch one of its pups, men are dejected and troubled, and think it an evil omen, and sacrifice to the gods to avert any bad results. On the score that it is natural to all to love and cherish their offspring, unnatural to destroy it. For just as in mines the gold is conspicuous even though mixed up with earth, so nature manifests plainly love to offspring even in instances of faulty habits and affections. For when the poor do not rear their children, it is from fear that if reared to man's estate they would be more than ought to be the case servile, and have little culture, and be debarred of all advantages, so, thinking poverty the worst of all evils, they cannot bear to give it their children, any more than they would some bad disease. Much of this is very corrupt in the Greek. I have tried to get the best sense I could, but it is very obscure. Certainly Plutarch's style is often very harsh and crabbed. The Just Trium Liberorum assigned certain privileges to the father of 3 children, under the Roman emperors. Frequent allusions are made to this law by the ancient writers. Compare Lucretius, I. 10-20. A quotation from Simonides. We are not bound to swallow all the ancients tell us. Credat Judaeus Appella. Iliad, 17. 134-136. Iliad, 9. 324, quoted again in How One May Be Aware of One's Progress in Virtue, Section 8. Odyssey, XX. 14-15. A theatre, that is, in which animals and birds and human beings should meet in common. All that is said here about the milk, the menses, and the blood, I have been obliged somewhat to condense and paraphrase. The ancients sometimes speak more plainly than we can. Ever and anon one must pare down a phrase or word in translating an ancient author. It is inevitable. Verbum sat sapienti. Homer, Iliad, 17. 446, 447. Ibid, 11. 269-271. A fragment from Euripides, according to Xylander. Ivinus of Paros was an elegiac poet. Aristophanes, Equites, 50, 51. See Cicero, Tuscul, I. 34. Euripides, Alcestis, 1159, Helena, 1688, Andromache, 1284, Bacchae, 1388. The discourse breaks off abruptly. It is directed against the Epicureans. It throws ridicule on appealing to the affection of brutes for their offspring instead of appealing to human nature. On love. Flavianus and Autobulus, the openers of the dialogue, are brothers. The other speakers are their father, Daphnius, Protogenes, Pygias, and others. Flavianus. You say that it was on Mount Helicon, Autobulus, that those conversations took place about love, which you are now about to narrate to us at our request, as you either wrote them down, or at least remember them from frequently asking our father about them. Autobulus. It was on Mount Helicon among the Muses, Flavianus, when the people of Thespiae were celebrating their festival to the god of love, which they celebrate very magnificently and splendidly every 5 years to that god, as also to the Muses. Flavianus. Do you know what all of us who have come to this audience intend to ask of you? Autobulus. No, but I shall know if you tell me. Flavianus. Remove from your discourse for this once the poet's meadows and shades, and talk about ivy and yews, and all other commonplaces of that kind that writers love to introduce, with more zeal than discretion. In imitation of Plato's Ilyssus and the famous willow and the gentle slope of grass. Autobulus. My dear Flavianus, my narrative needs not any such exordium. The occasion that caused the conversation simply demands a chorus for the action and a stage, nothing else is wanting to the drama, let us only pray to the mother of the muses to be propitious, and give me memory for my narrative. Long ago our father, before we were born, having lately married our mother, had gone to sacrifice to the god of love, in consequence of a dispute and variance that broke out among their parents, and took our mother to the festival. For she also had her part in the vow and sacrifice. Some of their intimate friends journeyed with them from the town where they lived, and when they got to Thespii 30 they found there Daphneus the son of Archidamus, a lover of Lysandra the daughter of Simo. And of all her suitors the one who stood highest in her favor, and Soclarus the son of Aristo, who had come from Titharia. And there were there also Protogenes of Tarsus, and Zosippus from Sparta, strangers, and my father said most of the most notable Boeotians were there also. For 2 or 3 days they went about the town in one another's company, as it was likely they would do, quietly carrying on philosophical discussions in the wrestling schools and theatres, after that, to avoid a wearisome contest of harpers. Decided beforehand by canvassing and cabal, most broke up their camp as if they had been in a hostile country, and removed to Mount Helicon, and bivouacked there with the muses. In the morning they were visited by Anthemion and Pysias, both men of good repute, and very great friends of Baccho, who was surnamed the Handsome, and also rivals of one another somewhat through their affection for him. Now you must know that there was at Thespii a lady called Ismenedora, famous for her wealth and good family, and of uncommon good repute for her virtuous life, for she had been a widow some time without a breath of slander lighting upon her. Though she was young and good-looking. As Baccho was the son of a friend and crony of hers, she had tried to bring about a marriage between him and a maiden who was her own relation, but by frequently being in his company and talking to him she had got rather smitten with him herself. And hearing much in his favor, and often talking about him, and seeing that many noble young men were in love with him, she fell violently in love with him, and, being resolved to do nothing unbecoming to her fair fame, determined to marry and live openly with him. And the matter seeming in itself rather odd, Baccho's mother looked rather askance at the proposed matrimonial alliance as being too high and splendid for her son, while some of his companions who used to go out hunting with him, frightening him and flouting him with Ismenedora's being rather too old for him, really did more to break off the match than those who seriously opposed it. And Baccho, being only a youth, somehow felt a little ashamed at the idea of 31 marrying a widow, but, neglecting the opinions of everybody else, he submitted the decision as to the expediency of the marriage to Pysias and Anthemion. The latter being his cousin, though older than him, and the former the gravest of his lovers. Pysias objected to the marriage, and upbraided Anthemion with throwing the youth away on Ismenedora. Anthemion replied that it was not well in Pysias, being a good fellow in other respects, to imitate depraved lovers by shutting out his friend from house and marriage and wealth. Merely that he might enjoy the sight of him as long as possible naked and in all his virgin bloom at the wrestling schools. To avoid getting estranged by provoking one another on the question, they came and chose our father and his companions as umpires on the matter. And of the other friends, as if by concerted arrangement, Daphneus espoused the view of Anthemion, and Protogenes the view of Pysias. And Protogenes inveighing somewhat too freely against Ismenedora, Daphneus took him up and said, Hercules, what are we not to expect, if Protogenes is going to be hostile to love? He whose whole life, whether in work or at play, has been devoted to love, in forgetfulness of letters, in forgetfulness of his country, not like Laius, away from his country only 5 days. His was only a torpid and land love, whereas your love unfolding its swift wings, flew over the sea from Cilicia to Athens, merely to gaze at and saunter about with handsome boys. For that was the original reason, doubtless, of Protogenes' journey abroad. And some laughter ensuing, Protogenes replied, Do I really seem to you now to be hostile to love, and not to be fighting for love against ungovernable lust, which with most disgraceful acts and emotions assumes the most honorable of titles? Whereupon Daphneus, do you call the marriage and union of man and woman most disgraceful, than which no holier tie exists nor ever 32 did? Protogenes replied, Why, as all this is necessary for the human race to continue, our legislators do not act amiss in crying up marriage and eulogizing it to the masses, but of genuine love there is not a particle in the woman's side of a house. And I also say that you who are sweet on women and girls only love them as flies love milk, and bees the honeycomb, and butchers and cooks calves and birds, fattening them up in darkness. But as nature leads one to eat and drink moderately and sufficiently, and excess in this is called gluttony and gormandizing, so the mutual desires between men and women are natural. But that headlong, violent, and uncontrollable passion for the sex is not rightly called love. For love, when it seizes a noble and young soul, ends in virtue through friendship. But these violent passions for women, at the best, aim only at carnal enjoyment and reaping the harvest of a beauteous prime, as Aristippus showed in his answer to one who told him Lais loved him not. No more, he said, do meat and wine love me. But I gladly enjoy both. For the end of passion is pleasure and fruition, but love, when it has once lost the promise of friendship, will not remain and continue to cherish merely for beauty that which gives it pain, where it gives no return of friendship and virtue. You remember the husband in the play saying to his wife, "Do you hate me? I can bear that hatred very easily, since of my dishonor I make money." Not a whit more really in love than this husband is the one, who, not for gain but merely for the sexual appetite, puts up with a peevish and unsympathetic wife, as Philippides, the comic poet, ridiculed the orator, Stratocles. You scarce can kiss her if she turns her back on you. If, however, we ought to give the name of love to this passion, then is it an effeminate and bastard love, and like its cynosarges, taking us to the woman's side of the house, or rather as 33 they say there is a genuine mountain eagle, which Homer called black, and a bird of prey, and there are other kinds of spurious eagles, which catch fish and lazy birds in marshes, and often in want of food emit an hungry wail, so the genuine love is the love of boys. A love not flashing with desire, as Anacreon said the love of maidens was, nor redolent of ointment and sprightly, but you will see it plain and without airs in the schools of the philosophers, or perhaps in the gymnasiums and wrestling schools. Keenly and nobly pursuing youths, and urging on to virtue those who are well worthy of attention, but that soft and stay-at-home love, spending all its time in women's bosoms and beds, always pursuing effeminate delights, and enervated by unmanly, unfriendly, and unimpassioned pleasures, we ought to condemn as Solon condemned it, for he forbade slaves to love boys or to anoint them with oil, while he allowed them to associate with women. For friendship is noble and refined, whereas pleasure is vulgar and illiberal. Therefore, for a slave to love boys is neither liberal or refined, for it is merely the love of copulation, as the love of women. Protogenes was intending to go on at greater length, when Daphneus stopped him and said, "You do well, by Zeus, to mention Solon, and we too may use him as the test of an amorous man. Does he not define such a one in the lines, 'As long as you love boys in the glorious flower of their youth for their kisses and embraces'? And add to Solon the lines of Aeschylus, 'You did not disdain the honor of the thighs, O thankless one after all my frequent kisses.' For some laugh at them if they bid lovers, like sacrificing priests and seers, to inspect thighs and loins. But I think this a mighty argument in behalf of the love of women. For if the unnatural commerce with males does not take away or mar the amorous propensity, much more likely is it that the natural love of women will end in friendship after the favor. For Protogenes, the yielding of the female to the male was called by the ancients the favor. Thus Pindar says Hephaestus was the son of Hera 34 foot without any favors, and Sappho, addressing a girl not yet ripe for marriage, says to her, "You seem to me a little girl, too young for the favor." And someone asks Hercules, "Did you obtain the girl's favor by force or by persuasion?" But the love of males for males, whether rape or voluntary, Pat Hicks effeminately submitting, to use Plato's words, to be treated bestially, is altogether a foul and unlovely favor. And so I think Solon wrote the lines quoted above, in his hot youth, as Plato puts it. But when he became older wrote these other lines, "Now I delight in Cyprus-born Aphrodite, and in Dionysus, and in the Muses, all these give joys to men, as if, after the heat and tempest of his boyish loves, he had got into a quiet haven of marriage and philosophy." But indeed, Protogenes, if we look at the real facts of the case, the love for boys and women is really one and the same passion, but if you wish in a disputatious spirit to make any distinction, you will find that this boy love goes beyond all bounds, and, like some late-born and ill-begotten bastard brat, seeks to expel its legitimate brother the older love, the love of women. For indeed, friend, it is only yesterday or the day before, since the strippings and exposures of the youths in the gymnasiums, that this boy love crept in, and gently insinuated itself and got a footing. And at last in a little time got fully fledged in the wrestling schools, and has now got fairly unbearable, and insults and tramples on conjugal love, that love that gives immortality to our mortal race. When our nature has been extinguished by death, kindling it again by new births. And this boy love denies that pleasure is its aim, for it is ashamed and afraid to confess the truth, but it needs some specious excuse for the liberties it takes with handsome boys in their prime. The pretext is friendship and virtue. So your boy lover wallows in the dust, bathes in cold water, raises his eyebrows, gives himself out for a philosopher, and lives chaste abroad because of the law, but in the stillness of night. Sweet is the ripe fruit when the guard's withdrawn. 35 But if, as Protogenes says, there is no carnal intercourse in these boy familiarities, how is it love, if Aphrodite is not present, whom it is the destiny of love to cherish and pay court to, and to partake of just as much honor and power as she assigns to him? But if there is any love without Aphrodite, as there is drunkenness without wine in drinks made from figs and barley, the disturbing it will be fruitless and without effect, and surfeiting and disgusting. At the conclusion of this speech, it was clear that Pygias was vexed and indignant with Daphneus, and after a moment's silence he began, O Hercules! What levity and audacity for men to state that they are tied to women as dogs to bitches, and to banish the god of love from the gymnasiums and public walks, and light of day and open intercourse. And to restrict him to brothels and philters and incantations of wanton women, for to chaste women, I am sure, it belongs not either to love or be loved. At this point our father told me he interposed, and took Protogenes by the hand, and said to him, This word of yours rouses the Argive host. And of a verity Pygias makes us to side with Daphneus by his extravagant language, charging marriage with being a loveless intercourse, and one that has no participation in divine friendship, although we can see that it is an intercourse, if erotic persuasion and favor fail. That cannot be restrained by shame and fear as by bit and bridle. Thereupon Pygias said, I care little about his arguments. But I see that Daphneus is in the same condition as brass, for, just as it is not worked upon so much by the agency of fire as by the molten and liquid brass fused with it, so is he not so much captivated by the beauty of Lysandra as by his association with one who is the victim of the gentle passion. And it is plain that, if he doesn't take refuge with 36 us, he will soon melt away in the flame altogether. But I see, what Anthemion would very much like, that I am offending the court, so I stop. You amuse us, said Anthemion, but you ought from the first to have spoken to the point. I say then, continued Pygias, and give it out boldly, as far as I am concerned, let every woman have a lover. But we ought to guard against giving the wealth of Ismenedora to Baccho, lest, if we involve him in so much grandeur and magnificence, we unwittingly lose him in it, as tin is lost in brass. For if the lad were to marry quite a plain and insignificant woman, it would be great odds whether he would keep the upper hand, as wine mixed with water, and Ismenedora seems already marked out for sway and command. For otherwise she would not have rejected such illustrious and wealthy suitors to woo a lad hardly yet arrived at man's estate, and almost requiring a tutor still. And therefore men of sense prune the excessive wealth of their wives, as if it had wings that required clipping. For this same wealth implants in them luxury, caprice, and vanity, by which they are often elated and fly away altogether, but if they remain, it would be better to be bound by golden fetters, as in Ethiopia, than to a woman's wealth. Here Protogenes put in, you say nothing about the risk we run of unseasonably and ridiculously reversing the well-known advice of Hesiod. If seasonable marriage you would make, let about 30 be the bridegroom's age. The bride be in the 5th. Year of her womanhood. If we thus marry a lad hardly old enough for marriage to a woman so many years older than himself, as dates and figs are forced. You will say she loves him passionately. Who prevents her, then, from serenading at his doors, singing her amorous ditty, putting garlands on his statues, and wrestling and boxing with her rivals in his affections? For all these are what people in love do. And let her lower her eyebrows, and give up the airs of a coquette, and 37 assume the appearance of those that are deeply smitten. But if she is modest and chaste, let her decorously stay at home and await there her lovers and sweethearts. For any sensible man would be disgusted and flee from a woman who took the initiative in love, far less would he be likely to marry her after such a barefaced wooing. When Protogenes had done speaking, my father said, Do you see, Anthemion, that they force us to intervene again, who have no objection to dance in the retinue of conjugal love? I do, said Anthurnion, but pray defend love at some length, as you are on his side, and moreover come to the rescue of wealth, with which Pygia seeks to scare us. Thereupon my father began, What on earth will not be brought as a charge against a woman, if we are to reject Ismenedora because she is in love and has money? Granted she loves sway and is rich. What then, if she is young and handsome? And what if she plumes herself somewhat on the luster of her race? Have not chaste women often something of the morose and peevish in their character almost past bearing? Do they not sometimes get called waspish and shrewish by virtue of their very chastity? Would it be best then to marry off the street some Thracian Abrodanus, or some Milesian Bacchis, and seal the bargain by the present of a handful of nuts? But we have known even such turn out intolerable tyrants, Syrian flute girls and ballet dancers, as Aristonica, and Enanthe with her tambourine, and Agathoclea, who have lorded it over kings' diadems. Why Syrian Semiramis was only the servant and concubine of one of King Ninus's slaves, till Ninus the great king seeing and falling in love with her, she got such power over him that she thought so cheap of him, that she asked to be allowed one day to sit on the royal throne, with the royal diadem on her head, and to transact state affairs. And 38 Ninus having granted her permission, and having ordered all his subjects to obey her as himself, she first gave several very moderate orders to make trial of the guards. But when she saw that they obeyed her without the slightest hesitation, she ordered them to seize Ninus and put him in fetters, and at last put him to death, and all her commands being obeyed, she ruled over Asia for a long time with great luster. And was not Belestish a foreign woman off the streets, although at Alexandria she has shrines and temples, with an inscription as Aphrodite Belestish, which she owes to the king's love? And she who has in this very town a temple and rites in common with Eros, and at Delphi stands in gold among kings and queens, by what dowry got she her lovers? But just as the lovers of Semiramis, Belestish, and Phryne, became their prey unconsciously through their weakness and effeminacy, so on the other hand poor and obscure men, having contracted alliances with rich women of rank, have not been thereby spoilt nor merged their personality, but have lived with their wives on a footing of kindness, yet still kept their position as heads of the house. But he that abases his wife and makes her small, like one who tightens the ring on a finger too small for it fearing it will come off, is like those who cut their mares' tails off and then take them to a river or pond to drink. When they say that sorrowfully discerning their loss of beauty these mares lose their self-respect and allow themselves to be covered by asses. To select a wife for wealth rather than for her excellence or family is dishonorable and illiberal, but it is silly to reject wealth when it is accompanied by excellence and family. Antigonus indeed wrote to his officer who had garrisoned Munichia to make not only the collar strong but the dog lean, that he might undermine the strength of the Athenians. But it becomes not the husband of a rich or handsome woman to make his wife poor or ugly, but by his self-control 39 in good sense, and by not too extravagantly showing his admiration for her, to exhibit himself as her equal not her slave. And, to borrow an illustration from the scales, to add just so much weight to his character as shall overbalance her, yet only just. Moreover, both Ismenedora and Baccho are of a suitable age for marriage and procreation of children. Ismenedora, I hear, is still in her prime, and, here my father smiled slyly at Pythias, she is certainly not a bit older than her rivals, and has no grey hairs, as some of those who consort with Baccho have. And if their union is seasonable, who knows but that she may be a better partner for him than any young woman? For young couples do not blend and mix well together, and it takes a long time and is not an easy process for them to divest themselves of their pride and spirit, and at first there's a good deal of dirty weather and they don't pull well together. And this is oftenest the case when there's love on both sides, and, just as a storm wrecks the ship if no pilot is on board, so their marriage is trouble and confusion, neither party knowing how either to rule or to give way properly. And if the baby is under the nurse, and the boy under the master, and the lad under the master of the gymnasium, and the youth under his lover, and the full-grown man under the law and magistrate. And no one is his own master and exempt from obedience to someone, what wonder would it be if a sensible woman rather older than her husband would direct well the life of a young man, being useful to him by reason of her superior wisdom, and acceptable to him for her sweetness and gentleness? And to sum up the whole matter, said he, we Boeotians ought to revere Hercules, and so find no fault in any inequality of age in marriages, seeing that he gave his own wife Megara in marriage to Iolaus, though he was only 16 and she 33. As the conversation was going on, our father said that a friend of Pythias came galloping up from the town to report an act of marvelous audacity. Ismenedora, it appears, thinking Baccho had no personal dislike to the 40 match, but only stood in awe of his friends who tried to dissuade him from it, determined that she would not let the young fellow slip through her fingers. Accordingly, she sent for the most active and intimate of her male friends, and for some of her female cronies, and instructed them as to what part they should play. And waited for the hour when Baccho was accustomed regularly to pass by her house on his way to the wrestling school. And as he passed by on this occasion with 2 or 3 of his companions, anointed for the exercise, Ismenedora met him at the door and just touched his cloak. And her friends rushed out all together and prettily seized the pretty fellow as he was in his cloak and jersey, and hurried him into the house and at once locked the doors. And the women inside at once divested him of his cloak and put on him a bridal robe. And the servants ran about the town and put olive wreaths and laurel garlands at the doors of Baccho's house as well as Ismenedora's, and a flute girl went up and down the street playing and singing the wedding song. And some of the inhabitants of Thespii and the strangers laughed, others were indignant and tried to make the superintendents of the gymnasium move in the matter, for they have great power in Thespii over the youths, and pay great attention to their actions. And now there was no more talk about the sports, but everyone left the theatre for the neighborhood of Ismenedora's house, and there stood in groups talking and disputing about what had happened. Now when Pythias' friend had come up like an aide-de-camp in war, bloody with spurring, fiery red with haste, to report this news that Ismenedora had seized Baccho, my father said that Xanthippus smiled. And being a great lover of Euripides repeated the line, "Lady, though rich, thou hast thy sex's feelings." But Pythias jumped up and cried out, "Ye gods, what will be the end of license like this which will overthrow our town? Already we are fast tending to lawlessness through our independence. And yet it is perhaps ridicule 41 louse to be indignant about law and justice, when nature itself is trampled upon by being thus subjected to women. Saw even Lemnos ever the like of this? Let us go," he continued, "let us go and hand over to the women the gymnasium and council hall, if the townsmen have lost all their nerve." Pythias then left the company, and Protogenes went with him, partly sympathizing with his indignation, but still endeavoring to cool him. And Anthemion said, "'Twas a bold deed and certainly does savor somewhat of Lemnos. I own it now we are alone, this Ismenedora must be most violently in love." Hereupon Soclaris said, with a sly smile, "You don't think then that this rape and detention was an excuse and stratagem on the part of a wily young man to escape from the clutches of his lovers, and fly of his own volition to the arms of a rich and handsome widow?" "Pray don't say so, Soclaris," said Anthemion, "pray don't entertain any such suspicions of Baccho, for even if he were not by nature most simple and naive, he would not have concealed the matter from me to whom he divulges all his secrets. Especially as he knows that I have always been very anxious he should marry Ismenedora. But as Heraclitus says truly, it is more difficult to control love than anger, for whatever love has a fancy to, it will buy even at the cost of life, money, and reputation. Who lives a more quiet life in our town than Ismenedora? When did ever any ugly rumor attach itself to her? When did ever any breath of suspicion sully her house? Some divine inspiration, beyond human calculation, seems now to have possessed her. Then Pemptides laughed and said, "Of course you know that there is a certain disease of the body called the sacred disease. It is no wonder, therefore, if some call the greatest and most insane passion of the soul sacred and divine. However, as in Egypt I once saw two neighbors 42 disputing when a serpent passed by them on the road, both calling it a good omen, but each claiming the blessing as his alone. So seeing lately that some of you drag love to the men's apartments, while others confine it to the women's side of the house, while all of you regard it as a divine and superlative blessing, I do not wonder. Since it is a passion that has such power and honor, that those who ought to banish it from every quarter and clip its wings do themselves add to its influence and power. And hitherto I held my peace, for I saw that the discussion turned rather on private than public interests, but now that we have got rid of Pygias, I would gladly hear from you to what they had an eye who first called love a god." Just as Pemptides had left off, and our father was about to answer his question, another messenger came from the town, sent by Ismenedora to summon Anthemion, for the tumult had increased. And there was a difference of opinion between the superintendents of the gymnasium, one thinking they ought to demand the liberation of Baccho, the other thinking they ought not to interfere. Anthemion got up at once and went off. And our father, addressing Pemptides especially, said, "You seem to me, my dear Pemptides, to be handling a great and bold matter, or rather to be discussing things that ought not to be discussed. In asking for a reason in each case for our opinion about the gods. Our ancient and hereditary faith is sufficient, a better argument than which we cannot either utter or find. Not e'en if wisdom in our brains resides. But if this common foundation and basis of all piety be disturbed, and its stability and time-honored ideas be unsettled, it becomes undermined and is suspected by everybody. You have heard, of course, what hot water Euripides got into, when he wrote at the beginning of his Melanippe. Zeus, whosoe'er he is, I do not know except by hearsay. But if he changed the opening line, he had confidence, 43 it seems, that his play would go down with the public uncommonly well, so he altered it into Zeus the divine, as he is truly called. And what difference is there between calling in question the received opinion about Zeus or Athene, and that about love? For it is not now for the first time that love asks for an altar and sacrifices, nor is he a strange god introduced by foreign superstition, as some Attis or Adonis, furtively smuggled in by hermaphrodites and women. And secretly receiving honors not his own, to avoid an indictment among the gods for coming among them under false pretenses. And when, my friend, you hear the words of Empedocles, friendship is there too, of same length and breadth, but with the mind's eye only can you see it, till with the sight your very soul is thralled. You must suppose that they refer to love. For this God is invisible, but to be extolled by us as one of the very oldest gods. And if you demand proofs about every one of the gods, laying a profane hand on every temple, and bringing a learned doubt to every altar, you will scrutinize and pry into everything. But we need not go far to find love's pedigree. See you how great a goddess Aphrodite is? She 'tis that gave us and engendered love, whereof come all that on the earth do live. And so Empedocles calls Aphrodite life-giving, and Sophocles calls her fruitful, both very appropriate epithets. And though the wonderful act of generation belongs to Aphrodite only, and love is only present in it as a subordinate, yet if he be absent the whole affair becomes undesirable, and low, and tame. For a loveless coition brings only satiety, as the satisfaction of hunger and thirst, and has nothing noble resulting from it, whereas by love Aphrodite removes the cloying element in pleasure, and 44 produces harmonious friendship. And so Parmenides declares love to be the oldest of the creations of Aphrodite, writing in his Cosmogony. Of all the gods first love she did contrive. But Hesiod, more naturally in my opinion, makes love the most ancient of all, so that all things derive their existence from him. If we then deprive love of his ancient honors, those of Aphrodite will be lost also. For we cannot argue that, while some revile love, all spare Aphrodite, for on the same stage we hear of love. Love is an idle thing and for the idle. And again of Aphrodite. Cyprus, my boys, is not her only name, for many names has she. She is a hell, a power remorseless, nay a raging madness. Just as in the case of the other gods there is hardly one that has not been reviled, or escaped the scurrility of ignorance. Look, for example, at Ares, who may be considered as it were the counterpart of love, what honors he has received from men, and again what abuse, as Ares is blind, ye women, has no eyes, and with his pig's snout roots up all good things. And Homer calls him blood-stained and fickle. And Chrysippus brings a grievous charge against him, in defining his name to mean destroyer, thereby giving a handle to those who think that Ares is only the fighting, wrangling, and quarrelsome instinct among mankind. Others again will tell us that Aphrodite is simply desire, and Hermes eloquence, and the Muses the arts and sciences, and Athene wisdom. You see what an abyss of impiety opens up before us, if we describe each of the gods, as only a passion, a power, or a virtue. I see it, said Pemptides, and it is impious either to make the gods passions, or to do just the con 45 trari, and make the passions gods. What then, said my father, do you consider Ares a god, or only a human passion? And Pemptides, answering that he looked on Ares as god of the passionate and manly element in mankind, what, cried my father, shall the passionate and warlike and antagonistic instincts in man have a god? But the affectionate and social and clubable have none. Shall Ares, under his names of Enyalius and Stratius, preside over arms and war and sieges and sacks of cities, and shall there be no god to witness and preside over, to direct and guide, conjugal affection? That friendship of closest union and communion? Why even those who hunt gazelles and hares and deer have a sylvan deity who harks and halloos them on, for to Aristeus they pay their vows when in pitfalls and snares they trap wolves and bears. For Aristeus first set traps for animals. And Hercules invoked another god, when he was about to shoot at the bird, as the line of Aeschylus shows. Hunter Apollo, make my bolt go straight. And shall no god or good genius assist and prosper the man who hunts in the best chase of all, the chase of friendship? For I cannot for my part, my dear Daphneus, consider man a less beautiful or important plant than the oak, or sacred olive, or the vine which Homer glorifies, seeing that man too has his growth and glorious prime alike of soul and body. Then said Daphneus, in the name of the gods, who thinks differently? All those certainly must, answered my father, who think that the gods care only about ploughing and planting and sowing. Have they not nymphs attending upon them, called dryads, whose age is coeval with the trees they live in, and Dionysus the mirth-giving does he not increase the yield of the trees, the sacred splendor of autumn, as Pindar says? And if they care about all this, is there no god or genius who is interested in the nurture and growth of boys and youths in all their glorious flower? Is there no one that cares that 46 the growing man may be upright and virtuous, and that the nobility of his nature may not be warped and corrupted, either through want of a guardian or by the depravity of those he associates with? Is it not monstrous and thankless to say so, seeing that we enjoy the divine bounty, which is dealt out to us richly, and never abandons us in our straits? And yet some of these same straits have more necessity than beauty. For example, our birth, in spite of the unpleasant circumstances attending it, is witnessed by the divine Alithea and Artemis, and it would be better not to be born at all than to become bad through want of a good guardian and guide. Moreover, in sickness the god who is over that province does not desert us, nor even in death, for even then there is a conductor and guide for the departed, to lay them to sleep and convey their souls to Hades, as the poet says. Night bore me not to be lord of the lyre, nor to be seer, or healer of diseases, but to conduct the souls of the departed. And yet these duties involve much unpleasantness, whereas we cannot mention a holier work, nor any struggle or contest more fitting for a god to attend and play the umpire in, than the guidance of the young and beautiful in the prosecution of their love affairs. For there is here nothing of an unpleasant nature, no compulsion of any kind, but persuasion and grace, truly making toil sweet and labor delightful, lead the way to virtue and friendship, and do not arrive at that desired goal without the deity. For they have as their leader and lord no other god than love, the companion of the muses and graces and Aphrodite. For love, sowing in the heart of man the sweet harvest of desire, to borrow the language of Melanipides, mixes the sweetest and most beautiful things together. But perhaps you are of a different opinion, Zeuxippus. Not I, by Zeus, replied Zeuxippus. To have a different opinion would be ridiculous. Then, continued my father, is it not also ridiculous, if there are 4 kinds of friendship, for so the ancients distinguished, the natural first, the second that to one's kindred, the third 47 that to one's companions, the fourth the friendship of love, and each of the first 3 have a god as patron, either a god of friendship, or a god of hospitality, or a god of the family, or a god of the race, whereas the friendship of love only, as something altogether unholy, is left without any patron god, and that, too, when it needs most of all attentive direction. It is, said Zeuxippus, highly ridiculous. My father continued, the language of Plato is very suggestive here, to make a slight digression. One kind of madness, he says, is conveyed to the soul from the body through certain bad temperaments or mixtures, or through the prevalence of some noxious spirit, and is harsh, difficult to cure, and baneful. Another kind of madness is not uninspired or from within, but an afflatus from without, a deviation from sober reason, originated and set in motion by some higher power, the ordinary characteristic of which is called enthusiasm. For, as one full of breath is called mu tau nu omicron omicron, and as one full of sense is called mu phi-rho omega nu, so the name enthusiasm is given to the commotion of the soul caused by some divine agency. Thus there is the prophetic enthusiasm which proceeds from Apollo, and the Bakshik enthusiasm which comes from Dionysus, to which Sophocles alludes where he says, dance with the Carabants. For the rites of Cybele and Pan have great affinities to the orgies of Bacchus. And the third madness proceeds from the Muses, and possesses an impressionable and pure soul, and stirs up the poetry and music in a man. As to the martial and warlike madness, it is well known from what god it proceeds, namely, Ares, kindling tearful war, that puts an end to the dance and the song, and exciting civic strife. There remains, Daphneus, one more kind of madness in man, neither obscure nor tranquil, as to which I should like to ask Pemptides here. What god it is that shakes the fruitful thyrsus? I refer to that love fury for modest boys and chaste women, 48, which is far the keenest and fiercest passion of all. For have you not observed how the soldier, when he lays aside his arms, ceases from his warlike fury, as the poet says? Then from him right gladly did his squires remove the armor, and sits down a peaceful spectator of others. The Bakshik and Carabantic dances one can also modulate and quell, by changing the meter from the Trochaic and the measure from the Phrygian. Similarly, too, the Pythian priestess, when she descends from her tripod, possesses her soul in peace. Whereas the love fury, when once it has really seized on a man and inflamed him, can be laid by no muse, no charm or incantation, no change of place. But present they burn, absent they desire, by day they follow their loves about, by night they serenade them, sober call for them, and drunken sing about them. And he who said that poetic fancies, owing to their vividness, were dreams of people awake, would have more truly spoken so of the fancies of lovers, who, as if their loves were present, converse with them, greet them, chide them. For sight seems to paint all other fancies on a wet ground, so soon do they fade and recede from the memory, but the images of lovers, painted by the fancy as it were on encaustic tiles, leave impressions on the memory, that move, and live, and speak, and are permanent for all time. The Roman Cato, indeed, said that the soul of the lover resided in the soul of the loved one, and I should extend the remark to the appearance, the character, the life, and the actions, conducted by which he travels a long journey in a short time. As the cynics say, they have found a short cut and, as it were, forced march to virtue, for there is also a short cut to friendship and love when the god is propitious. To sum up, the enthusiasm of lovers is not a thing uninspired, and the God that guides and governs it is none other than the God whose festival we are now keeping, and to whom we are now sacrificing. Nevertheless, as we judge of a God mainly from his power and usefulness, as among human advantages we reckon and call these two the most divine, 49 dominion and virtue, it is high time to consider, before we proceed any further, whether love yields to any of the gods in power. Certainly, as Sophocles says, wonderful is the power which the Cyprian queen exerts so as always to win the victory, great also is the might of Ares, and in some sort we see the power of all the other gods divided among these two. For Aphrodite has most intimate connection with the beautiful, and Ares is in our souls from the first to combat against the sordid, to borrow the idea of Plato. Let us consider, then, to begin with, that the venereal delight can be purchased for 6 obols, and that no one ever yet put himself into any trouble or danger about it, unless he was in love. And not to mention here such famous courtesans as Phryne or Lais, Nathenium, kindling her lamp at evening time, on the lookout for lovers and inviting them, is often passed by. Yet, if some sudden whiff arise, of mighty love and desire, it makes this very delight seem equal to the fabled wealth of Tantalus and his domains. So feeble and cloying is the venereal indulgence, if love inspires it not. And you will see this more plainly still from the following consideration. Many have allowed others to share in their venereal enjoyments, prostituting not only their mistresses but their wives, like that Roman Galba, who used to ask Maecenas to dinner. And when he saw from his nods and winks that he had a mind to do with his wife, turned his head gently aside as if asleep. But when one of his slaves came up to the table and stole some wine, his eyes were wide open enough, and he said, "Villain, don't you know that I am asleep only for Maecenas?" But this is not perhaps so strange, considering Galba was a buffoon. But at Argos Nicostratus and Phalus were great political rivals, so when King Philip visited that city, Phalus thought if he prostituted his wife, who was very handsome, to the king, he would get from him some important office or place. And Nicostratus getting wind of this, and walking about the doors of Phalus' house with some of his servants on the convive, 50 Phalus made his wife put on men's boots, and a military cloak, and a Macedonian broad-brimmed hat. And so smuggled her into the king, without being detected, as one of the king's young men. But, of all the multitude of lovers, did you ever hear of one that prostituted his boy-love even for the honors of Zeus? I think not. Why, though no one will generally either speak or act against tyrants, many will who find them their rivals and are jealous about their handsome minions. You must have heard how Aristogiton of Athens, and Anti-Leon of Metapontum, and Melanippus of Agrigentum, rose not against tyrants, although they saw how badly they managed affairs, and what drunken tricks they played, yet, when they attempted the chastity of their boy-loves, they retaliated on them, jeoparding their lives, as if they were defending the inviolability of temples and sanctuaries. It is also recorded that Alexander wrote to Theodorus, the brother of Proteas, "Send me your singing girl, unless you love her yourself, and I will give you 10 talents. And when Antipatridas, one of his companions, came to revel with him, bringing with him a female harper, he fancied the girl not a little, and asked Antipatridas if he cared very much about her. And when he replied that he did immensely, Alexander said, "Plague take you, but nevertheless abstain from touching the girl." Consider also how love excels in warlike feats, and is by no means idle, as Euripides called him, nor a carpet knight, nor sleeping on a maiden's soft cheeks. For a man inspired by love needs not Ares to help him when he goes out as a warrior against the enemy, but at the bidding of his own god is ready for his friend to go through fire and water and whirlwinds. And in Sophocles' play, when the sons of Niobe are being shot at and dying, one of them calls out for no helper or assister but his lover. And you know of course how it was that Cleomachus the Pharsalian fell in battle. We Ser 51 tamely don't, said Pemptides and those near him, but we should very much like to. Well, said my father, the tale's worth hearing. When the war between the Eretrians and Chalcidians was at its height, Cleomachus had come to aid the latter with a Thessalian force, and the Chalcidian infantry seemed strong enough, but they had great difficulty in repelling the enemy's cavalry. So they begged that high-souled hero Cleomachus to charge the Eretrian cavalry first. And he asked his boy love, who was by, if he would be a spectator of the fight, and he saying he would, and affectionately kissing him and putting his helmet on his head. Cleomachus with a proud joy put himself at the head of the bravest of the Thessalians, and charged the enemy's cavalry with such impetuosity that he threw them into disorder and routed them. And the Eretrian infantry also fleeing in consequence, the Chalcidians won a splendid victory. However, Cleomachus got killed, and they show his tomb in the marketplace at Chalcis, over which a huge pillar stands to this day, and whereas before that the people of Chalcis had censured boy loves. From that time forward they preferred that kind of love to the normal love. Aristotle gives a slightly different account, namely, that this Cleomachus came not from Thessaly, but from Chalcis in Thrace, to the help of the Chalcidians in Euboea. And that was the origin of the song in vogue among the Chalcidians. Ye boys, who come of noble sires and beauteous are in face, grudge not to give to valiant men the joy of your embrace, for love that does the limbs relax combined with bravery in the Chalcidian cities has fame that ne'er shall die. But according to the account of the poet Dionysius, in his Causes, the name of the lover was Anton, and that of the boy love was Philistus. And among you Thebans, Pemptides, is it not usual for the lover to give his boy love a complete suit of armor when he is enrolled among the men? And did not the erotic Pamines change the disposition of the heavy-armed infantry, censuring Homer as knowing nothing about love, because he drew up the Achaeans in 52 order of battle in tribes and clans, and did not put lover and love together? That so. Spear should be next to spear, helmet to helmet. Seeing that love is the only invincible general. For men in battle will leave in the lurch clansmen and friends, aye, and parents and sons, but what warrior ever broke through or charged through lover and love? Seeing that even when there is no necessity lovers frequently display their bravery and contempt of life. As Thero the Thessalian, who put his left hand on a wall, and drew his sword, and chopped off his thumb, and challenged his rival to do the same. And another in battle falling on his face, as his enemy was about to give him the coup de grace, begged him to wait a little till he could turn round, that his love should not see him with a wound in his back. And not only are the most warlike nations most amorous, as the Boeotians, the Lacedaemonians and the Cretans, but also of the old heroes, who were more amorous than Meleager, Achilles, Aristomenes, Cimon, and Epaminondas. Why, Epaminondas had as his boy loves Aesopicus and Cephisidorus, the latter of whom fell with him at Mantinia, and is buried near him. As to who was most formidable and a source of terror to the enemy, Eucnamus of Amphissa, who first stood up against him and smote him, received hero honors from the Phocians for his exploit. And as to all the loves of Hercules, it would take up too much time to enumerate them, but those who think that Iolaus was one of them do up to this day worship and honor him, and make their loves swear fidelity at his tomb. Hercules is also said, having understood the art of healing, to have preserved the life of Alcestis, when she was given up by the doctors, to gratify Admetus, who passionately loved his wife, and was Hercules' minion. They say also in legend that Apollo was enamored of Admetus, and was his hired slave for 1 long year. It was a happy thought our remembering Alcestis, for 53 though women have not much of Ares in them, yet when possessed by love they are bold even to the death, beyond what one would expect from their nature. For if we may credit legendary lore, the stories about Alcestis, and Protesilaus, and Eurydice the wife of Orpheus, show that the only one of the gods that Hades pays attention to is love. Although to everybody else, as Sophocles says, he knows of no forbearance or favor, or anything but strict justice, yet before lovers his genius stands rebuked, and they alone find him neither implacable nor relentless. Wherefore although, my friend, it is an excellent thing to be initiated in the Eleusinian mysteries, yet I see that the votaries and initiated of love have a better time of it in Hades than they have. Though in regard to legendary lore I stand in the position of one who neither altogether believes nor altogether disbelieves. For legendary lore speaks well, and by a certain wonderful good fortune lights upon the truth, in saying that lovers have a return from Hades to the light of day, but it knows not by what way or how. Having as it were got benighted on the road which Plato first discovered by philosophy. There are, indeed, some slender and obscure particles of truth scattered about in the mythology of the Egyptians, but they require a clever man to hunt them out, a man capable of getting great results from small data. Wherefore let that matter pass. And now next to the mighty power of love let us consider its goodwill and favor to mankind. I do not mean as to whether it bestows many gifts on its votaries, that is palpable to all, but whether they derive any further advantage from it. For Euripides, though very amorous, admired a very small matter, when he wrote the line, "Love teaches letters to a man unlearned." For it makes one previously sluggish quick and intelligent, and, as has been said before, it makes the coward brave, as people harden wood in the fire and make it strong from being weak. And every lover becomes liberal and genuine 54 and generous, even if he was mean before, his littleness and miserliness melting away like iron in the fire. So that they rejoice to give to their loves more than they do to receive themselves from others. You know of course that Anytus, the son of Anthemion, was in love with Alcibiades, and was on one occasion sumptuously entertaining several of his friends, when Alcibiades broke in and took from the table half the cups and went away again. And when some of the guests were indignant and said, "The stripling has used you most insolently and contemptuously," Anytus replied, "Nay, rather, he has dealt kindly with me, for when he might have taken all he has left me half." Zeuxippus was pleased with this story, and said, "O Hercules, you have been within an ace of making me forget my hereditary hatred to Anytus for his behavior to Socrates and philosophy, since he was so mild and noble to his love." "Be it so," said my father, "love also makes peevish and gloomy persons kind and agreeable to those they live with, for as, when the fire blazes the house looks brighter, so man, it seems, becomes more cheerful through the heat of love. But most people are affected rather curiously, if they see by night a light in a house, they look on it with admiration and wonder. But if they see a little, mean, and ignoble soul suddenly filled with noble-mindedness, freedom, dignity, grace, and liberality, they do not feel constrained to say with Telemachus, 'Surely, some god is there within.' And is it not wonderful, Daphneus, continued my father, in the name of the Graces, that the lover who cares about hardly anything, either his companions and friends, or even the laws and magistrates and kings, who fears nothing, admires nothing, courts nothing, but can even endure to gaze on the forked lightning, yet directly he looks on his love, he crouches like a cock with drooping feathers, and his boldness is 55 broken and his pride is cowed. And among the muses it would not be amiss to mention Sappho. For as the Romans say Cacus the son of Hephaestus vomited out of his mouth fire and flames, so she really speaks words that burn like fire, and in her songs shows the warmth of her heart, as Philoxenus puts it, by euphonious songs assuaging the pains of love. And if you have not in your love for Lysandra forgot all your old love songs, do repeat to us, Daphneus, the lines in which beautiful Sappho says that, when her love appeared her voice failed and her body burned. And she was seized with paleness and trembling and vertigo. And when Daphneus had repeated the lines, my father resumed, in the name of Zeus, is not this plainly a divine seizure? Is not this a wonderful commotion of soul? Why, the Pythian priestess on the tripod is not moved so much as this. Who of those inspired by Cybele are made beside themselves to this extent by the flute and the kettledrum? Moreover, while many see the same body in the same beauty, only the lover is taken by it. Why is this the case? We get no light on it from Menander's words, love is opportunity, and he that is smitten is the only one wounded. But the god is the cause of it, striking one and letting another go scot-free. But I will not pass over now, since it has come into my mouth, as Aeschylus says, what perhaps would have been better spoken before, for it is a very important point. Perhaps, my friend, of all other things which we do not perceive through the senses, some got believed through legend, some through the law, some through reason. Whereas we owe our conception of the gods altogether to the poets and legislators and philosophers, all alike teaching the existence of gods, but greatly differing as to their number and order, nature and power. For the gods of the philosophers know nothing of disease or old age or pain, and have not to cross the resounding Acheron, nor do the philosophers accept as God strifes or prayers, which are found in poetry. Nor will they admit terror and fear as gods or as the sons of Ares. And on many points also they are at variance with the legislators, as Xenophanes bade the 56 Egyptians, if they regarded Osiris as mortal, not to honor him as a god. But if they thought him a god not to mourn for him. And, again, the poets and legislators will not listen to, nor can they understand, the philosophers who make gods of ideas and numbers and units and spirits. And their views generally are very different. As there were formerly 3 parties at Athens, the Parali, the Epacrii, and the Pedii, all at variance with one another, yet all agreed to vote for Solon, and chose him with one accord as their mediator and ruler and lawgiver. As he seemed indisputably to hold the first place in merit. So the 3 parties that entertain different views about the gods are all unanimous on one point, for poets, legislators and philosophers all alike register love as one of the gods, loudly singing his praises with one voice. As Alcaeus says, the people of Mytilene chose Pittacus as their monarch. But our king and ruler and governor, Love, is brought down crowned from Helicon to the academy by Hesiod and Plato and Solon, and in royal apparel rides in a chariot drawn by friendship and intimacy, not such as Euripides speaks of in the line. He has been bound in fetters not of brass, shamefully throwing round him cold and heavy necessity, and soars aloft to the most beautiful and divine things, about which others have spoken better than I can. When my father had spoken thus much, so Clarus began, do you see that a second time you have committed the same fault, not cancelling your debts as you ought to do, for I must speak my mind, but evading them on purpose? And not delivering to us your promised ideas on a sacred subject? For as some little time back you only just touched on Plato and the Egyptians as if unwilling to enter on the subject more fully, so now you are doing again. However, as to what has been eloquently told by Plato, or rather by the Muses through Plato's mouth, do not tell us that, my good friend, even if we ask for it. But as to your hint that the Egyptian legend about love corresponded with Plato's views, you need not discuss it fully and minutely, we shall be satisfied if we hear a little of 57 such mighty matters. And as the rest of the company made the same request, my father said, the Egyptians, like the Greeks, recognize 2 loves, the Pandemian and the Celestial, to which they add the sun, they also highly venerate Aphrodite. We also see much similarity between love and the sun, for neither is a fire, as some think, but a sweet and productive radiance and warmth, the sun bringing to the body nourishment and light and growth, and love doing the same to the soul. And as the heat of the sun is more powerful when it emerges from clouds and after mist, so love is sweeter and hotter after a jealous tiff with the loved one, and moreover, as some think the sun is kindled and extinguished. So also do people conceive of love as mortal and uncertain. Moreover, just as without training the body cannot easily bear the heat of the sun, so neither can the untrained soul easily bear the yoke of love, but both are equally out of tune and suffer. For which they blame the deity and not their own weakness. But in this respect they seem to differ, in that the sun exhibits to the eye things beautiful and ugly alike, whereas love throws its light only on beautiful things, and persuades lovers to concentrate their attention on these, and to neglect all other things. As to those that call Aphrodite the moon, they, too, find some points in common between them. For the moon is divine and heavenly and a sort of halfway house between mortal and immortal, but inactive in itself and dark without the presence of the sun, as is the case with Aphrodite in the absence of love. So we may say that Aphrodite resembles the moon, and love the sun, more than any other deities, yet are not love and the sun altogether the same, for just as body and soul are not the same, but something different, so is it with the sun and love. The former can be seen, the latter only felt. And if it should not seem too harsh a saying, one might argue that the sun acts entirely opposite to love, for it turns the mind away from the world of fancy to the world of reality, beguiling us by its grace and splendid appearance, and persuading us to seek for truth and everything else in and round it and nowhere else. For as Euripides says, too passionately do we love the sun, because it always shines upon the earth, from inexperience of another life, or rather from forgetfulness of those things which love brings to our remembrance. For as when we are woke by a great and bright light, everything that the soul has seen in dreams is vanished and fled, so the sun is wont to banish the remembrance of past changes and chances, and to bewitch the intelligence, pleasure and admiration causing this forgetfulness. And though reality is really there, yet the soul cleaves to dreams and is dazzled by what is most beautiful and divine. For round the soul are poured sweet yet deceiving dreams, so that the soul thinks everything here good and valuable, unless it obtain divine and chaste love as its physician and preserver. For love brings the soul through the body to truth and the region of truth, where pure and guileless beauty is to be found, kindly befriending its votaries like an initiator at the mysteries. And it associates with the soul only through the body. And as geometricians, in the case of boys who cannot yet be initiated into the perception of incorporeal and impassive substance, convey their ideas through the medium of spheres, cubes, and dodecahedrons, so celestial love has contrived beautiful mirrors of beautiful things, and exhibits them to us glittering in the shapes, colors and appearances of youths in all their flower, and calmly stirs the memory which is inflamed first by these. Consequently some, through the stupidity of their friends and intimates, who have endeavored by force and against reason to extinguish the flame, have got no advantage from it, but filled themselves with smoke and confusion, or have rushed into secret and lawless pleasures and ingloriously wasted their prime. But as many as by sober reason and modesty have abated the extravagance of the passion, and left in the soul only a bright glow, not exciting a tornado of passion, but a wonderful and productive diffusion, as in a growing plant, opening the pores of complaisance and friendliness, these in no long time cease to regard the personal charms of those they love, and study their inward 59 characters, and gaze at one another with unveiled eyes, and associate with one another in words and actions, if they find in their minds any fragment or image of the beautiful. And if not, they bid them farewell and turn to others, like bees that only go to those flowers from which they can get honey. But wherever they find any trace or emanation or pleasing resemblance of the divine, in an ecstasy of pleasure and delight they indulge their memory, and revive to whatever is truly lovely and felicitous and admired by everybody. The poets indeed seem for the most part to have written and sung about love in a playful and merry manner, but have sometimes spoken seriously about him, whether out of their own mind, or the God helping them to truth. Among these are the lines about his birth, well sandalled Iris bare the most powerful of the gods to golden-haired Zephyr. But perhaps the learned have persuaded you that these lines are only a fanciful illustration of the variety and beauty of love. Certainly, said Daphneus, what else could they mean? Hear me, said my father, for the heavenly phenomenon compels us so to speak. The rainbow is, I suppose, a reflection caused by the sun's rays falling on a moist cloud, making us think the appearance is in the cloud. Similarly, erotic fancy in the case of noble souls causes a reflection of the memory, from things which here appear and are called beautiful, to what is really divine and lovely and felicitous and wonderful. But most lovers pursuing and groping after the semblance of beauty in boys and women, as in mirrors, can derive nothing more certain than pleasure mixed with pain. And this seems the love delirium of Ixion, who instead of the joy he desired embraced only a cloud, as children who desire to take the rainbow into their hands, clutching at whatever they see. But different is the behavior of the noble and chaste lover, for he reflects on the divine beauty that can only be felt, while he uses the beauty of the visible body only as an organ of the memory, though he embraces it and loves it. And associating with it is still more inflamed in mind. And so neither in the body do they sit ever gazing at and desiring this light, nor after death do they return to this world again, and skulk and loiter about the doors and bedchambers of newly married people. Disagreeable ghosts of pleasure-loving and sensual men and women, who do not rightly deserve the name of lovers. For the true lover, when he has got into the other world and associated with beauties as much as is lawful, has wings and is initiated and passes his time above in the presence of his deity, dancing and waiting upon him. Until he goes back to the meadows of the moon and Aphrodite, and sleeping there commences a new existence. But this is a subject too high for the present occasion. However, it is with love as with the other gods, to borrow the words of Euripides, he rejoices in being honored by mankind, and vice versa, for he is most propitious to those that receive him properly, but visits his displeasure on those that affront him. For neither does Zeus as god of hospitality punish and avenge any outrages on strangers or suppliants, nor as god of the family fulfill the curses of parents, as quickly as love hearkens to lovers unfairly treated, being the chastiser of boorish and haughty persons. Why need I mention the story of Euxinthides and Lycomantis, the latter of whom is called the peeping girl to this day in Cyprus? But perhaps you have not heard of the punishment of the Cretan Gorgo, a somewhat similar case to that of Lycomantis, except that she was turned into stone as she peeped out of window to see her lover carried out to burial. For this Gorgo had a lover called Asander, a proper young man and of a good family, but reduced in fortune, though he thought himself worthy to mate with anybody. So he wooed Gorgo, being a relation of hers, and though he had many rivals, as she was much run after for her wealth belike, yet he had won the esteem of all the guardians and relations of the young girl. Now the origins and causes of love are not peculiar to either sex, but common to both. For those attractions that make men amorous may as well proceed from women as from boys. And as to those beautiful and holy reminiscences and invitations to the divine and genuine and Olympian beauty, by which the soul soars aloft, what hinders but that they may come either from boys or lads, maidens or grown women? Whenever a chaste and orderly nature and beauteous prime are associated together, just as a neat shoe exhibits the shapeliness of the foot, to borrow the illustration of Aristo. Whenever connoisseurs of beauty descry in beautiful forms and pure bodies clear traces of an upright and unenervated soul. For if the man of pleasure, who was asked whether he was most given to the love of women or boys, and answered, I care not which so beauty be but there, is considered to have given an appropriate answer as to his erotic desires. Shall the noble lover of beauty neglect beauty and nobility of nature, and make love only with an eye to the sexual parts? Why, the lover of horses will take just as much pleasure in the good points of Podargus, as in those of Eve, Agamemnon's mare, and the sportsman rejoices not only in dogs, but also rears Cretan and Spartan bitches. And shall the lover of the beautiful and of humanity be unfair and deal unequally with either sex, and think that the difference between the loves of boys and women is only their different dress? And yet they say that beauty is a flower of virtue. And it is ridiculous to assert that the female sex never blossoms nor make a goodly show of virtue, for as Aeschylus truly says, I never can mistake the burning eye of the young woman that has once known man. Shall the indications then of a forward wanton and corrupt 62 character be found in the faces of women, and shall there be no gleam of chastity and modesty in their appearance? Nay, there are many such, and shall they not move and provoke love? To doubt it would be neither sensible nor in accordance with the facts, for generally speaking, as has been pointed out, all these attractions are the same in both sexes. But, Daphneus, let us combat those views which Sisyphus lately advanced, making love to be only a regular desire carrying the soul away to licentiousness. Not that this was so much his own view as what he had often heard from morose men who knew nothing of love, some of whom marry unfortunate women for their dowries, and force on them economy and illiberal saving, and quarrel with them every day of their lives, while others, more desirous of children than wives, when they have made those women they come across mothers, bid farewell to marriage or regard it not at all, and neither care to love nor be loved. Now the fact that the word for conjugal love differs only by one letter from the word for endurance, the one being sigma tau rho gamma epsilon iota nu, the other sigma tau gamma epsilon iota nu, seems to emphasize the conjugal kindness mixed by time and intimacy with necessity. But that marriage which love has inspired will in the first place, as in Plato's Republic, know nothing of meum and tuum, for the proverb, whatever belongs to a friend is common property, is especially true of married persons who, though disunited in body, are perforce one in soul, neither wishing to be two, nor thinking themselves so. In the second place there will be mutual respect, which is a vital necessity in marriage. For as to that external respect which has in it more of compulsion than choice, being forced by the law and shame and fear, those needful bits and curbs to headstrong weeds, that will always exist in wedlock. But in love there is such self-control and decorum and constancy, that if the god but once enter the soul of a licentious man, he makes him give up all his amours, abates his pride, and breaks down his haughtiness and dissoluteness, putting in their place modesty and silence and tranquility and decorum, 63, and makes him constant to one. You have heard of course of the famous courtesan Lais, how she set all Greece on fire with her charms, or rather was contended for by 2 seas, and how, when she fell in love with Hippolochus the Thessalian, she left Acrocorinthus washed by the Green Sea, and deserted all her other lovers, that great army, and went off to Thessaly and lived faithful to Hippolochus. But the women there, envious and jealous of her for her surpassing beauty, dragged her into the temple of Aphrodite, and there stoned her to death, for which reason probably it is called to this day the temple of Aphrodite the murderess. We have also heard of servant girls who have refused the embraces of their masters, and of private individuals who have scorned an amour with queens, when love has had dominion in their hearts. For as in Rome, when a dictator is proclaimed, all other magistrates lay down their offices, so those over whom love is lord are free henceforward from all other lords and masters, and past the rest of their lives dedicate to the god and slaves in his temple. For a noble woman united by love to her lawful husband would prefer the embraces of bears and dragons to those of any other man. Although there are plenty of examples of this virtue of constancy, yet to you, that are the festive votaries of the god, it will not be amiss to relate the story of the Galatian Camma. She was a woman of most remarkable beauty, and the wife of the tetrarch Cynatus, whom Sinorix, one of the most influential men in Galatia, and desperately in love with Camma, murdered, as he could neither get her by force or persuasion in the lifetime of her husband. And Camma found a refuge and comfort in her grief in discharging the functions of hereditary priestess to Artemis, and most of her time she spent in her temple, 64, and, though many kings and potentates wooed her, she refused them all. But when Sinorix boldly proposed marriage to her, she declined not his offer, nor blamed him for what he had done, as though she thought he had only murdered Cynatus out of excessive love for her, and not in sheer villainy. He came, therefore, with confidence, and asked her hand, and she met him and greeted him and led him to the altar of the goddess, and pledged him in a cup of poisoned mead, drinking half of it herself and giving him the rest. And when she saw that he had drunk it up, she shouted aloud for joy, and calling upon the name of her dead husband, said, "Till this day, dearest husband, I have lived, deprived of you, a life of sorrow, but now take me to yourself with joy. For I have avenged you on the worst of men, as glad to share death with him as life with you." Then Sinorix was removed out of the temple on a litter, and soon after gave up the ghost, and Camma lived the rest of that day and following night, and is said to have died with a good courage and even with gaiety. As many similar examples might be adduced, both among ourselves and foreigners, who can feel any patience with those that reproach Aphrodite with hindering friendship when she associates herself with love as a partner? Whereas any reflecting person would call the love of boys wanton and gross lasciviousness, and say with the poet, "This is an outrage, not an act of love." All willing Pathics, therefore, we consider the vilest of mankind, and credit them with neither fidelity, nor modesty, nor friendship, for as Sophocles says, "Those who shall lose such friends may well be glad, and those who have such pray that they may lose them. But as for those who, not being by nature vicious, have been seduced or forced, they are apt all their life to despise and hate their seducers. And when an opportunity has presented itself to take fierce vengeance. As Cratius, who murdered Archelaus, and Pythalas, who murdered 65 Alexander of Phaerae. And Periander, the tyrant of the Ambraciotes, having asked a most insulting question of his minion, was murdered by him, so exasperated was he. But with women and wives all this is the beginning of friendship, and as it were an initiation into the sacred mysteries. And pleasure plays a very small part in this, but the esteem and favor and mutual love and constancy that result from it, proves that the Delphians did not talk nonsense in giving the name of Arma to Aphrodite. Nor Homer in giving the name of friendship to sexual love, and testifies to the fact that Solon was a most experienced legislator in conjugal matters, seeing that he ordered husbands not less than thrice a month to associate with their wives. Not for pleasure, but as states at certain intervals renew their treaties with one another, so he wished that by such friendliness marriage should, as it were, be renewed after any intervening tiffs and differences. But you will tell me there is much folly and even madness in the love of women. Is there not more extravagance in the love of boys? Seeing my many rivals I grow faint. The lad is beardless, smooth and soft and handsome, oh that I might in his embraces die, and have the fact recorded on my tomb. Such extravagant language as this is madness not love. And it is absurd to detract from woman's various excellence. Look at their self-restraint and intelligence, their fidelity and uprightness, and that bravery, courage and magnanimity so conspicuous in many. And to say that they have a natural aptitude for all other virtues, but are deficient as regards friendship alone, is monstrous. For they are fond of their children and husbands, and generally speaking the natural affection in them is not only, like a fruitful soil, capable of friendship, but is also accompanied by persuasion and other graces. And as poetry gives to words a kind of relish by melody and meter and rhythm, making instruction thereby more interesting, but what is injurious more insidious, so nature. 66 Investing woman with beautiful appearance and attractive voice and bewitching figure, does much for a licentious woman in making her wiles more formidable, but makes a modest one more apt thereby to win the goodwill and friendship of her husband. And as Plato advised Xenocrates, a great and noble man in all other respects, but too austere in his temperament, to sacrifice to the graces, so one might recommend a good and modest woman to sacrifice to love. That her husband might be a mild and agreeable partner, and not run after any other woman, so as to be compelled to say like the fellow in the comedy, what a wretch I am to ill-treat such a woman. For to love in marriage is far better than to be loved, for it prevents many, nay all, of those offences which spoil and mar marriage. As to the passionate affection in the early days of marriage, my dear Zeuxippus, do not fear that it will leave any sore or irritation. Though it is not wonderful that there should be some friction at the commencement of union with a virtuous woman, just as at the grafting of trees, as there is also pain at the beginning of conception. For there can be no complete union without some suffering. Learning puts boys out somewhat when they first go to school, as philosophy does young men at a later day, but the ill effects are not lasting, either in their cases or in the case of lovers. As in the fusion of two liquors, love does indeed at first cause a simmering and commotion, but eventually cools down and settles and becomes tranquil. For the union of lovers is indeed a complete union, whereas the union of those that live together without love resembles only the friction and concussion of Epicurus' atoms in collision and recoil, forming no such union as love makes when he presides over the conjugal state. For nothing else produces so much pleasure, or such lasting advantages, or such beautiful, remarkable and desirable friendship, as when husband and wife live in one house, two souls beating as one. And the law gives its countenance, and nature shows that 67 even the gods themselves require love for the production of everything. Thus the poets tell us that, the earth loves a shower, and heaven loves the earth, and the natural philosophers tell us that the sun is in love with the moon, and that they are husband and wife. And that the earth is the mother of man and beast and the producer of all plants. Would not the world itself then of necessity come to an end, if the great god Love and the desires implanted by the god should leave matter, and matter should cease to yearn for and pursue its lead? But not to seem to wander too far away and altogether to trifle, you know that many censure boy loves for their instability, and jeeringly say that intimacy like an egg is destroyed by a hair, for that boy lovers like nomads, spending the summer in a blooming and flowery country, at once decamp then as from an enemy's territory. And still more vulgarly Bion the sophist called the sprouting beards of beautiful boys Harmodiuses and Aristogittons, inasmuch as lovers were delivered by them from a pleasant tyranny. But this charge cannot justly be brought against genuine lovers, and it was prettily said by Euripides, as he embraced and kissed handsome Agatho whose beard was just sprouting, that the autumn of beautiful youths was lovely as well as the spring. And I maintain that the love of beautiful and chaste wives flourishes not only in old age amid grey hairs and wrinkles, but even in the grave and monument. And while there are few such long unions in the case of boy loves, one might enumerate 10,000 such instances of the love of women, who have kept their fidelity to the end of their lives. One such case I will relate, which happened in my time in the reign of the Emperor Vespasian. Julius, who stirred up a revolt in Galatia, among several other confederates had one Sabinus, a young man of good family, and for wealth and renown the most conspicuous of all the men in those parts. But having attempted 68 what was too much for them they were foiled, and expecting to pay the penalty, some committed suicide, others fled and were captured. Now Sabinus himself could easily have got out of the way and made his escape to the barbarians, but he had married a most excellent wife, whose name in that part of the world was Empone, but in Greek would be Herois. And he could neither leave her behind nor take her with him. As he had in the country some underground caves, known only to 2 of his freedmen, where he used to stow away things, he dismissed all the rest of his slaves, as if he intended to poison himself. And taking with him these 2 trusty freedmen he descended with them into those underground caves, and sent one of them, Martialis, to tell his wife that he had poisoned himself, and that his body was burnt in the flames of his country house. For he wanted his wife's genuine sorrow to lend credit to the report of his death. And so it happened. For she, throwing herself on to the ground, groaned and wailed for 3 days and nights, and took no food. And Sabinus, being informed of this, and fearing that she would die of grief, told Martialis to inform her secretly that he was alive and well and in hiding, and to beg her not to relax her show of grief, but to keep up the farce. And she did so with the genius of a professional actress, but yearning to see her husband she visited him by night, and returned without being noticed, and for 6 or 7 months she lived with him this underground life. And she disguised him by changing his dress, and cutting off his beard, and rearranging his hair, so that he should not be known, and took him to Rome, having some hopes of obtaining his pardon. But being unsuccessful in this she returned to her own country, and spent most of her time with her husband underground, but from time to time visited the town, and showed herself to some ladies who were her friends and relations. But what is most astonishing of all is that, though she bathed with them, she concealed her pregnancy from them. For the dye which women use to make their hair a golden auburn, has a tendency to produce corpulence and flesh and a full habit, and she rubbed this abundantly over all parts of her body, and so concealed her pregnancy. And she bare the pangs of travail by herself, as a lioness bears her whelps, having hid herself in the cave with her 69 husband, and there she gave birth to 2 boys, one of whom died in Egypt, the other, whose name was Sabinus, was among us only the other day at Delphi. Vespasian eventually put her to death, but paid the penalty for it, his whole progeny in a short time being wiped off the face of the earth. For during the whole of his reign he did no more savage act, nor could gods or demons have turned away their eyes from a crueler sight. And yet her courage and bold language abetted the pity of the spectators, though it exasperated Vespasian, for, despairing of her safety, she bade them go and tell the emperor that it was sweeter to live in darkness and underground than to wear his crown. Here my father said that the conversation about love which took place at Thespiae ended. And at this moment Diogenes, one of Pysia's companions, was noticed coming up at a faster pace than walking. And while he was yet a little way off, Soclarus hailed him with, "You don't announce war, Diogenes," and he replied, "Hush! It is a marriage, come with me quickly, for the sacrifice only waits for you. All were delighted, and Xanthippus asked if Pysias was still against the marriage. As he was first to oppose it, said Diogenes, so he was first to yield the victory to Ismenedora, and he has now put on a crown and robed himself in white, so as to take his place at the head of the procession to the god through the marketplace. Come, said my father, in heaven's name, let us go and laugh at him, and worship the god, for it is clear that the god has taken delight in what has happened, and been propitious. The allusion is to Plato's Phaedrus. b. Much, indeed, of the subject matter here is, we shall find, somewhat similar to that of the Phaedrus. It is difficult to know what the best English word here is. From the sly thrust in Pysias was evidently grey. I have therefore selected the word gravest. But the most austere, the most sensible, the most solid, the most sedate, all might express the Greek word also. Let the reader take which he likes best. In a Greek house the women and men had each their own separate apartments. This must be borne in mind here to explain the allusion. That is, from interested and selfish motives. On Lays and Aristippus see Cicero, ad. Fam. 9. 26. Pausanias, I. 19, shows us that there was at Athens a temple of Hercules called Cynosarges. But the matter is obscure. What the exact allusion is I cannot say. Fragment of Aeschylus. See Athenaeus, 13. Which explains the otherwise obscure allusion. That is the son of Hera alone, who was unwilling to be outdone by Zeus, who had given birth to Pallas Athene alone. Hesiod has the same view, Theog. 927. Pyro-alpha is so used also in Esh. Supple, 998, 1015. See also, Athenaeus, 608, F. Daphneus implies these very nice gentlemen, like the same class described by Juvenal, curios simulant et bacchanalia vivant. I omit kappa alpha kappa omicron pi delta alpha as a gloss or explanation of the old reading mu alpha kappa epsilon lambda epsilon alpha instead of mu alpha tau upsilon lambda epsilon alpha. Nothing can be made of kappa alpha kappa omicron pi delta alpha in the context. Works and Days, 606 to 608. I follow here the reading of Wittenbach. Through the whole of this essay the reading is very uncertain frequently. My text in it has been formed from a careful collation of Wittenbach, Reisk, and Dubner. I mention this here once for all, for it is unnecessary in a translation to minutely specify the various readings on every occasion. I am not editing the Moralia. De Enantha et Agathoclea, v. Polyp. Excerpt, L. 15. Reisk. Thespi. The allusion is to Phryne. See Pausanias, 9. 27, x. 15. Reading with Wittenbach, sigma pi epsilon rho delta alpha kappa tau lambda iota omicron mu sigma chi nu omicron mu pi epsilon rho iota upsilon delta epsilon delta iota. Perhaps cur equals coward, was originally curtail. One of the three ports at Athens. See Pausanias, I. 1. Iolaus was the nephew of Hercules, and was associated with him in many of his labors. See Pausanias, I. 19, 7. 2, 8. 14, 45. I read sigma upsilon nu omicron alpha rho zeta omicron nu tau alpha. The general reading sigma upsilon nu epsilon rho nu tau alpha will hardly do here. Wittenbach suggests sigma upsilon nu epsilon alpha rho zeta omicron nu tau alpha. What the delta iota beta omicron lambda alpha was is not quite clear. I have supposed a jersey. The women of Lemnos were very masterful. On one memorable occasion they killed all their husbands in one night. Thus the line of Ovid has almost a proverbial force, lemniadesc viros nimium quoque vincere norant. Heroids, 6. 53, Sibelius in his preface to Pausanias, page 21, gives from an old scholia a sort of excuse for the action of the women of Lemnos. Probably the epilepsy. See Herodotus, 3. 33. Euripides, Bacchi, 203. Euripides, fragment of the Thmelanope. I take Wittenbach's suggestion as to the reading here. This line is taken bodily by Aristophanes in his Frogs, 1244. The first line is the first line of a passage from Euripides, consisting of 13 lines, containing similar sentiments to this. See Athenaeus, 13. F. The last two lines are from Euripides, Hippolytus, 449, 450. Compare Lucretius, I, 1-5. Hesiod, Theogony, 116-120. Euripides, Danae, Frag. Compare Ovid, Sedit amor rebus, residential age, 2-Xeris. Sophocles, Fragm. 678, Dindorf. Compare a remark of Sophocles, recorded by Cicero, De Senectute, ch. 14. Sophocles, Fragm. 720. Reading Kappa Alpha Lambda with Reisk. Iliad, v. 831. Connecting rho with nu alpha iota rho epsilon nu. The Saint Hubert of the Middle Ages. Aeschylus, Frag. 1911, Dindorf. Odyssey, v. 69. Fragm. 146, 125. Hermes is alluded to. All these four were titles of Zeus. They are very difficult to put into English so as to convey any distinctive and definite idea to an English reader. Enthusiasm is the being nu theta epsilon omicron, or inspired by some god. From Aeschylus, Supplices, 681, 682. Iliad, 7. 121, 122. Like the character described in Lucretius, 2. 1-6. Sophocles, Trachiniae, 497. The Cyprian queen is, of course, Aphrodite. Hence the famous proverb, non omnibus dormio. CCIC. Ad. Fam. 7. 24. Above, in. See Sophocles, Antigone, 783, 784. And compare Horace, Odes, Book 4. Ode 13. 6-8, Alvarentis edidocti salera cae pulchris excubat in genus. That Niobe, which exists only in a few fragments. This was the name of Dionysius' poem. He was a Corinthian poet. Iliad, 13. 131. Reading according to the conjecture of Wittenbach, tau nu rho omega tau alpha upsilon nu omicron nu tau tau eta tau omicron nu tau alpha tau nu sigma tau rho alpha tau eta gamma nu. Something has probably dropped out here, as Dubner suspects. Fragment from the Sthenibia of Euripides. Anytus was one of the accusers of Socrates, and so one of the causers of his death. So Horace calls Socrates Enitai Riem, Saturday, 2. 4, 3. Homeric Epigrammata, 13. 5, quoted also in On Virtue and Vice. Odyssey, 19. 40. I adopt the suggestion of Wittenbach, epsilon pi epsilon nu delta alpha phi nu alpha epsilon. Pindar, Pyth I, 8. See for example Homer, Iliad, 11. 3, 73, 9. 502. Euripides, Perithoeus, Fragm. 591, Dindorf. An allusion to Homer, Odyssey, 12. 453. So Terence, Andrea, 555. Amantium ire amoris integratiust. Euripides, Hippolytus, 194-196. The lines are from Alcaeus. Thus love was the child of the rainbow and the west wind. A pretty conceit. Greek Iris. The mirrors of the ancients were of course not like our mirrors. They were only burnished bronze. Hence the view in them would be at best somewhat obscure. This explains 1 Cor 13. 12, 2 Cor 3. 18, James I, 23. See Euripides, Hippolytus, 7, 8. Here the story unfortunately ends, and for all time we shall know no more of it. Reisk somewhat forcibly says, Vel lipus videat gorgus historiam non esse finitam, iti multa, ut iti alias, Paris. Like Reisk we condense here a little. Reading with Reisk rho theta kappa alpha iota theta rho pi tau omicron upsilon. I read epsilon gamma rho. See, Iliad, 23. 295. Podargus was an entire horse. See Ovid, Metamorph, 3. 206-208. Aeschylus, Toxotides, Fragm. 224. A very favorite proverb among the ancients. See Platt. Fedre, Finn. Martial, 2. 43. Sophomore Fragm. 712. On Lays, see Pausanias, 2. 2. Her Thessalian lover is there called Hippostratus. Her favors were so costly that the famous proverb is said to owe its origin to her, non cuivis homini contingit adire Corinthum. The Aegean and Ionian. Cf. Horace, Odes, I, 7, 2. On Acrocorinthus, see Pausanias, 2. 4. The words in inverted commas are from Euripides, Fragm. 921. On Lays generally, and her end, see Athenaeus, 13. 54, 55. See the festival of love was being kept at this very time. This story is also told by Plutarch, De Mulierum Virtutibus. Sophocles, Fragm. 741, quoted again in On Abundance of Friends. A Delphic word for love. Can it be connected with Romualpha? Very frequent in Homer, e.g., Iliad, 2. 232. 6, 165, 13. 636, 14. 353, etc. See Lucretius, 4. 1105-1114, I tone down the original here a little. Homer, Odyssey, 6. 183, 184. Cf. Europe. Medea, 14, 15. This means when the mustache and beard and whiskers begin to grow. The whole story about Harmodius and Aristogiton and how they killed Hipparchus is told by Thucydides, 6. 54-59, Bion therefore practically called these sprouting beards tyrant killers, tyrannicides. Scriptus igiter hic libellus est post quidem Domitiani. Reisk. Vespasian certainly was not cruel generally. Non temericus punitus insens reparator, nisi absenti eo et ignero aut cert in vito ac decepto. Sola est, in qua marito culpiter, pecuniae cupiditas. Suetonius, Divus Vespasianus, 15, 16. Conjugal precepts. Plutarch sends greeting to Polyaenus and Eurydice. After the customary marriage rites, by which, the priestess of Demeter has united you together, I think that to make an appropriate discourse, and one that will chime in with the occasion, will be useful to you and agreeable to the law. For in music one of the tunes played on the flute is called Hippothorus, which is a tune that excites fierce desire in stallions to cover mares. And though in philosophy there are many goodly subjects, yet is there none more worthy of attention than that of marriage, on which subject philosophy spreads a charm over those who are to pass life together, and makes them gentle and mild to one another. I send therefore as a gift to both of you a summary of what you have often heard, as you are both well versed in philosophy, arranging my matter in a series of short observations that it may be the more easily remembered. And I pray that the Muses will assist and co-operate with Aphrodite, so that no lyre or lute could be more harmonious or in tune than your married life, as the result of philosophy in concord. And thus the ancients set up near Aphrodite statues of Hermes, to show that conversation was one of the great charms of marriage, and also statues of Pytho and the Graces, to teach married people to gain their way with one another by persuasion, and not by wrangling or contention. Solon bade the bride eat a quince the first night of marriage, intimating thereby, it seems, that the bridegroom was to expect his first pleasure from the bride's mouth and conversation. In Boeotia they dress up the bride with a chaplet 71 of asparagus, for as the asparagus gives most excellent fruit from a thorny stalk, so the bride, by not being too reluctant and coy in the first approaches, will make the married state more agreeable and pleasant. But those husbands who cannot put up with the early peevishness of their brides, are not a whit wiser than those persons who pluck unripe grapes and leave the ripe grapes for others. On the other hand, many brides, being at first disgusted with their husbands, are like those that stand the bee's sting but neglect the honey. Married people should especially at the outset beware of the first quarrel and collision, observing that vessels when first fabricated are easily broken up into their component parts, but in process of time, getting compact and firmly welded together, are proof against either fire or steel. As fire gets kindled easily in chaff or in a wick or in the fur of hares, but is easily extinguished again, if it find no material to keep it in and feed it, so we must not consider that the love of newly married people, that blazes out so fiercely in consequence of the attractions of youth and beauty, will be durable and lasting, unless it be fixed in the character, and occupy the mind, and make a living impression. As catching fish by drugged bait is easy, but makes the fish poor to eat and insipid, so those wives that lay traps for their husbands by philters and charms, and become their masters by pleasure, have stupid senseless and spoiled husbands to live with. For those that were bewitched by Circe did her no good, nor could she make any use of them when they were turned into swine and asses, but she was greatly in love with the prudent Odysseus who dwelt with her sensibly. Those women who would rather lord it over fools than obey sensible men, resemble those people who would rather lead the blind on a road, and not people who have eyesight and know how to follow. Women disbelieve that Pasiphae, a king's wife, 72 was enamored of a bull, although they see some of their sex despising grave and sober men, and preferring to associate with men who are the slaves of intemperance and pleasure, and like dogs and he-goats. Men who through weakness or effeminacy cannot vault upon their horses' backs, teach them to kneel and so receive their riders. Similarly, some men that marry noble or rich wives, instead of making themselves better humble their wives, thinking to rule them easier by lowering them. But one ought to govern with an eye to the merit of a woman, as much as to the size of a horse. We see that the moon when it is far from the sun is bright and glorious, but pales and hides its light when it is near. A modest wife on the contrary ought to be seen chiefly with her husband, and to stay at home and in retirement in his absence. It is not a true observation of Herodotus, that a woman puts off her modesty with her shift. On the contrary, the modest woman puts on her modesty instead, and great modesty is a sign of great conjugal love. As where two voices are in unison the loudest prevails. So in a well-managed household everything is done by mutual consent, but the husband's supremacy is exhibited, and his wishes are consulted. The sun beat the north wind. For when it blew a strong and terrible blast, and tried to make the man remove his cloak, he only drew it round him more closely, but when the sun came out with its warm rays, at first warmed and afterward scorched, he stripped himself of coat as well as cloak. Most women act similarly. If their husbands try to curtail by force their luxury and extravagance, they are vexed and fight for their rights, but if they are convinced by reason, they quietly drop their expensive habits, and keep within bounds. Cato turned out of the Senate a man who kissed his own wife in the presence of his daughter. This was perhaps too strong a step, but if it is unseemly, as indeed it is, for husband and wife in the presence of others to fondle 73 and kiss and embrace one another, is it not far more unseemly in the presence of others to quarrel and jangle? Just as conjugal caresses and endearments ought to be private, so ought admonition and scolding in plain speaking. Just as there is little use in a mirror adorned with gold or precious stones, unless it conveys a true likeness, so there is no advantage in a rich wife, unless she conforms her life and habits to her husband's position. For if when a man is joyful the mirror makes him look sad, and when he is put out and sad it makes him look gay and smiling from ear to ear, the mirror is plainly faulty. So the wife is faulty and devoid of tact, who frowns when her husband is in the vein for mirth and jollity, and who jokes and laughs when he is serious, the former conduct is disagreeable, the latter contemptuous. And, just as geometricians say lines and surfaces do not move of themselves, but only in connection with bodies, so the wife ought to have no private emotions of her own, but share in her husband's gravity or mirth, anxiety or gaiety. As those husbands who do not like to see their wives eating and drinking in their company only teach them to take their food on the sly, so those husbands who are not gay and jolly with their wives, and never joke or smile with them, only teach them to seek their pleasures out of their company. The kings of Persia have their wedded wives at their side at banquets and entertainments. But when they have a mind for a drunken debauch they send them away, and call for singing girls and concubines, rightly so doing, for so they do not mix up their wives with licentiousness and drunkenness. Similarly, if a private individual, lustful and dissolute, goes astray with a courtesan or maid-servant, the wife should not be vexed or impatient, but consider that it is out of respect to her that he bestows upon another all his wanton depravity. 74 As kings make if fond of music many musicians, if lovers of learning many men of letters, and many athletes if fond of gymnastics, so the man who has an eye for female charms teaches his wife to dress well. The man of pleasure teaches his meretricious tricks and wantonness, while the true gentleman makes his virtuous and decorous. A Lacedaemonian maiden, when someone asked her if she had yet had dealings with a man, replied, "No, but he has with me." This methinks is the line of conduct a matron should pursue, neither to decline the embraces of a husband when he takes the initiative, nor to provoke them herself, for the one is forward and savours of the courtesan. The other is haughty and unnatural. The wife ought not to have her own private friends, but cultivate only those of the husband. Now the gods are our first and greatest friends, so the wife ought only to worship and recognize her husband's gods, and the door ought to be shut on all superfluous worship and strange superstitions. For none of the gods are pleased with stealthy and secret sacrifices on the part of a wife. Plato says that is a happy and fortunate state, where the words meum and tuum are least heard, because the citizens regard the common interest in all matters of importance. Far more essential is it in marriage that the words should have no place. For, as the doctors say, that blows on the left shoulders are also felt on the right, so is it good for husband and wife to mutually sympathize with one another, that just as the strength of ropes comes from the twining and interlacing of fibers together, so the marriage knot may be confirmed and strengthened by the interchange of mutual affection and kindness. Nature itself teaches this by the birth of children, which are so much a joint result, that neither husband nor wife can 75 criminate or discern which part of the child is theirs. So, too, it is well for married persons to have one purse, and to throw all their property into one common stock, that here also there may be no meum and tuum. And just as we call the mixture of water and wine by the name of wine, even though the water should preponderate, so we say that the house and property belongs to the man, even though the wife contribute most of the money. Helen was fond of wealth, Paris of pleasure, whereas Odysseus was prudent, Penelope chaste. So the marriage of the last two was happy and enviable, while that of the former two brought an Iliad of woe on Greeks and barbarians alike. The Roman who was taken to task by his friends for repudiating a chaste wealthy and handsome wife, showed them his shoe and said, "Although this is new and handsome, none of you know where it pinches me." A wife ought not therefore to put her trust in her dowry, or family, or beauty, but in matters that more vitally concern her husband, namely, in her disposition and companionableness and complaisance with him. Not to make everyday life vexatious or annoying, but harmonious and cheerful and agreeable. For as doctors are more afraid of fevers that are generated from uncertain causes, and from a complication of ailments, than of those that have a clear and adequate cause, so the small and continual and daily matters of offense between husband and wife, that the world knows nothing about, set the household most at variance, and do it the greatest injury. King Philip was desperately enamored of a Thessalian woman, who was accused of bewitching him. His wife Olympias therefore wished to get this woman into her power. But when she came before her, and was 76 evidently very handsome, and talked to her in a noble and sensible manner, Olympias said, "Farewell to calumny. Your charms lie in yourself. So invincible are the charms of a lawful wife to win her husband's affection by her virtuous character, bringing to him in herself dowry, and family, and philters, and even Aphrodite's cestus. Olympias, on another occasion, when a young courtier had married a wife who was very handsome, but whose reputation was not very good, remarked, "This fellow has no sense, or he would not have married with his eyes. We ought neither to marry with our eyes, nor with our fingers, as some do, who reckon up on their fingers what dowry the wife will bring, not what sort of partner she will make." It was advice of Socrates, that when young men looked at themselves in the mirror, those who were not handsome should become so through virtue, and those who were so should not by vice deform their beauty. Good also is it for the matron, when she has the mirror in her hands, if not handsome to say to herself, "What should I be, if I were not virtuous?" and if handsome to say to herself, "How good it were to add virtue to beauty." For it is a feather in the cap of a woman not handsome to be loved for herself and not for good looks. Dionysius, the tyrant of Sicily, sent some costly dresses and necklaces to the daughters of Lysander, but he would not receive them, and said, "These presents will bring my daughters more shame than adornment." And Sophocles said still earlier than Lysander, "Your madness of mind will not appear handsome, wretch, but most unhandsome." For, as Crate says, that is adornment which adorns, and that adorns a woman that makes her more comely. And it is not gold or diamonds or scarlet robes that make her so, but her dignity, her correct conduct, and her modesty. Those who sacrifice to Hera as goddess of 77 marriage, do not burn the gall with the other parts of the victim, but when they have drawn it throw it away beside the altar, the lawgiver thus hinting that gall and rage have no place in marriage. For the austerity of a matron should be, like that of wine, wholesome and pleasant, not bitter as aloes, or like a drug. Plato advised Xenocrates, a man rather austere but in all other respects a fine fellow, to sacrifice to the graces. I think also that a chaste wife needs the graces with her husband that, as Metrodorus said, she may live agreeably with him, and not be bad-tempered because she is chaste. For neither should the frugal wife neglect neatness, nor the virtuous one neglect to make herself attractive, for peevishness makes a wife's good conduct disagreeable, as untidiness makes one disgusted with simplicity. The wife who is afraid to laugh and jest with her husband, lest she should appear bold and wanton, resembles one that will not anoint herself with oil lest she should be thought to use cosmetics, and will not wash her face lest she should be thought to paint. We see also in the case of those poets and orators, that avoid a popular illiberal and affected style, that they artificially endeavor to move and sway their audience by the facts, and by a skillful arrangement of them, and by their gestures. Consequently a matron will do well to avoid and repudiate over-preciseness, meretriciousness and pomposity, and to use tact in her dealings with her husband in everyday life, accustoming him to a combination of pleasure and decorum. But if a wife be by nature austere and apathetic, and no lover of pleasure, the husband must make the best of it, for, as Phocion said, when Antipater enjoined on him an action neither honorable nor becoming, "You cannot have me as a friend and flatterer both," so he must say to himself about his strict and austere wife, "I cannot have in the same woman wife and mistress." It was a custom among the Egyptian ladies not to wear shoes, that they might stay at home all day and not go abroad. But most of our women will only stay at 78 home if you strip them of their golden shoes, and bracelets, and shoe buckles, and purple robes, and pearls. Theano, as she was putting on her shawl, displayed her arm, and somebody observing, "What a handsome arm," she replied, "but not common." So ought not even the speech, any more than the arm, of a chaste woman, to be common, for speech must be considered as it were the exposing of the mind, especially in the presence of strangers. For in words are seen the state of mind and character and disposition of the speaker. Phidias made a statue of Aphrodite at Elis, with one foot on a tortoise, as a symbol that women should stay at home and be silent. For the wife ought only to speak either to her husband, or by her husband, not being vexed if, like a flute player, she speaks more decorously by another mouthpiece. When rich men and kings honor philosophers, they really pay homage to themselves as well, but when philosophers pay court to the rich, they lower themselves without advancing their patrons. The same is the case with women. If they submit themselves to their husbands they receive praise, but if they desire to rule, they get less credit even than the husbands who submit to their rule. But the husband ought to rule his wife, not as a master does a chattel, but as the soul governs the body, by sympathy and goodwill. As he ought to govern the body by not being a slave to its pleasures and desires, so he ought to rule his wife by cheerfulness and complaisance. The philosophers tell us that some bodies are composed of distinct parts, as a fleet or army. Others of connected parts, as a house or ship, others united and growing together, as every animal is. The marriage of lovers is like this last class, that of those who marry for dowry or children is like the second class, and that of those who only sleep together is like the first class, who may be said to live in the same house, but in no other sense to live together. But, just as doctors tell us that liquids are the only things that thoroughly mix, so in married people there must be a complete union of bodies, wealth, friends, 79 and relations. And thus the Roman legislator forbade married people to exchange presents with one another, not that they should not go shares with one another, but that they should consider everything as common property. At Leptis, a town in Libya, it is the custom for the bride the day after marriage to send to her mother-in-law's house for a pipkin, who does not lend her one, but says she has not got one. That from the first the daughter-in-law may know her mother-in-law's stepmotherly mind, that if afterwards she should be harsher still, she should be prepared for it and not take it ill. Knowing this the wife ought to guard against any cause of offense, for the bridegroom's mother is jealous of his affection to his wife. But there is one cure for this condition of mind, to conciliate privately the husband's affection, and not to divert or diminish his love for his mother. Mothers seem to love their sons best as able to help them, and fathers their daughters as needing their help. Perhaps also it is in compliment to one another, that each prefers the other sex in their children, and openly favors it. This, however, is a matter perhaps of little importance. But it looks very nice in the wife to show greater respect to her husband's parents than to her own, and if anything unpleasant has happened to confide it to them rather than to her own people. For trust begets trust, and love love. The generals of the Greeks in Cyrus's army ordered their men to receive the enemy silently if they came up shouting, but if they came up silently to rush out to meet them with a shout. So sensible wives, in their husbands' tantrums, are quiet when they storm, but if they are silent and sullen talk them round and appease them. Rightly does Euripides censure those who introduce the lyre at wine parties, for music ought to be called in to assuage anger and grief, rather than to enervate the voluptuous still more than before. Think, therefore, those in error who sleep together for pleasure, but when they have any little difference with one another sleep apart, and do not then more than at any other time invoke Aphrodite, who is the best physician in such cases. As the poet, I ween, teaches us, where he introduces Hera, saying, their long-continued strife I now will end, for to the bed of love I will them send. Everywhere and at all times should husband and wife avoid giving one another cause of offense, but most especially when they are in bed together. The woman who was in labor and had a bad time said to those that urged her to go to bed, how shall the bed cure me, which was the very cause of this trouble? And those differences and quarrels which the bed generates will not easily be put an end to at any other time or place. Hermione seems to speak the truth where she says, the visits of bad women ruined me. But this case does not happen naturally, but only when dissension and jealousy has made wives open not only their doors but their ears to such women. But that is the very time when a sensible wife will shut her ears more than at any other time, and be especially on her guard against whisperers, that fire may not be added to fire, and remember the remark of Philip, who, when his friends tried to excite him against the Greeks, on the ground that they were treated well and yet reviled him, answered, what will they do then, if I treat them ill? Whenever, then, calumniating women come and say to a wife, how badly your husband treats you, though a chaste and loving wife, let her answer, how would he act then, if I were to begin to hate him and injure him? The master who saw his runaway slave a long 81 time after he had run away, and chased him, and came up with him just as he had got to the mill, said to him, in what more appropriate place could I have wished to find you? So let the wife, who is jealous of her husband, and on the point of writing a bill of divorce in her anger, say to herself, in what state would my rival be better pleased to see me in than this, vexed and at variance with my husband? And on the point of abandoning his house and bed? The Athenians have 3 sacred seed times, the first at Cyrus, as a remembrance of the original sowing of corn, the second at Rharia, the third under Pelus, which is called Busigium. But a more sacred seed time than all these is the procreation of children, and therefore Sophocles did well to call Aphrodite, fruitful Cytherea. Wherefore it behoves both husband and wife to be most careful over this business, and to abstain from lawless and unholy breaches of the marriage vow, and from sowing in quarters where they desire no produce, or where, if any produce should come, they would be ashamed of it and desire to conceal it. When Gorgias the rhetorician recited his speech at Olympia recommending harmony to the Greeks, Melanthius cried out, "He recommend harmony to us. Why, he can't persuade his wife and maid to live in harmony, though there are only 3 of them in the house." Gorgias belike had an intrigue with the maid, and his wife was jealous. He then must have his own house in good order who undertakes to order the affairs of his friends and the public. For any ill-doings on the part of husbands to their wives is far more likely to come out and be known to the public than the ill-doings of wives to their husbands. They say the cat is driven mad by the smell of perfumes. If it happens that wives are equally affected 82 by perfumes, it is monstrous that their husbands should not abstain from using perfumes, rather than for so small a pleasure to incommode so grievously their wives. And since they suffer quite as much when their husbands go with other women, it is unjust for a small pleasure to pain and grieve wives, and not to abstain from connection with other women, when even beekeepers will do as much. Because bees are supposed to dislike and sting those that have had dealings with women. Those that approach elephants do not dress in white, nor those that approach bulls in red, for these colors render those animals savage, and tigers they say at the beating of drums go quite wild, and tear themselves in their rage. Similarly, as some men cannot bear to see scarlet and purple dresses, and others are put out by cymbals and drums, what harm would it do wives to abstain from these things, and not to vex or provoke husbands, but to live with them quietly and meekly? A woman said to Philip, who against her will was pulling her about, "Let me go, all women are alike when the lamp is put out." A good remark to adulterers and debauches. But the married woman ought to show when the light is put out that she is not like all other women, for then, when her body is not visible, she ought to exhibit her chastity and modesty as well as her personal affection to her husband. Plato recommended old men to act with decorum especially before young men, that they too might show respect to them, for where the old behave shamelessly, no modesty or reverence will be exhibited by the young. The husband ought to remember this, and show no one more respect than his wife, knowing that the bridal chamber will be to her either a school of virtue or of vice. And he who enjoys pleasures that he forbids his wife, is like a man that orders his wife to go on fighting against an enemy to whom he has himself surrendered. As to love of show, Eurydice, read and try to 83 remember what was written by Timoxena to Aristilla, and do you, Polyanus, not suppose that your wife will abstain from extravagance and expense. If she sees that you do not despise such vanities in others, but delight in gilt cups, and pictures in houses, and trappings for mules, and ornaments for horses. For it is not possible to banish extravagance from the women's side of the house if it is always to be seen in the men's apartments. Moreover, Polyanus, as you are already old enough for the study of philosophy, adorn your character by its teaching, whether it consists of demonstration or constructive reasoning, by associating and conversing with those that can profit you. And for your wife gather honey from every quarter, as the bees do, and whatever knowledge you have yourself acquired impart to her, and converse with her, making the best arguments well known and familiar to her. For now, father thou art to her, and mother dear, and brother too. And no less decorous is it to hear the wife say, "Husband, you are my teacher and philosopher and guide in the most beautiful and divine subjects." For such teaching in the first place detaches women from absurdities, for the woman who has learnt geometry will be ashamed to dance, nor will she believe in incantations and spells, if she has been charmed by the discourses of Plato and Xenophon. And if anyone should undertake to draw the moon down from the sky, she will laugh at the ignorance and stupidity of women that credit such nonsense, well understanding geometry, and having heard how Aglaonus, the daughter of the Thessalian Hegetor, having a thorough knowledge of the eclipses of the moon, and being aware beforehand of the exact time when the moon would be in eclipse, cheated the women, and persuaded them that she herself had drawn it down from the sky. For no woman was ever yet credited with having had a child without intercourse with a man, for those shapeless embryos and gobbets of flesh that take form from corruption are called moles. We must guard against such false conceptions as these arising in the minds 84 of women, for if they are not well informed by good precepts, and share in the teaching that men get, they generate among themselves many foolish and absurd ideas and states of mind. But do you, Eurydice, study to make yourself acquainted with the sayings of wise and good women, and ever have on your tongue those sentiments which as a girl you learnt with us, that so you may make your husband's heart glad, and be admired by all other women, being in yourself so wonderfully and splendidly adorned. For one cannot take or put on, except at great expense, the jewels of this or that rich woman, or the silk dresses of this or that foreign woman, but the virtues that adorn Theano, and Cleobuline, and Gorgo the wife of Leonidas, and Timoclea the sister of Theagenes, and the ancient Claudia, and Cornelia the sister of Scipio, and all other such noble and famous women, these one may array oneself in without money and without price, and so adorned lead a happy and famous life. For if Sappho plumed herself so much on the beauty of her lyrical poetry as to write to a certain rich woman, you shall lie down in your tomb, nor shall there be any remembrance of you, for you have no part in the roses of Pieria. How shall you not have a greater right to plume yourself on having a part not in the roses but in the fruits which the Muses bring, and which they freely bestow on those that admire learning and philosophy? This tune is again alluded to by Plutarch in Question. Convival. F. See also Clemens Alexandrinus, Pedagogue, 2. Alpha tau alpha delta pi pi omicron iota mu iota gamma nu upsilon mu nu alpha iota omicron nu mu nu alpha iota omicron pi alpha upsilon lambda epsilon tau alpha iota nu mu omicron alpha lambda omega delta iota alpha pi pi theta omicron rho omicron nu tau omicron nu kappa epsilon kappa lambda eta kappa alpha sigma iota nu omicron mu omicron upsilon sigma iota kappa omicron. Pytho means persuasion, and is represented as one of the graces by Hermes Anax. See Pausanias, 9. 35. Compare the proverb epsilon iota kappa epsilon lambda mu phi alpha kappa zeta epsilon tau alpha iota, and Tibullus, 3. 5. 19. Quid fraudar juvat vitam crescentibus juvis? Cf. Shakespeare, Romeo and Juliet, A. 2. SC 6. 9-15. Herodotus, I. 8. An allusion to the well-known fable of Aesop, number 82 in Holmes' edition. This comparison of the mirror is beautifully used by Keble in his Christian Year. Without a hope on earth to find a mirror in an answering mind. Wednesday before Easter. Does this throw light on Esther, I. 10-12? By their patronage. Republic, v. C. By the power of sympathy. This is especially true of eyes. Wittenbach compares the epigram in the Anthology, I. 46. 9. Kappa alpha gamma rho delta xi iota omicron nu mu alpha kappa omicron mu epsilon nu omicron nu mu alpha tau iota lambda alpha pi omicron lambda kappa iota tau omicron delta omicron upsilon nu tau iota delta omega sigma iota pi nu omicron upsilon. Reading kappa alpha lambda omicron nu with Hercher. The ancients hardly ever drank wine neat. Hence the allusion. The symposiarch, or arbiter by Bendy, settled the proportions to be used. Compare the French proverb, le beau soulier blesse sauvant l'opide. Thessaly was considered by the ancients famous for enchantments and spells. So Juvenal, 6. 610, speaks of Thessala Philtia, and see Horace, Odes, I. 27. 21, 22, Epodes, v. 45. Wittenbach well compares the lines of Menander. Nu epsilon sigma tau lambda eta theta. Phi lambda tau rho omicron nu. Epsilon gamma nu mu omega nu. Tau rho pi, tau omicron tau. Kappa alpha kappa rho alpha tau epsilon nu. Nu delta rho. Epsilon omega theta epsilon nu. Gamma upsilon nu. An allusion to Homer, Iliad, 14. 214-217. Called by the Romans, Pronuba Juno. See Virg. Aeneid, 4. 166. Ovid, Heroids, 6. 43. See Pausanias, 6. 25. The statue was made of ivory and gold. Compare Terence, Hesyra, 201. Uno animo omnes socris oderunt neurus. As to stepmotherly feelings, the injusta naverca has passed into a proverb with all nations. See for example Hesiod, Works and Days, 823, lambda omicron tau epsilon mu eta tau rho upsilon iota pi lambda epsilon iota mu rho eta, lambda omicron tau epsilon mu tau eta rho. Wittenbach compares Seneca's Fidelum si Putaveris facies. EP 3. Euripides, Medea, 190-198. Homer, Iliad, 14. 205, 209. See Mulier Parturians, Phaedrus, Fables, I. 18. Euripides, Andromache, 930. Proverb. Cf. Horace, Oleum Ada Camino, 2. Saturday, 3. 321. See Aesop's Fables, No. 121, Hom. Delta Rho Alpha Pi Tau Eta is the title. All readers of Plautus and Terence know what a bugbear to slaves the threat of being sent to the mill was. They would have to turn it instead of horses, or other cattle. That is, yoking oxen for the plow. Procreation of children was among the ancients frequently called plowing and sowing. Hence the allusions in this paragraph. So, too, Shakespeare, Measure for Measure, Act I, Sc. 4. 41-44. The reference is to the rights of Cybele. See Lucretius, 2. 618. See Erasmus, Adagia. The French proverb is La nuit tu les chat sont gris. Laws. C. From the words of Andromache to Hector, Iliad, 6. For 29, 430. Theano was the wife of Pythagoras. See Livy, 29. 14. Propertius, v. 11. 51, 52. Ovid, Fasti, 4. 305 SQ. And mother of the Gracchi. Jeremy Taylor, in his beautiful sermon on The Marriage Ring, has borrowed not a few hints from this treatise of Plutarch, as usual investing with a new beauty whatever he borrows, from whatever source. He had the classics at his finger's end, and much of his unique charm he owes to them. But he read them as a philosopher, and not as a grammarian. Consolatory letter to his wife. Plutarch to his wife sends greeting. The messenger that you sent to me to announce the death of our little girl seems to have missed his way en route for Athens, but when I got to Tanagra I heard the news from my niece. I suppose the funeral has already taken place, and I hope everything went off so as to give you least sorrow both now and hereafter. But if you left undone anything you wished to do, waiting for my opinion, and thinking your grief would then be lighter, be it without ceremoniousness or superstition, both which things are indeed foreign to your character. Only, my dear wife, let us both be patient at this calamity. I know and can see very clearly how great it is, but should I find your grief too excessive, it would trouble me even more than the event itself. And yet I have not a heart hard as heart of oak or flintstone, as you yourself know very well, who have shared with me in the bringing up of so many children, as they have all been educated at home by ourselves. And this one I know was more especially beloved by you, as she was the first daughter after 4 sons, when you longed for a daughter, and so I gave her your name. And as you are very fond of children your grief must have a peculiar bitterness when you call to mind her pure and simple gaiety, which was without a tincture of passion or querulousness. For she had from nature a wonderful contentedness of mind and meekness, and her affectionateness and winning ways not only pleased one but also afforded a means of observing her kindliness of heart. For she used to bid her nurse give the teat not only to other children but even to her favourite playthings, and so invited them as it were to her table in kindliness of heart, and gave them a share of her good things, and provided the best entertainment for those that pleased her. But I see no reason, my dear wife, why these and similar traits in her character, that gave us delight in her lifetime 86 should now, when recalled to the memory, grieve and trouble us. Though, on the other hand, I fear that if we cease to grieve we may also cease to remember her, like Clymene, who says in the play, "I hate the supple bough of Cornel wood, and would put down athletics," because she ever avoided and trembled at anything that reminded her of her son, for it brought grief with it, and it is natural to avoid everything that gives us pain. But as she gave us the greatest pleasure in embracing her and even in seeing and hearing her, so ought her memory living and dwelling with us to give us more, many times more, joy than grief. Since those arguments that we have often used to others ought to be profitable to us in the present conjuncture, nor should we sit down and rail against fortune, opposing to those joys many more griefs. Those who were present at the funeral tell me with evident surprise that you put on no mourning, and that you bedizened up neither yourself nor your maids with the trappings of woe. And that there was no ostentatious expenditure of money at the funeral, but that everything was done orderly and silently in the presence of our relations. I am not myself surprised that you, who never made a display either at the theatre or on any other public occasion, and thought extravagance useless even in the case of pleasure, should have been frugal in your grief. For not only ought the chaste woman to remain uncorrupt in bacchanalian revels, but she ought to consider her self-control not a whit less necessary in the surges of sorrow and emotion of grief. Contending not, as most people think, against natural affection, but against the extravagant wishes of the soul. For we are indulgent to natural affection in the regret, and honor, and memory that it pays to the dead, but the insatiable desire for a passionate display of funeral grief, coming to the climax in coronets and beatings of the breast, is not less unseemly than intemperance in 87 pleasure, and is unreasonably forgiven only because pain and grief instead of delight are elements in the unseemly exhibition. For what is more unreasonable than to curtail excessive laughter or any other demonstration of joy, and to allow a free vent to copious lamentation and wailing that come from the same source? And how unreasonable is it, as some husbands do, to quarrel with their wives about perfume and purple robes, while they allow them to shear their heads in mourning, and to dress in black, and to sit in idle grief, and to lie down in weariness? And what is worst of all, how unreasonable is it for husbands to interfere if their wives chastise the domestics and maids immoderately or without sufficient cause, yet allow them to ill-treat themselves cruelly in cases and conjunctures that require repose and kindness. But between us, my dear wife, there never was any occasion for such a contest, nor do I think there ever will be. For as to your economy in dress and simple way of living, there is no philosopher with whom you are acquainted whom you did not amaze, nor is there any citizen who has not observed how plainly you dressed at sacred rites, and sacrifices, and theatres. You have also already on similar painful occasions exhibited great fortitude, as when you lost your eldest son, and again when our handsome Charon died. For when I was informed of his death, I well remember some guests from the sea were coming home with me to my house as well as some others, but when they saw the great quiet and tranquillity of the household, they thought, as they afterwards told some other people, that no such disaster had really happened, but that the news was untrue. So well had you ordered everything in the house, at a time when there would have been great excuse for disorder. And yet you had suckled that son, though your breast had had to be lanced owing to a contusion. This was noble conduct and showed your great natural affection. But most mothers we see, when their children are 88 brought to them clean and tidy, take them into their hands as playthings, and when they die burst out into idle and unthankful grief. Not so much out of affection, for affection is thoughtful and noble, but a great yearning for vain glory mixed with a little natural affection makes their grief fierce and vehement and hard to appease. And this does not seem to have escaped Aesop's notice, for he says that when Zeus assigned their honors to various gods, grief also claimed his. And Zeus granted his wish, with this limitation that only those who chose and wished need pay him honor. It is thus with grief at the outset, everyone welcomes it at first, but after it has got by process of time settled, and become an inmate of the house, it is with difficulty dislodged again, however much people may wish to dislodge it. Wherefore we ought to keep it out of doors, and not let it approach the garrison by wearing mourning or shearing the hair, or by any similar outward sign of sorrow. For these things occurring daily in being importunate make the mind little, and narrow, and unsocial, and harsh, and timid, so that, being besieged and taken in hand by grief, it can no longer laugh, and shuns daylight, and avoids society. This evil will be followed by neglect of the body, and dislike to anointing and the bath and the other usual modes of life, whereas the very opposite ought to be the case. For the mind ill at ease especially requires that the body should be in a sound and healthy condition. For much of grief is blunted and relaxed and the body is permeated by calm, like the sea in fine weather. But if the body get into a dry and parched condition from a low diet, and gives no proper nutriment to the soul, but only feeds it with sorrow and grief, as it were with bitter and injurious exhalations, it cannot easily recover its tone however people may wish it should. Such is the state of the soul that has been so ill-treated. Moreover, I should not hesitate to assert that the 89 most formidable peril in connection with this is, the visits of bad women, and their chatter, and joint lamentation, all which things fan the fire of sorrow and aggravate it, and suffer it not to be extinguished either by others or by itself. I am not ignorant what a time of it you had lately, when you went to the aid of Theon's sister, and fought against the women who came on a visit of condolence and rushed up with lamentation and wailing, adding fuel as it were to her fire of grief in their simplicity. For when people see their friends' houses on fire they put it out as quickly and energetically as they can, but when their souls are on fire they themselves bring fuel. And if anybody has anything the matter with his eyes they will not let him put his hands to them, however much he wish, nor do they themselves touch the inflamed part. But a person in grief sits down and gives himself up to every chance comber, like a river, that all make use of, to stir up and aggravate the sore, so that from a little tickling and discomfort it grows into a great and terrible disease. However, as to all this I know you will be on your guard. Try also often to carry yourself back in memory to that time when, this little girl not having been then born, we had nothing to charge fortune with, and to compare that time and this together, as if our circumstances had gone back to what they were then. Otherwise, my dear wife, we shall seem discontented at the birth of our little daughter, if we consider our position before her birth as more perfect. But we ought not to erase from our memory the 2 years of her life, but to consider them as a time of pleasure giving us gratification and enjoyment, and not to deem the shortness of the blessing as a great evil, nor to be unthankful for what was given us, because fortune did not give us a longer tenure as we wished. For ever to be careful what we say about the gods, and to be cheerful and not rail against fortune, brings a sweet and goodly profit. And he who in such conjunctures as ours mostly tries to remember his blessings, and turns and diverts his mind from the dark and disturbing things in life to the 90 bright and radiant, either altogether extinguishes his grief or makes it small and dim from a comparison with his comforts. For as perfume gives pleasure to the nose, and is a remedy against disagreeable smells, so the remembrance of past happiness in present trouble gives all the relief they require to those who do not shut out of their memory the blessings of the past, or always and everywhere rail against fortune. And this certainly ought not to be our case, that we should slander all our past life because, like a book, it has one erasure in it, when all the other pages have been bright and clean. You have often heard that happiness consists in right calculations resulting in a healthy state of mind, and that the changes which fortune brings about need not upset it, and introduce confusion into our life. But if we too must, like most people, be governed by external events, and make an inventory of the dealings of fortune, and constitute other people the judges of our felicity, do not now regard the tears and lamentations of those who visit you, which by a faulty custom are lavished on everybody, but consider rather how happy you are still esteemed by them for your family, your house, and life. For it would be monstrous, if others would gladly prefer your destiny to theirs, even taking into account our present sorrow, that you should rail against and be impatient at our present lot. And in consequence of our bitter grief not reflect how much comfort is still left to us. But like those who quote imperfect verses of Homer and neglect the finest passages of his writings, to enumerate and complain of the trials of life, while you pay no attention to its blessings, is to resemble those stingy misers, who heap up riches and make no use of them when they have them, but lament and are impatient if they are lost. And if you grieve over her dying unmarried and childless, you can comfort yourself with the thought that you have had both those advantages. For they should not be reckoned as great blessings in the case of those who do not enjoy them, and small blessings in the case of those who do. And that she has gone to a 91 place where she is out of pain ought not to pain us, for what evil can we mourn for on her account if her pains are over? For even the loss of important things does not grieve us when we have no need of them. But it was only little things that your Timoxena was deprived of, little things only she knew, and in little things only did she rejoice. And how can one be said to be deprived of things of which one had no conception, nor experience, nor even desire for? As to what you hear from some people, who get many to credit their notion, that the dead suffer no evil or pain. I know that you are prevented from believing that by the tradition of our fathers and by the mystic symbols of the mysteries of Dionysus, for we are both initiated. Consider then that the soul, being incorruptible, is in the same condition after death as birds that have been caught. For if it has been a long time in the body, and during this mortal life has become tame by many affairs and long habit, it swoops down again and a second time enters the body, and does not cease to be involved in the changes and chances of this life that result from birth. For do not suppose that old age is abused and ill spoken of only for its wrinkles and white hair and weakness of body, but this is the worst feature about it, that it makes the soul feeble in its remembrance of things in the other world, and strong in its attachment to things in this world, and bends and presses it, if it retain the form which it had in the body from its experience. But that soul, which does indeed enter the body, but remains only a short time in it, being liberated from it by the higher powers, rears as it were at a damp and soft turning post in the race of life, and hastens on to its destined goal. For just as if anyone put out a fire, and light it again at once, it is soon rekindled, and burns up again quickly, but if it has been out a long time, to light it again will be a far more difficult and irksome task. So the soul that has sojourned only a short time in this dark and mortal life, quickly recovers the light and blaze of its former bright life, whereas for those who have not had the good fortune very early, to use the language of the poet, to pass the gates of Hades, nothing remains but a great 92 passion for the things of this life, and a softening of the soul through contact with the body, and a melting away of it as if by the agency of drugs. And the truth of this is rendered more apparent in our hereditary and time-honored customs and laws. For when infants die no libations are poured out for them, nor are any other rites performed for them, such as are always performed for adults. For they have no share in the earth or in things of the earth, nor do parents haunt their tombs or monuments, or sit by their bodies when they are laid out. For the laws do not allow us to mourn for such, seeing that it is an impious thing to do so in the case of persons who have departed into a better and more divine place and sphere. I know that doubts are entertained about this, but since to doubt is harder for them than to believe, let us do externally as the laws enjoin, and internally let us be more holy and pure and chaste. Timoxena, as we see later on. Adopting Reisk's reading, mu alpha sigma tau nu kappa epsilon lambda epsilon omicron upsilon sigma alpha, pyro omicron epsilon kappa alpha lambda epsilon tau omicron kappa alpha theta pi epsilon rho. Euripides, Phaeton, which exists only in fragments. Clymene was the daughter of Oceanus, and mother of Phaeton. An allusion to Euripides, Bacchae, 317, 318. Reading with Reisk omicron delta nu iota lambda gamma delta, or lambda gamma omega delta. Some such reading seems necessary to comport with the tau gamma rho lambda omicron gamma tau epsilon rho omicron nu 2 lines later. Reading pi alpha rho epsilon chi epsilon with Xylander. A great craving for sympathy would be the modern way of putting it. See the fable of Aesop, entitled Pi nu theta omicron upsilon gamma epsilon rho alpha, number 355. Hom. See also Plutarch's Consolation to Apollonius, where the fable is told at some length. Reading with Rice omicron kappa nu epsilon pi epsilon nu phi omicron beta eta theta epsilon eta nu. An allusion to Euripides, Andromache, 930. See Plutarch's Conjugal Precepts. The whole subject is discussed in full by Athenaeus. F.F. A false quantity we see was a bugbear even before the days of universities. Homer, Iliad, v. 646, 23. 71. This section is dreadfully corrupt. I have adopted, it will be seen, the suggestions of Wittenbach. This consolatory letter ends rather abruptly. It is probable that there was more of it. That virtue may be taught. As to virtue we deliberate and dispute whether good sense, and justice, and rectitude can be taught, and then we are not surprised that, while the works of orators, and pilots, and musicians, and house-builders, and farmers, are innumerable, good men are only a name and expression, like centaurs and giants and cyclopes, and that it is impossible to find any virtuous action without alloy of base motives or any character free from vice, but if nature produces spontaneously anything good, it is marred by much that is alien to it, as fruit choked by weeds. Men learn to play on the harp, and to dance, and to read, and to farm, and to ride on horseback, they learn how to put on their shoes and clothes generally, people teach how 93 to pour out wine, how to cook. And all these things cannot be properly performed, without being learned. The art of good living alone, though all those things I have mentioned only exist on its account, is untaught, unmethodical, inartistic, and supposed to come by the light of nature. O sirs, by asserting that virtue is not a thing to be taught, why are we making it unreal? For if teaching produces it, the deprivation of teaching prevents it. And yet, as Plato says, a discord and false note on the lyre makes not brother go to war with brother, nor sets friends at variance, nor makes states hostile to one another. So as to do and suffer at one another's hands the most dreadful things, nor can anyone say that there was ever a dissension in any city as to the pronunciation of telchines, nor in a private house any difference between man and wife as to woof and warp. And yet no one without learning would undertake to ply the loom, or write a book, or play on the lyre, though he would thereby do no great harm, but he fears making himself ridiculous, for as Heraclitus says, it is better to hide one's ignorance. Yet everyone thinks himself competent to manage a house and wife and the state and hold any magisterial office. On one occasion, when a boy was eating rather greedily, Diogenes gave the lad's tutor a blow with his fist, ascribing the fault not to the boy, who had not learnt how to eat properly, but to the tutor who had not taught him. And can one not properly handle a dish or a cup, unless one has learnt from a boy, as Aristophanes bids us, not to giggle, nor eat too fast, nor cross our legs, and yet be perfectly fit to manage a family and city, and wife, and live well, and hold office, when one has not learned how one should behave in the conduct of life? When Aristippus was asked by someone, "Are you everywhere then?" he smiled and said, "If I am everywhere, I lose my passage money." Why should not you also say, if men are not better for learning, the money paid to tutors is also lost? For just as nurses mold with their hands 90 for the child's body, so tutors, receiving it immediately it is weaned, mold its soul, teaching it by habit the first vestiges of virtue. And the Lacedaemonian, who was asked, what good he did as a tutor, replied, I make what is good pleasant to boys. Moreover, tutors teach boys to walk in the streets with their heads down, to touch salt fish with one finger only, other fish bread and meat with two, to scratch themselves in such a way, and in such a way to put on their cloak. What then? He that says that the doctor's skill is wanted in the case of a slight skin eruption or whitlow, but is not needed in the case of pleurisy, fever, or lunacy. In what respect does he differ from the man that says that schools and teaching and precepts are only for small and boyish duties, while great and important matters are to be left to mere routine and accident? For, as the man is ridiculous who says we ought to learn to row but not to steer, so he who allows all other arts to be learnt, but not virtue, seems to act altogether contrary to the Scythians. For they, as Herodotus tells us, blind their slaves that they may remain with them, but such an one puts the eye of reason into slavish and servile arts, and takes it away from virtue. And the general Iphicrates well answered Callias, the son of Chabrias, who asked him, What are you? An archer? A targeteer? Cavalry, or infantry? None of these, said he, but the commander of them all. Ridiculous therefore is he who says that the use of the bow and other arms and the sling and riding are to be taught, but that strategy and how to command an army comes by the light of nature. Still more ridiculous is he who asserts that good sense alone need not be taught, without which all other arts are useless and profitless, seeing that she is the mistress and orderer and arranger of all of them, and puts each of them to their proper use. For example, what grace would there be in a banquet, though the servants had been well trained, and had learnt how to dress and cook 95 the meat and pour out the wine, unless there was good order and method among the waiters? Plato, Cleitophon. C. Aristophanes, Clouds, 983. Does Juvenal allude to this? 8. 97. So as to look modest and be ingenui vultus pueri, ingenuique pudoris. Reading with Salmasius, nu alpha beta alpha lambda epsilon nu. Herodotus, 4. 2. The historian, however, assigns other reasons for blinding them. A line from Odyssey, 15. 323. Malum delta alpha iota tau upsilon mu alpha. Wittenbach, who remarks generally on this short treatise, non integra videtur esse nec continua disputatio, sed disputationis, Plutarchii temen, excerptum compendium. On virtue and vice. Clothes seem to warm a man, not by throwing out heat themselves, for in itself every garment is cold, whence in great heat or in fevers people frequently change and shift them. But the heat which a man throws out from his own body is retained and wrapped in by a dress fitting close to the body, which does not admit of the heat being dissipated when once it has got firm hold. A somewhat similar case is the idea that deceives the mass of mankind, that if they could live in big houses, and get together a quantity of slaves and money, they would have a happy life. But a happy and cheerful life is not from without. On the contrary, a man adds the pleasure and gratification to the things that surround him, his temperament being as it were the source of his feelings. But when the fire blazes, the house is brighter to look at. So, too, wealth is pleasanter, and fame and power more splendid, when a man has joy in his heart, seeing that men can bear easily and quietly poverty and exile and old age if their character is a contented and mild one. For as perfumes make threadbare coats and rags to smell sweet, while the body of Anchises sent forth a fetid 96 discharge, distilling from his back on to his linen robe, so every kind of life with virtue is painless and pleasurable. Whereas vice if infused into it makes splendor and wealth and magnificence painful, and sickening, and unwelcome to its possessors. He is deemed happy in the marketplace, but when he gets him home, thrice miserable, his wife rules all. Quarrels, and domineers. And yet there would be no great difficulty in getting rid of a bad wife, if one was a man and not a slave. But a man cannot by writing a bill of divorce to his vice get rid of all trouble at once, and enjoy tranquility by living apart, for it is ever present in his vitals, and sticks to him night and day, and burns without a torch. And consigns him to gloomy old age, being a disagreeable fellow-traveller owing to its arrogance, and a costly companion at table owing to its daintiness, and an unpleasant bedfellow, disturbing and marring sleep by anxiety and care and envy. For during such a one's sleep the body indeed gets rest, but the mind has terrors, and dreams, and perturbations, owing to superstition. For when my trouble catches me asleep, I am undone by the most fearful dreams. As one says. For thus envy, and fear, and anger, and lust affect one. During the daytime, indeed, vice looks abroad and imitates the behavior of others, is shy and conceals its evil desires, and does not altogether give way to its propensities, but often even resists and fights stoutly against them. But in sleep it escapes the observation of people and the law, and, being as far as possible removed from fear or modesty, gives every passion play, and excites its depravity in licentiousness, for, to borrow Plato's expression, it attempts incest with its mother, and procures for itself unlawful meats, and abstains from no action what 97 ever, and enjoys lawlessness as far as is practicable in visions and fantasies, that end in no complete pleasure or satisfaction, but can only stir up and inflame the passions and morbid emotions. Where then is the pleasure of vice, if there is nowhere in it freedom from anxiety and pain, or independence, or tranquility, or rest? A healthy and sound constitution does indeed augment the pleasures of the body, but for the soul there can be no lasting joy or gratification, unless cheerfulness and fearlessness and courage supply a calm serenity free from storms. For otherwise, even if hope or delight smile on the soul, it is soon confused and disturbed by care lifting up its head again, so that it is but the calm of a sunken rock. Pile up gold, heap up silver, build covered walks, fill your house with slaves and the town with debtors, unless you lay to rest the passions of the soul, and put a curb on your insatiable desires, and rid yourself of fear and anxiety. You are but pouring out wine for a man in a fever, and giving honey to a man who is bilious, and laying out a sumptuous banquet for people who are suffering from dysentery, and can neither retain their food nor get any benefit from it, but are made even worse by it. Have you never observed how sick persons turn against and spit out and refuse the daintiest and most costly viands, though people offer them and almost force them down their throats, but on another occasion, when their condition is different, their respiration good, their blood in a healthy state, and their natural warmth restored, they get up, and enjoy and make a good meal of simple bread and cheese and cress. Such, also, is the effect of reason on the mind. You will be contented, if you have learned what is good and honorable. You will live daintily and be a king in poverty, and enjoy a quiet and private life as much as the public life of general or statesman. By the aid of philosophy you will live not unpleasantly, for you will learn to extract pleasure from all places 98 and things. Wealth will make you happy, because it will enable you to benefit many. And poverty, as you will not then have many anxieties, and glory, for it will make you honored, and obscurity, for you will then be safe from envy. Happiness comes from within, not from without. The true seat of happiness is the mind. Compare Milton, Paradise Lost, Book I, 254, 255. The mind is its own place, and in itself can make a heaven of hell, a hell of heaven. Homeric Epigrammata, 13. 5. Wittenbach thinks these lines are by Menander. Plutarch quotes them again, on contentedness of mind. Hesiod, Works and Days, 705. Plato, Republic, 9. D. quoted again, how one may be aware of one's progress in virtue. And so Dr. Young truly says, a man of pleasure is a man of pains. Night Thoughts on Moral Virtue. I propose to discuss what is called and appears to be moral virtue, which differs mainly from contemplative virtue in that it has emotion for its matter, and reason for its form, what its nature is, and how it subsists. And whether that part of the soul which takes it in is furnished with reason of its own, or participates in something foreign, and if the latter, whether as things that are mixed with something better than themselves, or rather as that which is subject to superintendence and command, and may be said to share in the power of that which commands. For I think it is clear that virtue can exist and continue altogether free from matter and mixture. My best course will be to run briefly over the views of others, not so much to display my research as because, when their ideas have been set forth, mine will become more clear and be on a firmer basis. Menedemus of Eretria took away the number and differences of virtues, on the ground that virtue was one though it had many names, for that just as mortal is synonymous with man, so temperance and bravery and justice were the same thing. And Aristo of Chios also made virtue one in substance, and called it soundness of mind, its diversities and varieties only existing in certain relations, as if one called our sight when it took in white objects white sight, and when it took in black objects black sight, and so on. For virtue, when it considers what it ought to do and what it ought not to do, is called prudence, and when it curbs passion, and sets a fit and proper limit to pleasure, it is called self-control. And when it is associated with our dealings and covenants with one another, it is called justice. Just as a knife is one article, 99 though at different times it cuts different things in half, and so, too, fire acts on different matter though it has but one property. And Zeno of Citium seems to incline somewhat to the same view, as he defines prudence in distribution as justice, in choice as self-control, in endurance as fortitude, and those who defend these views maintain that by the term prudence Zeno means knowledge. But Chrysippus, thinking each particular virtue should be arranged under its particular quality, unwittingly stirred up, to use Plato's language, a whole swarm of virtues, unusual and unknown. For as from brave we get bravery, and from mild mildness, and from just justice, so from acceptable he got acceptableness, and from good goodness, and from great greatness, and from the honorable honorableness. And he made virtues of many other such clevernesses, affabilities, and versatilities, and filled philosophy, which did not at all require it, with many strange names. Now all these agree in supposing virtue to be a disposition and faculty of the governing part of the soul set in motion by reason, or rather to be reason itself conformable and firm and immutable. They think further that the emotional and unreasoning part of the soul is not by any natural difference distinct from the reasoning part, but that same part of the soul, which they call intellect and the leading principle of action, being altogether diverted and changed by the passions, and by the alterations which habit or disposition have brought about, becomes either vice or virtue, without having in itself any unreasoning element, but that it is called unreasoning when, by the strong and overpowering force of appetite, it launches out into excesses contrary to the direction of reason. For passion, according to them, is only vicious and intemperate reason, getting its strength and power from bad and faulty judgment. But all of those philosophers seem to have been ignorant that we are all in reality twofold and composite, though they did not recognize it, and only saw the more evident mixture of soul and body. And yet that there is in the soul itself something composite and twofold and 100 dissimilar, the unreasoning part of it, as if another body, being by necessity in nature mixed up with and united to reason, seems not to have escaped the notice even of Pythagoras, as we infer from his zeal for music, which he introduced to calm and soothe the soul, as knowing that it was not altogether amenable to precept and instruction, or redeemable from vice only by reason, but that it needed some other persuasion and molding and softening influence to cooperate with reason, unless it were to be altogether intractable and refractory to philosophy. And Plato saw very plainly and confidently and decidedly that the soul of this universe is not simple or uncomposite or uniform, but is made up of forces that work uniformly and differently. In the one case it is ever marshaled in the same order and moves about in one fixed orbit, in the other case it is divided into motions and orbits contrary to each other and changing about, and thus generates differences in things. So, too, the soul of man, being a part or portion of the soul of the universe, and compounded upon similar principles and proportions, is not simple or entirely uniform, but has one part intelligent and reasoning, which is intended by nature to rule and dominate in man, and another part unreasoning, and subject to passion and caprice, and disorderly, and in need of direction. And this last again is divided into two parts, one of which, being most closely connected with the body, is called desire, and the other, sometimes taking part with the body, sometimes with reason, lending its influence against the body, is called anger. And the difference between reason and sense on the one hand, and anger and desire on the other, is shown by their antipathy to one another, so that they are often at variance with one another as to what is best. These were at first the views of Aristotle, as is clear from his writings, though afterwards he joined anger to desire, as if anger were nothing but a desire and passion for revenge. However, he always considered the emotional and unreasoning part of the soul as distinct from the reasoning, not that it is altogether unreasoning as the perceptive, or nutritive, or 101 vegetative portions of the soul. For these are always deaf and disobedient to reason, and in a certain sense are offshoots from the flesh, and altogether attached to the body. But the emotional, though it is destitute of any reason of its own, yet is naturally inclined to listen to reason and sense, and turn and submit and mold itself accordingly. Unless it be entirely corrupted by brute pleasure and a life of indulgence. As for those who wonder that what is unreasoning should obey reason, they do not seem to me to recognize the power of reason, how great it is, and how far-reaching its dominion is, a power not gained by harsh and repelling methods, but by attractive ones, as mild persuasion which always accomplishes more than compulsion or violence. For even the spirit and nerves and bones, and other parts of the body, though devoid of reason, yet at any instigation of reason, when she shakes as it were the reins, are all on the alert and compliant and obedient, the feet to run, and the hands to throw or lift, at her bidding. Right excellently has the poet set forth in the following lines the sympathy and accordance between the unreasoning and reason. Thus were her beauteous cheeks diffused with tears, weeping her husband really present then. But though Odysseus pitied her in heart, his eyes like horn or steel impassive stood within their lids, and craft his tears repressed. So completely under the control of judgment did he keep his spirit and blood and tears. The same is shown by the subsidence of our passions, which are laid to rest in the presence of handsome women or boys, whom reason and the law forbid us to touch. A case which most frequently happens to lovers, when they hear that they have unwittingly fallen in love with a sister or daughter. For at once passion is laid at the voice of reason, and the body exhibits its members as subservient to decorum. And frequently in the case of dainty food, people very much attracted by it, if they find out at the time or learn afterwards that they have eaten what is unclean or unlawful, 102 not only suffer distress and grief in their imagination, but even their very body is upset by the notion, and violent retchings and vomitings follow. I fear I should seem to be introducing merely novel and enticing arguments, if I were to enumerate stringed instruments and lyres, and harps and flutes, and other harmonious musical instruments, which, although inanimate, yet speak to man's passions, rejoicing with him, and mourning with him, and chiming in with him, and rioting with him, in a word, falling in with the vein and emotions and characters of those that play on them. And they say that Zeno on one occasion, going into the theatre when Amoebius was playing on the harp, said to the pupils, "Let us go and learn what music can be produced by guts and nerves and wood and bones, when they preserve proportion and time and order. But passing these things over, I would gladly learn from them, if, when they see dogs and horses and birds domesticated, and by habit and training uttering sounds that can be understood, and making obedient movements and gestures, and acting quietly and usefully to us, and when they notice that Achilles in Homer cheers on horses as well as men to the fight, they still wonder and doubt whether the passionate and emotional and painful and pleasurable elements in us are by nature obedient to the voice of reason, and influenced and affected by it, seeing that those elements are not apart from us or detached from us, or formed from outside, or hammered into us by force, but are innate in us, and ever associate with us, and are nourished within us, and abound in us through habit. Accordingly moral character is well called by the Greeks theta-omicron, for it is, to speak generally, a quality of the unreasoning element in man. And is called theta-omicron because the unreasoning element molded by reason receives this quality in difference by habit, which is called theta-omicron. Not that reason wishes to expel passion altogether, that is neither 103 possible, nor advisable, but only to keep it within bounds and order, and to engender the moral virtues, which are not apathetic, but hold the due proportion and mean in regard to passion. And this she does by reducing the power of passion to a good habit. For there are said to be three things existing in the soul: power, passion, and habit. Power is the principle or matter of passion, as power to be angry, ashamed, or confident, and passion is the actual setting in motion of that power, being itself anger, confidence, or shame. And habit is the strong formation of power in the unreasoning element engendered by use, being vice if the passions are badly tutored by reason, virtue if they are well tutored. But since they do not regard every virtue as a mean, nor call it moral, we must discuss this difference by approaching the matter more from first principles. Some things in the world exist absolutely, as the earth, the sky, the stars, and the sea. Others have relation to us, as good and evil, as what is desirable or to be avoided, as pleasant and painful, and since reason has an eye to both of these classes, when it considers the former it is scientific and contemplative. When it considers the latter it is deliberative and practical. And prudence is the virtue in the latter case, as knowledge in the former. And there is this difference between prudence and knowledge. Prudence consists in applying the contemplative to the practical and emotional so as to make reason paramount. On which account it often needs the help of fortune, whereas knowledge needs neither the help of fortune nor deliberation to gain its ends, for it considers only things which are always the same. And as the geometrician does not deliberate about the triangle, as to whether its interior angles are together equal to two right angles. For he knows it as a fact, and deliberation only takes place in the case of things which differ at different times, not in the case of things which are certain and unchangeable, so the contemplative mind having its scope in first principles. And things that are fixed, and that ever have one nature which does not admit of change, has no need for deliberation. But prudence, which has to enter into matters full of obscurity and confusion, frequently has to take its chance, and 104 to deliberate about things which are uncertain, and, in carrying the deliberation into practice, has to cooperate with the unreasoning element, which comes to its help, and is involved in its decisions, for they need an impetus. Now this impetus is given to passion by the moral character, an impetus requiring reason to regulate it, that it may render moderate and not excessive help, and at the seasonable time. For the emotional and unreasoning elements are subject to motions sometimes too quick and vehement, at other times too remiss and slow. And so everything we do may be a success from one point of view, but a failure from many points of view. As to hit the mark one thing only is requisite, but one may miss it in various ways, as one may shoot beyond or too short. This then is the function of practical reason following nature, to prevent our passions going either too far or too short. For where from weakness and want of strength, or from fear and hesitation, the impetus gives in and abandons what is good, their reason is by to stir it up and rekindle it. And where on the other hand it goes ahead too fast and in disorder, there it represses and checks its zeal. And thus setting bounds to the emotional motions, it engenders in the unreasoning part of the soul moral virtues, which are the mean between excess and deficiency. Not that we can say that all virtue exists in the mean, but knowledge and prudence being in no need of the unreasoning element, and being situated in the pure and unemotional part of the soul, is a complete perfection and power of reason, whereby we get the most divine and happy fruit of understanding. But that virtue which is necessary because of the body, and needs the help of the passions as an instrument towards the practical, not destroying or doing away with but ordering and regulating the unreasoning part of the soul, is perfection as regards its power and quality, but in quantity it is a mean correcting both excess and deficiency. But since the word mean has a variety of meanings, for there is one kind of mean compounded of two simple extremes, as gray is the mean between white and black. And there is another kind of mean, where that which contains and is contained is the mean between the containing and contained, as 8 is the mean between 12 and 1054. And there is a third kind of mean which has part in neither extreme, as the indifferent is the mean between good and bad. Virtue cannot be a mean in any of these ways. For neither is it a mixture of vices, nor containing that which is defective is it contained by that which is excessive, nor is it again altogether free from emotional storms of passion, wherein are excess and deficiency. But it is, and is commonly so called, a mean like that in music and harmony. For as in music there is a middle note between the highest and lowest in the scale, which being perfectly in tune avoids the sharpness of the one and the flatness of the other. So virtue, being a motion and power in the unreasoning part of the soul, takes away the remissness and strain, and generally speaking the excess and defect of the appetite, by reducing each of the passions to a state of mean and rectitude. For example, They tell us that bravery is the mean between cowardice and foolhardiness, whereof the former is a defect. The latter an excess of anger, and that liberality is the mean between stinginess and prodigality, and that meekness is the mean between insensibility and savageness, and so of temperance and justice, that the latter, being concerned with contracts, is to assign neither too much nor too little to litigants, and that the former ever reduces the passions to the proper mean between apathy, or insensibility, and gross intemperance. This last illustration serves excellently to show us the radical difference between the unreasoning and reasoning parts of the soul, and to prove to us that passion and reason are wide as the poles asunder. For the difference would not be discernible between temperance and continence, nor between intemperance and incontinence, in pleasure and desires, if the appetite and judgment were in the same portion of the soul. Now temperance is a state, wherein reason holds the reins, and manages the passions as a quiet and well-broken-in animal, finding them obedient and submissive to the reins and masters over their desires. Continence on the other hand is not driven by reason without some trouble, not being docile but jibbing and 106 kicking, like an animal compelled by bit and bridle and whip and backing, being in itself full of struggles and commotion. Plato explains this by his simile of the chariot horses of the soul, the worst one of which ever kicking against the other and disturbing the charioteer, he is obliged ever to hold them in with all his might, and to tighten the reins, lest, to borrow the language of Simonides, he should drop from his hands the purple reins. And so they do not consider continence to be an absolute virtue, but something less than a virtue. For no mean arises from the concord of the worse with the better, nor is the excess of the passion curtailed, nor does the appetite obey or act in unison with reason, but it both gives and suffers trouble, and is constrained by force. And is as it were an enemy in a town given up to faction. The town is full of incense, and at once resounds with triumph songs and bitter wailing. Such is the state of soul of the continent person owing to his conflicting condition. On the same grounds they consider incontinence to be something less than vice, but intemperance to be a complete vice. For it, having both its appetite and reason depraved, is by the one carried away to desire disgraceful things, by the other, through bad judgment consenting to desire, loses even the perception of wrongdoing. But incontinence keeps its judgment sound through reason, but is carried away against its judgment by passion which is too strong for reason, whence it differs from intemperance. For in the one case reason is mastered by passion, in the other it does not even make a fight against it, in the one case it opposes its desires even when it follows them, in the other it is their advocate and even leader. In the one case it gladly participates in what is wrong, in the other sorrowfully, in the one case it willingly rushes into what is disgraceful, in the other it abandons the honorable unwillingly. And as there is a difference in their deeds, so no less manifest is the difference 107 inches their language. For these are the expressions of the intemperate. What grace or pleasure in life is there without golden Aphrodite? May I die, when I care no longer for these things. And another says, to eat, to drink, to enjoy the gifts of Aphrodite is everything, for all other things I look upon as supplementary, as if from the bottom of his soul he gave himself up to pleasures, and was completely subverted by them. And not less so he who said, let me be ruined, it is best for me, had his judgment diseased through his passion. But the sayings of incontinence are quite different, as my nature forces me against my judgment, and alas, it is poor mortals' plague and bane, to know the good, yet not the good pursue. And again, my anger draws me on, has no control, 'tis but a sandy hook against a tempest. Here he compares not badly to a sandy hook, a sorry kind of anchor, the soul that is unsettled and has no steady reason, but surrenders judgment through flabbiness and feebleness. And not unlike this image are the lines. As some ship moored and fastened to the shore, if the wind blows, the cables cannot hold it. By cables he means the judgment which resists what is disgraceful, though sometimes it gives way under a tremendous storm of passion. For indeed it is with full sail that the intemperate man is borne on to pleasure by his desires, and surrenders himself to them, and even plays the part of pilot to the vessel. Whereas the incontinent man is dragged sidelong into the disgraceful, and is its victim, as it were, while he desires eagerly to resist and overcome his passion. As Timon bantered Anaxarchus, the recklessness and frantic energy of Anaxarchus to rush anywhere seemed like a dog's courage, but he being aware of it was miserable, so people said, but his voluptuous nature ever plunged him into excesses again. Nature which even 108 most sophists are afraid of. For neither is the wise man continent but temperate, nor the fool incontinent but intemperate, for the one delights in what is good, and the other is not vexed at what is bad. Incontinence, therefore, is a mark of a sophistical soul, endued with reason which cannot abide by what it knows to be right. Such, then, are the differences between incontinence and intemperance, and continence and temperance have their counterpart and analogous differences. For remorse and trouble and annoyance are companions of continence, whereas in the soul of the temperate person there is everywhere such equability in calm and soundness, by which the unreasoning is adjusted and harmonized to reason. Being adorned with obedience and wonderful mildness, that looking at it you would say with the poet, at once the wind was laid, and a wondrous calm ensued, for the god allayed the fury of the waves. Reason having extinguished the vehement and furious and frantic motions of the desires, and making those which nature necessarily requires sympathetic and obedient and friendly and cooperative in carrying purposes out in action. So that they do not outrun or come short of reason, or behave disorderly and disobediently, but that every appetite is tractable, as sucking full runs by the side of its dam. And this confirms the saying of Xenocrates about true philosophers, that they alone do willingly what all others do unwillingly at the compulsion of the law, as dogs are turned away from their pleasures by a blow, or cats by a noise. Looking at nothing but their danger. It is clear then that there is in the soul a perception of such a generic and specific difference in relation to the desires, as of something fighting against and opposing them. But some say that there is no radical difference or variance between reason and passion, but that there is a shifting of one and the same reason from one to the other, which escapes our notice owing to the sharpness and quickness of the change, so that we do not see at a glance that desire and repentance, anger and fear, giving way to what is disgraceful 109 through passion, and recovery from the same, are the same natural property of the soul. For desire and fear and anger and the like they consider only depraved opinions and judgments, not in one portion of the soul only but in all its leading principles, inclinations, and yieldings, and assents and impulses. And generally speaking in its energies soon changed, like the sallies of children, whose fury and excessive violence is unstable by reason of their weakness. But these views are, in the first place, contrary to evidence and observation, for no one observes in himself a change from passion to judgment, and from judgment back to passion. Nor does anyone cease from loving when he reflects that it would be well to break the affair off and strive with all his might against it, nor again, does he put on one side reflection and judgment, when he gives way and is overcome by desire. Moreover, when he resists passion by reason, he does not escape passion altogether. Nor again, when he is mastered by passion does he fail to discern his fault through reason, so that neither by passion does he abolish reason, nor does he by reason get rid of passion, but is tossed about to and fro alternately between passion and reason. And those who suppose that the leading principle in the soul is at one time desire, and at another time reason in opposition to desire, are not unlike people who would make the hunter and the animal he hunts one and the same person, but alternately changing from hunter to animal, from animal to hunter. As their eyesight is plainly deficient, so these are faulty in regard to their perceptions, seeing that they must perceive in themselves not a change of one and the same thing, but a difference and struggle between two opposing elements. What then, say they, does not the deliberative element in a man often hold different views, and is it not swayed to different opinions as to expediency, and yet it is one and the same thing? Certainly, I reply, but the case is not similar. For the rational part of the soul does not fight against itself, but though it has only one faculty, it makes use of different reasonings, or rather the reasoning is one, but employs itself in different subjects as on different matter. And so there is neither pain in reasonings without passion, nor are men compelled, as it were, to choose something contrary to one tend their judgment, unless indeed some passion, as in a balance, secretly predominates in the scale. For this often happens, reason not opposing reason, but ambition, or contention, or favor, or jealousy, or fear opposing reason, that we do but think there is a difference between two reasons, as in the line, they were ashamed to refuse, and feared to accept, or, to die in battle is dreadful but glorious. But not to die, though cowardly, is more pleasant. Moreover, in judgments about contracts passions come in and cause the greatest delay. And in the councils of kings those who speak to ingratiate themselves do not favor either of the two cases, but give themselves up to passion without regard to what is expedient. And so those that rule in aristocracies do not allow orators to be pathetic in their pleadings. For reasoning without passion has a direct tendency to justice, while if passion is infused, a contest and difference is excited between pleasure and pain on the one hand, and judgment and justice on the other. For otherwise how is it that in philosophical speculations people are with little pain frequently induced by others to change their opinions, and even Aristotle himself and Democritus and Chrysippus have rejected without trouble or pain? And even with pleasure, some of the opinions which they formerly advocated? For no passion stands in the way in the theoretic and scientific part of the soul, and the unreasoning element is quiet and gives no trouble therein. And so reason gladly inclines to the truth, when it is evident, and abandons error. For in it, and not in passion, lies a willingness to listen to conviction and to change one's opinions on conviction. But the deliberations and judgments and arbitrations of most people as to matters of fact being mixed up with passion, give reason no easy or pleasant access, as she is held fast and incommoded by the unreasonable, which assails her through pleasure, or fear, or pain, or desire. And the decision in these cases lies with sense which has dealings with both passion and reason, for if one gets the better of the other is not destroyed, but only dragged along by force in spite of its resistance. For he who is dissatisfied with himself for 111 falling in love calls in reason to his aid to overcome his passion, for both reason and passion are in his soul, and he perceives they are contrary one to the other, and violently represses the inflammatory one of the two. On the other hand, in deliberations and speculations without passion, such as the contemplative part of the soul is most conversant with, if they are evenly balanced no decision takes place, but the matter is left in doubt, which is a sort of stationary position of the mind in conflicting arguments. But should there be any inclination to one of the two sides, the most powerful opinion carries the day, yet without giving pain or creating hostility. And, generally speaking, when reason seems opposed to reason, there is no perception of two distinct things, but only of one under different phases, whereas when the unreasoning has a controversy with reason, since there can be no victory or defeat without pain, forthwith they tear the soul in two, and make the difference between them apparent. And not only from their contest, but quite as much from their agreement, can we see that the source of the passions is something quite distinct from that of reason. For since one may love either a good and excellent child or a bad and vicious one, and be unreasonably angry with one's children or parents, yet in behalf of them show a just anger against enemies or tyrants. As in the one case there is the perception of a difference and struggle between passion and reason, so in the other there is a perception of persuasion and agreement inclining, as it were, the scale, and giving their help. Moreover, a good man marrying a wife according to the laws is minded to associate and live with her justly and soberly, but as time goes on, his intercourse with her having engendered a strong passion for her, he perceives that his love and affection are increased by reason. Just so, again, young fellows falling in with kindly teachers at first submit themselves to them out of necessity and emulation for learning, but end by loving them. And instead of being their pupils and scholars become and get the title of their lovers. The same is the case in cities in respect to good 112 magistrates, and neighbors, and connections by marriage. For beginning at first to associate with one another from necessity and propriety, they afterwards go on to love almost insensibly, reason drawing over and persuading the emotional element. And he who said, "There are two kinds of shame. The one not bad, the other a sad burden to A family. Is it not clear that he felt this emotion in himself often contrary to reason and detrimental by hesitation and delay to opportunities and actions? In a certain sense yielding to the force of these arguments, they call shame modesty, pleasure joy, and timidity caution. Nor would anyone blame them for this euphemism, if they only gave those specious names to the emotions that are consistent with reason, while they gave other kinds of names to those emotions that resist and do violence to reason. But whenever, though convicted by their tears and tremblings and changes of color, they avoid the terms pain and fear, and speak of bitings and states of excitement, and gloss over the passions by calling them inclinations, they seem to contrive evasions and flights from facts by names sophistical, and not philosophical. And yet again they seem to use words rightly when they call those joys and wishes and cautions not apathies but good conditions of the mind. For it is a happy disposition of the soul when reason does not annihilate passion, but orders and arranges it in the case of temperate persons. But what is the condition of worthless and incontinent persons, who, when they judge they ought to love their father and mother better than some boy or girl they are enamored of, yet cannot, and yet at once love their mistress or flatterer? When they judge they ought to hate them. For if passion and judgment were the same thing, love and hate would immediately follow, the judging it right to love and hate, whereas the contrary happens, passion following some judgments, but declining to follow others. Wherefore they acknowledge, the facts compelling them to do so, that every judgment is not passion, but only that judgment that is provocative of violent and excessive impulse, add 113, admitting that judgment and passion in us are something different. As what moves is different from what is moved. Even Chrysippus himself, by his defining in many places endurance and continence to be habits that follow the lead of reason, proves that he is compelled by the facts to admit that element in us which follows absolutely is something different from that which follows when persuaded, but resists when not persuaded. Now as to those who make all sins and offences equal, it is not now the occasion to discuss if in other respects they deviate from truth, but as regards the passions they seem to go clean contrary to reason and evidence. For according to them every passion is a sin, and everyone who grieves, or fears, or desires, commits sin. But in good truth it is evident that there are great differences between passions, according as one is more or less affected by them. For who would say that the craven fear of Dolon was not something very different from the fear of Ajax, who retreated with his face to the enemy and at a foot's pace, drawing back slowly knee after knee? Or who would say that the grief of Plato at the death of Socrates was identical with the grief of Alexander at the death of Clitus, when he attempted to lay violent hands on himself? For grief is beyond measure intensified by falling out against expectation, and the calamity that comes unlooked for is more painful than that we may reasonably fear, as if when expecting to see one's friend basking in prosperity and admiration, one should hear that he had been put to the torture, as Parmenio heard about Philotas. And who would say that the anger of Megas against Philemon was equal to that of Nicocreon against Anaxarchus? Both Megas and Nicocreon had been insulted, but whereas Nicocreon brayed Anaxarchus to death with iron pestles and made mincemeat of him, Megas contented himself with bidding the executioner lay his naked sword on Philemon's neck, and then let him go. And so Plato called anger the 114 nerves of the mind, since it can be both intensified by bitterness, and slackened by mildness. To evade these and similar arguments, they deny that intensity and excess of passion are according to judgment, wherein is the propensity to fault, but maintain that they are bites and contractions and diffusings capable of increase or diminution through the unreasoning element. And yet it is evident that there are differences as regards judgments. For some judge poverty to be no evil, while others judge it to be a great evil, and others again the very greatest evil, insomuch that they even throw themselves headlong down rocks and into the sea on account of it. Again as to death, some think it an evil only in depriving us of good things, whereas others think it so in regard to eternal punishments and awful torments in the world below. Health again is valued by some as natural and advantageous, while to others it seems the greatest blessing of life, in comparison with which they reckon little either of wealth or children or royal power that makes one equal to the gods. And at last come to think even virtue useless and unprofitable, if health be absent. Thus it is clear that even with regard to judgments themselves some err more, some less. But I shall bring no further proof of this now, but this one may assume therefrom, that they themselves concede that the unreasoning element is something different from judgment. In that they allow that by it passion becomes greater and more violent. And while they quarrel about the name and word, they give up the thing itself to those who maintain that the emotional and unreasoning part of the soul is distinct from the reasoning and judging element. And in his treatise on anomaly, Chrysippus, after telling us that anger is blind, and frequently does not let one see what is obvious, frequently also obscures what we do get a sight of, goes on to say, the encroachment of the passions blots out reason, and makes things look different to what they should look, violently forcing people on unreasonable acts. And he quotes as witness Menander, who says, alas! 115 Poor me, wherever were my brains in my body at the time when I chose that line of conduct, and not this? And Chrysippus proceeds, though every living creature endowed with reason is naturally inclined to use reason and to be governed by it on every occasion, yet often do we reject it, being borne away by a more violent impulse. Thus admitting what results from the difference between passion and reason. For otherwise it is ridiculous, as Plato says, to argue that a man is sometimes better than himself, sometimes worse, sometimes master of himself, sometimes not master of himself. For how is it possible that the same person can be both better and worse than himself, both master of himself and not master, unless everyone is in some way twofold, having in himself both a better and worse self? For so he that makes the baser element subject to the better has self-control and is a superior man, whereas he who allows the nobler element of the soul to follow and be subservient to the incorrigible and unreasoning element, is inferior to what he might be, and is called incontinent, and is in an unnatural condition. For by nature it appertains to reason, which is divine, to rule and govern the unreasoning element, which has its origin from the body, which it also naturally resembles and participates in its passions, being placed in it and mixed up with it. As is proved by the impulses to bodily delights, which are always fierce or languid according to the changes of the body. And so it is that young men are keen and vehement in their desires, being red-hot and raging from their fullness of blood and animal heat, whereas with old men the liver, which is the seat of desire, is dried up and weak and feeble. And reason has more power with them than passion, which decays with the body. This principle also no doubt characterizes the nature of animals as regards the sexual appetite. For it is not of course from any fitness or unfitness of opinions, that some animals are so bold and resolute in the presence of danger, while others are helpless and full of fear and trembling. But this difference of emotion is produced by the workings of the blood and spirit and body, the emotional part growing out of the flesh, as from a root, and carrying along with it its quality and temperament. And that the body of man 116 sympathizes with and is affected by the emotional impulses is proved by pallors, and blushings, and tremblings, and palpitations of the heart. As on the other hand by an all-pervading joy in the hope and expectation of pleasures. But whenever the mind is by itself and unmoved by passion, the body is in repose and at rest, having no participation or share in the working of the intellect, unless it involve the emotional, or the unreasoning element call it in. So that it is clear that there are two distinct parts of the soul differing from one another in their faculties. And generally speaking of all existing things, as they themselves admit and is clear, some are governed by nature, some by habit, some by an unreasoning soul, some by a soul that has reason and intelligence. Man too participates in all this, and is subject to all those differences here mentioned, for he is affected by habit, and nourished by nature, and uses reason and intelligence. He has also a share of the unreasoning element, and has the principle of passion innate in him, not as a mere episode in his life but as a necessity, which ought not therefore to be entirely rooted out, but requires care and attention. For the function of reason is no Thracian or Lycurgian one to root up and destroy all the good elements in passion indiscriminately with the bad, but, as some genial and mild god, to prune what is wild, and to correct disproportion. And after that to train and cultivate the useful part. For as those who are afraid to get drunk do not pour on the ground their wine, but mix it with water, so those who are afraid of the disturbing element in passion do not eradicate passion altogether but temper it. Similarly with oxen and horses, people try to restrain their mad bounds and restiveness, not their movements and powers of work, and so reason makes use of the passions when they have become tame and docile. Not by cutting out the sinews or altogether mutilating the serviceable part of the soul. For as Pindar says, the horse to the chariot, and the ox to the plough, while he that meditates destruction for the boar must find a staunch hound. But much more useful than these are the whole tribe of passions when they wait on reason, and 117 run parallel to virtue. Thus moderate anger is useful to courage, and hatred of evil to uprightness, and righteous indignation against those who are fortunate beyond their deserts, when they are inflamed in their souls with folly and insolence and need a check. And no one if they wished could pluck away or sever natural affection from friendship, or pity from philanthropy, or sympathy both in joy and grief from genuine goodwill. And if those err who wish to banish love because of erotic madness, neither are they right who blame all desire because of love of money, but they act like people who refuse to run because they might stumble. Or to throw because they might throw wide of the mark, or object to sing altogether because they might make a false note. For as in sounds music does not create melody by the banishment of sharps and flats, and as in bodies the art of the physician procures health not by the doing away of cold and heat but by their being blended in due proportions and quantities. So is victory won in the soul by the powers and motions of the passions being reduced by reason to moderation and due proportion. For excessive grief or fear or joy in the soul, I speak not of mere joy, grief or fear, resembles a body swollen or inflamed. And Homer, when he says excellently, "The brave man's color never changes, nor is he much frightened," does not take away all fear but only excessive fear, that bravery may not become recklessness, nor confidence foolhardiness. So also in regard to pleasure we must do away with excessive desire, and in regard to vengeance with excessive hatred of evil. For so in the former case one will not be apathetic but temperate, and in the latter one will not be savage or cruel but just. But if the passions were entirely removed, supposing that to be possible, reason would become in many duller and blunter, like the pilot in the absence of a storm. And no doubt it is from having noticed this that legislators try to excite in states ambition and emulation among their townsmen, and stir up and increase their courage and pugnacity against enemies 118 by the sound of trumpets and flutes. For it is not only in poems, as Plato says, that he that is inspired by the Muses, and as it were possessed by them, will laugh to shame the plodding artist, but also in fighting battles passion and enthusiasm will be irresistible and invincible. Such as Homer makes the gods inspire men with, as in the line, "Thus speaking he infused great might in Hector, the shepherd of the people. And he is not mad like this without the god." As if the god had added passion to reason as an incitement and spur. And you may see those very persons, whose opinions I am combating, frequently urging on the young by praises, and frequently checking them by rebukes, though pleasure follows the one, pain the other. For rebukes and censure produce repentance and shame, the one bringing grief, the other fear, and these they mostly make use of for purposes of correction. And so Diogenes, when Plato was being praised, said, "What has he to vaunt of, who has been a philosopher so long, and yet never gave pain to anyone?" For one could not say, to use the words of Xenocrates, that the mathematics are such handles to philosophy as are the emotions of young men, such as shame, desire, repentance, pleasure, pain, ambition. Whereon reason and the law laying a suitable grip succeed in putting the young man on the right road. So that it was no bad remark of the Lacedaemonian tutor, that he would make the boy entrusted to his charge pleased with what was good and displeased with what was bad. For a higher or nobler aim cannot be proposed in the education fit for a freeborn lad. See Meno. A. Omitting tau epsilon rho alpha, which Rice justly suspects. Reading Pyro tau omicron nu with Wittenbach. Homer, Odyssey, 19. 208-212. As in the story in Gil Blas of the person who, after eating a ragout of rabbit, was told it was a ragout of cat. Book X, Chapter 12. As to Amoebius, see Athenaeus. D. Iliad, 16. 167. Generally speaking, theta omicron is the habit, theta omicron the moral character generated by habit. The former is Aristotle's neuro gamma epsilon iota alpha, the latter his xi iota. I have adopted, it will be seen, the suggestion of Wittenbach, tau lambda omicron gamma iota sigma mu mutandum videtur in tau nu chi alpha lambda iota nu nu. Sophocles, Oedipus Tyrannus, 4, 5. Quoted by our author again, on abundance of friends. Reading with Reisk, xi gamma epsilon tau alpha iota pi rho tau pi iota theta upsilon mu epsilon nu tau alpha sigma chi rho. In the Chrysippus of Euripides, Fragm. Compare Romans 8. 19. Odyssey, 12. 168, 169. This line is from Simonides, and is quoted again in How One May Be Aware of One's Progress in Virtue. Iliad, 7. 93. Reading with Reisk, epsilon delta omicron. Reading tau epsilon with Reisk and Wittenbach. Euripides, Hippolytus, 385, 386. Reading with Reisk pi theta epsilon sigma iota for pi lambda epsilon omicron sigma iota. See, Iliad, x, 374, sq. Iliad, 11. 547. De Anazarchi Supplicio Nota Res. V. Menage ad Diog. Laert. 9, 59. De Magi, Reguli Cyrenarum, Adversus Philemonum Lenitate v. De Coabenda Ira, Reisk. Celebras fuer quandam crucipi sex libri pi epsilon rho tau kappa alpha tau lambda xi epsilon iota nu omega mu alpha lambda alpha, in cabus auctor veron, propositum habuit ostendra, similes residential dissimilibus verbis et similibus dissimiles esse not adas vocabulus. V. Menage ad Diog. Laert. 7, 192. Reisk. Compare, On Contentedness of Mind. Reading with Reisk, pi omicron xi epsilon iota epsilon nu. Iliad, 13. 284, 285. Iliad, 15. 262. Iliad, v. 185. Compare, That virtue may be taught. How one may be aware of one's progress in virtue. What amount of argument, saucia senecio, will make a man know that he is improving in respect to virtue, 119 if his advances in it do not bring about some diminution in folly, but vice, weighing equally with all his good intentions, acts like the lead that makes the net go down. For neither in music or grammatical knowledge could anyone recognize any improvement, if he remained as unskillful in them as before, and had not lost some of his old ignorance. Nor in the case of anyone ill with medical treatment, if it brought no relief or ease, by the disease somewhat yielding and abating, give any perception of improvement of health. Till the opposite condition was completely brought about by the body recovering its full strength. But just as in these cases there is no improvement unless, by the abatement of what weighs them down till they rise in the opposite scale, they recognize a change. So in the case of those who profess philosophy no improvement or sign of improvement can be supposed, unless the soul lay aside and purge itself of some of its imperfection. And if it continue altogether bad until it become absolutely good and perfect. For indeed a wise man cannot in a moment of time change from absolute badness to perfect goodness, and suddenly abandon for ever all that vice, of which he could not during a long period of time divest himself of any portion. And yet you know, of course, that those who maintain these views frequently give themselves much trouble and bewilderment about the difficulty, that a wise man does not perceive that he has become wise, but is ignorant and doubtful that in a long period of time by little and little, by removing some things and adding others, there will be a secret and quiet improvement, and as it were passage to virtue. But if the change were so great and sudden that the worst man in the morning could become the best man at night, or should the change so happen that he went to bed vicious and woke up in the morning wise, and, having dismissed from his mind all yesterday's follies and errors, should say, "False dreams, away, you had no meaning then. Who on earth could be ignorant of so great a change happening to himself, a virtue blazing forth so completely 120 all at once? I myself am of opinion that anyone, like Sennius, who, according to his prayer, got changed from a woman into a man, would sooner be ignorant of the transformation, than that a man should become at once. From a cowardly and senseless person with no powers of self-control, brave and sensible and perfect master of himself, and should in a moment change from a brutish life to a divine without being aware of it. That was an excellent observation. Measure the stone by the mason's rule, not the rule by the stone. But the Stoics, not applying dogmas to facts but facts to their own preconceived opinions, and forcing things to agree that do not by nature, have filled philosophy with many difficulties. The greatest of which is that all men but the perfect man are equally vicious, which has produced the enigma called progress, one little short of extreme folly. Since it makes those who have not at once under its guidance given up all passions and disorders equally unfortunate as those who have not got rid of a single vile propensity. However, they are their own confuters, for while they lay down in the schools that Aristides was as unjust as Phalaris, and Brasidas as great a craven as Dolon, and Plato actually as senseless as Meletus. In life and its affairs they turn away from and avoid one class as implacable, while they make use of the others and trust them in most important matters as most worthy people. But we who see that in every kind of evil, but especially in a disordered and unsettled state of mind, there are degrees of more and less, so that the progress made differs in different cases, badness abating, as a shadow flees away. Under the influence of reason, which calmly illuminates and cleanses the soul, cannot consider it unreasonable to think that the change will be perceived, as people who come up out of some ravine can take note of the progress they make upwards. Look at the case from the following point of view first. Just as mariners sailing with full sail over the gaping ocean measure the course 121 they have made by the time they have taken and the force of the wind, and compute their progress accordingly. So anyone can compute his progress in philosophy by his continuous and unceasing course, by his not making many halts on the road, and then again advancing by leaps and bounds, but by his quiet and even and steady march forward guided by reason. For the words of the poet, if to a little you keep adding a little, and do so frequently, it will soon be a lot, are not only true of the increase of money, but are universally applicable, and especially to increase in virtue. Since reason invokes to her aid the enormous force of habit. On the other hand, the inconsistencies and dullnesses of some philosophers not only check advance, as it were, on the road, but even break up the journey altogether, since vice always attacks at its leisure and forces back whatever yields to it. The mathematicians tell us that planets, after completing their course, become stationary. But in philosophy there is no such intermission or stationary position from the cessation of progress, for its nature is ever to be moving and, as it were, to be weighed in the scales, sometimes being overweight by the good preponderating, sometimes by the bad. If, therefore, imitating the oracle given to the Amphictyones by the god, to fight against the people of Syra every day and every night, you are conscious that night and day you ever maintain a fierce fight against vice. Not often relaxing your vigilance, or long off your guard, or receiving as heralds to treat of peace the pleasures, or idleness, or stress of business, you may reasonably go forward to the future courageously and confidently. Moreover, if there be any intermissions in philosophy, and yet your later studies are firmer and more continuous than your former ones, it is no bad indication that your sloth has been expelled by labor and exercise. For the contrary is a bad sign, when after a short time your lapses 122 from zeal become many and continuous, as if your zeal were dying away. For as in the growth of a reed, which shoots up from the ground finely and beautifully to an even and continuous height, though at first from its great intervals it is hindered and baffled in its growth, and afterwards through its weakness is discouraged by any breath of air, and though strengthened by many and frequent joints, yet a violent wind gives it commotion and trembling, so those who at first make great launches out into philosophy, and afterwards find that they are continually hindered and baffled, and cannot perceive that they make any progress, finally get tired of it and cry off. But he who is as it were winged, is by his simplicity borne along to his end, and by his zeal and energy cuts through impediments to his progress, as merely obstacles on the road. As it is a sign of the growth of violent love, not so much to rejoice in the presence of the loved one, for everyone does that, as to be distressed and grieved at his absence. So many feel a liking for philosophy and seem to take a wonderful interest in the study, but if they are diverted by other matters and business their passion evaporates and they take it very easily. But whoever is strongly smitten with love for his darling, will show his mildness and agreeableness in the presence of and joint pursuit of wisdom with the loved one. But if he is drawn away from him and is not in his company, you will see him in a stew and ill at ease and peevish whether at work or leisure, and unreasonably forgetful of his friends, and wholly impelled by his passion for philosophy. For we ought not to rejoice at discourses only when we hear them, as people like perfumes only when they smell them, and not to seek or care about them in their absence. But in the same condition as people who are hungry and thirsty are in if torn away from food and drink, we ought to follow after true proficiency in philosophy, whether marriage, or wealth, or friendship, or military service. Strike in and produce a separation. For just as more 123 is to be got from philosophy, so much the more does what we fail to obtain trouble us. Either precisely the same as this or very similar is Hesiod's very ancient definition of progress in virtue, namely, that the road is no longer very steep or arduous, but easy and smooth and level, its roughness being toned down by exercise. And casting the bright light of philosophy on doubt and error and regrets, such as trouble those who give themselves to philosophy at the outset, like people who leave a land they know, and do not yet descry the land they are sailing to. For by abandoning the common and familiar, before they know and apprehend what is better, they frequently flounder about in the middle and are fain to return. As they say the Roman Sextius, giving up for philosophy all his honors and offices in Rome, being afterwards discontented with philosophy from the difficulties he met with in it at first, very nearly threw himself out of window. Similarly they relate of Diogenes of Sinope, when he began to be a philosopher, that the Athenians were celebrating a festival, and there were public banquets and shows and mutual festivities, and drinking and revelling all night, and he, coiled up in a corner of the marketplace intending to sleep, fell into a train of thought likely seriously to turn him from his purpose and shake his resolution. For he reflected that he had adopted without any necessity a toilsome and unusual kind of life, and by his own fault sat there debarred of all the good things. At that moment, however, they say a mouse stole up and began to munch some of the crumbs of his barley cake, and he plucked up his courage and said to himself, in a railing and chiding fashion, "What say you, Diogenes? Do your leavings give this mouse a sumptuous meal, while you, the gentleman, wail and lament because you are not getting drunk yonder and reclining on soft and luxurious couches?" Whenever such depressions of mind are not frequent, and the mind when they take place quickly recovers from them, after having put them to flight as it were, and when such annoyance and distraction is easily 124 got rid of, then one may consider one's progress in virtue as a certainty. And since not only the things that in themselves shake and turn them in the opposite direction are more powerful in the case of weak philosophers, but also the serious advice of friends, and the playful and jeering objections of adversaries bend and soften people, and have ere now shaken some out of philosophy altogether, it will be no slight indication of one's progress in virtue if one takes all this very calmly, and is neither disturbed nor aggravated by people who tell us and mention to us that some of our former comrades are flourishing in king's courts, or have married wives with dowries, or are attended by a crowd of friends when they come down to the forum to solicit some office or advocateship. He that is not moved or affected by all this is already plainly one upon whom philosophy has got a right hold. For it is impossible that we should cease to be envious of what most people admire, unless the admiration of virtue was strongly implanted in us. For overconfidence may be generated in some by anger and folly, but to despise what men admire is not possible without a true and steady elevation of mind. And so people in such a condition of mind, comparing it with that of others, pride themselves on it, and say with Solon, "We would not change virtue for wealth, for while virtue abides, wealth changes hands, and now one man, now another, has it." And Diogenes compared his shifting about from Corinth to Athens, and again from Thebes to Corinth, to the different residences of the king of Persia, as his spring residence at Susa, his winter residence at Babylon. and his summer residence in Media. And Agesilaus said of the great king, how is he better than me, if he is not more upright? And Aristotle, writing to Antipater about Alexander, said, that he ought not to think highly of himself because he had many subjects, for anyone who had right notions about the gods was entitled to think quite as highly of himself. And Zeno, observing that Theophrastus was admired for the number of his pupils, said, 125-inch his choir is, I admit, larger than mine, but mine is more harmonious. Whenever then, by thus comparing the advantages of virtue with external things, you get rid of envies and jealousies and those things which fret and depress the minds of many who are novices in philosophy. This also is a great indication of your progress in virtue. Another and no slight indication is a change in the style of your discourses. For generally speaking all novices in philosophy adopt most such as tend to their own glorification. Some, like birds, in their levity and ambition soaring to the height and brightness of physical things, others like young puppies, as Plato says, rejoicing in tearing and biting, betake themselves to strifes and questions and sophisms. But most plunging themselves into dialectics immediately store themselves for sophistry. And some collect sentences and histories and go about, as Anacharsis said he saw the Greeks used money for no other purpose but to count it up, merely piling up and comparing them, but making no practical use of them. Applicable here is that saying of Antiphanes, which someone applied to Plato's pupils. Antiphanes said playfully that in a certain city words were frozen directly they were spoken, owing to the great cold, and were thawed again in the summer, so that one could then hear what had been said in the winter. So he said of the words which were spoken by Plato to young men, that most of them only understood them late in life when they were become old men. And this is the condition people are in respect to all philosophy, until the judgment gets into a sound and healthy state, and begins to adapt itself to those things which can produce character and greatness of mind. And to seek discourses whose footsteps turn inwards rather than outwards, to borrow the language of Aesop. For as Sophocles said he had first toned down the pompous style of Aeschylus, then his harsh and over-artificial method, and had in the third 126 place changed his manner of diction. A most important point and one that is most intimately connected with the character, so those who go in for philosophy, when they have passed from flattering and artificial discourses to such as deal with character and emotion, are beginning to make genuine and modest progress in virtue. Furthermore, take care, in reading the writings of philosophers or hearing their speeches, that you do not attend to words more than things, nor get attracted more by what is difficult and curious than by what is serviceable and solid and useful. And also, in studying poems or history, let nothing escape you of what is said to the point, which is likely either to correct the character or to calm the passions. For as Simonides says, the bee hovers among the flowers, making the yellow honey, while others value and pluck flowers only for their beauty and fragrance. So of all that read poems for pleasure and amusement he alone that finds and gathers what is valuable seems capable of knowledge from his acquaintance with and friendship for what is noble and good. For those who study Plato and Xenophon only for their style, and cull out only what is pure and Attic, and as it were the dew and the bloom, do they not resemble people who love drugs for their smell and color, but care not for them as anodynes or purges, and are not aware of those properties? Whereas those who have more proficiency can derive benefit not from discourses only, but from sights and actions, and cull what is good and useful, as is recorded of Aeschylus and other similar kind of men. As to Aeschylus, when he was watching a contest in boxing at the Isthmus, and the whole theatre cried out upon one of the boxers being beaten, he nudged with his elbow Ion of Chios, and said, "Do you observe the power of training? The beaten man holds his peace, while the spectators cry out." And Brasidas having caught hold of a mouse among some figs, being bitten by it let it go, and said to himself, "Hercules, there is no creature so small or weak that it will not fight for its life." 127 And Diogenes, seeing a lad drinking water out of the palm of his hand, threw away the cup which he kept in his wallet. So much does attention and assiduous practice make people perceptive and receptive of what contributes to virtue from any source. And this is the case still more with those who mix discourses with actions, who not only, to use the language of Thucydides, exercise themselves in the presence of danger, but also in regard to pleasures and strifes, and judgments. And advocateships and magistrateships make a display of their opinions, or rather form their opinions by their practice. For we can no more think those philosophers who are ever learning and busy in investigating what they have got from philosophy, and then straightway publish it in the marketplace or in the haunt of young men, or at a royal supper party, any more than we give the name of physicians to those who sell drugs and mixtures. Nay, rather such a sophist differs very little at all from the bird described in Homer, offering his scholars like it whatever he has got, and as it feeds its callow young from its own mouth, though it goes ill with itself. So he gets no advantage or food from what he has got for himself. We must therefore see to it that our discourse be serviceable to ourselves, and that it may not appear to others to be vainglorious or ambitious, and we must show that we are as willing to listen as to teach. And especially must we lay aside all disputatiousness and love of strife in controversy, and cease bandying fierce words with one another as if we were contending with one another at boxing. And leave off rejoicing more in smiting and knocking down one another than in learning and teaching. For in such cases moderation and mildness, and to commence arguing without quarrelsomeness and to finish without getting into a rage, and neither to be insolent if you come off best in the argument, nor dejected if you come off worst, is a sufficient sign of progress in virtue. Aristippus was an excellent example of this, when overcome in argument by the 128 sophistry of a man, who had plenty of assurance, but was generally speaking mad or half-witted. Observing that he was in great joy and very puffed up at his victory, he said, I who have been vanquished in the argument shall have a better night's rest than my victor. We can also test ourselves in regard to public speaking, if we are not timid and do not shrink from speaking when a large audience has unexpectedly been got together, nor dejected when we have only a small one to harangue to, and if we do not, when we have to speak to the people or before some magistrate, miss the opportunity through want of proper preparation. For these things are recorded both of Demosthenes and Alcibiades. As for Alcibiades, though he possessed a most excellent understanding, yet from want of confidence in speaking he often broke down, and in trying to recall a word or thought that slipped his memory had to stop short. And Homer did not deny that his first line was unmetrical, though he had sufficient confidence to follow it up by so many other lines, so great was his genius. Much more then ought those who aim at virtue and what is noble to lose no opportunity of public speaking, paying very little attention to either uproar or applause at their speeches. And not only ought each to see to his discourses but also to his actions whether he regards utility more than show, and truth more than display. For if a genuine love for youth or maiden seeks no witnesses, but is content to enjoy its delights privately, far more does it become the philosopher and lover of the beautiful, who is conversant with virtue through his actions, to pride himself on his silence, and not to need people to praise or listen to him. As that man who called his maid in the house, and cried out to her, See, Dionysia, I am angry no longer, so he that does anything agreeable and polite, and then goes and spreads it about the town, plainly shows that he looks for public applause and has a strong propensity to vainglory, and as yet has no acquaintance with virtue as a reality but only as a dream, restlessly roving about amid 129 phantoms and shadows, and making a display of whatever he does as painters display a picture. It is therefore a sign of progress in virtue not merely to have given to a friend or done a good turn to an acquaintance without mentioning it to other people, but also to have given an honest vote among many unjust ones, and to have withstood the dishonorable request of some rich man or of some man in office, and to have been above taking bribes, and, by Zeus, to have been thirsty all night and not to have drunk, or, like Agesilaus, to have resisted, though strongly tempted, the kiss of a handsome youth or maiden, and to have kept the fact to oneself and been silent about it. For one's being satisfied with one's own good opinion and not despising it, but rejoicing in it and acquiescing in it as competent to see and decide on what is honorable, proves that reason is rooted and grounded within one, and that, to borrow the language of Democritus, one is accustomed to draw one's delights from oneself. And just as farmers behold with greater pleasure those ears of corn which bend and bow down to the ground, while they look upon those that from their lightness stand straight upright as empty pretenders, So also among those young men who wish to be philosophers, those that are most empty and without any solidity show the greatest amount of assurance in their appearance and walk. And a face full of haughtiness and contempt that looks down on everybody, but when they begin to grow full and get some fruit from study they lay aside their proud and vain bearing. And just as in vessels that contain water the air is excluded, so with men that are full of solid merit their pride abates, and their estimate of themselves becomes a lower one. And they cease to plume themselves on a long beard and threadbare cloak, and transfer their training to the mind, and are most severe and austere to themselves, while they are milder in their intercourse with everybody else. And they do not as before 130 eagerly snatch at the name and reputation of philosopher, nor do they write themselves down as such, but even if he were addressed by that title by anyone else, an ingenuous young man would say, smiling and blushing, "I am not a god, why do you liken me to the immortals?" For as Aeschylus says, "I never can mistake the burning eye of the young woman that has once known man." So to the young man who has tasted of true progress in philosophy the following lines of Sappho are applicable. My tongue cleaves to the roof of my mouth, and a fire courses all over my lean body, and his eye will be gentle and mild, and you would desire to hear him speak. For as those who are initiated come together at first with confusion and noise and jostle one another, but when the mysteries are being performed and exhibited, they give their attention with awe and silence. So also at the commencement of philosophy you will see round its doors much confusion and assurance and prating, some rudely and violently jostling their way to reputation, but he who once enters in, and sees the great light, as when shrines are open to view, assumes another air and is silent and awestruck, and in humility and decorum follows reason as if she were a god. And the playful remark of Menedemus seems to suit these very well. He said that the majority of those who went to school at Athens became first wise, and then philosophers, after that orators, and as time went on became ordinary kind of people, the more they had to do with learning. So much the more laying aside their pride and high estimate of themselves. Of people that need the help of the physician some, if their tooth ache or even finger smart, run at once to the doctor, others if they are feverish send for one and implore his assistance at their own home. Others who are melancholy or crazy or delirious will not sometimes even see the doctor if he comes to their house, but drive him away, or avoid him, ignorant through their grievous disease that they are diseased at all. Similarly of those who have done 131 what is wrong some are incorrigible, being hostile and indignant and furious at those who reprove and admonish them, while others are meeker and bear and allow reproof. Now, when one has done what is wrong, to offer oneself for reproof, to expose the case and reveal one's wrongdoing, and not to rejoice if it lies hid, or be satisfied if it is not known, but to make confession of it and ask for interference and admonishment, is no small indication of progress in virtue. And so Diogenes said that one who wished to do what was right ought to seek either a good friend or red-hot enemy, that either by rebuke or mild entreaty he might flee from vice. But as long as anyone, making a display of dirt or stains on his clothes, or a torn shoe, prides himself to outsiders on his freedom from arrogance, and, by Zeus, thinks himself doing something very smart if he jeers at himself as a dwarf or hunchback, but wraps up and conceals as if they were ulcers the inner vileness of his soul and the deformities of his life, as his envy, his malignity, his littleness, his love of pleasure, and will not let anyone touch or look at them from fear of disgrace, such a one has made little progress in virtue, yea rather none. But he that joins issue with his vices, and shows that he himself is even more pained and grieved about them than anyone else, or, what is next best, is able and willing to listen patiently to the reproof of another and to correct his life accordingly, he seems truly to be disgusted at his depravity and resolute to divest himself of it. We ought certainly to be ashamed of and shun every appearance of vice, but he who is more put about by his vice itself than by the bad reputation that ensues upon it, will not mind either hearing it spoken against or even speaking against it himself if it make him a better man. That was a witty remark of Diogenes to a young man, who when seen in a tavern retired into the kitchen. The more, said he, you retire, the more are you in the tavern. Even so the more a vicious man denies his vice, the more does it 132 insinuate itself and master him, as those people really poor who pretend to be rich get still more poor from their false display. But he who is really making progress in virtue imitates Hippocrates, who confessed publicly and put into black and white that he had made a mistake about the sutures of the skull, for he will think it monstrous. If that great man declared his mistake, that others might not fall into the same error, and yet he himself for his own deliverance from vice cannot bear to be shown he is in the wrong, and to confess his stupidity and ignorance. Moreover, the sayings of Bion and Pyrrho will test not so much one's progress as a greater and more perfect habit of virtue. Bion maintained that his friends might think they had made progress, when they could listen as patiently to abuse as to such language as the following: "Stranger, you look not like a bad or foolish person, health and joy go with you. May the gods give you happiness." While as to Pyrrho they say, when he was at sea and in peril from a storm, that he pointed out a little pig that was quietly enjoying some grain that had been scattered about, and said to his companions that the man who did not wish to be disturbed by the changes and chances of life should attain a similar composedness of mind through reason and philosophy. Look also at the opinion of Zeno, who thought that everybody might gauge his progress in virtue by his dreams, if he saw himself in his dreams pleasing himself with nothing disgraceful, and neither doing nor wishing to do anything dreadful or unjust, but that, as in the clear depths of a calm and tranquil sea, his fancy and passions were plainly shown to be under the control of reason. And this had not escaped the notice of Plato, it seems, who had earlier expressed in form and outline the part that fancy and unreason played in sleep in the soul that was by nature tyrannical, for it attempts incest, he says, with its mother, and procures for itself unlawful meats, and gives 133 itself up to the most abandoned desires, such as in daytime the law through shame and fear debars people from. As then beasts of burden that have been well trained do not, even if their driver let go the reins, attempt to turn aside and leave the proper road, but go forward orderly as usual, pursuing their way without stumbling. So those whose unreason has become obedient and mild and tempered by reason, will not easily wish either in dreams or in illnesses, to deal insolently or lawlessly through their desires, but will keep to their usual habits, which acquire their power and force by attention. For if the body can by training make itself and its members so subject to control, that the eyes in sorrow can refrain from tears, and the heart from palpitating in fear, and the passions can be calm in the presence of beautiful youths and maidens, is it not far more likely that the training of the passions and emotions of the soul will allay, tame down, and mold their propensities even in dreams? A story is told about the philosopher Stilpo, that he thought he saw in a dream Poseidon angry with him because he had not sacrificed an ox to him, as was usual among the Megarians, and that he, not a bit frightened, said, "What are you talking about, Poseidon? Do you come here as a peevish boy, because I have not with borrowed money filled the town with the smell of sacrifice, and have only sacrificed to you out of what I had at home on a modest scale?" Then he thought that Poseidon smiled at him, and held out his right hand, and said that for his sake he would give the Megarians a large shoal of anchovies. Those, then, that have such pleasant, clear, and painless dreams, and no frightful, or harsh, or malignant, or untoward apparition, may be said to have reflections of their progress in virtue. Whereas agitation, panics and ignoble flights, and boyish delights, and lamentations in the case of sad and strange dreams, are like the waves that break on the coast, the soul not having yet got its proper composure, but being still in course of being molded by opinions and laws, from which it escapes in dreams as far 134 as possible, so that it is once again set free and open to the passions. Do you investigate all these points too, as to whether they are signs of progress in virtue, or of some habit which has already a settled constancy and strength through reason? Now since entire freedom from the passions is a great and divine thing, and progress in virtue seems, as we say, to consist in a certain remissness and mildness of the passions, we must observe the passions both in themselves and in reference to one another to gauge the difference, in themselves as to whether desire, and fear, and rage are less strong in us now than formerly, through our quickly extinguishing their violence and heat by reason, and in reference to one another as to whether we are animated now by modesty more than by fear, and by emulation more than by envy, and by love of glory rather than by love of riches. And generally speaking, whether, to use the language of musicians, it is in the Dorian more than in the Lydian measures that we err either by excess or deficiency, whether we are plainer in our manner of living or more luxurious. Whether we are slower in action or quicker, whether we admire men in their discourses more than we should or despise them. For as it is a good sign in diseases if they turn aside from vital parts of the body, so in the case of people who are making progress in virtue, when vice seems to shift to milder passions, it is a sign it will soon die out. When Phrynis added to the 7 chords 2 chords more, the ephors asked him which he preferred to let them cut off, the upper or lower ones. So we must cut off both above and below, if we mean to attain, to the mean and to due proportion, for progress in virtue first diminishes the excess and sharpness of the passions. That sharpness for which madmen are so vehement. As Sophocles says, I have already said that it is a very great indication of progress in virtue to transfer our judgment to action, 135, and not to let our words remain merely words, but to make deeds of them. A manifestation of this is in the first place emulation as regards what we praise, and a zeal to do what we admire, and an unwillingness either to do or allow what we censure. To illustrate my meaning by an example, it is probable that all Athenians praised the daring and bravery of Miltiades. But Themistocles alone said that the trophy of Miltiades would not let him sleep, but woke him up of a night, and not only praised and admired him, but manifestly emulated and imitated his glorious actions. Small, therefore, can we think the progress we have made, as long as our admiration for those who have done noble things is barren, and does not of itself incite us to imitate them. For as there is no strong love without jealousy, so there is no ardent and energetic praise of virtue, which does not prick and goad one on, and make one not envious but emulous of what is noble, and desirous to do something similar. For not only at the discourses of a philosopher ought we, as Alcibiades said, to be moved in heart and shed tears, but the true proficient in virtue, comparing his own deeds and actions with those of the good and perfect man. And grieved at the same time at the knowledge of his own deficiency, yet rejoicing in hope and desire, and full of impulses that will not let him rest, is, as Simonides says, like sucking full running by side of dam, being desirous all but to coalesce with the good man. For it is a special sign of true progress in virtue to love and admire the disposition of those whose deeds we emulate, and to resemble them with a goodwill that ever assigns due honor and praise to them. But whoever is steeped in contentiousness and envy against his betters, let him know that he may be pricked on by a jealous desire for glory or power, but that he neither honors nor admires virtue. Whenever, then, we begin so much to love good men that we deem happy, not only, as Plato says, the temperate man himself, but also the man who hears 136 the words that flow from his wise lips, and even admire and are pleased with his figure and walk and look and smile, and desire to adapt ourselves to his model and to stick closely to him, then may we think that we are making genuine progress. Still more will this be the case, if we admire the good not only in prosperity, but like lovers who admire even the lispings and paleness of those in their flower. As the tears and dejection of Panthea in her grief and affliction won the affections of Araspes, so we fear neither the exile of Aristides, nor the prison of Anaxagoras, nor the poverty of Socrates, nor the condemnation of Phocion. But think virtue worthy our love even under such trials, and join her, ever chanting that line of Euripides. Unto the noble everything is good. For the enthusiasm that can go so far as not to be discouraged at the sure prospect of trouble, but admires and emulates what is good even so, could never be turned away from what is noble by anybody. Such men ever, whether they have some business to transact, or have taken upon them some office, or are in some critical conjuncture, put before their eyes the example of noble men, and consider what Plato would have done on the occasion. What Epaminondas would have said, how Lycurgus or Agesilaus would have dealt. That so, adjusting and remodeling themselves, as it were, at their mirrors, they may correct any ignoble expression, and repress any ignoble passion. For as those that have learnt the names of the Idaean dactyli make use of them to banish their fear by quietly repeating them over, so the bearing in mind and remembering good men, which soon suggests itself forcibly to those who have made some progress in virtue in all their emotions and difficulties, keeps them upright and not liable to fall. Let this also then be a sign to you of progress in virtue. In addition to this, not to be too much disturbed, 137 nor to blush, nor to try and conceal oneself, or make any change in one's dress, on the sudden appearance of a man of distinction and virtue, but to feel confident and go and meet such a one, is the confirmation of a good conscience. It is reported that Alexander, seeing a messenger running up to him full of joy and holding out his right hand, said, "My good friend, what are you going to tell me? Has Homer come to life again?" For he thought that his own exploits required nothing but posthumous fame. And a young man improving in character instinctively loves nothing better than to take pride and pleasure in the company of good and noble men, and to display his house, his table, his wife, his amusements, his serious pursuits, his spoken or written discourses. Insomuch that he is grieved when he remembers that his father or guardian died without seeing him in that condition in life, and would pray for nothing from the gods so much, as that they could come to life again, and be spectators of his life and actions. As, on the contrary, those that have neglected their affairs, and come to ruin, cannot look upon their relatives even in dreams without fear and trembling. Add, if you please, to what I have already said, as no small indication of progress in virtue, the thinking no wrongdoing small, but being on your guard and heed against all. For as people who despair of ever being rich make no account of small expenses, thinking they will never make much by adding little to little, but when hope is nearer fruition, then with wealth increases the love of it. So in things that have respect to virtue, not he that generally assents to such sayings as, "Why trouble about hereafter? If things are bad now, they will some day be better," but the man who pays heed to everything, and is vexed and concerned if vice gets pardon, when it lapses into even the most trifling wrongdoing, plainly shows that he has 138 already attained to some degree of purity, and deigns not to contract defilement from anything whatever. For the idea that we have nothing of any importance to bring disgrace upon, makes people inclined to what is little and careless. To those who are building a stone wall or coping it matters not if they lay on any chance wood or common stone, or some tombstone that has fallen down, as bad workmen do, heaping and piling up pell-mell every kind of material. But those who have made some progress in virtue, whose life has been wrought on a golden base, like the foundation of some holy or royal building, undertake nothing carelessly, but lay and adjust everything by the line and level of reason. Thinking the remark of Polycletus superlatively good, that work is most excellent, where the model stands the test of the nail. See Erasmus, Adagia, Idem Pensari Trutina. Euripides, Iphigenia in Taurus, 569. See Ovid, Metamorphoses, 12. 189, SQ. See Erasmus, Adagia. Compare Shakespeare, Tempest, Sci. 63, and gape at widest to glut him. Hesiod, Works and Days, 361, 362. Quoted again by our author, on Education, Section 13. In via ad virtutum ca non progreditor, is non stat et mane, sed regreditor. Wittenbach. Adopting the reading of Hercher. See Pausanias, X. 37, where the oracle is somewhat different. For the town which parleys surrenders. From Homer, Iliad, 19. 386. Compare Aristotle, Rhetoric, I. 11. Kappa alpha iota rho chi delta tau omicron rho omega tau omicron gamma gamma nu epsilon tau alpha iota alpha tau eta pi sigma iota nu, tau alpha nu mu mu nu omicron nu pi alpha rho nu tau omicron chi alpha rho omega sigma iota nu, lambda kappa alpha iota pi nu tau omicron mu epsilon mu nu eta mu nu omicron iota rho sigma iota nu. The line is a fragment of Sophocles. See Hesiod, Works and Days, 289-292. The well-known Cynic philosopher. Burke. Fr. 15. Compare Homer, Iliad, 6. 339, nu kappa eta delta pi alpha mu epsilon beta epsilon tau alpha iota nu delta rho alpha. We are told by Diogenes Laertius, v. 37, that Theophrastus had 2,000 hearers sometimes at once. Republic, 7. b. Sentences borrowed from some author or other, such as we still possess from the hands of Hermogenes and Aphthonius. Compare the collection of bon mots of Greek courtesans in Athenaeus. A reference to Aesop's fable, Lambda Omega Nu Kappa Alpha Iota Lambda Pi Eta Xi, cf. Horace, Epistles, I, 73-75. This passage is alluded to also in On Love to One's Offspring. Madvig's text. Thucydides, I, 18. Homer, Iliad, 9. 323, 324. Quoted also in On Love to One's Offspring. The remark about Demosthenes has somehow slipped out, as Wittenbach has suggested. Does this refer to pi eta lambda eta alpha delta epsilon omega before chi iota lambda omicron in Iliad, I 1? An allusion to some passage in a play that has not come down to us. Compare our author, De Audiendis Potes, sigma pi epsilon rho gamma eta sigma lambda alpha omicron kappa pi mu epsilon iota nu pi tau omicron kappa alpha lambda omicron phi iota lambda eta theta nu alpha iota pi rho omicron sigma iota nu tau omicron. Reading with Madvig and Hercher, tau gamma rho alpha tau nu, sq. Literally cork-like, so vain, empty. So Horace, Levier Cordice, Odes, 3. 9, 22. Marks of a philosopher among the ancients. Compare our author, how one may discern a flatterer from a friend. Odyssey, 16. 187. Aeschylus, Toxotides, Fragm. 224, quoted again by our author, On Love. Terp habitum fuis in copona conspici, e hoc exemplo apparet, etialia sunt indicia. Isocrates orat. Areopagitica laudens antiquorum Atheniensium mores. Nu kappa alpha pi eta lambda epsilon delta phi alpha gamma epsilon nu pi iota epsilon nu omicron delta epsilon nu omicron kappa tau eta pi iota kappa tau lambda mu eta sigma epsilon, quem locum sittens Athenius alia etiam advert 13. F. Wittenbach. Wittenbach compares Quintilian, Institute. Orat, 3. 6. Nam et Hippocrates claris arte medicinae videtur honestisime facis, que quastum errors suas, any posteri errarent, confessus est. Homer, Odyssey, 6. 187. Homer, Odyssey, 24. 402. Plato, Republic, 9. d. A somewhat similar story about Stilpo is told in Athenaeus, X. d. So Haupt and Hercher very ingeniously for epsilon rho epsilon sigma iota nu. Adopting the suggestion of Wittenbach as to the reading. The Dorian measure was grave and severe, the Lydian soft and effeminate. See our author, Apophthegmata Laconica. C. Plato, Symposium. E. This line is quoted again by our author, on moral virtue. Plato, Laws, 4. E. See those splendid lines of Lucretius, 4. 1155-1169. Residential Vald Celebrata ex institution Series Xenophantia, v. 1, 2, 6. 1, 17. Wittenbach. This line is very like a fragment in the Danae of Euripides. Dined. 328. On these see Pausanias, v. 7. Such as Homer could have brought. Compare Horace, Odes, 4. 9, 25-28, and Cicero, Pro Archia, X. Magnus il Alexander, cum insigio ad Achilles tumulum et stitisit, O fortunate, inquit, adolescens, que tui virtutis homerum precinem inveneris. Contrary to Hesiod saw, Works and Days, 361, 362. So Juvenal, 14. 138-140. Like Horace's, non si male nunc, etiolum sic erit. Odes, 2. X 16, 17. Noblesse oblige in fact. Pinder, Frag. 206. Like Horace's factus ad unguium, because the sculptor tries its polish and the niceness of the joints by drawing his nail over the surface. Casaub. Pers I, 64, Horace, Saturday, I, v. 32, 33, a. Erasmus, Adagia. Whether vice is sufficient to cause unhappiness. He who gets a dowry with his wife sells himself for it, as Euripides says, but his gains are few and uncertain. But he who does not go all on fire through many a funeral pile, but through a regal pyre, full of panting and fear and sweat got from travelling over the sea as a merchant, has the wealth of Tantalus. But cannot enjoy it owing to his want of leisure. For that Sicyonian horsebreeder was wise, who gave Agamemnon as a present a swift mare, that he should not follow him to wind-swept Ilium, but delight himself at home, in the quiet enjoyment of his abundant riches. 139 and painless leisure. But nowadays courtiers, and people who think they have a turn for affairs, thrust themselves forward of their own accord uninvited into courts and toilsome escorts and bivouacs, that they may get a horse, or brooch, or some such piece of good luck. But his wife is left behind in Phylace, and tears her cheeks in her sorrow, and his house is only half complete without him, while he is dragged about, and wanders about, and wastes his time in idle hopes, and has to put up with much insult. And even if he gets any of those things he desires, giddy and dizzy at fortune's rope dance, he seeks retirement, and deems those happy who live obscure and in security, while they again look up admiringly at him who soars so high above their heads. Vice has universally an ill effect on everybody, being in itself a sufficient producer of infelicity, needing no instruments nor ministers. For tyrants, anxious to make those whom they punish wretched, keep executioners and torturers, and contrive branding irons and other instruments of torture to inspire fear in the brute soul, whereas vice attacks the soul without any such apparatus, and crushes and dejects it, and fills a man with sorrow, and lamentation, and melancholy, and remorse. Here is a proof of what I say. Many are silent under mutilation, and endure scourging or torture at the hand of despots or tyrants without uttering a word, whenever their soul, abating the pain by reason, forcibly as it were checks and represses them, but you can never quiet anger or smother grief, or persuade a timid person not to run away, or one suffering from remorse not to cry out, nor tear his hair, nor smite his thigh. Thus vice is stronger than fire and sword. You know of course that cities, when they desire to publicly contract for the building of temples or colossuses, listen to the estimates of the contractors who compete for the job, and bring their plans and charges, and finally select the contractor who will do the work at least 1/40 expense, and best, and quickest. Let us suppose then that we publicly contract to make the life of man miserable, and take the estimates of fortune and vice for this object. Fortune shall come forward, provided with all sorts of instruments and costly apparatus to make life miserable and wretched. She shall come with robberies and wars, and the blood guiltiness of tyrants, and storms at sea, and lightning drawn down from the sky. She shall compound hemlock, she shall bring swords, she shall levy an army of informers. She shall cause fevers to break out, she shall rattle fetters and build prisons. It is true that most of these things are owing to vice rather than fortune, but let us suppose them all to come from fortune. And let vice stand by naked, without any external things against man, and let her ask fortune how she will make man unhappy and dejected. Fortune, dost thou threaten poverty? Metricles laughs at thee, who sleeps during winter among the sheep, in summer in the vestibules of temples, and challenges the king of the Persians, who winters at Babylon, and summers in Media, to vie with him in happiness. Dost thou bring slavery, and bondage, and sale? Diogenes despises thee, who cried out, as he was being sold by some robbers, who will buy a master? Dost thou mix a cup of poison? Didst not thou offer such a one to Socrates? And cheerfully, and mildly, without fear, without changing color or countenance, he calmly drank it up, and when he was dead, all who survived deemed him happy, as sure to have a divine lot in Hades. And as to thy fire, did not Decius, the general of the Romans, anticipate it for himself, having piled up a funeral pyre between the two armies, and sacrificed himself to Cronos, dedicating himself for the supremacy of his country. And the chaste and loving wives of the Indians strive and contend with one another for the fire, and she that wins the day and gets burnt with the body of her husband, is pronounced happy by the rest, and her praise is sung. And of the wise men in that part of the world no one is esteemed or pronounced happy, who does not in his 141 lifetime, in good health and in full possession of all his faculties, separate soul from body by fire, and emerge pure from flesh, having purged away his mortal part. Or wilt thou reduce a man from a splendid property, and house, and table, and sumptuous living, to a threadbare coat and wallet, and begging of daily bread? Such was the beginning of happiness to Diogenes, of freedom and glory to Crates. Or wilt thou nail a man on a cross, or impale him on a stake? What cares Theodorus whether he rots above ground or below? Such was the happy mode of burial amongst the Scythians, and among the Hyrcanians dogs, among the Bactrians birds, devour according to the laws the dead bodies of those who have made a happy end. Who then are made unhappy by these things? Those who have no manliness or reason, the enervated and untrained, who retain the opinions they had as children. Fortune therefore does not produce perfect infelicity, unless vice cooperate. For as a thread saws through a bone that has been soaked in ashes and vinegar, and as people bend and fashion ivory only when it has been made soft and supple by beer, and cannot under any other circumstances, so fortune, lighting upon what is in itself faulty and soft through vice, hollows it out and wounds it. And as the Parthian juice, though hurtful to no one else nor injurious to those who touch it or carry it about, yet if it be communicated to a wounded man straightway kills him through his previous susceptibility to receive its essence. So he who will be upset in soul by fortune must have some secret internal ulcer or sore to make external things so piteous and lamentable. Does then vice need fortune to bring about infelicity? By no means. She lashes not up the rough and stormy sea, she girds not lonely mountain passes with robbers lying in wait by the way, she makes not clouds of hail to burst on the fruitful plains, she suborns not Miletus or Anytus or Calixenus as accusers. She takes not away wealth, excludes not people from the praetorship to make them wretched. But she scares the rich, the well-to-do, and great heirs. By land and sea she insinuates herself and 142 sticks to people, infusing lust, inflaming with anger, afflicting them with superstitious fears, tearing them in pieces with envy. The beginning of this short treatise is lost. Nor is the first paragraph at all clear. We have to guess somewhat at the meaning. In a fragment of the Phaeton. Compare also, on education. Iliad, 23. 297, 298. Iliad, 2. 700, 701. 'Tis ever so. Compare Horace, Saturday, I, 1-14. Adopting Reisch's reading. Proverbial for extreme good fortune. Cf. Horace, Odes, 3. 9, 4, Persarum vigi rege bedier. See Herodotus, 4. 72. Whether the disorders of mind or body are worse. Homer, looking at the mortality of all living creatures, and comparing them with one another in their lives and habits, gave vent to his thoughts in the words. Of all the things that on the earth do breathe, or creep, man is by far the wretchedest, assigning to man an unhappy preeminence in extreme misfortune. But let us, assuming that man is, as thus publicly declared, supreme in infelicity in the most wretched of all living creatures, compare him with himself, in the estimate of his misery dividing body and soul, not idly but in a very necessary way. That we may learn whether our life is more wretched owing to fortune or through our own fault. For disease is engendered in the body by nature, but vice and depravity in the soul is first its own doing, then its settled condition. And it is no slight aid to tranquility of mind if what is bad be capable of cure, and lighter and less violent. The fox and Aesop disputing with the leopard as to their respective claims to variety, the latter showed its body and appearance all bright and spotted, while the tawny skin of the former was dirty and not pleasant to look at. Then the fox said, "Look inside me, Sir Judge, and you will see that I am more full of variety than my opponent," referring to his trickiness and versatility in shifts. Let us similarly say to ourselves, many diseases and disorders, good sir, thy body naturally produces of itself, many also it receives from without. But if thou lookest at thyself within thou wilt find, to borrow the language of Democritus, a 143 varied and susceptible storehouse and treasury of what is bad, not flowing in from without, but having as it were innate and native springs, which vice, being exceedingly rich and abundant in passion, produces. And if diseases are detected in the body by the pulse and by pallors and flushes, and are indicated by heats and sudden pains, while the diseases of the mind, bad as they are, escape the notice of most people, the latter are worse because they deprive the sufferer of the perception of them. For reason if it be sound perceives the diseases of the body, but he that is diseased in his mind cannot judge of his sufferings, for he suffers in the very seat of judgment. We ought to account therefore the first and greatest of the diseases of the mind that ignorance, whereby vice is incurable for most people, dwelling with them and living and dying with them. For the beginning of getting rid of disease is the perception of it, which leads the sufferer to the necessary relief, but he who through not believing he is ill knows not what he requires refuses the remedy even when it is close at hand. For amongst the diseases of the body those are the worst which are accompanied by stupor, as lethargies, headaches, epilepsies, apoplexies, and those fevers which raise inflammation to the pitch of madness, and disturb the brain as in the case of a musical instrument, and move the mind strings hitherto untouched. And so doctors wish a man not to be ill, or if he is ill to be ignorant of it, as is the case with all diseases of the soul. For neither those who are out of their minds, nor the licentious, nor the unjust think themselves faulty, some even think themselves perfect. For no one ever yet called a fever health, or consumption a good condition of body, or gout swift-footedness, or paleness a good color, but many call anger manliness, and love friendship, and envy competition, 144 and cowardice prudence. Then again those that are ill in body send for doctors, for they are conscious of what they need to counteract their ailments. But those who are ill in mind avoid philosophers, for they think themselves excellent in the very matters in which they come short. And it is on this account that we maintain that ophthalmia is a lesser evil than madness, and gout than frenzy. For the person ill in body is aware of it and calls loudly for the doctor, and when he comes allows him to anoint his eye, to open a vein, or to plaster up his head. But you hear Mad Agave in her frenzy not knowing her dearest ones, but crying out, "We bring from the mountain to the halls a young stag recently torn limb from limb, a fortunate capture." Again he who is ill in body straightway gives up and goes to bed and remains there quietly till he is well, and if he toss and tumble about a little when the fit is on him, any of the people who are by saying to him, "Gently, stay in the bed. Poor wretch, and take your ease. Restrain him and check him." But those who suffer from a diseased brain are then most active and least at rest, for impulses bring about action, and the passions are vehement impulses. And so they do not let the mind rest, but when the man most requires quiet and silence and retirement, then is he dragged into the open air, and becomes the victim of anger, contentiousness, lust, and grief, and is compelled to do and say many lawless things unsuitable to the occasion. As therefore the storm which prevents one's putting into harbor is more dangerous than the storm which will not let one sail, so those storms of the soul are more formidable which do not allow a man to take in sail, or to calm his reason when it is disturbed, but without a pilot and without ballast, in perplexity and uncertainty through contrary and confusing courses, he rushes headlong and falls into woeful shipwreck, and shatters his life. So that 145 from these points of view it is worse to be diseased in mind than body, for the latter only suffer, but the former do ill as well as suffer ill. But why need I speak of our various passions? The very times bring them to our mind. Do you see yon great and promiscuous crowd jostling against one another and surging round the rostrum and forum? They have not assembled here to sacrifice to their country's gods, nor to share in one another's rights. They are not bringing to Ascrean Zeus the firstfruits of Lydian produce, nor are they celebrating in honor of Dionysus the Bakshik orgies on festival nights with common revelings. But a mighty plague stirring up Asia in annual cycles drives them here for litigation and suits at law at stated times, and the mass of business, like the confluence of mighty rivers, has inundated one forum, and festers and teems with ruiners and ruined. What fevers, what agues, do not these things cause? What obstructions, what eruptions of blood into the air vessels, what distemperature of heat, what overflow of humors, do not result? If you examine every suit at law, as if it were a person, as to where it originated, where it came from, you will find that one was produced by obstinate temper, another by frantic love of strife, a third by some sordid desire. Homer, Iliad, 17. 446, 447. See the fable lambda pi eta xi kappa alpha iota pi rho delta alpha lambda iota, number 42, ed. Hom. Reading with Wittenbach, Cairo iota sigma epsilon sigma iota kappa alpha iota rho upsilon theta mu alpha sigma iota. Forte gamma nu omicron iota alpha nu. Wittenbach. The ordinary reading is nu omicron iota alpha nu. E scylla descendit gamma nu theta iota sigma epsilon alpha upsilon tau nu, says Juvenal truly, 11. 27. Compare the image in Shakespeare, Hamlet, A3. SCI, 165, 166. Now see that noble and most sovereign reason, like sweet bells jangled, out of tune and harsh. Euripides, Bacchae, 1170–1172. Agave's treatment of her son Pentheus was a stock philosophical comparison. See for example Horace, 2. Saturday, 3. 303, 304, and context. Euripides, Orestes, 258. Orum puta. Pactolus enim orum fert. Videter dictio e pindaro dissumpta esse. Risc. Libellus hic fine carere videter. Quer autem opusculum hoc Plutarcho indignum ac suppositum visum xylandro furit, non intelligo. Risc. On abundance of friends. Menon the Thessalian, who thought he was a perfect adept in discourse, and, to borrow the language of Empedocles, had attained the heights of wisdom, was asked by Socrates, what virtue was, and upon his answering quickly and glibly, that virtue was a different thing in boy and old man, and in man and woman, and in magistrate and private person, and in master and servant, capital, said Socrates, you were asked about one virtue, but you 146 have raised up a whole swarm of them. Conjecturing not amiss that the man named many because he knew not one. Might not someone jeer at us in the same way, as being afraid, when we have not yet one firm friendship, that we shall without knowing it fall upon an abundance of friends? It is very much the same as if a man maimed and blind should be afraid of becoming hundred-handed like Briareus or all-eyes like Argus. And yet we wonderfully praise the young man in Menander, who said that he thought anyone wonderfully good, if he had even the shadow of a friend. But among many other things what stands chiefly in the way of getting a friend is the desire for many friends, like a licentious woman who, through giving her favors indiscriminately, cannot retain her old lovers, who are neglected and drop off. Or rather like the foster child of Hypsipyle, sitting in the meadow and plucking flower after flower, snatching at each prize with gladsome heart, insatiable in its childish delight, so in the case of each of us. Owing to our love of novelty and fickleness, the recent flower ever attracts, and makes us inconstant, frequently laying the foundations of many friendships and intimacies that come to nothing. Neglecting in love of what we eagerly pursue what we have already possession of. To begin therefore with the domestic hearth, as the saying is, with the traditions of life that time has handed down to us about constant friends, let us take the witness and counsel of antiquity, according to which friendships go in pairs. As in the cases of Theseus and Pirithous, Achilles and Patroclus, Orestes and Pylades, Phintias and Damon, Epaminondas and Pelopidas. For friendship is a creature that goes in pairs, and is not gregarious, or crow-like, and to think a 147 friend a second self, and to call him companion as it were second one, shows that friendship is a dual relation. For we can get neither many slaves nor many friends at small expense. What then is the purchase money of friendship? Benevolence and complaisance conjoined with virtue, and yet nature has nothing more rare than these. And so to love or be loved very much cannot find place with many persons, for as rivers that have many channels and cuttings have a weak and thin stream, so excessive love in the soul if divided out among many is weakened. Thus love for their young is most strongly implanted in those that bear only one, as Homer calls a beloved son, the only one, the child of old age, that is, when the parents neither have nor are likely to have another child. Not that we insist on only one friend, but among the rest there should be one eminently so, like a child of old age, who according to that well-known proverb has eaten a bushel of salt with one. Not as nowadays many so-called friends contract friendship from drinking together once, or playing at ball together, or playing together with dice, or passing the night together at some inn, or meeting at the wrestling school or in the market. And in the houses of rich and leading men people congratulate them on their many friends, when they see the large and bustling crowd of visitors and handshakers and retainers, and yet they see more flies in their kitchens. And as the flies only come for the dainties, so they only dance attendance for what they can get. And since true friendship has three main requirements, virtue, as a thing good, and familiarity, as a thing pleasant, and use, as a thing serviceable. For we ought to choose a friend with judgment, and rejoice in his company, and make use of him in need, and all these things are prejudicial to abundance of friends, especially judgment, which is the most important point. We must first consider, if it is impossible in a short time to test dancers who are to form a chorus, or rowers who are to pull together, or slaves who are to act as stewards of estates, 148 or as tutors of one's sons. Far more difficult is it to meet with many friends who will take off their coats to aid you in every fortune, each of whom offers his services to you in prosperity, and does not object to share your adversity. For neither does a ship encounter so many storms at sea, nor do they fortify places with walls, or harbors with defences and earthworks, in the expectation of so many in great dangers. As friendship tested well and soundly promises defence and refuge from. But if friends slip in without being tested, like money prove to be bad. Those who shall lose such friends may well be glad, and those who have such pray that they may lose them. Yet is it difficult and by no means easy to avoid and bring to a close an unpleasant friendship, as in the case of food which is injurious and harmful, we cannot retain it on the stomach without damage and hurt. Nor can we expel it as it was taken into the mouth, but only in a putrid mixed up and changed form, so a bad friend is troublesome both to others and himself if retained, and if he be got rid of forcibly it is with hostility and hatred. And like the voiding of bile. We ought not, therefore, lightly to welcome or strike up an intimate friendship with any chance comers, or love those who attach themselves to us, but attach ourselves to those who are worthy of our friendship. For what is easily got is not always desirable, and we pass over and trample upon heather and brambles that stick to us on our road to the olive and vine, so also is it good not always to make a friend of the person who is expert in twining himself around us. But after testing them to attach ourselves to those who are worthy of our affection and likely to be serviceable to us. As therefore Zeuxis, when some people accused him of painting slowly, replied, I admit that I do, but then I paint to last, so ought we to test for a long time the friendship and intimacy that we take up and mean to 149 keep. Is it not easy then to put to the test many friends, and to associate with many friends at the same time, or is this impossible? For intimacy is the full enjoyment of friendship, and most pleasant is companying with and spending the day with a friend. Never again shall we alive, apart from dear friends, sit and take counsel alone together. And Menelaus said about Odysseus, nor did anything ever divide or separate us, who loved and delighted in one another, till death's black cloud overshadowed us. The contrary effect seems to be produced by abundance of friends. For the friendship of a pair of friends draws them together and puts them together and holds them together, and is heightened by intercourse and kindliness, as when the juice of the fig curdles and binds the white milk, as Empedocles says. Such unity and complete union will such a friendship produce. Whereas having many friends puts people apart and severs and disunites them, by transferring and shifting the tie of friendship too frequently, and does not admit of a mixture and welding of goodwill by the diffusing and compacting of intimacy. And this causes at once an inequality and difficulty in respect of acts of kindness, for the uses of friendship become inoperative by being dispersed over too wide an area. One man is acted upon by his character, another by his reflection. For neither do our natures and impulses always incline in the same directions, nor are our fortunes in life identical, for opportunities of action are, like the winds, favorable to some, unfavorable to others. Moreover, if all our friends want to do the same things at the same time, it will be difficult to satisfy them all, whether they desire to deliberate, or to act in state affairs, or wish for office, or are going to entertain guests. If again at the same time they chance to be engaged in different occupations and interests and ask you all together, one who is going on a voyage that you will sail with him, another who is going to law that you will be his advocate, another who is going to try a case that you will try it with him, another who is selling or buying that you will go into 150 partnership with him, another who is going to marry that you will join him in the sacrifice, another who is going to bury a relation that you will be one of the mourners. The town is full of incense, and at once resounds with triumph songs and bitter wailing. That is the fruit of many friends. To oblige all is impossible, to oblige none is absurd, and to help one and offend many is grievous. No lover ever yet fancied neglect. And yet people bear patiently and without anger the carelessness and neglect of friends, if they get from them such excuses as, I forgot, I did it unwittingly. But he who says, I did not assist you in your lawsuit, for I was assisting another friend, or, I did not visit you when you had your fever, for I was helping so-and-so who was entertaining his friends, excusing himself for his inattention to one by his attention to another, so far from making the offense less, even adds jealousy to his neglect. But most people in friendship regard only, it seems, what can be got out of it, overlooking what will be asked in return, and not remembering that he, who has had many of his own requests granted, must oblige others in turn by granting their requests. And as Briareus with his 100 hands had to feed 50 stomachs, and was therefore no better provided than we are, who with 2 hands have to supply the necessities of only one belly, so in having many friends one has to do many services for them. One has to share in their anxiety, and to toil and moil with them. For we must not listen to Euripides when he says, mortals ought to join in moderate friendships for one another, and not love with all their heart, that the spell may be soon broken, and the friendship may either be ended or become closer at will. That so it may be adjusted to our requirements, like the sail of a ship that we can either slacken or haul 151 tight. But let us transfer, Euripides, these lines of yours to enmities, and bid people make their animosities moderate, and not hate with all their heart, that their hatred, and wrath, and querulousness, and suspicions, may be easily broken. Recommend rather for our consideration that saying of Pythagoras, do not give many your right hand, that is, do not make many friends, do not go in for a common and vulgar friendship, which is sure to cause anyone much trouble. For its sharing in others' anxieties and griefs and labors and dangers is quite intolerable to free and noble natures. And that was a true saying of the wise Chilo to one who told him he had no enemy, neither, said he, do you seem to me to have a friend. For enmities inevitably accompany and are involved in friendships. It is impossible, I say, not to share with a friend in his injuries and disgraces and enmities, for enemies at once suspect and hate the friend of their enemies, and even friends are often envious and jealous and carp at him. As then the oracle given to Timesias about his colony foretold him, that his swarm of bees would soon be followed by a swarm of wasps, so those that seek a swarm of friends have sometimes lighted unawares on a wasp's nest of enemies. And the remembrance of wrongs done by an enemy and the kindness of a friend do not weigh in the same balance. See how Alexander treated the friends and intimates of Philotas and Parmenio, how Dionysius treated those of Dion, Nero those of Plautus, Tiberius those of Sejanus, torturing and putting them to death. For as neither the gold nor rich robes of Creon's daughter availed her or her sire, but the flame that burst out suddenly involved him in the same fate as herself, as he ran up to embrace her and rescue her, so some friends, though they have had no enjoyment out of their friends' prosperity, are involved in their misfortunes. And this is especially the case with philosophers and kind people, as Theseus, when his friend Pirithous was punished and in 152 prisoned, was also bound in fetters not of brass. And Thucydides tells us that during the plague at Athens those that most displayed their virtue perished with their friends that were ill, for they neglected their own lives in going to visit them. We ought not therefore to be too lavish with our virtue, binding it together and implicating it in various people's fortunes, but we ought to preserve our friendship for those who are worthy of it, and are capable of reciprocating it. For this is indeed the greatest argument against many friends, that friendship is originated by similarity. For seeing that even the brutes can hardly be forced to mix with those that are unlike themselves, but crouch down, and show their dislike, and run away, while they mix freely with those that are akin to them and have a similar nature. And gently and gladly make friends with one another then, how is it possible that there should be friendship between people differing in characters and temperaments and ideas of life? For harmony on the harp or lyre is attained by notes in unison and not in unison, sharp and flat somehow or other producing concord, but in the harmony of friendship there must be no unlike, or uneven, or unequal element. But from all alike must come agreement in opinions and wishes and feeling, as if one soul were put into several bodies. What man then is so industrious, so changeable, and so versatile, as to be able to make himself like and adapt himself to many different persons, and not to laugh at the advice of Theognis, imitate the ingenuity of the polypus, that takes the color of whatever stone it sticks to? And yet the changes in the polypus do not go deep but are only on the surface, which, from its thickness or thinness takes the impression of everything that approaches it, whereas friends endeavor to be like one another in character, and feeling, and language, and pursuits, and disposition. It requires a not very fortunate or very good Proteus, able by jugglery to assume various forms, to be 153 frequently at the same time a student with the learned, and ready to try a fall with wrestlers, or to go a hunting with people fond of the chase, or to get drunk with tipplers, or to go a canvassing with politicians, having no fixed character of his own. And as the natural philosophers say of unformed and colorless matter when subjected to external change, that it is now fire, now water, now air, now solid earth, so the soul suitable for many friendships must be impressionable, and versatile, and pliant, and changeable. But friendship requires a steady, constant and unchangeable character, a person that is uniform in his intimacy. And so a constant friend is a thing rare and hard to find. Plato, Men. E. Quoted more fully by our author, De Fraterno Amore. Idem comparation uditor Lucianus in Taxari t. 2. Sigma tau iota nu pi omicron lambda phi iota lambda omicron mu iota mu nu delta omicron kappa epsilon tau alpha iota nu alpha tau alpha iota kappa alpha mu iota chi epsilon omicron mu nu alpha iota gamma nu alpha iota xi. Kappa alpha iota omicron mu epsilon theta omicron kappa epsilon theta mu omicron omega sigma chi upsilon rho nu tau nu phi iota lambda alpha tau omicron epsilon nu alpha iota pi rho pi omicron lambda epsilon nu omicron alpha iota rho epsilon theta epsilon sigma alpha nu. Wittenbach. From the Hypsipyle of Euripides. A well-known proverb for beginning at the beginning. Aristophanes, Vespi. 846, Plato, Euthyphro, 3a, Strabo, 9. An allusion to the well-known proverb, kappa omicron lambda omicron iota pi omicron tau iota kappa omicron lambda omicron iota nu. See Erasmus, Adagia. The paranomasia is on tau alpha rho omicron, tau epsilon rho omicron. Iliad, 9. 482, Odyssey, 16. 19. Cf. Cicero, De Amicitia, 19. Sophocles, Fragm. 741, quoted again by our author, On Love. For the image compare Lucio's speech, Shakespeare, Measure for Measure, A4. SC 3. 189, 190, Nay, friar, I am a kind of burr, I shall stick. Iliad, 23. 77, 78. Odyssey, 4. 178-180. Iliad, v. 902, altered somewhat. Burke. Sophocles, Oedipus Tyrannus, 4, 5. Quoted again, on moral virtue. A line from Menander. Quoted again, De Fraterno Amore. Reading with Hom and Hercher nu tau pi omicron lambda omicron phi iota lambda omicron chi rho sigma theta alpha iota. Euripides, Hippolytus, 253-257, where Dindorf and Hercher agree in the reading. Compare, on education. Chilo was one of the 7 wise men. See Pausanias, 3. 16, x. 24. For the circumstances see Euripides, Medea, 1136 sq. For the friendship of Theseus and Pirithous, see Pausanias, I. 17, x. 29. The line is from Euripides, Pirithous, Fragm. 591, cf. On shyness. Thucydides, 2. 51. Burke. On Proteus, see Verg. George, 4. 387 square, Ovid, Art, I. 761, Met, 2. 9, Fasti, I. 367 square, and especially Horace, Epistles, I. 90, Quotenium voltus mutantum protea nodo. Literally, having no hearth of character, the hearth being an emblem of stability. Compare, how one may discern a flatterer from a friend, where the same image is employed. How one may discern a flatterer from a friend. Plato says, Antiochus Philopappus, that all men pardon the man who acknowledges that he is excessively fond of himself, but that there is among many other defects this very grave one in self-love. That by it a man becomes incapable of being a just and impartial judge about himself, for love is blind in regard to the loved object. Unless a person has learnt and accustomed himself to honor and pursue what is noble rather than his own selfish interests. This gives a great field for the flatterer in friendship, who finds a wonderful base of operations in our self-love, which makes each person his own first and greatest flatterer, and easily admits a flatterer from without, who will be. So he thinks and hopes, both a witness and confirmer of his good opinion of himself. For he that lies open to the reproach of being fond of flatterers is very fond of himself, and owing to his 154 goodwill to himself wishes to possess all good qualities, and thinks he actually does. The wish is not ridiculous, but the thought is misleading and requires a good deal of caution. And if truth is a divine thing, and, according to Plato, the beginning of all good things both to the gods and men, the flatterer is likely to be an enemy to the gods, and especially to Apollo, for he always sets himself against that famous saying. Know thyself, implanting in everybody's mind self-deceit and ignorance of his own good or bad qualities, thus making his good points defective and imperfect, and his bad points altogether incorrigible. If however, as is the case with most other bad things, the flatterer attacked only or chiefly ignoble or worthless persons, the evil would not be so mischievous or so difficult to guard against. But since, as woodworms breed most in soft and sweet wood, those whose characters are honorable and good and equitable encourage and support the flatterer most, and moreover, as Simonides says, rearing of horses does not go with the oil flask, but with fruitful fields, so we see that flattery does not join itself to the poor, the obscure, or those without means, but is the snare and bane of great houses and estates, and often overturns kingdoms and principalities. It is a matter of no small importance, needing much foresight, to examine the question, that so flattery may be easily detected, and neither injure nor discredit friendship. For just as lice leave dying persons, and abandon bodies when the blood on which they feed is drying up, so one never yet saw flatterers dancing attendance on dry and cold poverty, but they fasten on wealth and position and there get fat. But speedily decamp if reverses come. But we ought not to wait to experience that, which would be unprofitable, or rather injurious and dangerous. For not to find friends at a time when you want them is hard, as also not to be able to exchange an inconstant and bad friend for a constant and good one. For a friend should be like money tried before being 155 quired, not found faulty in our need. For we ought not to have our wits about us only when the mischief is done, but we ought to try and prevent the flatterer doing any harm to us, for otherwise we shall be in the same plight as people who test deadly poisons by first tasting them, and kill or nearly kill themselves in the experiment. We do not praise such, nor again all those who, looking at their friends simply from the point of view of decorum and utility, think that they can detect all agreeable and pleasant companions as flatterers in the very act. For a friend ought not to be disagreeable or unpleasant, nor ought friendship to be a thing high and mighty with sourness and austerity, but even its decorous deportment ought to be attractive and winning. For by it the graces and desire have pitched their tents. And not only to a person in misfortune is it sweet to look into the eyes of a friendly person, as Euripides says, but no less does it bring pleasure and charm in good fortune than when it relieves the sorrows and difficulties of adversity. And as Ivinus said, fire was the best sauce, so the deity, mixing up friendship with life, has made everything bright and sweet and acceptable by its presence and the enjoyment it brings. How else indeed could the flatterer insinuate himself by the pleasure he gives, unless he knew that friendship admitted the pleasurable element? It would be impossible to say. But just as spurious and mock gold only imitates the brightness and glitter of real gold, so the flatterer seems to imitate the pleasantness and agreeableness of the real friend, and to exhibit himself ever merry and bright, contradicting and opposing nothing. We must not however on that account suspect all who 156 praise as simple flatterers. For friendship requires praise as much as censure on the proper occasion. Indeed, peevishness and querulousness are altogether alien to friendship and social life, but when goodwill bestows praise ungrudgingly and readily upon good actions, people endure also easily and without pain admonition and plain speaking, believing and continuing to love the person who took such pleasure in praising, as if now he only blamed out of necessity. It is difficult then, someone may say, to distinguish between the flatterer and the friend, if they differ neither in the pleasure they give nor in the praise they bestow. For as to services and attentions you may often see friendship outstripped by flattery. Certainly it is so, I should reply, if we are trying to find the genuine flatterer who handles his craft with cleverness and art, but not if, like most people, we consider those persons flatterers who are called their own oil flask carriers and table men, men who begin to talk, as one said, the moment their hands have been washed for dinner, whose servility, ribaldry, and want of all decency is apparent at the first dish and glass. It did not of course require very much discrimination to detect Melanthius the parasite of Alexander of Pharia of flattery, who, to those who asked how Alexander was murdered, answered, "Threw his side into my belly," or those who formed a circle round a wealthy table, whom neither fire, nor sword, nor steel, would keep from running to a feast, or those female flatterers in Cyprus, who after they crossed over into Syria were nicknamed stepladders, because they lay down and let the king's wives use their bodies as steps to mount their carriages. What kind of flatterer then must we be on our guard against? The one who neither seems to be nor acknowledges himself to be one, whom you will not always find in the vicinity of your kitchen, who is not to be 157 caught watching the dial to see how near it is to dinner time, nor gets so drunk as to throw himself down anyhow, but one who is generally sober, and a busybody, and thinks he ought to have a hand in your affairs, and wishes to share in your secrets. And as to friendship plays rather a tragic than a satiric or comic part. For as Plato says, it is the height of injustice to appear to be just when you are not really so we must deem the most dangerous kind of flattery not the open but the secret, not the playful but the serious. For it throws suspicion even upon a genuine friendship, which we may often confound with it, if we are not careful. When Gobryas pursued one of the Magi into a dark room, and was on the ground wrestling with him, and Darius came up and was doubtful how he could kill one without killing both, Gobryas bade him thrust his sword boldly through both of them. But we, since we give no assent to that saying, let friend perish so the enemy perish with him, in our endeavor to distinguish the flatterer from the friend, seeing that their resemblances are so many. ought to take great care that we do not reject the good with the bad, nor in sparing what is beneficial fall in with what is injurious. For as wild grains mixed up with wheat, if very similar in size and appearance, are not easily kept apart, for if the sieve have small holes they don't pass through, and if large holes they pass with the corn. So flattery is not easily distinguished from friendship, being mixed up with it in feeling and emotion, habit and custom. Because however friendship is the most pleasant of all things, and nothing more glads the heart of man, therefore the flatterer attracts by the pleasure he gives, pleasure being in fact his field. And because favors and good services accompany friendship, as the proverb says, a friend is more necessary than fire or water, therefore 158 the flatterer volunteers all sorts of services. And strives to show himself on all occasions zealous and obliging and ready. And since friendship is mainly produced by a similarity of tastes and habits, and to have the same likes and dislikes first brings people together and unites them through sympathy. The flatterer observing this molds himself like material and demeans himself accordingly, seeking completely to imitate and resemble those whom he desires to ingratiate himself with, being supple in change, and plausible in his imitations. So that one would say, Achilles' son, oh no, it is himself. But his cleverest trick is that, observing that freedom of speech, is both spoken of and reckoned as the peculiar and natural voice of friendship, while not speaking freely is considered unfriendly and disingenuous. He has not failed to imitate this trait of friendship also. But just as clever cooks infuse bitter sauces and sharp seasoning to prevent sweet things from cloying, so these flatterers do not use a genuine or serviceable freedom of speech, but merely a winking and tickling innuendo. He is therefore difficult to detect, like those creatures which naturally change their color and take that of the material or place near them. But since he deceives and conceals his true character by his imitations, it is our duty to unmask him and detect him by the differences between him and the true friend, and to show that he is, as Plato says, tricked out in other people's colors and forms, from lack of any of his own. Let us examine the matter then from the beginning. I said that friendship originated in most cases from a similar disposition and nature, generally inclined to the same habits and morals, and rejoicing in the same pursuits, studies, and amusements. As the following lines testify, to old man the voice of old man is sweetest, to boy that of boy, to woman is most acceptable that of woman, to the sick person that of sick person. While he that is overtaken 159 by misfortune is a comforter to one in trouble. The flatterer knowing then that it is innate in us to delight in, and enjoy the company of, and to love, those who are like ourselves, attempts first to approach and get near a person in this direction. As one tries to catch an animal in the pastures, by the same pursuits and amusements and studies and modes of life quietly throwing out his bait, and disguising himself in false colors, till his victim give him an opportunity to catch him, and become tame and tractable at his touch. Then too he censures the things and modes of life and persons that he knows his victim dislikes, while he praises those he fancies immoderately, overdoing it indeed with his show of surprise and excessive admiration, making him more and more convinced that his likes and dislikes are the fruits of judgment and not of caprice. How then is the flatterer convicted, and by what differences is he detected, of being only a counterfeit, and not really like his victim? We must first then look at the even tenor and consistency of his principles, if he always delights in the same things, and always praises the same things, and directs and governs his life after one pattern, as becomes the noble lover of consistent friendship and familiarity. Such a person is a friend. But the flatterer having no fixed character of his own, and not seeking to lead the life suitable for him, but shaping and modeling himself after another's pattern, is neither simple nor uniform, but complex and unstable, assuming different appearances, like water poured from vessel to vessel, ever in a state of flux and accommodating himself entirely to the fashion of those who entertain him. The ape indeed, as it seems, attempting to imitate man, is caught imitating his movements and dancing like him, but the flatterer himself attracts and decoys other men, imitating not all alike, for with one he sings and dances, with another he wrestles and gets covered with the dust of the palaestra, 160 while he follows a third fond of hunting and the chase all but shouting out the words of Phaedra. How I desire to halloo on the dogs, chasing the dappled deer. And yet he has really no interest in the chase, it is the hunter himself he sets the toils and snares for. And if the object of his pursuit is some young scholar and lover of learning, he is all for books then, his beard flows down to his feet, he's quite a sight with his threadbare cloak, has all the indifference of the Stoic. And speaks of nothing but the rectangles and triangles of Plato. But if any rich and careless fellow fond of drink come in his way, then wise Odysseus stripped him of his rags. His threadbare cloak is thrown aside, his beard is shorn off like a fruitless crop, he goes in for wine-coolers and tankards. And laughs loudly in the streets, and jeers at philosophers. As they say happened at Syracuse, when Plato went there, and Dionysius was seized with a furious passion for philosophy, and so great was the concourse of geometricians that they raised up quite a cloud of dust in the palace. But when Plato fell out of favor, and Dionysius gave up philosophy, and went back again headlong to wine and women and trifles and debauchery, then all the court was metamorphosed, as if they all had drunk of Circe's cup. For ignorance and oblivion and silliness reigned rampant. I am borne out in what I say by the behavior of great flatterers and demagogues, the greatest of whom Alcibiades, a jeerer and horse-rearer at Athens, and living a gay and merry life, wore his hair closely shaven at Lacedaemon, and washed in cold water, and attired himself in a threadbare cloak. While in Thrace he fought and drank, and at Tissapherne's court lived delicately and luxuriously and in a pretentious style, and thus curried favor and was 161 popular with everybody by imitating their habits and ways. Such was not the way however in which Epaminondas or Agesilaus acted, for though they associated with very many men and states and different modes of life, they maintained everywhere their usual demeanor, both in dress and diet and language and behavior. So Plato at Syracuse was exactly the same man as in the academy, the same with Dionysius as with Dion. As to the changes of the flatterer, which resemble those of the polypus, a man may most easily detect them by himself pretending to change about frequently, and by censuring the kind of life he used formerly to praise, and anon approving of the words, actions and modes of life that he used to be displeased with. He will then see that the flatterer is never consistent or himself, never loving, hating, rejoicing, grieving at his own initiative, but like a mirror, merely reflecting the image of other people's emotions and manners and feelings. Such a one will say, if you censure one of your friends to him, you are slow in finding the fellow out, he never pleased me from the first. But if on the other hand you change your language and praise him, he will swear by Zeus that he rejoices at it, and is himself under obligations to the man, and believes in him. And if you talk of the necessity of changing your mode of life, of retiring from public life to a life of privacy and ease, he says, we ought long ago to have got rid of uproar and envy. But if you think of returning again to public life, he chimes in, your sentiments do you honor, retirement from business is pleasant, but inglorious and mean. One ought to say at once to such a one, stranger, quite different now you look to what you did before. I do not need a friend to change his opinions with me and to assent to me in everything, my shadow will do that better, but I need one that will speak the truth and help me with his judgment. This is one way of detecting the flatterer. We must also observe another difference in the resemblance between the friend and flatterer. The true friend does not imitate you in everything, nor is he too keen to praise, but praises only what is excellent, for as Sophocles says, he is not born to share in hate but love. Yes, by Zeus. And he is born to share in doing what is right and in loving what is noble, and not to share in wrongdoing or misbehavior, unless it be that, as a running of the eyes is catching. So through companionship and intimacy he may against his will contract by infection some vice or ill habit, as they say Plato's intimates imitated his stoop, Aristotle's his lisp, and King Alexander's his holding his head a little on one side. And rapidity of utterance in conversation, for people mostly pick up unawares such traits of character. But the flatterer is exactly like the chameleon, which takes every color but white, and so he, though unable to imitate what is worth his while, leaves nothing that is bad unimitated. And just as poor painters unable to make a fine portrait from inefficiency in their craft, bring out the likeness by painting all the wrinkles, moles and scars, so the flatterer imitates his friend's intemperance, superstition, hot temper, sourness to domestics, suspicion of his friends and relations. For he is by nature inclined to what is worst, and thinks that imitation of what is bad is as far as possible removed from censure. For those are suspected who have noble aims in life, and seem to be vexed and disgusted at their friends' faults, for that injured and even ruined Dion with Dionysius, Samius with Philip, and Cleomenes with Ptolemy. But he that wishes to be and appear at the same time both agreeable and trustworthy pretends 163 to rejoice more in what is bad, as being through excessive love for his friend not even offended at his vices, but as one with him in feeling and nature in all matters. And so they claim to share in involuntary and chance ailments, and pretend to have the same complaints, in flattery to those who suffer from any, as that their eyesight and sense of hearing are deficient, if their friends are somewhat blind or deaf. As the flatterers of Dionysius, who was rather short-sighted, jostled one another at a dinner party, and knocked the dishes off the table, as if from defect of vision. And some to make their cases more similar wind themselves in closer, and dive even into family secrets for parallels. Foreseeing that their friends are unfortunate in marriage, or suspicious about the behavior of their sons or relations, they do not spare themselves, but make quite a Jeremiad about their own sons, or wife, or kinsfolk, or relations, proclaiming loudly their own family secrets. For similarity in situation makes people more sympathetic, and their friends having received as it were hostages by their confessions, entrust them in return with their secrets, and having once made confidants of them, dare not take back their confidence. I actually know of a man who turned his wife out of doors because his friend had put away his, but as he secretly visited her and sent messages to her, he was detected by his friend's wife noticing his conduct. So little did he know the nature of a flatterer that thought the following lines more applicable to a crab than a flatterer: his whole body is belly, his eye is on everything, he is a creature creeping on his teeth. For such is a true picture of the parasite, friends of the frying pan, hunting for a dinner, to borrow the language of Eupoles. However, let us put off all this to its proper place in the discourse. But let us not fail to notice the wheeliness of the flatterer's imitation, in that, even if he imitates any good points in the person he flatters, he always takes care to give him the palm. Whereas among real friends there is no rivalry or jealousy of one another, but they are satisfied and contented alike whether they are equal or one of them 164 is superior. But the flatterer, ever remembering that he is to play second fiddle, makes his copy always fall a little short of the original, for he admits that he is everywhere outstripped and left behind, except in vice. For in that alone he claims preeminence, for if his friend is peevish, he says he is atrabilious; if his friend is superstitious, he says he is a fanatic; if his friend is in love, he says he is madly in love. If his friend laughs, he will say, "You laughed a little unseasonably, but I almost died of laughter." But in regard to any good points his action is quite the opposite. He says he can run quickly, but his friend flies. He says he can ride pretty well, but his friend is a centaur on horseback. He says, "I am not a bad poet, and don't write very bad lines. But your sonorous verse is like Jove's thunder." Thus he shows at once that his friend's aims in life are good, and that his friend has reached a height he cannot soar to. Such then are the differences in the resemblances between the flatterer and the friend. But since, as has been said before, to give pleasure is common to both, for the good man delights in his friends as much as the bad man in his flatterers, let us consider the difference between them here too. The difference lies in the different aim of each in giving pleasure. Look at it this way. There is no doubt a sweet smell in perfume. So there is also in medicine. But the difference is that while in perfume pleasure and nothing else is designed, in medicine either purging, or warming, or adding flesh to the system, is the primary object, and the sweet smell is only a secondary consideration. Again, painters mix gay colors and dyes. There are also some drugs which are gay in appearance and not unpleasing in color. What then is the difference between these? Manifestly we distinguish by the end each aims at. So too the social life of friends employs mirth to add a charm to some good and useful end, and sometimes makes joking and a good table and wine, and even chaff and banter, the seasoning to 165 noble and serious matters, as in the line. Much they enjoyed talking to one another. And again. Never did aught else disturb our love or joy in one another. But the flatterer's whole aim and end is to cook up and season his joke or word or action, so as to produce pleasure. And to speak concisely, the flatterer's object is to please in everything he does, whereas the true friend always does what is right, and so often gives pleasure, often pain, not wishing the latter, but not shunning it either, if he deems it best. For as the physician, if it be expedient, infuses saffron or spikenard, or uses some soothing fomentation or feeds his patient up liberally, and sometimes orders castor or poli, that so strong and foully smells, or pounds hellebore and compels him to drink it, neither in the one case making unpleasantness, nor in the other pleasantness, his end and aim, but in both studying only the interest of his patient, so the friend sometimes by praise and kindness, extolling him and gladdening his heart, leads him to what is noble, as Agamemnon. Teucer, dear head, thou son of Telamon, go on thus shooting, captain of thy men. Or Diomed. How could I e'er forget divine Odysseus? But where on the other hand there is need of correction, then he rebukes with biting words and with the freedom worthy of a friend. Zeus cherished Menelaus, art thou mad, and in thy folly taxed no heed of safety? Sometimes also he joins action to word, as Menedemus sobered the profligate and disorderly son of his friend Asclepiades, by shutting him out of his house, and not speaking to him. And Arcesilaus forbade Bato his school, 166 when he wrote a line in one of his plays against Cleanthes, and only got reconciled with him after he repented and made his peace with Cleanthes. For we ought to give our friend pain if it will benefit him, but not to the extent of breaking off our friendship, but just as we make use of some biting medicine, that will save and preserve the life of the patient. And so the friend, like a musician, in bringing about an improvement to what is good and expedient, sometimes slackens the chords, sometimes tightens them, and is often pleasant, but always useful. But the flatterer, always harping on one note, and accustomed to play his accompaniment only with a view to please and to ingratiate himself, knows not how either to oppose in deed, or give pain in word, but complies only with every wish, ever chiming in with and echoing the sentiments of his patron. As then Xenophon says Agesilaus took pleasure in being praised by those who would also censure him, so ought we to think that to please and gratify us is friendly in the person who can also give us pain and oppose us. But to feel suspicion at an intercourse which is merely for pleasure and gratification, and never pungent, and by Zeus to have ready that saying of the Lacedaemonian, who, on hearing King Charillus praised, said, how can he be a good man who is not severe even to the bad? They say the gadfly attacks bulls, and the tick dogs, in the ear, so the flatterer besieges with praise the ears of those who are fond of praise, and sticks there and is hard to dislodge. We ought therefore here to make a wide awake and careful discrimination, whether the praise is bestowed on the action or the man. It is bestowed on the action, if people praise the absent rather than the present, if also those that have the same aims and aspirations praise not only us but all that are similarly disposed, and do not evidently say and do one thing at one time, and the direct contrary at another. And the greatest test is if we are conscious, in the matters for which we get the praise, that we have not regretted them, and are not ashamed at them, and would not rather have said and done differently. For 167 our own inward judgment, testifying the contrary in not admitting the praise, is above passion, and impregnable and proof against the flatterer. But I know not how it is that most people in misfortune cannot bear exhortation, but are captivated more by condolence and sympathy, and when they have done something wrong acted amiss. He that by censure and blame implants in them the stings of repentance is looked upon by them as hostile and an accuser, while they welcome and regard as friendly and well disposed to them the person who bestows praise and panegyric on what they have done. Those then that readily praise and join in applauding some word or action on the part of someone whether in jest or earnest, only do temporary harm for the moment, but those who injure the character by their praise, and by their flattery undermine the morals, act like those slaves who do not steal from the bin, but from the seed corn. For they pervert the disposition, which is the seed of actions, and the character, which is the principle and fountain of life, by attaching to vice names that belong properly only to virtue. For as Thucydides says, in times of faction and war, people changed the accustomed meaning of words as applied to acts at their will and pleasure, for reckless daring is then considered bravery to one's comrades, and prudent delay specious cowardice. And sober-mindedness the cloak of the coward, and taking everything into account before action a real desire to do nothing. So too in the case of flattery we must observe and be on our guard against wastefulness being called liberality, and cowardliness prudence, and madness quick-wittedness, and meanness frugality, and the amorous man called social and affectionate. And the term manly applied to the passionate and vain man, and the term civil applied to the paltry and mean man. As I remember Plato says the lover is a flatterer 168 of the beloved one, and calls the snub nose graceful, and the aquiline nose royal, and swarthy people manly, and fair people the children of the gods. And the olive complexion is merely the lover's phrase to gloss over and palliate excessive pallor. And yet the ugly man persuaded he is handsome, or the short man persuaded he is tall, cannot long remain in the error, and receives only slight injury from it, and not irreparable mischief, but praise applied to vices as if they were virtues. So that one is not vexed but delighted with a vicious life, removes all shame from wrongdoing, and was the ruin of the Sicilians, by calling the savage cruelty of Dionysius and Phalaris detestation of wickedness and uprightness. It was the ruin of Egypt, by styling Ptolemy's effeminacy, and superstition, and howlings, and beating of drums, religion and service to the gods. It was nearly the overthrow and destruction of the ancient manners of the Romans, palliating the luxury and intemperance and display of Antony as exhibitions of jollity and kindliness, when his power and fortune were at their zenith. What else invested Ptolemy with his pipe and fiddle? What else brought Nero on the tragic stage, and invested him with the mask and buskins? Was it not the praise of flatterers? And are not many kings called Apollos if they can just sing a song, and Dionysuses if they get drunk, and Herculeses if they can wrestle, and do they not joy in such titles, and are they not dragged into every kind of disgrace by flattery? Wherefore we must be especially on our guard against the flatterer in regard to praise, as indeed he is very well aware himself, and clever to avoid suspicion. If he light upon some dandy, or rustic in a thick leather garment, he treats him with nothing but jeers and mocks, as Struthias insulted Bias, ironically praising him for his stupidity, saying, "You have drunk more than King Alex 169 and that he was ready to die of laughing at his tale about the Cyprian." But when he sees people more refined very much on their guard, and observing both time and place, he does not praise them directly, but draws off a little and wheels round and approaches them noiselessly, as one tries to catch a wild animal. For sometimes he reports to a man the panegyric of other persons upon him, as orators do, introducing some third person, saying that he had a very pleasant conversation in the market with some strangers and men of worth, who mentioned how they admired his many good points. On another occasion he concocts and fabricates some false and trifling charges against him, pretending he has heard them from other people, and runs up with a serious face and inquires, where he said or did such and such a thing. And upon his denying he ever did, he pounces on him at once and compliments his man with, "I thought it strange that you should have spoken ill of your friends. Seeing that you don't even treat your enemies so, and that you should have tried to rob other people, seeing that you are so lavish with your own money." Other flatterers again, just as painters heighten the effect of their pictures by the combination of light and shade, so by censure, abuse, detraction and ridicule of the opposite virtues secretly praise and foment the actual vices of those they flatter. Thus they censure modesty as merely rustic behavior in the company of profligates, and greedy people, and villains, and such as have got rich by evil and dishonorable courses. And contentment and uprightness they call having no spirit or energy in action. And when they associate with lazy and idle persons who avoid all public duties, they are not ashamed to call the life of a citizen wearisome meddling in other people's affairs, and the desire to hold office fruitless vainglory. And some ere now to flatter an orator have depreciated a philosopher, and others won favor with wanton women by traducing those wives who are faithful to their husbands as constitutionally cold and country-bred. And by an acme of villainy flatterers 170 do not always spare even themselves. For as wrestlers stoop that they may the easier give their adversaries a fall, so by censuring themselves they glide into praising others. I am a cowardly slave, says such a one, at sea, I shirk labor, I am madly in rage if a word is said against me, but this man fears nothing, has no vices, is a rare good fellow, patient and easy in all circumstances. But if a person has an excellent idea of his own good sense, and desires to be austere and self-opinionated, and in his moral rectitude is ever spouting that line of Homer, Tydides, neither praise nor blame me much. The artistic flatterer does not attack him as he attacked others, but employs against such a one a new device. For he comes to him about his own private affairs, as if desirous to have the advice of one wiser than himself. He has, he says, more intimate friends, but he is obliged to trouble him, for whither shall we that are deficient in judgment go? Whom shall we trust? And having listened to his utterance he departs, saying he has received an oracle not an opinion. And if he notices that somebody lays claim to experience in oratory, he gives him some of his writings, and begs him to read and correct them. So, when King Mithridates took a fancy to play the surgeon, several of his friends offered themselves for operating upon, as for cutting or cauterizing, flattering in deed and not in word. For his being credited by them would seem to prove his skill. For Providence has many different aspects. But we can test this kind of negative praise, that needs more wary caution, by purposely giving strange advice and suggestions, and by adopting absurd corrections. For if he raises no objection but nods assent to everything, and approves of everything, and is always crying out, good, how admirable, he is evidently asking advice, but seeking something else, wishing by praise to puff you up. 171 Moreover, as some have defined painting to be silent poetry, so is their praise in silent flattery. For as hunters are more likely to catch the objects of their chase unawares, if they do not openly appear to be so engaged, but seem to be walking, or tending their sheep, or looking after the farm, so flatterers obtain most success in their praise, when they do not seem to be praising but to be doing something else. For he who gives up his place or seat to the great man when he comes in, and while making a speech to the people or senate breaks off even in the middle, if he observes any rich man wants to speak, and gives up to him alike speech and platform, shows by his silence even more than he would by any amount of vociferation that he thinks the other the better man, and superior to him in judgment. And consequently you may always see them occupying the best places at theatres and public assembly rooms, not that they think themselves worthy of them, but that they may flatter the rich by giving up their places to them. And at public meetings they begin speaking first, and then make way as for better men, and most readily take back their own view, if any influential or rich or famous person espouse the contrary view. And so one can see plainly that all such servility and drawing back on their part is a lowering their sails, not to experience or virtue or age, but to wealth and fame. Not so Apelles the famous painter, who, when Megabyzus sat with him, and wished to talk about lines and shades, said to him, "Do you see my lads yonder grinding colors? They admired just now your purple and gold. But now they are laughing at you for beginning to talk about what you don't understand." And Solon, when Croesus asked him about happiness, replied that Tellus, an obscure Athenian, and Beto and Cleobis were happier than he was. But flatterers proclaim kings and rich men and rulers not only happy and fortunate, but also preeminent for wisdom, and art, and every virtue. 172 Now some cannot bear to hear the assertion of the Stoics that the wise man is at once rich, and handsome, and noble, and a king. But flatterers declare that the rich man is at once orator and poet, and, if he likes, painter, and flute player, and swift-footed, and strong, falling down if he wrestles with them, and if contending with him in running letting him win the race. As Chryso of Himera purposely allowed Alexander to outrun him, which vexed the king very much when he heard of it. And Carneades said that the sons of rich men and kings learnt nothing really well and properly except how to ride, for their master praised and flattered them in their studies, and the person who taught them wrestling always let them throw him. Whereas the horse, not knowing or caring whether his rider were a private person or ruler, rich or poor, soon threw him over his head if he could not ride well. Simple therefore and fatuous was that remark of Bion, if you could by encomiums make your field to yield well and be fruitful, you could not be thought wrong in tilling it so rather than digging it and laboring in it, nor would it be strange in you to praise human beings if by so doing you could be useful and serviceable to them. For a field does not become worse by being praised, but those who praise a man falsely and against his deserts puff him up and ruin him. Enough has been said on this matter, let us now examine outspokenness. For just as Patroclus put on the armor of Achilles, and drove his horses to the battle, only durst not touch his spear from Mount Pelion, but let that alone, so ought the flatterer, tricked out and modelled in the distinctive marks and tokens of the friend, to leave untouched and uncopied only his outspokenness, as the special burden of friendship, heavy, huge, strong. But since flatterers, to avoid the blame they incur by their buffoonery, and drinking, and jibes, and jokes, sometimes work their ends by frowns and gravity, and intermixed in 173 sure and reproof, let us not pass this over either without examination. And I think, as in Menander's play the sham Hercules comes on the stage not with a club stout and strong, but with a light and hollow cane, so the outspokenness of the flatterer is to those who experience it mild and soft. And the very reverse of vigorous, and like those cushions for women's heads, which seem able to stand their ground, but in reality yield and give way under their pressure. So this sham outspokenness is puffed up and inflated with an empty and spurious and hollow bombast, that when it contracts and collapses draws in the person who relies on it. For true and friendly outspokenness attacks wrongdoers, bringing pain that is salutary and likely to make them more careful, like honey biting but cleansing ulcerated parts of the body, but in other respects serviceable and sweet. But we will speak of this anon. But the flatterer first exhibits himself as disagreeable and passionate and unforgiving in his dealings with others. For he is harsh to his servants, and a terrible fellow to attack and ferret out the faults of his kinsmen and friends, and to look up to and respect nobody who is a stranger, but to look down upon them. And is relentless and mischief-making in making people provoked with others, hunting after the reputation of hating vice, as one not likely knowingly to mince matters with the vicious, or ingratiate himself with them either in word or deed. Next he pretends to know nothing of real and great crimes, but he is a terrible fellow to inveigh against trifling and external shortcomings, and to fasten on them with intensity and vehemence, as if he sees any pot or pipkin out of its place, or anyone badly housed, or neglecting his beard or attire, or not adequately attending to a horse or dog. But contempt of parents, and neglect of children, and bad treatment of wife, and haughtiness to friends, and throwing away money, all this he cares nothing about, but is silent and does not dare to make any allusion to it, just as if the trainer in a gymnasium were to allow the athlete to get drunk and live in debauchery, 174 and yet be vexed at the condition of his oil flask or strigil if out of order. Or as if the schoolmaster scolded a boy about his tablet and pen, but paid no attention to a solecism or barbarism. The flatterer is like a man who should make no comment on the speech of a silly and ridiculous orator, but should find fault with his voice, and chide him for injuring his throat by drinking cold water. Or like a person bidden to read some wretched composition, who should merely find fault with the thickness of the paper, and call the copyist a dirty and careless fellow. So too when Ptolemy seemed to desire to become learned, his flatterers used to spin out the time till midnight, disputing about some word or line or history, but not one of them all objected to his cruelty and outrages, his torturing and beating people to death. Just as if, when a man has tumors and fistulas, one were to cut his hair and nails with a surgeon's knife, so flatterers use outspokenness only in cases where it gives no pain or distress. Moreover, some of them are cleverer still and make their outspokenness and censure a means of imparting pleasure. As Agis the Argive, when Alexander bestowed great gifts on a buffoon, cried out in envy and displeasure, "What a piece of absurdity!" And on the king turning angrily to him and saying, "What are you talking about?" he replied, "I admit that I am vexed and put out, when I see that all you descendants of Zeus alike take delight in flatterers and jesters, for Hercules had his Cercopes, and Dionysus his Silene. And with you too I see that such are held in good repute." And on one occasion, when the Emperor Tiberius entered the Senate, one of his flatterers got up and said, that being free men they ought to be outspoken, and not suppress or conceal anything that might be important. And having by this exordium engaged everybody's attention, a dead silence prevailing, and even Tiberius being all attention, he said, "Listen, Caesar, to what we all charge you with, although no one ventures to tell you openly of it. You neglect yourself, and are careless 175 about your health, and wear yourself out with anxiety and labor on our behalf, taking no rest either by night or day." And on his stringing much more together in the same strain, they say the orator Cassius Severus said, "This outspokenness will ruin the man." These are indeed trifling matters, but the following are more important and do mischief to foolish people, when flatterers accuse them of the very contrary vices and passions to those to which they are really addicted. As Himerius the flatterer twit a very rich, very mean, and very covetous Athenian with being a careless spendthrift, and likely one day to want bread as well as his children. Or on the other hand if they rail at extravagant spendthrifts for meanness and sordidness, as Titus Petronius railed at Nero. Or exhort rulers who make savage and cruel attacks on their subjects to lay aside their excessive clemency, and unseasonable and inexpedient mercy. Similar to these is the person who pretends to be on his guard against and afraid of a silly stupid fellow as if he were clever and cunning. And the one who, if any person fond of detraction, rejoicing in defamation and censure, should be induced on any occasion to praise some man of note, fastens on him and alleges against him that he has an itch for praising people. You are always extolling people of no merit, for who is this fellow, or what has he said or done out of the common? But it is in regard to the objects of their love that they mostly attack those they flatter, and additionally inflame them. For if they see people at variance with their brothers, or despising their parents, or treating their wives contemptuously, they neither take them to task nor scold them, but fan the flame of their anger still more. You don't sufficiently appreciate yourself, they say, you are yourself the cause of your being put upon in this way, through your constant submissiveness and humility. And if there is any tiff or fit of jealousy in regard to some courtesan or adulteress, the flatterer is at hand with remarkable outspokenness, adding fuel to flame, and taking the lady's part, and accusing her lover of acting in a very unkind, harsh and shameful manner to her. O ingrate, after all those frequent kisses. Thus Antony's friends, when he was passionately in love with the Egyptian woman, persuaded him that he was loved by her, and twit him with being cold and haughty to her. She, they said, has left her mighty kingdom and happy mode of life, and is wasting her beauty, taking the field with you like some camp follower. The while your heart is proof gainst all her charms, as you neglect her lovelorn as she is. But he that is pleased at being reproached with his wrongdoing, and delights in those that censure him, as he never did in those that praised him, is unconscious that he is really perverted also by what seems to be rebuke. For such outspokenness is like the bites of wanton women, that while seeming to hurt really tickle and excite pleasure. And just as if people mix pure wine, which is by itself an antidote against hemlock, with it and so offer it, they make the poison quite deadly, being rapidly carried to the heart by the warmth, so ill-disposed men, knowing that outspokenness is a great antidote to flattery, make it a means of flattering. And so it was rather a bad answer Bias made, to the person who inquired what was the most formidable animal, of wild animals the tyrant, and of tame the flatterer. For it would have been truer to observe that tame flatterers are those that are found round the baths and table, but the one that intrudes into the interior of the house and into the women's apartments with his curiosity and calumny and malignity, like the legs and arms of the polypus, is wild and savage and unmanageable. Now one kind of caution against his snares is to 177 know and ever remember that, whereas the soul contains true and noble and reasoning elements, as also unreasoning and false and emotional ones. The friend is always a counselor and advisor to the better instincts of the soul, as the physician improves and maintains health, whereas the flatterer works upon the emotional and unreasoning ones, and tickles and titillates them and seduces them from reason, employing sensuality as his bait. As then there are some kinds of food which neither benefit the blood or spirit, nor brace up the nerves and marrow, but stir the passions, excite the lower nature, and make the flesh unsound and rotten. So the language of the flatterer adds nothing to soberness and reason, but encourages some love passion, or stirs up foolish rage, or incites to envy, or produces the empty and burdensome vanity of pride, or joins in bewailing woes. Or ever by his calumnies and hints makes malignity and illiberality and suspicion sharp and timid and jealous, and cannot fail to be detected by those that closely observe him. For he is ever anchoring himself upon some passion, and fattening it, and, like a bubo, fastens himself on some unsound and inflamed parts of the soul. Are you angry? Have your revenge, says he. Do you desire anything? Get it. Are you afraid? Let us flee. Do you suspect? Entertain no doubts about it. But if he is difficult to detect in thus playing upon our passions, since they often overthrow reason by their intensity and strength, he will give a handle to find him out in smaller matters, being consistent in them too. For if anyone feels a little uneasy after a surfeit or excess in drink, and so is a little particular about his food and doubts the advisability of taking a bath, a friend will try and check him from excess, and bid him be careful and not indulge. Whereas the flatterer will drag him to the bath, bid him serve up some fresh food, and not starve himself and so injure his constitution. And if he see him reluctant about a journey or voyage or some business or other, he will say that there is no hurry, that it's all one whether the business be put off, or somebody else dispatched to look after it. And if you have promised to lend or give some money to a friend, but have repented of your offer, and yet feel ashamed not to keep your promise, the flatterer will throw 178 his influence into the worse scale. He will confirm your desire to save your purse, he will destroy your reluctance, and will bid you be careful as having many expenses, and others to think about besides that person. And so, unless we are entirely ignorant of our desires, our shamelessness, and our timidity, the flatterer cannot easily escape our detection. For he is ever the advocate of those passions, and outspoken when we desire to repress them. But so much for this matter. Now let us pass on to useful and kind services, for in them too the flatterer makes it very difficult and confusing to detect him from the friend, seeming to be zealous and ready on all occasions and never crying off. For, as Euripides says, a friend's behavior is, like the utterance of truth, simple, and plain and inartificial, while that of the flatterer is in itself unsound, and needs wise remedies, aye, by Zeus, and many such, and not ordinary ones. As for example in chance meetings the friend often neither speaks nor is spoken to, but merely looks and smiles, and then passes on, showing his inner affection and goodwill only by his countenance, which his friend also reciprocates. But the flatterer runs up, follows, holds out his hand at a distance, and if he is seen and addressed first, frequently protests with oaths, and calls witnesses to prove that he did not see you. So in business friends neglect many unimportant points, are not too punctilious and officious, and do not thrust themselves upon every service, but the flatterer is persevering and unceasing and indefatigable in it, giving nobody else either room or place to help, but putting himself wholly at your disposal, and if you will not find him something to do for you, he is troubled, nay rather altogether dejected and lamenting loudly. To all sensible people all this is an indication, not of true or sober friendship, but of a meretricious one, 179 that embraces you more warmly than there is any occasion for. Nevertheless let us first look at the difference between the friend and flatterer in their promises. For it has been well said by those who have handled this subject before us, that the friend's promise is, "If I can do it, and 'tis to be done." But the flatterer's is, "Speak out your mind, whatever it is, to me." And the comic dramatists put such fellows on the stage. Nicomachus, pit me against That soldier, see if I beat him not into a jelly, and make his face e'en softer than a sponge. In the next place, no friend participates in any matter, unless he has first been asked his advice, and put the matter to the test, and set it on a suitable and expedient basis. But the flatterer, if anyone allows him to examine a matter and give his opinion on it, not only wishes to gratify him by compliance, but also fearing to be looked upon with suspicion as unwilling and reluctant to engage in the business, gives into and even urges on his friend's desire. For there is hardly any king or rich man who would say, "Oh, that a beggar I could find," or worse than beggar, if, with good intent, to me, he would lay bare his heart boldly and honestly. But, like the tragedians, they require a chorus of sympathizing friends, or the applause of a theatre. And so Merope gives the following advice in the tragedy. Choose you for friends those who will speak their mind, for those bad men that only speak to please see that you bolt and bar out of your house. But they act just the contrary, for they turn away with horror from those who speak their mind, and hold different 180 views as to what is expedient. While they welcome those bad and illiberal impostors, that only speak to please them, not only within their houses, but also to their affections and secrets. Now the simpler of these do not think right or claim to advise you in important matters, but only to assist in the carrying out of them, but the more cunning one stands by during the discussion, and knits his brows, and nods assent with his head, but says nothing. But if his friend express an opinion, he then says, "Hercules, you only just anticipated me, I was about to make that very remark." For as the mathematicians tell us that surfaces and lines neither bend nor extend nor move of themselves, being without body and only perceived by the mind, but only bend and extend and change their position with the bodies whose extremities they are, so you will catch the flatterer ever assenting with, and agreeing with, and feeling with, and being angry with, another. So easy of detection in all these points of view is the difference between the friend and the flatterer. Moreover, as regards the kind of good service. For the favor done by a friend, as the principal strength of an animal is within, is not for display or ostentation, but frequently as a doctor cures his patient imperceptibly, so a friend benefits by his intervention, or by paying off creditors, or by managing his friend's affairs, even though the person who receives the benefit may not be aware of it. Such was the behavior of Arcesilaus on various occasions, and when Apelles of Chios was ill, knowing his poverty, he took with him 20 drachmae when he visited him, and sitting down beside him he said, "There is nothing here but those elements of Empedocles, fire and water and earth and balmy expanse of air, but you don't lie very comfortably," and with that he moved his pillow, and privately put the money under it. And when his old housekeeper found it, and wonderingly told Apelles of it, he laughed and said, "This is some trick of Arcesilaus." And the saying is also true in philosophy that children are like their parents. For 181 when Sophistocrates had to stand his trial on a bill of indictment, Laceda, who was an intimate friend of Arcesilaus, stood by him with several other friends, and when the prosecutor asked for his ring, which was the principal evidence against him, Sophistocrates quietly dropped it on the ground, and Laceda noticing this put his foot on it and so hid it. And after sentence was pronounced in his favor, Sophistocrates going up to thank the jury, one of them who had seen the artifice told him to thank Laceda, and related to him all the matter, though Laceda had not said a word about it to anybody. So also I think the gods do often perform benefits secretly, taking a natural delight in bestowing their favors and bounties. But the good service of the flatterer has no justice, or genuineness, or simplicity, or liberality about it, but is accompanied with sweat, and running about, and noise, and knitting of the brow, creating an impression and appearance of toilsome and bustling service, like a painting over curiously wrought in bold colors, and with bent folds, wrinkles and angles, to make the closer resemblance to life. Moreover, he tires one by relating what journeys and anxieties he has had over the matter, how many enemies he has made over it, the 1,000 bothers and annoyances he has gone through, so that you say, the affair was not worth all this trouble. For being reminded of any favor done to one is always unpleasant and disagreeable and insufferable, but the flatterer not only reminds us of his services afterwards, but even during the very moment of doing them upbraids us with them and is importunate. But the friend, if he is obliged to mention the matter, relates it modestly, and says not a word about himself. And so, when the Lacedaemonians sent corn to the people of Smyrna that needed it, and the people of Smyrna wondered at their kindness, the Lacedaemonians said, it was no great matter. We only voted that 182 we and our beasts of burden should go without our dinner one day, and sent what was so saved to you. Not only is it handsome to do a favor in that way, but it is more pleasant to the receivers of it, because they think those who have done them the service have done it at no great loss to themselves. But it is not so much by the importunity of the flatterer in regard to services, nor by his facility in making promises, that one can recognize his nature, as by the honorable or dishonorable kind of service, and by the regard to please or to be of real use. For the friend is not as Gorgias defined him, one who will ask his friend to help him in what is right, while he will himself do many services for his friend that are not right. For friend should share in good, not in bad action. He will therefore rather try and turn him away from what is not becoming, and if he cannot persuade him, good is that answer of Phocion to Antipater, you cannot have me both as friend and flatterer, that is, as friend and no friend. For one must indeed assist one's friend but not do anything wrong for him, one must advise with him but not plot with him, one must bear witness for him but not join him in fraud, one must certainly share adversity with him but not crime. For since we should not wish even to know of our friends' dishonorable acts, much less should we desire to share their dishonor by acting with them. As then the Lacedaemonians, when conquered in battle by Antipater, on settling the terms of peace, begged that he would lay upon them what burdens he pleased, provided he enjoined nothing dishonorable, so the friend, if any necessity arise involving expense or danger or trouble, is the first to desire to be applied to and share in it with alacrity and without crying off. But if there be anything disgraceful in connection with it he begs to have nothing to do with it. The flatterer on the contrary cries off from 183 toilsome and dangerous employments, and if you put him to the test by ringing him, he returns a hollow and spurious sound, and finds some excuse. Whereas use him in disgraceful and low and disreputable service, and trample upon him, he will think no treatment too bad or ignominious. Have you observed the ape? He cannot guard the house like the dog, nor bear burdens like the horse, nor plow like the ox, so he has to bear insult and ribaldry, and put up with being made sport of, exhibiting himself as an instrument to produce laughter. So too the flatterer, who can neither advocate your cause, nor give you useful counsel, nor share in your contention with anybody, but shirks all labor and toil, never makes any excuses in underhand transactions, is sure to lend a helping hand in any love affair, is energetic in setting free some harlot, and not careless in clearing off the account of a drinking score, nor remiss in making preparations for banquets, and obsequious to concubines. But if ordered to be uncivil to your relations, or to help in turning your wife out of doors, he is relentless and not to be put out of countenance. So that he is not hard to detect here too. For if ordered to do anything you please disreputable or dishonorable, he is ready to take any pains to oblige you. One might detect again how greatly the flatterer differs from the friend by his behavior to other friends. For the friend is best pleased with loving and being beloved by many, and also always tries to contrive for his friend that he too may be much loved and honored, for he believes in the proverb, the goods of friends are common property, and thinks it ought to apply to nothing more than to friends. But the false and spurious and counterfeit friend, knowing how much he debases friendship, like debased and spurious coin, is not only by nature envious, but shows his envy even of those who are like himself, striving to outdo them in scurrility and gossip, while he quakes and trembles at any of his betters, not by Zeus merely walking on foot by their Lydian chariot, but, to use the language of Simonides, not even having pure lead by 184 comparison with their refined gold. Whenever then, being light and counterfeit and false, he is put to the test at close quarters with a true and solid and cast-iron friendship, he cannot stand the test but is detected at once, and imitates the conduct of the painter that painted some wretched cocks, for he ordered his lad to scare away all live cocks as far from his picture as possible. So he too scares away real friends and will not let them come near if he can help it, but if he cannot prevent that, he openly fawns upon them, and courts them, and admires them as his betters. But privately runs them down and spreads calumnies about them. And when secret detraction has produced a sore feeling, if he has not effected his end completely, he remembers and observes the teaching of Medius, who was the chief of Alexander's flatterers, and a leading sophist in conspiracy against the best men. He bade people confidently sow their calumny broadcast and bite with it, teaching them that even if the person injured should heal his sore, the scar of the calumny would remain. Consumed by these scars, or rather gangrenes and cancers, Alexander put to death Callisthenes, and Parmenio, and Philotas, while he himself submitted to be completely outwitted by such as Agnon, and Bagoas, and Agesias, and Demetrius, who worshipped him and tricked him up and feigned him to be a barbaric god. So great is the power of flattery, and nowhere greater, as it seems, than among the greatest people. For their thinking and wishing the best about themselves makes them credit the flatterer, and gives him courage. For lofty heights are difficult of approach and hard to reach for those who 185 endeavor to scale them. But the high-mindedness and conceit of a person thrown off his balance by good fortune or good natural parts is easily reached by mean and petty people. And so we advised at the beginning of this discourse, and now advise again, to cut off self-love and too high an opinion of ourselves, for that flatters us first, and makes us more impressionable and prepared for external flatterers. But if we hearken to the God, and recognize the immense importance to every one of that saying, know thyself, and at the same time carefully observe our nature and education and training, with its thousand shortcomings in respect to good, and the large proportion of vice and vanity mixed up with our words and deeds and feelings, we shall not make ourselves so easy a mark for flatterers. Alexander said that he disbelieved those who called him a god chiefly in regard to sleep and the sexual delight, for in both those things he was more ignoble and emotional than in other respects. So we, if we observe the blots, blemishes, shortcomings, and imperfections of our private selves, shall perceive clearly that we do not need a friend who shall bestow upon us praise and panegyric, but one that will reprove us, and speak plainly to us, aye, by Zeus, and censure us if we have done amiss. For it is only a few out of many that venture to speak plainly to their friends rather than gratify them, and even among those few you will not easily find any who know how to do so properly. For they think they are outspoken when they abuse and scold. And yet, just as in the case of any other medicine, to employ freedom of speech unseasonably is only to give needless pain and trouble, and in a manner to do so as to produce vexation the very thing the flatterer does so as to produce pleasure. For it does people harm not only to praise them unseasonably but also to blame them unseasonably, and especially exposes them to the successful attack of flatterers, for, like water, they abandon the rugged hills for the soft grassy valleys. And so outspokenness ought to be tempered with kindness, and reason ought to be called in 186 to correct its excessive tartness, as we tone down the too powerful glare of a lamp, that people may not, by being troubled and grieved at continual blame and rebuke, fly for refuge to the shade of the flatterer, and turn aside to him to free themselves from annoyance. For we ought, Philopappus, to banish all vice by virtue, not by the opposite vice, as some hold, by exchanging modesty for impudence, and countrified ways for town ribaldry, and by removing their character as far as possible from cowardice and effeminacy, even if that should make people get very near to audacity and foolhardiness. And some even make superstition a plea for atheism, and stupidity a plea for knavery, perverting their nature, like a stick bent double, from inability to set it straight. But the basest disowning of flattery is to be disagreeable without any purpose in view. And it shows an altogether inelegant and clumsy unfitness for social intercourse to shun by unpleasing moroseness the suspicion of being mean and servile in friendship, like the freedman in the comedy who thought railing only enjoying freedom of speech. Seeing then, that it is equally disgraceful to become a flatterer through trying only to please, as in avoiding flattery to destroy all friendship and intimacy by excessive freedom of speech, we must avoid both these extremes, and, as in any other case, make our freedom of speech agreeable by its moderation. So the subject itself seems next to demand that I should conclude it by discussing that point. As then we see that much trouble arises from excessive freedom of speech, let us first of all detach from it any element of self-love, being carefully on our guard that we may not appear to upbraid on account of any private hurt or injury. For people do not regard a speech on the speaker's own behalf as arising from goodwill, but from anger, and reproach rather than admonition. For freedom in speech is friendly and has weight, but reproach is selfish and little. And so people respect and admire those that speak their mind freely, but accuse back and despise those that reproach them, as Agamemnon would not stand the moderate freedom of speech of Achilles. But 187 submitted to and endured the bitter attack and speech of Odysseus. Pernicious chief, would that thou didst command some sorry host, and not such men as these. For he was restrained by the carefulness and sobriety of his speech, and also Odysseus had no private motive of anger but only spoke out on behalf of Greece, whereas Achilles seemed rather vexed on his own account. And Achilles himself, though not sweet-tempered or mild of mood, but a terrible man, and one that would perchance blame an innocent person, yet silently listened to Patroclus bringing against him many such charges as the following. Pitiless one. Thy sire never was knight Peleus, nor thy mother gentle Thetis, but the blue sea and steep and rocky crags thy parents were, so flinty is thy heart. For as Hyperides the orator bade the Athenians consider not only whether he spoke bitterly, but whether he spoke so from interested motives. So the rebuke of a friend void of all private feeling is solemn and grave and what one dare not lightly face. And if anyone shows plainly in his freedom of speech, that he altogether passes over and dismisses any offences his friend has done to himself, and only blames him for other shortcomings, and does not spare him but gives him pain for the interests of others, the tone of his outspokenness is invincible, and the sweetness of his manner even intensifies the bitterness and austerity of his rebuke. And so it has well been said, that in anger and differences with our friends we ought more especially to act with a view to their interest or honor. And no less friendly is it, when it appears that we have been passed over and neglected, to boldly put in a word for others that are neglected too, and to remind people of them, as Plato, when he was out of favor with Dionysius, begged for an 188 audience, and Dionysius granted it, thinking that Plato had some personal grievance and was going to enter into it, but Plato opened the conversation as follows: If, Dionysius, you knew that some enemy had sailed to Sicily with a view to do you some harm, but found no opportunity, would you allow him to sail back again, and go off scot-free? Certainly not, Plato, replied Dionysius, for we must not only hate and punish the deeds of our enemies, but also their intentions. If then, said Plato, anyone has come here for your benefit, and wishes to do you good, and you do not find him an opportunity, is it right to let him go away with neglect and without thanks? And on Dionysius asking, who he meant, he replied, I mean Aeschines, a man of as good a character as any of Socrates' pupils whatever, and able to improve by his conversation any with whom he might associate, and he is neglected, though he has made a long voyage here to discuss philosophy with you. This speech so affected Dionysius, that he at once threw his arms round Plato and embraced him, admiring his benevolence and loftiness of mind, and treated Aeschines well and handsomely. In the next place, let us clear away as it were and remove all insolence, and jeering, and mocking, and ribaldry, which are the evil seasonings of freedom of speech. For as, when the surgeon performs an operation, a certain neatness and delicacy of touch ought to accompany his use of the knife, but all pantomimic and venturesome and fashionable suppleness and over-finicalness ought to be far away from his hand. So freedom of speech admits of dexterity and politeness, provided that a pleasant way of putting it does not destroy the power of the rebuke, for impudence and coarseness and insolence, if added to freedom of speech, entirely mar and ruin the effect. And so the harper plausibly and elegantly silenced Philip, who ventured to dispute with him about proper playing on the harp, by answering him, God forbid that you should be so unfortunate, O king, as to understand harping better than me. But that was not a right answer of Epicharmus. When Hiero a few days after putting to death some of his friends invited him to supper, you did not invite me, he 189 said, the other day, when you sacrificed your friends. Bad also was that answer of Antiphon, who, when Dionysius asked him, which was the best kind of bronze, answered, that of which the Athenians made statues of Harmodius and Aristogiton. For this unpleasant and bitter kind of language profits not those that use it, nor does scurrility and puerile jesting please, but such kind of speeches are indications of an incontinent tongue inspired by hate, and full of malignity and insolence. And those who use such language do but ruin themselves, recklessly dancing on the verge of a well. For Antiphon was put to death by Dionysius, and Timagenes lost the friendship of Augustus, not by using on any occasion too free a tongue, but at supper parties and walks always declining to talk seriously. Only saying what he knew would make the Argives laugh, and thus virtually charging friendship with being only a cloak for abuse. For even the comic poets have introduced on the stage many grave sentiments well adapted to public life, but joking and ribaldry being mixed with them, like insipid sauces with food, destroy their effect and make them lose their nourishing power. So that the comic poets only get a reputation for malignity and coarseness, and the audience get no benefit from what is said. We may on other occasions jest and laugh with our friends, but let our outspokenness be coupled with seriousness and gravity, and if it be on important matters, let our speech be trustworthy and moving from its pathos, and animation, and tone of voice. And on all occasions to let an opportunity slip by is very injurious, but especially does it destroy the usefulness of freedom of speech. It is plain therefore that we must abstain from freedom of speech when men are in their cups. For he disturbs the harmony of a social gathering who, in the midst of mirth and jollity, introduces a topic that shall knit the brows and contract the face, and shall act as a damper to the Lysian 190 god, who, as Pindar says, looses the rope of all our cares and anxieties. There is also great danger in such ill-timed freedom of speech. For wine makes people easily slip into rage, and oftentimes freedom of speech in liquor makes enemies. And generally speaking it is not noble or brave but cowardly to conceal your ideas when people are sober and to give free vent to them at table, snarling like cowardly dogs. We need say no more therefore on this head. But since many people do not think fit or even dare to find fault with their friends when in prosperity, but think that condition altogether out of the reach and range of rebuke, but inveigh against them if they have made a slip or stumble, and trample upon them if they are in dejection and in their power, and, like a stream swollen above its banks, pour upon them then the torrent of all their eloquence, and enjoy and are glad at their reverse of fortune, owing to their former contempt of them when they were poor themselves, it is not amiss to discuss this somewhat, and to answer those words of Euripides. What need of friends, when things go well with us? For those in prosperity stand in especial need of friends who shall be outspoken to them, and abate their excessive pride. For there are few who are sensible in prosperity, most need to borrow wisdom from others, and such considerations as shall keep them lowly when puffed up and giving themselves airs owing to their good fortune. But when the deity has abased them and stripped them of their conceit, there is something in their very circumstances to reprove them and bring about a change of mind. And so there is no need then of a friendly outspokenness, nor of weighty or caustic words, but truly in such reverses, it is sweet to look into the eyes of a friendly person, consoling 191 and cheering one up, as Xenophon tells us that the sight of Clearchus in battle and dangers, and his calm benevolent face, inspired courage in his men when in peril. But he who uses to a man in adversity too great freedom and severity of speech, like a man applying too pungent a remedy to an inflamed and angry eye, neither cures him nor abates his pain, but adds anger to his grief, and exasperates his mental distress. For example, anyone well is not at all angry or fierce with a friend, who blames him for his excesses with women and wine, his laziness and taking no exercise, his frequent baths, and his unseasonable surfeiting, but to a person ill all this is unsufferable, and even worse than his illness to hear, all this has happened to you through your intemperance, and luxury, your dainty food, and love for women. The patient answers, how unseasonable is all this, good sir? I am making my will, the doctors are preparing me a dose of castor and scammony, and you are scolding me and plying me with philosophy. And thus the affairs of the unfortunate do not admit of outspokenness and a string of Polonius-like saws, but they require kindness and help. For when children fall down their nurses do not run up to them and scold, but pick them up, and clean them, and tidy their dress, and afterwards find fault and correct them. The story is told of Demetrius of Phalerum, when an exile from his native country, and living a humble and obscure life at Thebes, that he was not pleased to see Crates approaching. For he expected to receive from him cynical outspokenness and harsh language. But as Crates talked kindly to him, and discussed his exile, and pointed out that there was no evil in it, or anything that ought to put him about, for he had only got rid of the uncertainties and dangers of public life. And at the same time bade him trust in himself and his condition of mind, Demetrius cheered up and became happier, and said to his friends, "Out upon all my former business and employments, that left me no leisure to know such a man as this. For friendly speech is good to one in grief, while bitter language only suits the fool." 192 This is the way with generous friends. But the ignoble and low flatterers of those in prosperity, as Demosthenes says, fractures and sprains always give us pain again when the body is not well, adhere to them in reverses, as if they were pleased at and enjoyed them. But indeed if there be any need of reminding a man of the blunders he committed through unadvisedly following his own counsel, it is enough to say, "This was not to my mind, indeed I often tried to dissuade you from it." In what cases then ought a friend to be vehement, and when ought he to use emphatic freedom of language? When circumstances call upon him to check some headlong pleasure or rage or insolence, or to curtail avarice, or to correct some foolish negligence. Thus Solon spoke out to Croesus, who was corrupted and enervated by insecure good fortune, bidding him look to the end. Thus Socrates restrained Alcibiades, and wrung from him genuine tears by his reproof, and changed his heart. Such also was the plain dealing of Cyrus with Cyaxares, and of Plato with Dion, for when Dion was most famous and attracted to himself the notice of all men, by the splendor and greatness of his exploits, Plato warned him to fear and be on his guard against pleasing only himself, for so he would lose all his friends. Speusippus also wrote to him not to plume himself on being a great person only with lads and women, but to see to it that by adorning Sicily with piety and justice and good laws he might make the academy glorious. On the other hand Euctus and Eulius, companions of Perseus, in the days of his prosperity ingratiated themselves with him, and assented to him in all things, and danced attendance upon him, like all the other courtiers. But when he fled after his defeat by the Romans at Pydna, they attacked him and censured him bitterly, reminding him and upbraiding him in regard to everything he had done amiss or neglected to do. Till he was so greatly 193 exasperated both from grief and rage that he whipped out his sword and killed both of them. Let so much suffice for general occasions of freedom of speech. There are also particular occasions, which our friends themselves furnish, that one who really cares for his friends will not neglect, but make use of. In some cases the question, or narrative, or the censure or praise of similar things in other people, gives as it were the cue for freedom of speech. Thus it is related that Demaratus came to Macedonia from Corinth at the time when Philip was at variance with his wife and son, and when the king asked if the Greeks were at harmony with one another, Demaratus, being his well-wisher and friend, answered, "It is certainly very rich of you, Philip, inquiring as to concord between the Athenians and Peloponnesians, when you don't observe that your own house is full of strife and variance." Good also was the answer of Diogenes, who, when Philip was marching to fight against the Greeks, stole into his camp, and was arrested and brought before him, and the king not recognizing him asked if he was a spy. "Certainly," replied he, "Philip. I have come to spy out your inconsiderate folly, which makes you, under no compulsion, come here and hazard your kingdom and life on a moment's cast of the die." This was perhaps rather too strong a remark. Another suitable time for reproof is when people have been abused by others for their faults, and have consequently become humble, and abetted their pride. The man of tact will ingeniously seize the occasion, checking and baffling those that use the abuse, but privately speaking seriously to his friend, and reminding him that he ought to be more careful if for no other reason than to take off the edge of his enemy's satire. He will say, "How can they open their mouths against you, or what can they urge, if you give up and abandon what you get this bad name about? Thus pain comes only from abuse, but profit from reproof. And some correct their friends more 194 daintily by blaming others, censuring others for what they know are their friends' faults. Thus my master Ammonius in afternoon school, noticing that some of his pupils had not dined sufficiently simply, bade one of his freedmen scourge his own son, charging him with being unable to get through his dinner without vinegar. But in acting thus he had an eye to us, so that this indirect rebuke touched the guilty persons. We must also beware of speaking too freely to a friend in the company of many people, remembering the well-known remark of Plato. For when Socrates reproved one of his friends too vehemently in a discussion at table, Plato said, "Would it not have been better to have said this privately?" Whereupon Socrates replied, "And you too, sir, would it not have become you to make this remark also privately?" And Pythagoras having rebuked one of his pupils somewhat harshly before many people, they say the young fellow went off and hung himself, and from that moment Pythagoras never again rebuked anyone in another's presence. For, as in the case of some foul disease, so also in the case of wrongdoing we ought to make the detection and exposure private, and not ostentatiously public by bringing witnesses and spectators. For it is not the part of a friend but a sophist to seek glory by the ill fame of another, and to show off in company, like the doctors that perform wonderful cures in the theatres as an advertisement. And independently of the insult, which ought not to be an element in any cure, we must remember that vice is contentious and obstinate. For it is not merely love, as Euripides says, that, if checked becomes more vehement, but an unsparing rebuke before many people makes every infirmity in vice more impudent. As then Plato urges old men who want to teach the young reverence to act reverently to them first themselves, so among friends a gentle rebuke is gently taken. And 195 A cautious and careful approach and mild censure of the wrongdoer undermines and destroys vice, and makes its own modesty catching. So that line is most excellent, holding his head near, that the others might not hear. And most especially indecorous is it to expose a husband in the hearing of his wife, or a father before his children, or a lover in the presence of the loved one, or a master before his scholars. For people are beside themselves with pain and rage if reproached before those with whom they desire to be held in good repute. And I think it was not so much wine that exasperated Alexander with Clitus, as his seeming to put him down in the presence of many people. And Aristomenes, the tutor of Ptolemy, because he went up to the king and woke him as he was asleep in an audience of some ambassadors, gave a handle to the king's flatterers who professed to be indignant on his behalf, and said, "If after your immense state labors and many vigils you have been overpowered by sleep, he ought to have rebuked you privately, and not put his hands upon you before so many people." And Ptolemy sent for a cup of poison and ordered the poor man to drink it up. And Aristophanes said Cleon blamed him for railing against the state when strangers were present, and so irritating the Athenians. We ought therefore to be very much on our guard in relation to this point too as well as others, if we wish not to make a display and catch the public ear, but to use our freedom of speech for beneficial purposes and to cure vice. Moreover, what Thucydides has represented the Corinthians saying of themselves, that they had a right to blame their neighbors, is not a bad precept for those to remember who intend to use freedom of speech. Lysander, it seems, on one occasion said to a Megarian, who was speaking somewhat boldly on behalf of Greece among the allies, "Your words require a state to back 196 them, similarly every man's freedom of speech requires character behind it." And especially true is this in regard to those who censure and correct others. Thus Plato said that his life was a tacit rebuke to Speusippus, and doubtless Xenocrates by his mere presence in the schools, and by his earnest look at Polemo, made a changed man of him. Whereas a man of levity in bad character, if he ventures to rebuke anybody, is likely to hear the line, "He doctors others, all diseased himself." Yet since circumstances frequently call on people who are bad themselves in association with other such to reprove them, the most convenient mode of reproof will be that which contrives to include the reprover in the same indictment as the reproved, as in the case of the line, "Tydides, how on earth have we forgot our old impetuous courage? And now are we all not worth one Single Hector. In this mild way did Socrates rebuke young men, as not himself without ignorance, but one that needed in common with them to prosecute virtue, and seek truth. For they gain goodwill and influence, who seem to have the same faults as their friends, and desire to correct themselves as well as them. But he who is high and mighty in setting down another, as if he were himself perfect and without any imperfections, unless he be of a very advanced age, or has an acknowledged reputation for virtue and worth, does no good, but is only regarded as a tiresome bore. And so it was wisely done of Phoenix to relate his own mishaps, how he had meant killing his father, but quickly repented at the thought that he would be called by the Achaeans parricide, that he might not seem to be rebuking Achilles, as one that had himself never suffered from excess of rage. For kindness of this sort has great influence. 197 And people yield more to those who seem to be sympathetic and not supercilious. And since we ought not to expose an inflamed eye to a strong light, and a soul a prey to the passions cannot bear unmixed reproof and rebuke, one of the most useful remedies will be found to be a slight mixture of praise, as in the following lines. Ye will not sure give up your valiant courage, the best men in the host. I should not care if any coward left the fight, not I, but you to do so cuts me to the heart. And where is thy bow, where thy winged arrows, Pandarus, where thy great fame, which no one here can match? Such language again plainly cheers very much those that are down, as where now is Oedipus, and his famous riddles, and does much enduring Hercules say this? For not only does it soften the harsh imperiousness of censure, but also, by reminding a man of former noble deeds, implants a desire to emulate his former self in the person who is ashamed of what is low, and makes himself his own exemplar for better things. But if we make a comparison between him and other men, as his contemporaries, his fellow citizens, or his relations, then the contentious spirit inherent in vice is vexed and exasperated, and is often apt to chime in angrily. Why don't you go off to my betters then, and leave off bothering me? We must therefore be on our guard against praising others, when we are rebuking a man, unless indeed it be their parents, as Agamemnon says in Homer. Little like Tydeus is his father's son. Or as Odysseus in the play called The Syrians. Dost thou card wool, and thus the lustre smirch of thy illustrious sire, thy noble race? 198 But it is by no means fitting when rebuked to rebuke back, and when spoken to plainly to answer back, for that soon kindles a flame and causes dissension. And generally speaking, such altercation will not look so much like a retort as an inability to bear freedom of speech. It is better therefore to listen patiently to a friend's rebuke, for if he should afterwards do wrong himself and so need rebuke, he has set you the example of freedom of speech. For being reminded without any malice, that he himself has not been accustomed to spare his friends when they have done wrong, but to convince them and show them their fault, he will be the more inclined to yield and give himself up to correction, as it will seem a return of goodwill and kindness rather than scolding or rage. Moreover, as Thucydides says, he is well advised who only incurs envy in the most important matters, so the friend ought only to take upon himself the unpleasant duty of reproof in grave and momentous cases. For if he is always in a fret and a fume, and rates his acquaintances more like a tutor than a friend, his rebuke will be blunt and ineffective in cases of the highest importance, and he will resemble a doctor who dispenses some sharp and bitter, but important and costly, drug in trifling cases of common occurrence, where it was not at all needed, and so will lose all the advantages that might come from a judicious use of freedom of speech. He will therefore be very much on his guard against continual fault-finding, and if his friend is always pettifogging about minute matters, and is needlessly querulous, it will give him a handle against him in more important shortcomings. Philodamus the doctor, when a patient who had abscesses on his liver showed him his sore finger, said to him, "My friend, it is not the whitlow that matters." So an opportunity sometimes offers itself to a friend to say to a man, who is always finding fault on small and trivial points, "Why are we always discussing mere child's play, tippling, 199 and trifles? Let such a one, my dear sir, send away his mistress, or give up playing at dice, he will then be in my opinion in all respects an excellent fellow. For he who receives pardon on small matters is content that his friend should rebuke him on matters of more moment, but the man who is ever on the scold, everywhere sour and glum, knowing and prying into everything, is scarcely tolerable to his children or brothers, and insufferable to his slaves. But since neither, to use the words of Euripides, do all troubles proceed only from old age, nor from the stupidity of our friends, we ought to observe not only the shortcomings but also the good points of our friends, by Zeus. And to be ready to praise them first, and only censure them afterwards. For as iron receives its consistency and temper by first being submitted to fire and so made soft and then dipped into cold water, so when friends have been first warmed and melted with praises we can afterwards use gentle remonstrance. Which has a similar effect to that of dipping in the case of the metal. For an opportunity will offer itself to say, are those actions worthy to be compared with these? Do you see what fruits virtue yields? These are the things we your friends ask of you, these become you, for these you are designed by nature. But all that other kind of conduct we must reject with abhorrence, cast it away on a mountain, or throw it into the roaring sea. For as a clever doctor would prefer to cure the illness of his patient by sleep and diet rather than by castor or scammony, so a kind friend and good father or teacher delight to use praise rather than blame to correct the character. For nothing makes rebuke less painful or more beneficial than to refrain from anger, and to inveigh against wrongdoing mildly and kindly. And so we ought not sharply to drive home the guilt of those who deny it, or prevent their making their defense, but even contrive to furnish them with specious excuses. And if they seem reluctant to give a bad motive for their action we ought ourselves to find for them a better, as Hector did for his brother Paris. Unhappy man, thy anger was not good. 200 suggesting that his absconding from the battle was not running away or cowardice, but only anger. And Nestor says to Agamemnon, you only yielded to your lofty passion. For it has, I think, a better moral tendency to say, you forgot, or, you did it inadvertently, than to say, you acted unfairly, or, you behaved shamefully, as also, don't contend with your brother, then, don't envy your brother. And, avoid the woman who is your ruin, then, stop ruining the woman. Such is the language employed in rebuke that desires to reform and not to wound, that rebuke which looks merely at the effect to be produced acts on another principle. For when it is necessary to stop people on the verge of wrongdoing, or to check some violent and irregular impulse, or if we wish to rouse and infuse vigor in those who prosecute virtue only feebly and languidly, we may then assign strange and unbecoming motives for their behavior. As Odysseus in Sophocles' play, striving to rouse Achilles, says he is not angry about his supper, but that he is afraid now that he looks upon the walls of Troy, and when Achilles was vexed at this, and talked of sailing home again, he said, I know what 'tis you shun. 'Tis not ill fame, but Hector's near, it is not safe to beard him. Thus by frightening the high-spirited and courageous man by the imputation of cowardice, and the sober and orderly man by that of licentiousness, and the liberal and munificent man by that of meanness and avarice, people urge them on to what is good, and deter them from what is bad, showing moderation in cases past remedy, and exhibiting in their freedom of speech more sorrow and sympathy than fault-finding. But in the prevention of wrongdoing and in earnest fighting against the passions they are vehement and inexorable and assiduous, for that is the time 201 for downright plainness and truth. Besides we see that enemies censure one another for what they have done amiss, as Diogenes said, he who wished to lead a good life ought to have good friends or red-hot enemies, for the former told you what was right, and the latter blamed you if you did what was wrong. But it is better to be on our guard against wrong actions, through listening to the persuasion of those that advise us well, than to repent, after we have done wrong, in consequence of the reproaches of our enemies. And so we ought to employ tact in our freedom of speech, as it is the greatest and most powerful remedy in friendship, and always needs a well-chosen occasion, and moderation in applying it. Since then, as I have said before, freedom of speech is often painful to the person who is to receive benefit from it. We must imitate the surgeons, who, when they have performed an operation, do not leave the suffering part to pain and smart, but bathe and foment it. So those who do their rebuking daintily run off after paining and smarting, and by different dealing in kind words soothe and mollify them, as statuaries smooth and polish images which have been broken or chipped. But he that is broken and wounded by rebuke, if he is left sullen and swelling with rage and off his equilibrium, is henceforth hard to win back or talk over. And so people who reprove ought to be especially careful on this point, and not to leave them too soon, nor break off their conversation and intercourse with their acquaintances at the exasperating and painful stage. Plato, Laws, v. D. E. Laws, v. C. Inscribed in the vestibule of the Temple of Apollo at Delphi. See Pausanias, X. 24. Used here apparently proverbially for poverty or low position in life. Wittenbach well compares Cicero, De Amicitia, 18. Accidat huc suavitas quidem opertet sermonum ac morum, hodquaquam mediocre condimentum amicitii. Tristitia autem et in omni re severitas, habet illa cadem gravitatem, sed amicitia remissier esse debet, et liberier, et dulcier, et ad omnem comitatum facilitatem proclivier. Hesiod, Theogony, 64. Euripides, Ion, 732. Our author assigns this saying to Prodicus, de sanitate precepta, but to Ivinus, quast. Conviv. Lib 7. Proemium, and Platonicae Questions, X. As was usual. See Homer, Odyssey, I. 146. Cf. Plautus, Persa, v. 3. 16. Hoc age, accum, hunc diem suavum meum natalum agitimus aminum, date aquam manibus, apponite mensam. From a play of Eupoles called The Flatterers. Cf. Terence, Eunuchus, 489-491. See Athenaeus, 256d. Compare also Valerius Maximus, 9. 1. Videator Casaubonus ad Athenaeum, 6. A. Wittenbach. Republic. A. See Herodotus, 3. 78. See Erasmus, Adagia. Proverbium idiom a Cicerone laudatum, de amicitia, cap. 6. Itac non aqua, non igni, ut iant, pluribus locis utimer, quam amicitia. Notavit idiom Erasmus, adag. Wittenbach. Compare Sallust, De Catiline Conjuration, cap. XX, nam idem vel ac idem nal, ea demum firma amicitia est. Proverbial, quo uditor Plutarchus in Alcibiade. D. Iambus tragici esse videter, ad neoptolemum dictus. Wittenbach. As the polypus, or chameleon. Plato, Phaedrus. D. Wittenbach compares Juvenal, 3. 100-108. See my note, on abundance of friends. Wittenbach well points out the felicity of the expression here, siquidem parasitus est omicron iota kappa alpha nu sigma tau iota omicron. Euripides, Hippolytus, 219, 218. Cf. Ovid, Heroids, 4. 41, 42. Compare, how one may be aware of one's progress in virtue. Cf. also Horace, Satires, 2. 3, 35, Quintilian, 11. 1. Odyssey, 22. 1. The demagogue is a kind of flatterer. See Aristotle, Paul, 4. 4. Cf. Aristophanes, Acarnians, 153, pi epsilon rho mu alpha chi iota mu tau alpha tau omicron nu theta rho kappa nu theta nu omicron. Plato was somewhat of a traveler. He 3 times visited Syracuse, and also traveled in Egypt. As to the polypus, see On Abundance of Friends. As Fumum Etiop strepitumque Romi. Horace, Odes, 3. 29, 12. Homer, Odyssey, 16. 181. Sophocles, Antigone, 523. As to these traits in Plato and Aristotle, compare De Audiendis Potes, and as to Alexander, Plutarch tells us in his life that he used to hold his head a little to the left, life. B. See also, De Alexandri Fortuna aut virtut. De Chameleont Aristoteles, Hist, Animal I 11, part. Animal, 4. 11, Theophrastus Eclogue. A.P. Photium edit. Aristot. Silberg. T. 8. Mu epsilon tau alpha beta lambda epsilon iota delta chi alpha mu alpha iota lambda omega nu epsilon pi nu tau chi rho mu alpha pi lambda nu tau nu epsilon tau lambda epsilon upsilon kappa alpha iota tau rho upsilon theta rho nu omicron delta chi epsilon tau alpha iota mu epsilon tau alpha beta omicron lambda nu. Similiter Plinius Hist. Nat. 8. 51, Wittenbach. C. Athenius, 249 f. 435 e. Cf. Jov. 3. 113. Syri volant secreta domus, ac in timori. Cf. Menander apud stab. Tau delta epsilon rho alpha epsilon tau nu gamma upsilon nu alpha kappa alpha delta epsilon lambda gamma epsilon iota nu, tau nu delta gamma epsilon mu omicron nu iota alpha nu tau nu lambda omega nu tau nu delta rho chi epsilon iota nu. As Lord Stoll used to say that, dinner's lubricated business. Homer, Iliad, 11. 643. Homer, Odyssey, 4. 178, 179. Perhaps the Polygermander. See Pliny, Nat. Hist. 21. 84, the line is from Nicander Theriac. 64. Iliad, 8. 281, 282. Iliad, x. 243. Iliad, 7. 109, 110. Xenophon, Agesilaus, 11. 5. C. To filch the grain from the bin or granary would not of course be so important a theft as to steal the seed stock preserved for sowing. So probably Cato, de re rustica, v. Segetum any defrutit, sc Villicus. Thucydides, 3. 82. Plato, Republic, v. E. Compare also Lucretius, 4. 1160–1170, Horace, Satires, I. 3. 38 sq. This Ptolemy was a votary of Cybele, and a spiritual ancestor of General Booth. The worship of Cybele is well described by Lucretius, 2. 598–643. This was Ptolemy Auletes, as the former was Ptolemy Philopator. See Suetonius, Nero, ch. 21. Plurumque minuta voci cantillare. Wittenbach. What Milton would have called a lean and flashy song. Naso suspended adunco, as Horace, Saturday. I. 6. 5. C. Athenius. C. As Gnatho in Terence, Eunuch. 496–498. Reading Lambda Nu, as Courier, Hercher. Iliad, x. 249. They are words of Odysseus. This was carrying flattery rather far. Mithridates medicinae scientia multis memorata veterum. Wittenbach. Euripides, Alcestis, 1159. Our author gives this definition to Simonides, de Gloria Atheniensium. So our author again, on contentedness of mind. See Herodotus, I. 30, 33, Juvenal, x. 274, 275, and Pausanias, 2. 20. Nobile stoi paradoxum. Cicero fin 3. 22, ex persona Catonis. Horatius Redet Epistle. I. 1. 106–108, ad summum sapiens uno minor est Jove, dives, liber, honoratus, pulcher, rex denique regum. Praecipius sanus, nisi quum pituita molesta est. Wittenbach. See also, on contentedness of mind. Homer, Iliad, 16. 141, see the context also from 130 SQ. Our author has used this illustration again in Phocion. B. Namely in where pi alpha eta sigma iota alpha is discussed. Contrary to the severe training he ought to undergo, well expressed by Horace, De Arte Poetica, 412-414. Reading with Hercher pi omicron tau upsilon mu pi alpha nu zeta omicron nu tau omicron kappa alpha iota sigma tau rho epsilon beta lambda omicron nu tau omicron. This was Ptolemy Physcon. Unus ex Alexandri adulatoribus, Memoratus Curtio 8. 5, 6. Wittenbach. A common proverb among the ancients. See, Conjugal Precepts, Erasmus, Adagia, pages 1222, 1838. A line out of Aeschylus' Myrmidons. Quoted again by our author, of Love. Cleopatra. Homer, Odyssey, X, 329. They are the words of Circe to Odysseus. But the line was suspected even by old grammarians, and is put in brackets in modern editions of the Odyssey. See Lucretius, 4. 1079-1085. So Pliny, History Nat. 25. 95, Remedio est, secuti, priusquam preveniat ad vitalia, vini natura excalfactoria, sed in vino poda irremediabilis existimator. Assigned to Pittacus by our author, Septem Sapientem Convivium. So Wittenbach, who reads nu sigma tau sigma epsilon iota, and translates, edi libertate locendi in nobis reprehendendis uditer, quando nos cupiditatibus morbis animi nostrae non indulgera. Sed resistera, volumus. Phoenici, 469-472. Like Juvenal's, Greculus Isurians in Coelum, Jusseries, Ibid. Juvenal, 3, 78. These are two successive lines found 3 times in Homer, Iliad, 14. 195, 196, 18. For 26, 427, Odyssey, v. 89, 90. The 2 lines are in each case spoken by one person. Probably lines from The Flatterer of Menander. From the Gino of Euripides. From the Erectus of Euripides. We know from Athenaeus. D. that Apelles and Arcesilaus were friends. An allusion to Hesiod, Works and Days, 235. Cf. Horace, Odes, 4. 5, 23. See the beautiful story of Baucis and Philemon, Ovid, Metamorphoses, 8. 626-724, Cura pi dis sunt, ica calura calunter. Compare Terence, Andrea, 43, 44. So too Seneca, De Beneficiis, 2. 10. Haec enim beneficii inter duos lex est, alter statum oblivici debet Dei, alter accepti nunquam. Lacerat animam et primit frequens meritorum commemoratio. A similar story about the Samians and Lacedaemonians is told by Aristotle, Econom, 2. 9. A line from Euripides, Iphigenia in Aulis, 407. Also in Conjugal Precepts. See Persius, 3. 21, 22, with John's note. See, On Love. Ori plumbic oppositio fear proverbialis est Petronius, Satyricon, 43. Plain fortuni filius, in manu ilius plumbum orium fibat. Wittenbach. The passage about the Lydian chariot is said to be by Pindar in our author, Nicias. D. Wittenbach compares Seneca, Epist, Xiii. Horum sermo multum nocet, nam etiamsi non statim officit, semina in animo relinquit, sequiturque nos etiam cum ab illis decessorimus, resurrectionem postia malum. Compare Cicero, de Amicitia, 26. Assentatio, quamvis perniciosa sit, nocera tamen nemini potest, nisi ei, ca eam recipit ac ea delectator. Ita fit, ut is assentatoribus patifaciat oras suas maxime, ca ipsi sibi assentator etse maxime ipsi delectit. Compare. Compare our author, Questions Convivalium, 8. F. So Horace, Satires, I, 2, 24, dum vitant stulti vitia in contraria current. Homer, Iliad, 14. 84, 85. Compare Cicero, De Officiis, I. 25, omnis autem animat virgo et castigatio contumelia facere debet, nec ad aegis, ca punitor alicum aut verbis fatigat, sed ad rea publici utilitatem referi. Iliad, 11. 654. Iliad, 16. 33-35. Cf. Plutarch, Phocion. D. A proverb of persons on the brink of destruction. Wells among the ancients were uncovered. Iliad, 2. 2:15, of Thersites. As to Theagenes, see Seneca, De Ira, 2. 23. Literally, brings a cloud over fair weather. The Mizas have Lydian. Lysian Dionysus is also found in Pausanias, 9. 16, Laius is suggested by Wittenbach, and read by Hercher. Lysius or Laius will both be connected with lambda omega, and so refer to Dionysus as the god that looses or frees us from care. See Horace, Epodes, 9. 37, 38. Compare Juvenal, 3. 73, 74, Sermo promptus et Iseo torrentur. Orestes, 667. Euripides, Ion, 732. Anabasis, 2. 6, 11. Perhaps by Euripides. Olinth, 2. C. Pro Corona, 341 c. Homer, Iliad, 9. 108, 109. They are the words of Nestor to Agamemnon. See Herodotus, I, 30-32. See Plato's Symposium. E. See Plato, Epist. 4. B. See our author, Apophthegmata. C. Compare Horace, Satires, I, 1. 7, 8, quid enim, concurritor, ori memento sita mors venit aut victoria lata. And so being dainty. See Athenaeus, 2. Ch. 76. We see from this and other places that the mountebanks and quacks of the Middle Ages and later times existed also among the ancients. Human nature in its great leading features is ever the same. Omni ignotum pro magnifico est. Laws. C. Homer, Odyssey, I, 157, 4. 70, 17. 592. Ptolemy v. Epiphanes. The circumstances are related by Polybius, 15. 29, 17. 35. See Acharnians, 501, 502. Thucydides, I. 70. Kappa alpha mu alpha, epsilon pi epsilon rho tau iota nu kappa alpha iota lambda lambda omicron iota, nu omicron mu zeta omicron mu epsilon nu xi iota omicron iota epsilon nu alpha iota tau omicron pi lambda alpha psi gamma omicron nu pi epsilon nu epsilon gamma kappa epsilon nu. See our author, Apophthegmata. E. A line of Euripides, quoted again in How a Man May Be Benefited by His Enemies. Homer, Iliad, 11. 313. Do. 8. 234, 235. Do. 9, 461. Iliad, 13. 116-119. Do. V. 171, 172. Euripides, Phoenici, 1688. Euripides, Hercules Furens, 1250. Iliad, v. 800. Athene is the speaker. A play by Sophocles, now only in fragments, relating the life of Achilles in the island of Scyros, the scene of his amour with Deidamia, the daughter of Lycomedes, by whom he became the father of Pyrrhus. Thucydides, 2. 64. Quoted again in On Shyness. See also De Audiendo. Pitauomicron upsilon comes in rather curiously here. Can any other word lurk under it? Phoenici, 528, 529. Homer, Iliad, 6. 347. Do. 6, 326. Homer, Iliad, 9. 109, 110. In Dindorf's Poetis Senecae Greci, fragment 152. As it is not quite clear why Achilles should have been angry about his supper, delta iota tau delta epsilon iota pi nu nu, apropos of the context, Wittenbach ingeniously suggests, as this lost play of Sophocles was called sigma upsilon nu delta epsilon pi nu omicron nu, that Plutarch may have written nu tau delta epsilon pi nu. Compare, how one may be aware of one's progress in virtue. Ductum e proverbiali diction beta alpha lambda nu tau alpha kappa phi epsilon gamma epsilon iota nu, emisso tello offugere. Wittenbach. How a man may be benefited. By his enemies. I am well aware, Cornelius Pulcher, that you prefer the mildest manners in public life, by which you can be at once most useful to the community, and most agreeable in 202 private life to those who have any dealings with you. But since it is difficult to find any region without wild beasts, though it is related of Crete, and hitherto there has been no state that has not suffered from envy, rivalry, and strife, the most fruitful seeds of hostility. For, even if nothing else does, our friendships involve us in enmities, as Chilo the wise man perceived, who asked the man who told him he had no enemy, whether he had a friend either. It seems to me that a public man ought not only to examine the whole question of enemies in its various ramifications, but also to listen to the serious remark of Xenophon, that a sensible man will receive profit even from his enemies. The ideas therefore that lately occurred to me to deliver, I have now put together nearly in the identical words and send them to you, with the exception of some matter also in Political Precepts. A treatise which I have often noticed in your hands. People in old times were well satisfied if they were not injured by strange and wild beasts, and that was the only motive of their fights with them, but those of later days have by now learnt to make use of them, for they feed on their flesh. And clothe themselves with their wool, and make medical use of their gall and beestings, and turn their hides into shields, so that we might reasonably fear, if beasts failed man, that his life would become brutish, and wild, and void of resources. Similarly, since all others are satisfied with not being injured by their enemies, but the sensible will also, as Xenophon says, get profit out of them, we must not be incredulous, but seek a method and plan how to obtain this advantage. Seeing that life without an enemy is impossible. The husbandman cannot cultivate every tree, nor can the hunter tame every kind of animal, so both seek means to derive profit according to their several necessities, the one from his barren trees, the other from his wild animals. Sea water also is undrinkable and brackish, but it feeds fish, and is a sort of vehicle to convey and transport travelers anywhere. The satyr, when he 203 saw fire for the first time, wished to kiss it and embrace it, but Prometheus warned him. Goat, thou wilt surely mourn thy loss of beard. For fire burns whoever touches it, but it also gives light and warmth, and is an instrument of art to all those who know how to use it. Consider also in the case of the enemy, if he is in other respects injurious and intractable, he somehow or other gives us a handle to make use of him by, and so is serviceable. And many things are unpleasant and detestable and antagonistic to those to whom they happen, but you must have noticed that some use even illnesses as a period of rest for the body. And others by excessive toil have strengthened and trained their bodily vigor, and some have made exile and the loss of money a passage to leisure and philosophy, as did Diogenes and Crates. And Zeno, when he heard of the wreck of the ship which contained all his property, said, "Thou hast done well, Fortune, to confine me to my threadbare cloak. For as those animals that have the strongest and healthiest stomachs eat and digest serpents and scorpions, and some even feed on stones and shells, which they convert into nourishment by the strength and heat of their stomachs. While fastidious people out of health almost vomit if offered bread and wine, so foolish people spoil even their friendships, while the wise know how to turn to account even their enmities. In the first place then it seems to me that what is most injurious in enmity may become most useful to those that pay attention to it. To what do I refer? Why, to the way in which your enemy ever wide awake pries into all your affairs, and analyzes your whole life, trying to get a handle against you somewhere, able not only to look through a tree, like Lynceus, or through stones and shells. 204 But through your friend and domestic and every intimate acquaintance, as far as possible detecting your doings, and digging and ferreting into your designs. For our friends are ill and often die without our knowing anything about it through our delay and carelessness, but we almost pry into even the dreams of our enemies. And our enemy knows even more than we do ourselves of our diseases and debts and differences with our wives. But they pay most attention to our faults and hunt them out, and as vultures follow the scent of putrid carcasses, and cannot perceive sound and wholesome ones, so the diseases and vices and crimes of life attract the enemy. And on these those that hate us pounce, these they attack and tear to pieces. Is not this an advantage to us? Certainly it is. For it teaches us to live warily and be on our guard, and neither to do or say anything carelessly or without circumspection, but ever to be vigilant by careful mode of living that we give no handle to an enemy. For the cautiousness that thus represses the passions and follows reason implants a care and determination to live well and without reproach. For as those states that have been sobered by wars with their neighbors and continual campaigns love the blessings of order and peace, so those people who are compelled to lead a sober life owing to their enemies, and to be on their guard against carelessness and negligence, and to do everything with an eye to utility, imperceptibly glide into a faultless mode of life, and tone down their character, even without requiring much assistance from precepts. For those who always remember the line, "Ah! How would Priam and his sons rejoice!" are by it diverted from and learn to shun all such things as their enemies would rejoice and laugh at. Again we see actors and singers on the stage oftentimes slack and remiss, and not taking sufficient pains about their performances in the theatres when they have it all to themselves. But when there is a competition and contest with 205 others, they not only wake up but tune their instruments, and adjust their chords, and play on the flute with more care. Similarly whoever knows that his enemy is antagonistic to his life and character, pays more attention to himself, and watches his behavior more carefully, and regulates his life. For it is peculiar to vice to be more afraid of enemies than friends in regard to our faults. And so Nausicaa, when some expressed their opinion that the Roman Republic was now secure, since Carthage was razed to the ground and Achaia reduced to slavery, said, "Nay, rather we are now in a critical position, since we have none left to fear or respect." Consider also that very philosophical and witty answer of Diogenes to the man who asked, "How shall I avenge myself on my enemy?" By becoming a good and honest man. Some people are terribly put about if they see their enemies' horses in a good condition, or hear their dogs praised; if they see their farm well tilled, their garden well kept, they groan aloud. What a state think you then they would be in, if you were to exhibit yourself as a just man, sensible and good, in words excellent, in deeds pure, in manner of life decorous, reaping fruit from the deep soil of the soul, where good counsels grow. Pindar says, "Those that are conquered are reduced to complete silence, but not absolutely, not all men, only those that see they are outdone by their enemies in industry, in goodness, in magnanimity, in humanity, in kindnesses. These, as Demosthenes says, stop the tongue, block up the mouth, choke people, and make them silent. Be better than the bad, 'tis in your power. If you wish to vex the man who hates you, do not abuse him by calling him a pat hick, or effeminate, or intemperate, or a low fellow, or illiberal. But be yourself a man, and temperate, and truthful, and kind and just in all your 206 dealings with those you come across. But if you are tempted to use abuse, mind that you yourself are very far from what you abuse him for, dive down into your own soul, look for any rottenness in yourself, lest someone suggest to you the line of the tragedian. You doctor others. All diseased yourself. If you say your enemy is uneducated, increase your own love of learning and industry. If you call him coward, stir up the more your own spirit and manliness. And if you say he is wanton and licentious, erase from your own soul any secret trace of the love of pleasure. For nothing is more disgraceful or more unpleasant than slander that recoils on the person who sets it in motion. For as the reflection of light seems most to injure weak eyes, so does censure when it recoils on the censurer, and is borne out by the facts. For as the northeast wind attracts clouds, so does a bad life draw upon itself rebukes. Whenever Plato was in company with people who behaved in an unseemly manner, he used to say to himself, "Am I such a person as this?" So he that censures another man's life, if he straightway examines and mends his own, directing and turning it into the contrary direction, will get some advantage from his censure, which will be otherwise idle and unprofitable. Most people laugh if a bald pate or humpback jeer and mock at others who are so too. It is quite as ridiculous to jeer and mock if one lies open to retort oneself. As Leo of Byzantium showed in his answer to the humpback who jeered at him for weakness of eyes, you twit me with an infirmity natural to man, while you yourself carry your nemesis on your back. And so do not abuse another as an adulterer, if you yourself are mad after boys, nor as a spendthrift, if you yourself are niggardly. Alcmaeon said to Adrastus, "You are near kinsman to a woman that slew her husband." What 207 was his reply? He retaliated on him with the appropriate retort, "But you killed with your own hand the mother that bare you." And Domitius said to Crassus, "Did you not weep for the lamprey that was bred in your fish pond, and died?" To which Crassus replied, "Did you weep, when you buried your 3 wives?" He therefore that intends to abuse others must not be witty and noisy and impudent, but a man that does not lie open to counter-abuse and retort. For the God seems to have enjoined upon no one the precept, "Know thyself," so much as on the person who is censorious, to prevent people saying just what they please, and hearing what don't please them. For such a one is wont, as Sophocles says, idly letting his tongue flow, to hear against his will, what he willingly says ill of others. This use and advantage then there is in abusing one's enemy, and no less arises from being abused and ill-spoken of oneself by one's enemies. And so Antisthenes said well that those who wish to lead a good life ought to have genuine friends or red-hot enemies, for the former deterred you from what was wrong by reproof, the latter by abuse. But since friendship has nowadays become very mealy-mouthed in freedom of speech, voluble in flattery and silent in rebuke, we can only hear the truth from our enemies. For as Telephus having no surgeon of his own, submitted his wound to be cured by his enemy's spear, so those who cannot procure friendly rebuke must content themselves with the censure of an enemy that hates them, reprehending and castigating their vices, and regard not the animus of the person, but only his matter. For as he who intended to kill the Thessalian Prometheus 208 only stabbed a tumor, and so lanced it that the man's life was saved, and he was rid of the tumor by its bursting, so oftentimes abuse, suddenly thrust on a man in anger or hatred, has cured some disease in his soul which he was ignorant of or neglected. But most people when they are abused do not consider whether the abuse really belongs to them properly, but look round to see what abuse they can heap on the abuser, and, as wrestlers get smothered with the dust of the arena, do not wipe off the abuse hurled at themselves, but bespatter others, and at last get on both sides grimy and discolored. But if anyone gets a bad name from an enemy, he ought to clear himself of the imputation even more than he would remove any stain on his clothes that was pointed out to him. And if it be wholly untrue, yet he ought to investigate what originated the charge, and to be on his guard and be afraid lest he had unawares done something very near akin to what was imputed to him. As Lacyda, the king of the Argives, by the way he wore his hair and by his mincing walk got charged with effeminacy, and Pompey scratching his head with one finger was construed in the same way. Though both these men were very far from effeminacy or wantonness. And Crassus was accused of an intrigue with one of the Vestal virgins, because he wished to purchase from her a pleasant estate, and therefore frequently visited her and waited upon her. And Postumia, from her readiness to laugh and talk somewhat freely with men, got accused and even had to stand her trial for incest, but was, however, acquitted of that charge. But Spurius Minucius the Pontiff ex Maximus, when he pronounced her innocent, urged her not to be freer in her words than she was in her life. And though Themistocles was guiltless of treason, his intimacy with Pausanias, and the letters and messages that frequently passed between them, laid him under suspicion. Whenever therefore any false charge is made against us, we ought not merely to despise and neglect it as false, but to see what word or action, either in jest or earnest, has made the charge seem probable. And this we 209 must for the future be earnestly on our guard against and shun. For if others falling into unforeseen trouble and difficulties teach us what is expedient, as Merope says, Fortune has made me wise, though she has ta'en my dearest ones as wages. Why should we not take an enemy, and pay him no wages? To teach us, and give us profit and instruction, in matters which had escaped our notice? For an enemy has keener perception than a friend, for, as Plato says, the lover is blind as respects the loved one, and hatred is both curious and talkative. Hiero was twigged by one of his enemies for his foul breath, so he went home and said to his wife, How is this? You never told me of it. But she being chaste and innocent replied, I thought all men's breath was like that. Thus perceptible and material things, and things that are plain to everybody, are sooner learnt from enemies than from friends and intimates. Moreover, to keep the tongue well under control, no small factor in moral excellence, and to make it always obedient and submissive to reason, is not possible, unless by practice and attention and painstaking a man has subdued his worst passions. As for example anger. For such expressions as, a word uttered involuntarily, and, escaping the barrier of the teeth, and, words darting forth spontaneously, well illustrate what happens in the case of ill-disciplined souls. Ever wavering and in an unsettled condition through infirmity of temper, through unbridled fancy, or through faulty education. But, according to divine Plato, though a word seems a very trivial matter, the heaviest penalty follows upon it both from gods and men. But silence can never be called to account, is not only not thirsty, to borrow the language of Hippocrates, but when abused is dignified and Socratic, or rather Herculean, if indeed it was Hercules who said, Sharp words he heeded not so much as flies. 210 Not more dignified and noble than this is it to keep silent when an enemy reviles you, as one swims by a smooth and mocking cliff, but in practice it is better. If you accustom yourself to bear silently the abuse of an enemy, you will very easily bear the attack of a scolding wife, and will remain undisturbed when you hear the sharp language of a friend or brother. And will be calm and placid when you are beaten or have something thrown at your head by your father or mother. For Socrates put up with Xantippe, a passionate and forward woman, which made him a more easy companion with others, as being accustomed to submit to her caprices. And it is far better to train and accustom the temper to bear quietly the insults and rages and jeers and taunts of enemies and estranged persons, and not to be distressed at it. Thus then must we exhibit in our enmities meekness and forbearance, and in our friendship still more simplicity and magnanimity and kindness. For it is not so graceful to do a friend a service, as disgraceful to refuse to do so at his request. And not to revenge oneself on an enemy when opportunity offers is generous. But the man who sympathizes with his enemy in affliction, and assists him in distress, and readily holds out a helping hand to his children and family and their fortunes when in a low condition, whoever does not admire such a man for his humanity, and praise his benevolence? He has a black heart made of adamant or iron or bronze. When Caesar ordered the statues of Pompey that had been thrown down to be put up again, Cicero said, You have set up again Pompey's statues, and in so doing have erected statues to yourself. We ought not therefore to be niggardly in our praise and honor of an enemy that deserves a good name. For he who praises another receives on that account greater praise himself, and is the more credited on another occasion when he finds fault, as not having any personal ill feeling against the man, but only 2:11 disapproving of his act. And what is most noble and advantageous, the man who is accustomed to praise his enemies, and not to be vexed or malignant at their prosperity, is as far as possible from envying the good fortune of his friends, and the success of his intimates. And yet what practice will be more beneficial to our minds, or bring about a happier disposition, than that which banishes from us all jealousy and envy? For as in war many necessary things, otherwise bad, are customary and have as it were the sanction of law, so that they cannot be abolished in spite of the injury they do, so enmity drags along in its train hatred, and envy, and jealousy, and malignity, and revenge, and stamps them on the character. Moreover knavery, and deceit, and villainy, that seem neither bad nor unfair if employed against an enemy, if they once get planted in the mind are difficult to dislodge. And eventually from force of habit get used also against friends, unless they are forewarned and forearmed through their previous acquaintance with the tricks of enemies. If then Pythagoras, accustoming his disciples to abstain from all cruelty and inhumanity to the brute creation, did right to discountenance bird fowling, and to buy up draughts of fishes and bid them be thrown into the water again, and to forbid killing any but wild animals, much more noble is it, in dissensions and differences with human beings, to be a generous, just and true enemy, and to check and tame all bad and low and knavish propensities. That in all intercourse with friends a man may keep the peace and abstain from doing an injury. Scaurus was an enemy and accuser of Domitius, but when one of Domitius' slaves came to him to reveal some important matters which were unknown to Scaurus, he would not hear him, but seized him and sent him back to his master. And when Cato was prosecuting Murena for canvassing, and was getting together his evidence, he was accompanied as was usual by people who watched what he was doing, and would often ask him if he intended that day to get together his witnesses and open the case, and if he said, no, they believed him and went 2:12 their way. All this is the greatest proof of the credit which was reposed in Cato, but it is better and more important, that we should accustom ourselves to deal justly even with our enemies. And then there will be no fear that we should ever act unjustly and treacherously to our friends and intimates. But since, as Simonides says, all larks must have their crests, and every man's nature contains in it pugnacity and jealousy and envy, which last is, as Pindar says, the companion of empty-headed men, one might get considerable advantage by purging oneself of those passions against enemies, and by diverting them, like sewers, as far as possible from companions and friends. And this it seems the statesmanlike Oenomademus had remarked, for being on the victorious side in a disturbance at Chios, he urged his party not to expel all of the different faction, but to leave some, in order, he said, that we may not begin to quarrel with our friends, when we have got entirely rid of our enemies. So too our expending these passions entirely on our enemies will give less trouble to our friends. For it ought not to be, as Hesiod says, that potter envies potter, and singer envies singer, and neighbor neighbor, and cousin cousin, and brother brother, if hastening to get rich and enjoying prosperity. But if there is no other way to get rid of strife and envy and quarrels, accustom yourself to be vexed at your enemy's good fortune, and sharpen and accentuate on them your acerbity. For as judicious gardeners think they produce finer roses and violets by planting alongside of them garlic and onions, that any bitter or strong elements may be transferred to them, so your enemies getting and attracting your envy and malignity will render you kinder and more agreeable to your prosperous friends. And so let us be rivals of our enemies for glory or office or righteous gain, not only being vexed if they get ahead of us, but also carefully observing all the steps by which they get ahead, and trying to outdo 213 them in industry, and hard work, and soberness, and prudence. As Themistocles said, Miltiades' victory at Marathon would not let him sleep. For he who thinks his enemy gets before him in offices, or advocacies, or state affairs, or in favor with his friends or great men, if from action and emulation he sinks into envy and despondency, makes his life become idle and inoperative. But he who is not blinded by hate, but a discerning spectator of life and character and words and deeds, will perceive that most of what he envies comes to those who have them from diligence and prudence and good actions. And exerting himself in the same direction he will increase his love of what is honorable and noble, and will eradicate his vanity and sloth. But if our enemies seem to us to have got either by flattery, or fraud, or bribery, or venal services, ill-got and discreditable power at court or in state, it ought not to trouble us but rather inspire pleasure in us. When we compare our own liberty and purity and independence of life. For, as Plato says, all the gold above or below the earth is not of equal value with virtue. And we ought ever to remember the precept of Solon, we will not exchange our virtue for others' wealth. Nor will we give up our virtue for the applause of banqueting theatres, nor for honors and chief seats among eunuchs and harlots, nor to be monarchs' satraps, for nothing is to be desired or noble that comes from what is bad. But since, as Plato says, the lover is blind as respects the loved one, and we notice more what our enemies do amiss, we ought not to let either our joy at their faults or our grief at their success be idle, but in either case we ought to reflect how we may become better than them by avoiding their errors, and by imitating their virtues not come short of them. So Pliny, 8. 83, in Creta insula non vulpes ursiv, ac omnino millum maleficum animal praeter phalangium. See the same remark of Chilo, on abundance of friends. Econom, I, 15. A treatise of Plutarch still extant. A line from a lost satiric play of Aeschylus, called Prometheus Perforos. So fire is called Pinutau epsilon kainu omicron nu in Aeschylus, Prometheus Desmotes, 7. Compare Seneca, De Animi Tranquillitate, cap. 13. Zeno noster cum omnia sua audiret submersa, jubit, inquit, me fortuna expeditius philosopheri. See Horace, Epistles, I, 28, Pausanias, 4. 2. See Plautus, Trinomus, 205-211. Homer, Iliad, I, 255. Literally, the artists of Dionysus. We know what they were from our authors, Questions Romani, section 107, delta iota tau tau omicron pi epsilon rho tau nu delta iota nu upsilon sigma omicron nu tau epsilon chi nu tau alpha sigma tau rho omega nu alpha rho omega mu alpha omicron iota kappa alpha lambda omicron sigma iota nu. Compare, De Audiendis Potes. Aeschylus, Septem contra the Ba, 593, 594. Pindar, Phragm. 253. Demosthenes, De Falsa Legation. Euripides, Orestes, 251. A line from Euripides. Quoted also, De Adulator et Amico. Compare, De Audiendo, section 6. See also Horace, Satires, I, 4. 136, 137. The story is somewhat differently told, Quast. Conviv, Lib 2. From a lost play of Euripides. In some lost play. Compare Hesiod, Works and Days, 719-721, Terence, Andrea, 920. The sentiment is assigned to Diogenes twice elsewhere by our author, namely, how one may be aware of one's progress in virtue. And, how one may discern a flatterer from a friend. See Propertius, 2. 1, 63, 64, Ovid, Metamorphoses, 12. 112, 13. 171, Tristia, v. 2. 15, 16, Remedia Amoris, 47, 48. Erasmus, Adagia. Jason Farias Cognomen Prometheus Dictus est vid Ciceronem, Nat. Der. 3. 29, Plinium, 7. 51, Valerium Maximum, I. 8, extem. 6, Wittenbach. She was a Vestal Virgin. See Livy, 4. 44. See Thucydides, I. 135, 136. From a lost play of Euripides. Compare the proverb, pi alpha theta mu alpha tau alpha mu alpha theta mu alpha tau alpha. Laws, v. E. Told again, reg et imperator. Apothem. B. A favorite image of Homer, employed, Iliad, 4. 350, 14. 83, Odyssey, I, 64, 23. 70. Laws, 11. A. Quoted again, on talkativeness. See Pausanias, v. 14. From a fragment of Pindar. See Suetonius, Divus Julius, 75, sed et statuas L. Sully at Pompeii a plebe disjectas reposut. Compare our author, Questions Convivalium, 8. E. No doubt in the interest of the defendant. See our author, Cato Minor. B. A Greek proverb, see Erasmus, Adagia. So Cicero, Nat. Der. 2. 56. In Oedibus Architecti avertent ab oculis narrabusque dominorum ea quae profluentia necessario titri essent aliquid habitura. Works and Days, 23-26. Our two of a trade seldom agree. Compare, how one may be aware of one's progress in virtue. For as the English proverb says, hatred is blind as well as love. Laws, v. A. Quoted more fully, how one may be aware of one's progress in virtue. Laws, v. E. See also above. On talkativeness. Philosophy finds talkativeness a disease very difficult and hard to cure. For its remedy, conversation, requires hearers, but talkative people hear nobody, for they are ever prating. And the first evil this inability to keep silence produces is an inability to listen. It is a self-chosen deafness of people who, I take it, blame nature for giving us one tongue and two ears. If then the following advice of Euripides to a foolish hearer was good. I cannot fill one that can not retain, pumping up wise words for an unwise man. One might more justly say to a talkative man, or rather about a talkative man. I cannot fill one that will nothing take, pumping up wise words for an unwise man. Or rather deluging with words one that talks to those who don't listen, and listens not to those who talk. Even if he does listen for a short time, talkativeness hurries off what is said like the retiring sea, and anon brings it up again multiplied with the approaching tide. The portico at Olympia that returns many echoes to one utterance is called seven-voiced, and if the slightest utterance catches the ear of talkativeness, it at once echoes it all round, moving the mind's chords all unmoved before. For their ears can certainly have no passages leading to the brain but only to the tongue. And so while other people retain what they hear, talkative people lose it altogether, and, being empty-headed, they resemble empty vessels, and go about making much noise. 2:15 If however it seems that no attempt at cure has been left untried, let us say to the talkative person, be silent, boy, silence has great advantages. Two of the first and foremost of which are hearing and being heard, neither of which can happen to talkative people, for however they desire either so unhappy are they that they must desist from it. For in all other diseases of the soul, as love of money, love of glory, or love of pleasure, people at any rate attain the desired object, but it is the cruel fate of talkative people to desire hearers but not to get them. For everyone flees from them with headlong speed. And if people are sitting or walking about in any public place, and see one coming they quickly pass the word to one another to shift quarters. And as when there is dead silence in any assembly they say Hermes has joined the company, so when any prater joins some drinking party or social gathering of friends, all are silent, not wishing to give him a chance to break in. And if he uninvited begin to open his mouth, they all, like before a storm at sea, when Boreas is blowing a gale round some headland, foreseeing tossing about and nausea, disperse. And so it is their destiny to find neither willing table companions, nor messmates when they are travelling by land or by sea, but only such as cannot help themselves. For such a fellow is always at you, plucking hold of your clothes or chin, or giving you a dig in the ribs with his elbow. Most valuable are the feet in such a conjuncture, according to Archilochus, nay according to the wise Aristotle himself. For he being bothered with a talkative fellow, and wearied out with his absurd tales, and his frequent question, is not this wonderful, Aristotle? Not at all, said he, but it is wonderful that anyone with a pair of legs stops here to listen to you. And to another such fellow, who said after a long rigmarole, Did I weary you, philosopher, by my chatter? Not you, by Zeus, said he, for I paid no attention to you. For 2:16 Even if talkative people force you to listen, the mind can give them only its outward ears to deluge, while it unfolds and pursues some other thoughts within. So they find neither hearers to attend to them, nor credit them. They say those that are prone to Venus are commonly barren, so the prating of talkative people is ineffectual and fruitless. And yet nature has fenced and barricaded in us nothing so much as the tongue, having put the teeth before it as a barrier, so that if, when reason holds tight her glossy reins, it hearken not, nor keep within bounds, we may check its intemperance, biting it till the blood comes. For Euripides tells us that, not from unbolted houses or storerooms, but from unbridled mouths the end is misfortune. But those persons who think that houses without doors and open purses are no good to their possessors, and yet keep their mouths open and unshut, and allow their speech to flow continually like the waves of the Euxine, seem to regard speech as of less value than anything. And so they never get believed, though credit is the aim of every speech, for to inspire belief in one's hearers is the proper end of speech, but praters are disbelieved even when they tell the truth. For as corn stowed away in a granary is found to be larger in quantity but inferior in quality, so the speech of a talkative man is increased by a large addition of falsehood, which destroys his credit. Then again every man of modesty and propriety would avoid drunkenness, for anger is next-door neighbor to madness as some think, but drunkenness lives in the same house, or rather drunkenness is madness, more short-lived indeed, but more potent also through volition, for it is self-chosen. Nor is drunkenness censured for anything so much as its intemperate and endless talk. Wine makes a prudent man begin to sing, and gently laugh, and even makes him dance. And yet there is no harm in all this, in singing and laughing and dancing. But the poet adds, and it compels to say what's best unsaid. This is indeed dreadful and dangerous. And perhaps the poet in this passage has solved that problem of the philosophers, and stated the difference between being under the influence of wine and being drunk, mirth being the condition of the former, foolish talk of the latter. For as the proverb tells us, what is in the heart of the sober is on the tongue of the drunken. And so Bias, being silent at a drinking bout, and jeered at by some young man in the company as stupid, replied, What fool could hold his tongue in liquor? And at Athens a certain person gave an entertainment to the king's ambassadors, and at their desire contrived to get the philosophers thereto, and as they were all talking together and comparing ideas, and Zeno alone was silent, the strangers greeted him and pledged him, and said, What are we to tell the king about you, Zeno? And he replied, Nothing, but that there is an old man at Athens that can hold his tongue at a drinking bout. So profound and mysterious and sober is silence, while drunkenness is talkative, for it is void of sense and understanding, and so is loquacious. And so the philosophers define drunkenness to be silly talk in wine. Drinking therefore is not censured, if silence go with it, but foolish prating turns being under the influence of wine into drunkenness. And the drunken man prates only in his cups. But the talkative man prates everywhere, in the marketplace, in the theater, out walking, by night and by day. If he is your doctor, he is more trouble to you than your disease. If he is on board ship with you, he disgusts you more than seasickness. If he praises you, he is more fulsome than blame. It is more pleasure associating with bad men who have tact than with good men who prate. 2:18 Nestor indeed in Sophocles' play, trying by his words to soothe exasperated Ajax, said to him mildly, I blame you not, for though your words are bad, your acts are good. But we cannot feel so to the talkative man. For his want of tact in words destroys and undoes all the grace of his actions. Lysias wrote a defense for some accused person, and gave it him, and he read it several times, and came to Lysias in great dejection and said, When I first perused this defense, it seemed to me wonderful. But when I read it a second and third time, it seemed altogether dull and ineffective. Then Lysias laughed, and said, "What then? Are you going to read it more than once to the jury? And yet do but consider the persuasiveness and grace of Lysias' style, for he, I say, was a great favorite with the dark-haired muses. And of the things which have been said of Homer the truest is that he alone of all poets has survived the fastidiousness of mankind, as being ever new and still at his acme as regards giving pleasure, and yet saying and proclaiming about himself. I hate to spin out a plain tale over and over again. He avoids and fears that satiety which lies in ambush for every narrative, and takes the hearer from one subject to another, and relieves by novelty the possibility of being surfeited. But the talkative worry one's ears to death with their tautologies, as people scribble the same things over and over again on palimpsests. Let us remind them then first of this, that just as in the case of wine, which was intended for pleasure and mirth, those who compel people to drink it neat and in large quantities bring some into a disgusting condition of drunkenness. So with speech, which is the pleasantest social tie amongst 219 mankind, those who make a bad and ill-advised use of it render it unpleasing and unfit for company, paining those whom they think to gratify. And become a laughing-stock to those who they think admire them, and objectionable to those who they think love them. As then he cannot be a favorite of the goddess who with Aphrodite's charmed girdle repels and drives away those who associate with him, so he who with his speech bores and disgusts one is without either taste or refinement. Of all other passions and disorders some are dangerous, some hateful, some ridiculous, but in talkativeness all these elements are combined. For praters are jeered at for their commonplaces, and hated when they bring bad news, and run into danger when they reveal secrets. And so Anacharsis, when he was feasted by Solon and lay down to sleep, and was observed with his left hand on his private parts, and his right hand on his mouth, for he thought his tongue needed the stronger restraint, was right in his opinion. For it would be difficult to find as many men who have been ruined by venereal excesses as cities and leading states that have been undone by the utterance of a secret. When Sulla was besieging Athens, and had no time to waste there, for he had other fish to fry, as Mithridates was ravaging Asia, and the party of Marius was again in power at Rome. Some old men in a barber's shop happened to observe to one another that the Heptacalcon was not well guarded, and that their city ran a great risk of being captured at that point, and some spies who overheard this conversation reported it to Sulla. And he at once marched up his forces, and about midnight entered the city with his army, and all but razed it to the ground, and filled it with slaughter and dead bodies. Insomuch that the Ceramicus ran with blood, and he was thus savage against the Athenians for their words rather than their deeds, for they had spoken ill of him and his wife Medela, jumping on to the walls and calling out in a jeering way, "Sulla is a mulberry bestrewn with barley meal." 220 and much similar banter. Thus they drew down upon themselves for words, which, as Plato says, are a very small matter, a very heavy punishment. The prating of one man also prevented Rome from becoming free by the removal of Nero. For it was only the night before the tyrant was to be murdered, and all preparations had been made, when he that was to do the deed going to the theatre, and seeing someone in chains near the doors who was about to be taken before Nero, and was bewailing his sad fortune, went up close to him and whispered, "Pray only, good sir, that today may pass by, tomorrow you will owe me many thanks." He guessing the meaning of the riddle, and thinking, I take it, he is a fool who gives up what is in his hand for a remote contingency, preferred certain to honorable safety. For he informed Nero of what the man had said, and he was immediately arrested, and torture, and fire, and scourging were applied to him, who denied now in his necessity what before he had divulged without necessity. Zeno the philosopher, that he might not against his will divulge any secrets when put to the torture, bit off his tongue, and spit it at the tyrant. Famous also was the reward which Leina had for her taciturnity. She was the mistress of Harmodius and Aristogiton, and, although a woman, participated in their hopes of success in the conspiracy against the tyrants, for she had revelled in the glorious cup of love, and had been initiated in their secrets through the god. When then they had failed in their attempt and been put to death, and she was examined and bidden to reveal the names of the other conspirators, she refused to do so, and held out to the end. showing that those famous men in loving such a one as her had done nothing unworthy of them. And the Athenians erected to her 221 memory a bronze lioness without a tongue, and placed it near the entrance to the Acropolis, signifying her dauntless courage by the nobleness of that animal. And by its being without a tongue her silence and fidelity. For no spoken word has done as much good as many unspoken ones. For at some future day we can give utterance if we like to what has been not said, but a word once spoken cannot be recalled, but flies about and runs all round the world. And this is the reason, I take it, why men teach us to speak, but the gods teach us to be silent, silence being enjoined on us in the mysteries and in all religious rites. Thus Homer has described the most eloquent Odysseus, and Telemachus, and Penelope, and the nurse, as all remarkable for their taciturnity. You remember the nurse saying, "I'll keep it close as heart. Of oak or steel." And Odysseus sitting by Penelope, though in his heart he pitied her sad grief, his eyes like horn or steel, impassive stood within their lids, and craft his tears repressed. So great control had he over all his body, and so much were all his members under the sway and rule of reason, that he commanded his eyes not to weep, his tongue not to speak, and his heart not to tremble or quake. So calm and passive did his heart remain, reason penetrating even to the irrational instincts, and making spirit and blood obedient and docile to it. Such also were most of his companions, for though they were dashed to the ground and dragged along by the Cyclops, they said not a word about Odysseus. Nor did they show the stake of wood that had been put into the fire and prepared to put out Polyphemus, but they would rather have been eaten alive than divulge secrets, such wonderful 222 self-control and fidelity had they. And so it was not amiss of Pittacus, when the king of Egypt sent him a victim, and bade him take from it the best and worst piece of it, to pull out the tongue and send that to the king, as being the instrument of the greatest blessings and withal the greatest mischiefs. So Ino in Euripides, speaking plainly about herself, says she knows how to be silent when she should, and to speak when speech is safe. For those who have enjoyed a truly noble and royal education learn first to be silent and then to speak. So the famous King Antigonus, when his son asked him, "When are we going to shift our quarters?" answered, "Are you afraid that you only will not hear the trumpet?" Was he afraid then to entrust a secret to him, to whom he intended one day to leave his kingdom? Nay rather, it was to teach him to be close and guarded on such matters. Metellus also, the well-known veteran, when questioned somewhat similarly about an expedition, said, "If I thought my coat knew the secret, I would strip it off and throw it into the fire." And Eumenes, when he heard that Craterus was marching against him, told none of his friends, but pretended that it was Neoptolemus, for his soldiers despised Neoptolemus, but they admired the glory and loved the virtue of Craterus. And no one but Eumenes knew the truth, and they engaged and were victorious, and unwittingly killed Craterus, and only recognized his dead body. So great a part did silence play in the battle, concealing the name of the enemy's general, so that Eumenes' friends marveled more than found fault at his not having told them the truth. And if anyone should receive blame in such a case, it is better to be censured when one has done well by keeping one's counsel, rather than to have to accuse others through having come to grief by trusting them. But, generally speaking, who has the right to blame the person who has not kept his secret? For if it was not to be known, it was not well to tell another person of it at 223 all, and if you divulged your secret yourself and expected another person to keep it, you had more faith in another than in yourself. And so should he be such another as yourself you are deservedly undone, and should he be a better man than yourself, your safety is more than you could have reckoned on, as it involved finding a man more to be trusted than yourself. But you will say, "He is my friend." Yes, but he has another friend, whom he reposes confidence in as much as you do in your friend, and that other friend has one of his own, and so on, so that the secret spreads in many quarters from inability to keep it close in one. For as the unit never deviates from its orbit, but, as its name signifies, always remains one, but the number 2 contains within it the seeds of infinity, for when it departs from itself it becomes plurality at once by doubling. So speech confined in one person's breast is truly secret, but if it be communicated to another it soon gets noised abroad. And so Homer calls words winged, for as he that lets a bird go from his hands cannot easily get it back again, so he that lets a word go from his mouth cannot catch or stop it, but it is borne along, whirling on swift wings, and dispersed from one person to another. When a ship scuds before the gale the mariners can stop it, or at least check its course with cables and anchors, but when the spoken word once sails out of harbor, so to speak, there is no roadstead or anchorage for it. But borne along with much noise and echo it dashes its utterer on the rocks, and brings him into imminent danger of shipwreck. As one might set on fire Ida's woods with a small torch, so what one tells one person is soon the property of all the citizens. The Roman Senate had been discussing for several days a secret matter, and there was much doubt and suspicion about it. And one of the senator's wives, discreet in other matters but a very woman in curiosity, pressed her husband close, and entreated him to tell her what the secret was. She vowed and swore she would not divulge it, and did not refrain from shedding tears at her not being trusted. And he, nothing loath to convince her of her folly, 2:24 said, "Your importunity, wife, has prevailed, listen to a dreadful and portentous matter. It has been told us by the priests that a lark has been seen flying in the air with a golden helmet and spear. It is this portent that we are considering and discussing with the augurs, as to whether it be a good or bad omen. But say nothing about it." Having said these words he went into the forum. But his wife seized on the very first of her maids that entered the room, and smote her breast, and tore her hair, and said, "Alas! For my husband and country! What will become of us?" wishing and teaching her maid to say, "Whatever's up." So when she inquired she told her all about it, adding that refrain common to all praters, "Tell no one a word about it." The maid however had scarce left her mistress when she told one of her fellow servants who was doing little or nothing, and she told her lover who happened to call at that moment. So the news spread to the forum so quickly that it got the start of its original author, and one of his friends meeting him said, "Have you only just left your house?" "Only just," he replied. "Didn't you hear the news?" said his friend. "What news?" said he. "Why, that a lark has been seen flying in the air with a golden helmet and spear, and the Senate are met to discuss the portent." And he smiled and said to himself, "You are quick, wife, for the tale to get before me to the forum." Then meeting some of the senators he disabused them of their panic. But to punish his wife, he said when he got home, "You have undone me, wife, for the secret has got abroad from my house, so that I must be in exile from my country for your inability to keep a secret." And on her trying to deny it, and saying, "Were there not 300 senators that heard of it as well as you? Might not one of them have divulged it?" he replied, "Stuff, oh, you're 300. It was at your importunity that I invented the story, to put you to the test." This fellow tested his wife warily and cunningly, as one pours water, and not wine or oil, into a leaky vessel. And Fabius, the friend of Augustus, hearing 225 the emperor in his old age mourning over the extinction of his family, how 2 of his daughter Julia's sons were dead, and how Posthumus Agrippa, the only remaining one, was in exile through false accusation, and how he was compelled to put his wife's son into the succession to the empire, though he pitied Agrippa and had half a mind to recall him from banishment, repeated the emperor's words to his wife, and she to Livia. And Livia bitterly upbraided Augustus, if he meant recalling his grandson, for not having done so long ago, instead of bringing her into hatred and hostility with the heir to the empire. When Fabius came in the morning as usual into the emperor's presence, and said, "Hail, Caesar," the emperor replied, "Farewell, Fabius." And he understanding the meaning of this straightway went home, and sent for his wife, and said, "The emperor knows that I have not kept his secret, so I shall kill myself." And his wife replied, "You have deserved your fate, since having been married to me so long you did not remember and guard against my incontinence of speech, but suffer me to kill myself first." So saying she took his sword, and slew herself first. That was a good answer therefore that the comic poet Philippides made to King Lysimachus, who greeted him kindly, and said to him, "What shall I give you of all my possessions? Whatever you like, O king, except your secrets. And talkativeness has another plague attached to it, even curiosity, for praters wish to hear much that they may have much to say, and most of all do they gad about to investigate and pry into secrets and hidden things. Providing as it were an antiquated stock of rubbish for their twaddle, in fine like children who cannot hold ice in their hands, and yet are unwilling to let it go. Or rather taking secrets to their bosoms and embracing them as if 226 they were so many serpents, that they cannot control, but are sure to be gnawed to death by. They say that garfish and vipers burst in giving life to their young, so secrets by coming out ruin and destroy those who cannot keep them. Seleucus Callinicus having lost his army and all his forces in a battle against the Galati, threw off his diadem, and fled on a swift horse with an escort of 3 or 4 of his men a long day's journey by bypaths and out-of-the-way tracks. Till faint and famishing for want of food he drew rein at a small farmhouse, where by chance he found the master at home, and asked for some bread and water. And he supplied him liberally and courteously not only with what he asked for but with whatever else was on the farm, and recognized the king, and being very joyful at this opportunity of ministering to the king's necessities. He could not contain himself, nor dissemble like the king who wished to be incognito, but he accompanied him to the road, and on parting from him, said, "Farewell, King Seleucus." And he stretching out his right hand, and drawing the man to him as if he was going to kiss him, gave a sign to one of his escort to draw his sword and cut the man's head off. And at his word the head rolled in the dust. Whereas if he had been silent then, and kept his counsel for a time, as the king afterwards became prosperous and great, he would have received, I take it, greater favor for his silence than for his hospitality. And yet he had I admit some excuse for his want of reticence, namely hope and joy. But most talkative people have no excuse for ruining themselves. As for example in a barber's shop one day there was some conversation about the tyranny of Dionysius, that it was as hard as adamant and invincible, and the barber laughed and said, "Fancy your saying this to me, who have my razor at his throat most days." And Dionysius hearing this had him crucified. Barbers indeed are generally a talkative race, for people fond of prating flock to them and sit in their shops, so that they pick up the habit from their customers. It was a witty answer 227 therefore of King Archelaus, when a talkative barber put the towel round his neck, and asked him, "How shall I shave you, O king?" "Silently," said the monarch. It was a barber that first spread the news of the great reverse of the Athenians in Sicily, having heard of it at the Piraeus from a slave that had escaped from the island. He at once left his shop, and ran into the city at full speed, that no one else should reap the fame, and he come in the second, of carrying the news into the town. And an uproar arising, as was only to be expected, the people assembled in the ecclesia, and began to investigate the origin of the rumor. So the barber was dragged up and questioned, but knew not the person's name who had told him, so was obliged to refer its origin to an anonymous and unknown person. Then anger filled the theatre, and the multitude cried out, "Torture the cursed fellow, put him to the rack, he has fabricated and concocted this news, who else heard it? Who credits it?" The wheel was brought, the poor fellow stretched on it. Meantime those came up who had brought the news, who had escaped from the carnage in Sicily. Then all the multitude dispersed to weep over their private sorrows, and abandoned the poor barber, who remained fastened to the wheel. And when released late in the evening he actually asked the executioner, if they had heard how Nicias the general was slain. So invincible and incorrigible a vice does habit make talkativeness to be. And yet, as those that drink bitter and strong-smelling physic are disgusted even with the cups they drink it out of, so those that bring evil tidings are disliked and hated by their hearers. Wittily therefore has Sophocles described the conversation between Creon and the guard. G. Is't in your ears? Or in your mind you're grieved? C. Why do you thus define the seat of grief? G. The doer pains your mind, but I your ears. However those that tell the tale grieve us as well as those 228 that did the deed, and yet there is no means of checking or controlling the running tongue. At Lacedaemon the temple of Athene Chalcioecus was broken into, and an empty flagon was observed lying on the ground inside, and a great concourse of people came up and discussed the matter. And one of the company said, "If you will allow me, I will tell you what I think about this flagon. I cannot help being of opinion that these sacrilegious wretches drank hemlock, and brought wine with them, before commencing their nefarious and dangerous work, that so, if they should fail to be detected, they might depart in safety. Drinking the wine neat as an antidote to the hemlock, whereas should they be caught in the act, before they were put to the torture they would die of the poison easily and painlessly." When he had uttered these words, the idea seemed so ingenious and far-fetched that it looked as if it could not emanate from fancy, but only from knowledge of the real facts. So the crowd surrounded this man, and asked him one after the other, "Who are you? Who knows you? How come you to know all this?" And at last he was convicted in this way, and confessed that he was one of those that had committed the sacrilege. And were not the murderers of Ibycus similarly captured? They were sitting in the theatre, and some cranes flew over their heads, and they laughed and whispered to one another, "Behold the avengers of Ibycus." And this being overheard by some who sat near, as Ibycus had now been some time missing and inquired after, they laid hold of this remark, and reported it to the magistrates. And so they were convicted and dragged off to punishment, being brought to justice not by the cranes but by their own inability to hold their tongues, being compelled by some fury or vengeance as it were to divulge the murder. For as in the body there is an attraction to sore and suffering parts from neighboring parts, so the tongue of talkative persons, ever suffering from inflammation and a throbbing pulse, attracts and draws to its secret and hidden things. And so the tongue ought to be fenced in, and have reason ever before 229 it, as a bulwark, to prevent its tripping, that we may not seem to be more silly than geese, of whom it is said that, when they fly from Cilicia over to Taurus which swarms with eagles, they carry in their mouths a large stone, which they employ as a gag or bridle for their scream, and so they cross over by night unobserved. Now if anyone were to ask who is the worst and most abandoned man, no one would pass over the traitor, or mention anyone else. It was as the reward of treason that Euthycrates roofed his house with Macedonian wood, as Demosthenes tells us. And that Philocrates got a large sum of money, and spent it on women and fish, and it was for betraying Eretria that Euphorbus and Philagris got an estate from King Philip. But the talkative man is an unhired and officious traitor, not of horses or walls, but of secrets which he divulges in the law courts, in factions, in party strife, no one thanking him for his pains. But should anyone listen to him he thinks he is the obliged party. So that what was said to a man who rashly and indiscriminately squandered away all his means and bestowed them on others, "It is not kindness in you but disease, this itch for giving," is appropriate also to the prater. You don't communicate to us all this out of friendship or goodwill, but it is a disease in you, this itch for talking and prating. But all this must not be looked upon merely as an indictment against talkativeness, but an attempt to cure it, for we overcome the passions by judgment and practice, but judgment is the first step. For no one is wont to shun, and eradicate from his soul, what he does not dislike. And we dislike the passions only when we discern by reason the harm and shame that results to us by indulging them. As we see every day in the case of talkative people, if they wish to be loved, they are hated, if they desire to please, they bore, when they think they are admired, they are really laughed at, they spend, and get no gain from so 230 doing. They injure their friends, benefit their enemies, and ruin themselves. So that the first cure and remedy of this disorder will be to reckon up the shame and trouble that results from it. In the next place we must consider the opposite virtue to talkativeness, always listening to and having on our lips the encomiums passed upon reserve, and remembering the decorum sanctity and mysterious power of silence. And ever bearing in mind that terse and brief speakers, who put the maximum of matter into the minimum of words, are more admired and esteemed and thought wiser than unbridled windbags. And so Plato praises, and compares to clever javelin men, such as speak tersely, compressedly, and concisely. And Lycurgus by using his citizens from boyhood to silence taught them to perfection their brevity and terseness. For as the Celtiberians make steel of iron only after digging down deep in the soil, and carefully separating the iron ore, so Laconian oratory has no rind, but by the removal of all superfluous matter goes home straight to the point like steel. For its sententiousness, and pointed suppleness in repartee, comes from the habit of silence. And we ought to quote such pointed sayings especially to talkative people, such neatness and vigor have they, as, for example, what the Lacedaemonians said to Philip, remember, Dionysius at Corinth. And again, when Philip wrote to them, if I invade Laconia, I will drive you all out of house and home, they only wrote back, if. And when King Demetrius was indignant and cried out, the Lacedaemonians have only sent me one ambassador, the ambassador was not frightened but said, yes, 1-to-1 man. Certainly among the ancients men of few words were admired. So the Amphictyones did not write extracts from the Iliad or Odyssey, or the paeans of 231 Pindar, in the temple of Pythian Apollo at Delphi, but, know thyself, not too much of anything, and, be assured, trouble is near. So much did they admire compactness and simplicity of speech, combining brevity with shrewdness of mind. And is not the god himself short and concise in his oracles? Is he not called Loxias, because he prefers ambiguity to long-windedness? And are not those who express their meaning by signs without words wonderfully praised and admired? As Heraclitus, when some of the citizens asked him to give them his opinion about concord, got on the platform, and took a cup of cold water, and put some barley meal in it, and stirred it up with pennyroyal. Thus showing them that it is being content with anything, and not needing costly dainties, that keep cities in peace and concord. Silurus, the king of the Scythians, left 80 sons, and on his deathbed asked for a bundle of sticks, and bade his sons break it when it was tied together, and when they could not. He took the sticks one by one and easily broke them all up, thus showing them that their harmony in concord would make them strong and hard to overthrow, while dissension would make them feeble and insecure. If then anyone were continually to recollect and repeat these or similar terse sayings, he would probably cease to be pleased with idle talk. As for myself, when I consider of what importance it is to attend to reason, and to keep to one's purpose, I confess I am quite put out of countenance by the example of the slave of Pupius Piso the orator. He, not wishing to be annoyed by their prating, ordered his slaves merely to answer his questions, and not say a word more. On one occasion wishing to pay honor to Clodius who was then in power, he ordered him to be invited to his house, and provided for him no doubt a sumptuous entertainment. At the time fixed all the guests were present except Clodius, for whom they waited, and the host frequently sent the slave who used to invite guests to see if he was coming, but when evening came, and he was now quite despaired of, he said to his slave, "Did you 232 not invite him?" "Certainly," said the slave. "Why then has he not come?" said the master. "Because he declined," said the slave. "Why then did you not tell me of it at once?" said the master. "Because you never asked me," said the slave. This was a Roman slave. But an Athenian slave, while digging, will tell his master on what terms peace was made. So great is the force of habit in all matters. And of it we will now speak. For it is not by applying bit or bridle that we can restrain the talkative person, we must master the disease by habit. In the first place then, when you are in company and questions are going round, accustom yourself not to speak till all the rest have declined giving an answer. For as Sophocles says, counsel is not like a race, no more are question and answer. For in a race the victory belongs to him who gets in first, but in company, if anyone has given a satisfactory answer, it is sufficient by assenting and agreeing to his view to get the reputation of being a pleasant fellow. And if no satisfactory answer is given, then to enlighten ignorance and supply the necessary information is well timed and does not excite envy. But let us be especially on our guard that, if anyone else is asked a question, we do not ourselves anticipate and intercept him in giving an answer. It is indeed perhaps nowhere good form, if another is asked a favor, to push him aside and undertake to grant it ourselves. For we shall seem so to upbraid two people at once, the one who was asked as not able to grant the favor, and the other as not knowing how to ask in the right quarter. But especially insulting is such forwardness and impetuosity in answering questions. For he that anticipates by his own answer the person that was asked the question seems to say, what is the good of asking him? What does he know about it? In my presence nobody else ought to be asked about these matters. And yet we often put questions to people, not so much because we want an answer, as to elicit from them conversation and friendly feeling, and from a wish to fit them for company, as Socrates drew out Theaetetus and Charmides. For it is all one to run up and kiss one who wishes to be kissed by another, or to divert to oneself the attention that he was bestowing on another, as to intercept another person, s. 233 answers, and to transfer people's ears, and force their attention, and fix them on oneself. When, even if he that was asked declines to give an answer, it will be well to hold oneself in reserve, and only to meet the question modestly when one's turn comes, so framing one's answer as to seem to oblige the person who asked the question, and as if one had been appealed to for an answer by the other. For if people are asked questions and cannot give a satisfactory answer, they are with justice excused. But he who without being asked undertakes to answer a question, and anticipates another, is disagreeable even if he succeeds, while, if his answer is unsatisfactory, he is ridiculed by all the company. And his failure is a source of the liveliest satisfaction to them. The next thing to practice oneself to in answering the questions put to one, a point to which the talkative person ought to pay the greatest attention, is not through inadvertence to give serious answers to people who only challenge you to talk in fun and sport. For some people concoct questions not for real information, but simply for amusement and to pass the time away, and propound them to talkative people, just to have them on. Against this we must be on our guard, and not rush into conversation too hastily, or as if we were obliged for the chance, but we must consider the character of the inquirer and his purpose. When it seems that he really desires information, we should accustom ourselves to pause, and interpose some interval between the question and answer, during which time the questioner can add anything if he chooses, and the other can reflect on his answer, and not be in too great a hurry about it, nor bury it in obscurity, nor, as is frequently the case, in too great haste, answer some other question than that which was asked. The Pythian priestess indeed was accustomed to utter some of her oracles at the very moment before the question was put, for the God whom she serves understands the dumb, and hears the mute. But he that wishes to give an appropriate answer must carefully consider both the question and the mind of the questioner, lest it be as the proverb expresses it, I asked for shovels, they denied me pails. Besides, we ought to check this greediness and hunger for words, that it may not seem as if we had a flood on our tongue which was dammed up, but which we were only too glad to discharge on a question being put. Socrates indeed so repressed his thirst, that he would not allow himself to drink after exercise in the gymnasium, till he had first drawn from the well 1 bucket of water and poured it on to the ground, that he might accustom his irrational part to wait upon reason. There are moreover 3 kinds of answers to questions, the necessary, the polite, and the superfluous. For instance, if anyone asked, Is Socrates at home? One, as if backward and disinclined to answer, might say, Not at home. Or, if he wished to speak with laconic brevity, might cut off, at home, and simply say, No. As, when Philip wrote to the Lacedaemonians to ask if they would receive him in their city, they sent him back merely a large, No. But another would answer more politely, He is not at home, but with the bankers, and if he wished to add a little more, he expects to see some strangers there. But the superfluous prater, if he has read Antimachus of Colophon, says, He is not at home, but with the bankers, waiting for some Ionian strangers, about whom he has had a letter from Alcibiades who is in the neighborhood of Miletus, staying with Tissaphernes the satrap of the great king, who used long ago to favor the Lacedaemonian party, but now attaches himself to the Athenians for Alcibiades' sake, for Alcibiades desires to return to his country, and so has succeeded in changing the views of Tissaphernes. And then he will go over the whole of the 8th book of Thucydides, and deluge the man, till before he is aware Miletus is captured, and Alcibiades is in exile the second time. In such a case most of all ought we to curtail talkativeness, by following 235 the track of a question closely, and tracing out our answer according to the need of the questioner with the same accuracy as we describe a circle. When Carneades was disputing in the gymnasium before the days of his great fame, the superintendent of the gymnasium sent to him a message to bid him modulate his voice, for it was of the loudest, and when he asked him to fix a standard. The superintendent replied, "Not amiss, the standard of the person talking with you." So the meaning of the questioner ought to be the standard for the answer. Moreover, as Socrates urged his disciples to abstain from such food as tempted them to eat when they were not hungry, and from such drinks as tempted them to drink when they were not thirsty. So the talkative person ought to be afraid most of such subjects of conversation as he most delights in and repeats ad nauseam, and to try and resist their influence. For example, soldiers are fond of descriptions about war, and thus Homer introduces Nestor frequently narrating his prowess and glorious deeds. And generally speaking, those who have been successful in the law courts, or beyond their hopes been favorites of kings and princes, are possessed, as it were by some disease, with the itch for frequently recalling and narrating how they got on and were advanced, what struggles they underwent, how they argued on some famous occasion, how they won the day either as plaintiffs or defendants, what panegyrics were showered upon them. For joy is much more inclined to prate than the well-known sleeplessness represented in comedies, frequently rousing itself, and finding something fresh to relate. And so at any excuse they slip into such narratives. For not only where anyone does itch, there goes his hand, but also delight has a voice of its own, and leads about the tongue in its train, ever wishing to fortify it with memory. Thus lovers spend most of their time in conversations that revive the memory of their loves. And if they cannot talk to human beings about them, they talk about them to inanimate objects, as, "O dearest bed," and "O happy lamp, Bacchus deems you a god, and if she thinks so, then you are indeed the greatest of the gods." The talkative person therefore is merely as regards words a white line, but he that is especially inclined to certain subjects should be especially on his guard against talking about them, and should avoid such topics. Since from the pleasure they give him they may entice him to be very prolix and tedious. The same is the case with people in regard to such subjects as they think they are more experienced in and acquainted with than others. For such a one, being self-appreciative and fond of fame, spends most of the day in that particular branch of study in which he chances to be proficient. Thus he that is fond of reading will give his time to research, the grammarian his to syntax. And the traveler, who has wandered over many countries, his to geography. We must therefore be on our guard against our favorite topics, for they are an enticement to talkativeness, as its wonted haunts are to an animal. Admirable therefore was the behavior of Cyrus in challenging his companions, not to those contests in which he was superior to them, but to those in which he was inferior, partly that he might not give them pain through his superiority, partly for his own benefit by learning from them. But the talkative person acts just contrary, for if any subject is introduced from which he might learn something he did not know, this he rejects and refuses, not being able to earn a good deal by a short silence. But he rambles round the subject and babbles out stale and commonplace rhapsodies. As one amongst us, who by chance had read 2 or 3 of the books of Ephorus, bored everybody, and dispersed every social party, by always narrating the 237 particulars of the battle of Leuctra and its consequences. So that he got nicknamed Epaminondas. Nevertheless, this is one of the least of the evils of talkativeness, and we ought even to try and divert it into such channels as these, for prating is less of a nuisance when it is on some literary subject. We ought also to try and get some persons to write on some topic, and so discuss it by themselves. For Antipater the Stoic philosopher, not being able or willing it seems to dispute with Carneades, who inveighed vehemently against the Stoic philosophy, writing and filling many books of controversy against him, got the nickname of Noisy with the Pen. And perhaps the exercise and excitement of writing, keeping him very much apart from the community, might make the talkative man by degrees better company to those he associated with. As dogs, bestowing their rage on sticks and stones, are less savage to men. It will also be very advantageous for such to mix with people better and older than themselves, for they will accustom themselves to be silent by standing in awe of their reputation. And withal it will be well, when we are going to say something, and the words are on our lips, to reflect and consider, what is this word that is so eager for utterance? To what is this tongue marching? What good will come of speaking now, or what harm of silence? For we ought not to drop words as we should a burden that pressed upon us, for the word remains still after it has been spoken just the same. But men speak either on their own behalf if they want something, or to benefit those that hear them, or, to gratify one another, they season everyday life with speech, as one seasons food with salt. But if words are neither useful to the speaker, nor necessary for the hearer, nor contain any pleasure or charm, why are they spoken? For words may be idle and useless as well as deeds. And besides all this we must ever remember as most important the dictum of Simonides, that he had often repented he had spoken. But never that he had been silent, while as to the power and strength of practice consider how men by much toil and painstaking will get rid even of a cough or hiccup. And silence is 238 not only never thirsty, as Hippocrates says, but also never brings pain or sorrow. Or garrulity, chattering, prating. It is talkativeness in a bad sense. Or heptaphonos. See Pausanias, v. 21. Some unknown poet's words. I suppose they mean driving one mad, making one, like sweet bells jangled, out of tune and harsh. So our English proverb, empty vessels make the greatest sound. Literally in a semicircular place. It is not quite clear whether the front seats of the theatre are meant, or, as I have taken it, more generally, of some public place for entertainment or meeting, some promenade or piazza. Reading Kappa Omicron Epsilon Iota Nu, which seems far the best reading. Homer, Iliad, v. 226, Odyssey, 6. 81. Bacchi, 385 to 387. See Ovid, Tristia, 4. 4, 55 to 58. For example, Horace, Epistles, I, 2, 62, Ira furor brevis est, I read mutau omicron iota chi omicron with mes. Homer, Odyssey, 14. 463 to 465. Ibid 466. Compare the German proverb, thought when sober, said when drunk, nüchtern gedacht, wohl gesagt. Cf. Quintilian, X. 1, 78, his etate Lysius Major, subtilis ec elegans e quo nihil, si oratori satis est desira, quiras perfectius. Nihil enim est inane, nihil arcessitum, poro tamen fonti quam magno flumini propier. Cf. 9. 4, 17. Somewhat like Pindar, Pyth, I, 1. 1, 2. Odyssey, 12. 452, 453. See Cicero, Ad Fam, 7. 18, Catullus, 22. 5, 6. See Iliad, 14. 214 to 217. Allugio ad Homericum pi epsilon pi nu omicron lambda lambda omicron pi epsilon gamma epsilon iota. Xylander. Laws, 11. A. So true are the words of Aeschylus, gamma lambda sigma sigma mu alpha tau alpha zeta eta mu alpha pi rho omicron sigma tau rho beta epsilon tau alpha iota dot, prom. 329. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Non Sidicus, said Eliates. V. Cic. Tuscul. 2, 22, eti nat dur. 3, 33. Reisk. See Pausanias, I, 23. Liena means lioness. On the conspiracy see Thucydides, 6. 54 to 59. Homer, Odyssey, 19. 494, Plutarch quotes from memory. The nurse's name was Euryclea. Odyssey, 19. 210 to 212, quoted again, on moral virtue. Literally bark. See Odyssey, XX. 13, 16. Odyssey, XX. 23. See Odyssey, 9. Kappa upsilon kappa lambda pi epsilon iota alpha. Euripides, Eno. Fragment, 416. Significat Q. Caecilium metellum, de quo live. XL, 45, 46. Reisk. Euripides, Eno. Fragm. 415, compare St. James, 3. 5, 6. Fabius Maximus. So Tacitus, Annals, I. 5, who relates this story somewhat differently. See Tacitus, Annals, I. 3. As to his fate, see Annals, I. 6. Tiberius Nero, who actually did succeed Augustus, the emperor's wife. So it is in, but perhaps here it means, I wish you had more sense, Fabius. Adopting the reading of Reisk. Reading phi omicron rho upsilon tau omicron or phi omicron rho upsilon tau nu, as Wittenbach. Reading kappa alpha tau chi epsilon iota nu delta nu tau alpha iota with Reisk. See Sophocles, Fragm. 162. Homer, Iliad, X 457. Compare Moralia. A. Horace, Satires, I. 7. 3. Omnibus et lippis notum et tonsuribus. Homer, Iliad, 22. 207. Sophocles, Antigone, 317-319. See Pausanias, 3. 17, 4. 15, X 5. Compare the idea of the people of Melita, Acts 28. 4. An allusion to Dolon in Homer, Iliad, X, 374, square according to Xylander. Quoted again by our author in his Publicola. B, and assigned to Epicharmus. So Shakespeare has taught us, brevity is the soul of wit. Hamlet, Act 2 Sc 2. In Protagra. Xylander. That is all kernel. See Passim our author's Apophthegmata Laconica. Or, Apophthegmatic Nature. Dionysius the Younger, tyrant of Syracuse, was expelled, and afterwards kept a school at Corinth. That is the allusion. It would be like saying, remember Napoleon at St. Helena. See Pausanias, X 24. See Plato, Charmides, 165a. A title applied to Apollo first by Herodotus, I. 91, from his ambiguous, lambda omicron xi, oracles. Part of the words of an oracle of the Pythian priestess, slightly changed. The whole oracle may be seen in Herodotus, I. 47. Proverb of cross purposes. Reading xi epsilon rho sigma theta alpha iota with Dubner. Catullus calls him, Tumidus, i.e. long-winded, 95, 10. See also Propertius, 3. 34-32, he was a Greek poet, a contemporary of Socrates and Plato, and author of a Thebaid. Pausanias mentions him, 8. 25, 9. 35. The medieval proverb, ubi dolor ibi digitus. A proverbial expression for having no judgment. See Sophocles, Fragm. 307, Plato, Charmides, 154b, Erasmus, Adagia. So we say a person's mind is a blank sheet on a subject he knows nothing about. Euripides, Fragm. 202. Quoted also by Plato, Gorgias, 484e. Reading with Reisk, mu iota sigma theta nu alpha tau delta omicron nu alpha iota tau mu iota kappa rho nu sigma iota omega pi sigma alpha iota mu delta upsilon nu mu epsilon nu omicron. A celebrated Greek historian, and pupil of Isocrates. See Cicero, De Orator, 2. 13. Of Tarsus. See Cicero, De Officiis, 3. 12. On curiosity. If a house is dark, or has little air, is in an exposed position, or unhealthy, the best thing will probably be to leave it. But if one is attached to it from long residence in it, one can improve it and make it more light and airy and healthy by altering the position of the windows and stairs, and by throwing open new doors and shutting up old ones. So some towns have been altered for the better, as my native place, which did lie to the west and received the rays of the setting sun from Parnassus, was they say turned to the east by Charon. And Empedocles the naturalist is supposed to have driven away the pestilence from that district, by having closed up a mountain gorge that was prejudicial to health by admitting the south wind to the plains. Similarly, as there are certain diseases of the soul that are injurious and harmful and bring storm and darkness to it, the best thing will be to eject them and lay them low by giving them open sky, pure air and light, or, if that cannot be, to change and improve them some way or other. One such mental disease, that immediately suggests itself to one, is curiosity, the desire to know other people's troubles, a disease that seems neither free from envy nor malignity. Malignant wretch, why art so keen to mark thy neighbor's fault, and sayest not thine own? Shift your view, and turn your curiosity so as to look inwards. If you delight to study the history of evils, you have copious material at home, as much as there is water in the alazan, or leaves on the oak. Such a quantity of faults will you find in your own life, and passions in your soul, 239 and shortcomings in your duty. For as Xenophon says, good managers have one place for the vessels they use in sacrificing, and another for those they use at meals, one place for their farm instruments, and another for their weapons of war. So your faults arise from different causes, some from envy, some from jealousy, some from cowardice, some from meanness. Review these, consider these, bar up the curiosity that pries into your neighbor's windows and passages, and open it on the men's apartments, and women's apartments, and servants' attics, in your own house. There this inquisitiveness and curiosity will find full vent, in inquiries that will not be useless or malicious, but advantageous and serviceable, each one saying to himself, what have I done amiss? What have I done? What that I ought to have done? Left undone. And now, as they say of Lamia that she is blind when she sleeps at home, for she puts her eyes on her dressing table, but when she goes out she puts her eyes on again, and has good sight, so each of us turns, like an eye, our malicious curiosity out of doors and on others, while we are frequently blind and ignorant about our own faults and vices, not applying to them our eyes and light. So that the curious man is more used to his enemies than to himself, for he finds fault with and exposes their shortcomings, and shows them what they ought to avoid and correct, while he neglects most of his affairs at home, owing to his excitement about things abroad. Odysseus indeed would not converse with his mother till he had learnt from the seer Tiresias what he went to Hades to learn. And after receiving that information, then he turned to her, and asked questions about the other women, who Tyro was, and who the fair Chloris, and why Epicaste had died, having fastened a noose with a long drop to the lofty beam. But we, while very remiss and ignorant and careless about ourselves, know all about the pedigrees 240 of other people, that our neighbor's grandfather was a Syrian, and his grandmother a Thracian woman, and that such a one owes 3 talents, and has not paid the interest. We even inquire into such trifling matters as where somebody's wife has been, and what those two are talking in the corner about. But Socrates used to busy himself in examining the secret of Pythagoras' persuasive oratory, and Aristippus, meeting Ischomachus at the Olympian Games, asked him how Socrates conversed so as to have so much influence over the young men. And having received from him a few scraps and samples of his style, was so enthusiastic about it that he wasted away, and became quite pale and lean, thirsty and parched, till he sailed to Athens and drew from the fountainhead. And knew the wonderful man himself and his speeches and philosophy, the object of which was that men should recognize their faults and so get rid of them. But some men cannot bear to look upon their own life, so unlovely a spectacle is it, nor to throw and flash on themselves, like a lantern, the reflection of reason. But their soul being burdened with all manner of vices, and dreading and shuddering at its own interior, sallies forth and wanders abroad, feeding and fattening its malignity there. For as a hen, when its food stands near its coop, will frequently slip off into a corner and scratch up, where I ween some poor little Grain appears on the dunghill. So curious people neglecting conversation or inquiry about common matters, such as no one would try and prevent or be indignant at their prying into, pick out the secret and hidden troubles of every family. And yet that was a witty answer of the Egyptian, to the person who asked him, what he was carrying wrapped up, it was wrapped up on purpose that you should not know. And you too, sir, I would say to a curious person, why do you pry into what is hidden? If it were not something bad it would not be hidden. Indeed it is not usual to go into a strange house without knocking at the door, and nowadays there are porters, but in old times there were knockers on doors 241 to let the people inside know when anyone called, that a stranger might not find the mistress or daughter of the house en deshabille, or one of the slaves being corrected, or the maids bawling out. But the curious person intrudes on all such occasions as these, although he would be unwilling to be a spectator, even if invited, of a well-ordered family, but the things for which bars and bolts and doors are required, these he reveals and divulges openly to others. Those are the most troublesome winds, as Aristo says, that blow up our clothes, but the curious person not only strips off the garments and clothes of his neighbors, but breaks through their walls, opens their doors, and like the wanton wind that insinuates itself into maidenly reserve, he pries into and calumniates dances and routs and revels. And as Cleon is satirized in the play as having his hands among the Aetolians, but his soul in peculation town, so the soul of the curious man is at once in the mansions of the rich, and the cottages of the poor, and the courts of kings, and the bridal chambers of the newly married. He pries into everything, the affairs of foreigners, the affairs of princes, and sometimes not without danger. For just as if one were to taste aconite to investigate its properties, and kill oneself before one had discovered them, so those that pry into the troubles of great people ruin themselves before they get the knowledge they desire. Even as those become blind who, neglecting the wide and general diffusion all over the earth of the sun's rays, impudently attempt to gaze at its orb and penetrate to its light. And so that was a wise answer of Philippides the comic poet, when King Lysimachus asked him on one occasion, "What would you like to have of mine?" "Anything, O king, but your secrets. For the pleasantest and finest things to be got from kings are public, as banquets, and riches, and festivities, and favors, but come not near any secret of theirs, pry not into it. There is no concealment of the joy of a prosperous monarch, or of his laugh when he is in a playful mood, or of any tokens of his goodwill and favor. But dreadful is what he conceals, his gloominess, his sternness, his reserve, his store of latent wrath, his 242 meditation on stern revenge, his jealousy of his wife, or suspicion of his son, or doubt about the fidelity of a friend. Flee from this cloud that is so black and threatening, for when its hidden fury bursts forth, you will not fail to hear its thunder and see its lightning. How shall you flee from it? Why, by dissipating and distracting your curiosity, by turning your soul to better and pleasanter objects. Examine the phenomena of sky, and earth, and air, and sea. Are you by nature fond of gazing at little or great things? If at great, turn your attention to the sun, consider its rising and setting, view the changes of the moon, like the changes of our mortal life, see how it waxes and wanes. How at the first it peers out, small and dim till it unfolds its full and glorious orb, and when its zenith it has once attained, again it wanes, grows small, and disappears. These are indeed nature's secrets, but they bring no trouble on those that study them. But if you decline the study of great things, inspect with curiosity smaller matters, see how some plants flourish, are green and gay, and exhibit their beauty, all the year round, while others are sometimes gay like them, at other times, like some unthrift, run through their resources entirely, and are left bare and naked. Consider again their various shapes, how some produce oblong fruits, others angular, others smooth and round. But perhaps you will not care to pry into all this, since you will find nothing bad. If you must then ever bestow your time and attention on what is bad, as the serpent lives but in deadly matter, go to history, and turn your eye on the sum total of human misery. For there you will find the falls of men, and murders of their lives, rapes of women, attacks of slaves, treachery of friends, mixing of poisons, envyings, jealousies, shipwrecks of families, and dethroning of princes. Sate and cloy your 243 self on these, you will by so doing vex and enrage none of your associates. But it seems curiosity does not rejoice in stale evils, but only in fresh and recent ones, gladly viewing the spectacle of tragedies of yesterday, but backward in taking part in comic and festive scenes. And so the curious person is a languid and listless hearer to the narrator of a marriage, or sacrifice, or solemn procession. He says he has heard most of all that before, bids the narrator cut it short and come to the point. But if his visitor tell him of the violation of some girl, or the adultery of some married woman, or the disputes and intended litigation of brothers, he doesn't go to sleep then, nor pretend want of leisure. But he pricks up his ears, and asks for more. And indeed those lines, alas, how quicker far to mortals' ears do ill news travel than the news of good, are truly said of curious people. For as cupping glasses take away the worst blood, so the ears of curious people attract only the worst reports. Or rather, as cities have certain ominous and gloomy gates, through which they conduct only condemned criminals, or convey filth and night soil, for nothing pure or holy has either ingress into or egress from them. So into the ears of curious people goes nothing good or elegant, but tales of murders travel and lodge there, wafting a whiff of unholy and obscene narrations. And ever in my house is heard alone the sound of wailing. This is to the curious their one muse and siren, this the sweetest note they can hear. For curiosity desires to know what is hidden and secret. But no one conceals his good fortune, nay sometimes people even pretend to have such advantages as they do not really possess. So the curious man, eager to hear a history of what is bad, is possessed by the passion of malignity, which is brother to envy and jealousy. For envy is pain at another's blessings, and malignity is joy at another's misfortunes, and both proceed from the same savage and brutish vice, ill nature. 244 But so unpleasant is it to everybody to have his private ills brought to light, that many have died rather than acquaint the doctors with their secret ailments. For suppose Herophilus, or Erasistratus, or even Aesculapius himself during his sojourn on earth, had gone with their drugs and surgical instruments from house to house, to inquire what man had a fistula in ano, or what woman had a cancer in her womb. And yet their curiosity would have been professional, who would not have driven them away from their house, for not waiting till they were sent for, and for coming without being asked to spy out their neighbors' ailments. But curious people pry into these and even worse matters, not from a desire to heal them, but only to expose them to others, which makes them deservedly hated. For we are not vexed and mortified with custom-house officers when they levy toll on goods bona fide imported, but only when they seek for contraband articles, and rip up bags and packages, and yet the law allows them to do even this. And sometimes it is injurious to them not to do so. But curious people abandon and neglect their own affairs, and are busy about their neighbors' concerns. Seldom do they go into the country, for they do not care for its quiet and stillness and solitude, but if once in a way they do go there, they look more at their neighbors' vines than their own, and inquire how many cows of their neighbor have died, or how much of his wine has turned sour, and when they are satisfied on these points they soon return to town again. But the genuine countryman does not willingly listen to any rumor that chances to come from the town, for he quotes the following lines. Even with spade in hand he'll tell the terms on which peace was concluded. All these things the cursed fellow walks about and pries into. But curious people shun the country as stale and dull and too quiet, and push into warehouses and markets and harbors, asking, any news? Were you not in the market in the forenoon, and sometimes receiving for answer, what then? Do you think things in the town change every 3 hours? Notwithstanding if any 245 one brings any news, he'll get off his horse, and embrace him, and kiss him, and stand to listen. If however the person who meets him says he has no news, he will say somewhat peevishly, no news, sir. Have you not been in the market? Did you not pass by the officers' quarters? Did you exchange no words with those that have just arrived from Italy? To stop such people the Locrian authorities had an excellent rule: they fined everyone coming from abroad who asked what the news was. For as cooks pray for plenty of meat, and fishmongers for shoals of fish, so curious people pray for shoals of trouble, and plenty of business, and innovations and changes, that they may have something to hunt after and tittle-tattle about. Well also was it in Charondas, the legislator of the people of Thurii, to forbid any of the citizens but adulterers and curious persons to be ridiculed on the stage. Adultery itself indeed seems to be only the fruit of curiosity about another man's pleasures, and an inquiring and prying into things kept close and hidden from the world. While curiosity is a tampering with and seduction of and revealing the nakedness of secrets. As it is likely that much learning will produce wordiness, and so Pythagoras enjoined 5 years' silence on his scholars, calling it a truce from words, so defamation of character is sure to go with curiosity. For what people are glad to hear they are glad to talk about, and what they eagerly pick up from others they joyfully retail to others. And so, amongst the other mischiefs of curiosity, the disease runs counter to their desires. For all people fight shy of them, and conceal their affairs from them, and neither care to do or say anything in their presence, but defer consultations, and put off investigations, till such people are out of the way. And if, when some secret is just about to be uttered, or some important business is 246 just about to be arranged, some curious man happen to pop in, they are mum at once and reserved, as one puts away fish if the cat is about. And so frequently things seen and talked about by all the rest of the world are unknown only to them. For the same reason the curious person never gets the confidence of anybody. For we would rather entrust our letters and papers and seals to slaves and strangers than to curious friends and intimates. The famous Bellerophon, though he carried letters against his life, opened them not, but abstained from reading the letter to the king, as he had refused to sell his honor to Proetus' wife, so great was his continence. For curiosity and adultery both come from incontinence, and to the latter is added monstrous folly and insanity. For to pass by so many common and public women, and to intrude oneself on some married woman, who is sure to be more costly, and possibly less pretty to boot, is the acme of madness. Yet such is the conduct of curious people. They neglect many gay sights, fail to hear much that would be well worth hearing, lose much fine sport and pastime, to break open private letters, to put their ears to their neighbors' walls, and to whisper to their slaves and women servants. Practices always low, and frequently dangerous. It will be exceedingly useful, therefore, to deter the curious from these propensities, for them to remember their past experience. Simonides used to say that he occasionally opened 2 chests for rewards and thanks that he had by him, and found the one full for rewards, but the one for thanks always empty. So if anyone were to open occasionally the stores that curiosity had amassed, and observe what a cargo there was of useless and idle and unlovely things, perhaps the sight of all this poor stuff would inspire him with disgust. Suppose someone, in studying the writings of the ancients, were to pick out only their worst passages, and compile them into a volume, 247 as Homer's imperfect lines, and the solecisms of the tragedians. And Archilochus' indecent and bitter railings against women, by which he so exposed himself, would he not be worthy of the curse of the tragedian? Perish, compiler of thy neighbor's ills. And independently of such a curse, the piling up of other people's misdoings is indecent and useless, and like the town which Philip founded and filled with the vilest and most dissolute wretches, and called Rogue Town. Curious persons, indeed, making a collection of the faults and errors and solecisms, not of lines or poems but of people's lives, render their memory a most inelegant and unlovely register of dark deeds. Just as there are in Rome some people who care nothing for pictures and statues, or even handsome boys or women exposed for sale, but haunt the monster market, and make eager inquiries about people who have no calves, or 3 eyes, or arms like weasels, or heads like ostriches, and look about for some unnatural monster like the Minotaur. And for a time are greatly captivated with them, but if anyone continually gazes at such sights, they will soon give him satiety and disgust. So let those who curiously inquire into the errors and faults of life, and disgraces of families, and disorders in other people's houses, first remember what little favor or advantage such prying has brought them on previous occasions. Habit will be of the utmost importance in stopping this propensity, if we begin early to practice self-control in respect to it, for as the disease increases by habit and degrees, so will its cure. As we shall see when we discuss the necessary discipline. In the first place, let us begin with the most trifling and unimportant matters. What hardship will it be when we walk abroad not to read the epitaphs on graves, or what detriment shall we suffer by not glancing at the inscriptions on walls in the public walks? Let us reflect that there is nothing useful or pleasant for us in these notices, which only record that so, and so 248 remembered so and so out of gratitude, and, here lies the best of friends, and much poor stuff of that kind. Which indeed do not seem to do much harm, except indirectly, to those that read them, by engendering the practice of curiosity about things immaterial. And as huntsmen do not allow the hounds to follow any scent and run where they please, but check and restrain them in leashes, keeping their sense of smell pure and fresh for the object of their chase, that they may the keener dart on their tracks. Following up the traces of the unfortunate beasts by their scent, so we must check and repress the sallies and excursions of the curious man to every object of interest, whether of sight or hearing, and confine him to what is useful. For as eagles and lions on the prowl keep their claws sheathed that they may not lose their edge and sharpness, so, when we remember that curiosity for learning has also its edge and keenness, let us not entirely expend or blunt it on inferior objects. Next let us accustom ourselves when we pass a strange house not to look inside at the door, or curiously inspect the interior, as if we were going to pilfer something, remembering always that saying of Xenocrates, that it is all one whether one puts one's feet or eyes in another person's house. For such prying is neither honorable, nor comely, nor even agreeable. Stranger, thou lt see within untoward sights. For such is generally the condition inside houses, utensils kicking about, maids lolling about, no work going on, nothing to please the eye. And moreover such side glances, and stray shots as it were, distort the soul, and are unhandsome, and the practice is a pernicious one. When Diogenes saw Dioxippus, a victor at Olympia, driving up in his chariot and unable to take his eyes off a handsome woman who was watching the procession, but still turning round and casting sheep's eyes at her, he said, "See you yon athlete straining his neck to look at a girl?" And similarly you may see curious people twisting and straining 249 their necks at every spectacle alike, from the habit and practice of turning their eyes in all directions. And I think the senses ought not to rove about, like an ill-trained maid, when sent on an errand by the soul, but to do their business, and then return quickly with the answer, and afterwards to keep within the bounds of reason, and obey her behests. But it is like those lines of Sophocles. Then did the Aenianians horses bolt, unmanageable quite. For so the senses not having, as we said, right training and practice, often run away, and drag reason along with them, and plunge her into unlawful excesses. And so, though that story about Democritus is false, that he purposely destroyed his eyesight by the reflection from burning glasses, as people sometimes shut up windows that look into the street, that they might not disturb him by frequently calling off his attention to external things, but allow him to confine himself to purely intellectual matters. Yet it is very true in every case that those who use the mind most are least acted upon by the senses. And so the philosophers erected their places for study as far as possible from towns, and called night the time propitious to thought, thinking quiet and withdrawal from worldly distractions a great help towards meditating upon and solving the problems of life. Moreover, when men are abusing and reviling one another in the marketplace, it is not very difficult or tiresome not to go near them, or if a tumultuous concourse of people crowd together, to remain seated, or to get up and go away, if you are not master of yourself. For you will gain no advantage by mixing yourself up with curious people, but you will derive the greatest benefit from putting a force upon your inclinations, and bridling your curiosity, and accustoming it to obey reason. Afterwards it will be well to extend the practice still further, and not to go to the theater when some fine piece is performing, and if your friends invite you to see some dancer or actor to decline, and if there is some shouting 250 inches the stadium and hippodrome, not even to turn your head to look what is up. For as Socrates advised people to abstain from food that made them eat when they were not hungry, and from drinks that made them drink when they were not thirsty, so ought we also to shun and flee from those objects of interest, whether to eye or ear, that master us and attract us when we stand in no need of them. Thus Cyrus would not look at Panthea, but when Araspes told him that her beauty was well worth inspection, he replied, "For that very reason must I the more abstain from seeing her, for if at your persuasion I were to pay her a visit, perhaps she would persuade me to visit her again when I could ill spare the time, so that I might neglect important business to sit with her and gaze on her charms." Similarly Alexander would not see the wife of Darius, who was reputed to be very beautiful, but visited her mother who was old, and would not venture to look upon the young and handsome queen. We on the contrary peep into women's litters, and hang about their windows, and think we do no harm, though we thus make our curiosity a loophole for all manner of vice. Moreover, as it is of great help to fair dealing sometimes not to see some honest gain, that you may accustom yourself as far as possible to flee from unjust gains, and as it makes greatly for virtue to abstain sometimes from your own wife, that you may not ever be tempted by another woman, so, applying the habit to curiosity, try not to see and hear at times all that goes on in your own house even, and if anyone wishes to tell you anything about it give him the go-by, and decline to hear him. For it was nothing but his curiosity that involved Oedipus in his extreme calamities, for it was to try and find out his extraction that he left Corinth and met Laius, and killed him, and got his kingdom, and married his own mother. And when he then seemed at the acme of felicity, he must needs make further inquiries about himself. And though his wife tried to prevent him, he none the less calm 251 compelled the old man that had been an eyewitness of the deed to tell him all the circumstances of it, and though he long suspected how the story would end, yet when the old man cried out, "Alas! The dreadful tale I must then tell," so inflamed was he with curiosity and trembling with impatience, that he replied, "I too must hear, for hear it. Now I will." So bittersweet and uncontrollable is the itch of curiosity, like a sore, shedding its blood when lanced. But he that is free from this disease, and calm by nature, being ignorant of many unpleasant things, may say, "Holy oblivion of all human ills, what wisdom dost thou bring?" We ought therefore also to accustom ourselves, when we receive a letter, not to be in a tremendous hurry about breaking the seal, as most people are, even tearing it open with their teeth if their hands are slow. Nor to rise from our seat and run up to meet him, if a messenger comes, and if a friend says, "I have some news to tell you," we ought to say, "I had rather you had something useful or advantageous to tell me." When I was on one occasion lecturing at Rome, one of my audience was the well-known Rusticus, whom the Emperor Domitian afterwards had put to death through envy of his glory. And a soldier came in the middle and brought him a letter from the emperor, and silence ensuing, and I stopping that he might have time to read his letter, he would not, and did not open it till I had finished my lecture. And the audience had dispersed, so that everybody marveled at his self-control. But whenever anyone who has power feeds his curiosity till it is strong and vehement, he can no longer easily control it, when it hurries him on to illicit acts, from force of habit. And such people open their friends' letters, thrust themselves in at private meetings, become spectators of rites 252 they ought not to witness, enter holy grounds they ought not to, and pry into the lives and conversations of kings. Indeed tyrants themselves, who must know all things, are made unpopular by no class more than by their spies and talebearers. Darius in his youth, when he mistrusted his own powers, and suspected and feared everybody, was the first who employed spies. And the Dionysiuses introduced them at Syracuse, but in a revolution they were the first that the Syracusans took and tortured to death. Indeed informers are of the same tribe and family as curious people. However, informers only investigate wicked acts or plots, but curious people pry into and publish abroad the involuntary misfortunes of their neighbors. And it is said that impious people first got their name from curiosity, for it seems there was a mighty famine at Athens, and those people that had wheat not producing it, but grinding it stealthily by night in their houses. Some of their neighbors went about and noticed the noise of the mills grinding, and so they got their name. This also is the origin of the well-known Greek word for informer, sycophant, quasi-fig informer, for when the people were forbidden to export figs, those who informed against those who did were called fig informers. It is well worth the while of curious people to give their attention to this, that they may be ashamed of having any similarity or connection in habit with a class of people so universally hated and disliked as informers. Jeremy Taylor has largely borrowed from this treatise in his Holy Living, Chapter 2. Of Modesty. Chaeronea in Boeotia. Lines from some comic poet, no doubt. Economicus, Cap. 8. The mother of Oedipus, better known as Jocasta. Homer, Odyssey, 11. 278, Epicasti hung herself. Omicron Kappa Sigma Kappa corrigat Vallicanarius ad Herodot. Wittenbach. Aristophanes, Equites, 79. Sophocles, Fragm. 713. The lines are quoted more fully by our author in his Lives. There are therefore preceding lines that compare human life to the moon's changes. Aeschylus, Supplices, 937. All three being eminent doctors. Intelligo carendam. Xylander. Plutarch wants to show that curiosity and adultery are really the same vice in principle. Hence his imagery here. Jeremy Taylor has very beautifully dealt with this passage, Holy Living, Chapter 2. I cannot pretend to his felicity of language. Thus Plutarch makes adultery mere curiosity, and curiosity a sort of adultery in regard to secrets. A profoundly ethical and moral view. Compare Lucian's chi epsilon gamma lambda omega tau tau alpha, after chi epsilon iota rho alpha, Armistus, Lexif. 9. See the story in Homer, Iliad, 6. 155 SQ. Or self-control. Literally, some woman shut up, or enclosed. See also our authors, on those who are punished by the deity late. See Euripides, Fragm, 389. Also Plutarch's Theseus, Cap. 15. Plutarch rather reminds one, in his evident contempt for epitaphs, of the cynic who asked, where are all the bad people buried? Where indeed? Sophocles, Electra, 724, 725. Euphron, a stock phrase for night, is here defined. Historia extat initio libri quinti Cyropedii. Reisk. Literally, slippery and prone to. For the metaphor of slippery, compare Horace, Odes, I, 19-8, E vultus nimium lubricus ad spicae. This and the line above are in Sophocles, Oedipus Tyrannus, 1169, 1170. Euripides, Orestes, 213. Literally, ears. The paranomasia is as follows. The word for impious people is supposed to mean listeners to mills grinding. On shyness. Some of the things that grow on the earth are in their nature wild and barren and injurious to the growth 253 of seeds and plants, yet those who till the ground consider them indications not of a bad soil but of a rich and fat one. So also there are passions of the soul that are not good, yet are as it were offshoots of a good disposition, and one likely to improve with good advice. Among these I class shyness, no bad sign in itself, though it affords occasion to vice. For the modest oftentimes plunge into the same excesses as the shameless, but then they are pained and grieved at them, and not pleased like the others. For the shameless person is quite apathetic at what is disgraceful, while the modest person is easily affected even at the very appearance of it. Shyness is in fact an excess of modesty. And thus it is called shamefacedness, because the face exhibits the changes of the mind. For as dejection is defined to be the grief that makes people look on the ground, so shamefacedness is that shyness that cannot look people in the face. And so the orator said the shameless person had not pupils in his eyes but harlots. The bashful person on the other hand shows his delicacy and effeminacy of soul in his countenance, and palliates his weakness, which exposes him to defeat at the hands of the impudent, by the name of modesty. Cato used to say he was better pleased with those lads that blushed than with those that turned pale, rightly teaching us to fear censure more than labor, and suspicion than danger. However, we must avoid too much timidity in fear of censure, since many have played the coward, and abandoned noble ventures, more from fear of a bad name than of the dangers to be undergone, not being able to bear a bad reputation. As we must not disregard their weakness, so neither again must we praise that rigid and stubborn insensibility, that recklessness and frantic energy to rush anywhere, that seemed like a dog's courage in Anaxarchus. But we must contrive a harmonious blending of the two, that shall remove the shamelessness of pertinacity, and the weakness of excessive modesty, seeing its cure is difficult, and the correction of such excesses not without danger. For as the husbandman, in rooting up some wild and useless weed, at once plunges his spade vigorously into the ground, and digs it up by the root, or burns it with fire, but if he has to do with a vine that needs pruning, or some apple tree, or olive, he puts his hand to it very carefully, being afraid of injuring any sound part. So the philosopher, eradicating from the soul of the young man that ignoble and untractable weed, envy, or unseasonable avarice, or amputating the excessive love of pleasure, may bandage and draw blood, make deep incision, and leave scars, but if he has to apply reason as a corrective to a tender and delicate part of the soul, such as shyness and bashfulness, he is careful that he may not inadvertently root up modesty as well. For nurses who are often rubbing the dirt off their infants sometimes tear their flesh and put them to torture. We ought not therefore, by rubbing off the shyness of youths too much, to make them too careless and contemptuous. But as those that pull down houses close to temples prop up the adjacent parts, so in trying to get rid of shyness we must not eradicate with it the virtues akin to it, as modesty and meekness and mildness, by which it insinuates itself and becomes part of a man's character, flattering the bashful man that he has a nature courteous and civil and affable, and not hard as flint or self-willed. And so the Stoics from the outset verbally distinguished shame and shyness from modesty, that they might not by identity of name give the vice opportunity to inflict harm. But let it be granted to us to use the words indiscriminately, following indeed the example of Homer. For he said, "Modesty does both harm and good to men." And he did well to mention the harm it does first. For it becomes advantageous only through reason's curtailing its excess, and reducing it to moderate proportions. In the first place, then, the person who is afflicted with shyness ought to be persuaded that he suffers from an injurious disease. And that nothing injurious 255 can be good, nor must he be wheedled and tickled with the praise of being called a nice and jolly fellow rather than being styled lofty and dignified and just. Nor, like Pegasus in Euripides, who stooped and crouched lower than he wished, to take up his rider Bellerophon, must he humble himself and grant whatever favors are asked him, fearing to be called hard and ungentle. They say that the Egyptian Bacchares, who was by nature very severe, had an asp sent him by Isis, which coiled round his head, and shaded him from above, that he might judge righteously. Bashfulness on the contrary, like a dead weight on languid and effeminate persons, not daring to refuse or contradict anybody, makes jurors deliver unjust verdicts, and shuts the mouth of counselors, and makes people say and do many things against their wish. And so the most headstrong person is always master and lord of such, through his own impudence prevailing against their modesty. So bashfulness, like soft and sloping ground, being unable to repel or avert any attack, lies open to the most shameful acts and passions. It is a bad guardian of youth, as Brutus said he didn't think that person had spent his youth well who had not learnt how to say no. It is a bad duenna of the bridal bed and of women's apartments, as the penitent adulteress in Sophocles said to her seducer. "You did persuade, and coax me into sin." Thus shyness, being first seduced by vice, leaves its citadel unbarred, unfortified, and open to attack. By gifts people ensnare the worst natures, but by persuasion and playing upon their bashfulness people often seduce even good women. I pass over the injury done to worldly affairs by bashfulness, causing people to lend to those whose credit is doubtful, and to go security against their wish, for though they commend that saying, be a surety, trouble is at hand, they cannot apply it when business is on hand. It would not be easy to enumerate how many this vice has ruined. When Creon said to Medea, Lady, 'tis better now to earn your hate, than through my softness afterwards to groan, he uttered a pregnant maxim for others. For he himself was overcome by his bashfulness, and granted her 1 day more, and so was the undoing of his family. And some, when they suspected murder or poison, have failed through it to take precautions for their safety. Thus perished Dion, not ignorant that Callippus was plotting against him, but ashamed to be on his guard against a friend and host. So Antipater, the son of Cassander, having invited Demetrius to supper, and being invited back by him for the next day, was ashamed to doubt another as he had been trusted himself, and went, and got his throat cut after supper. And Polysperchon promised Cassander for 100 talents to murder Hercules, the son of Alexander by bar sign, and invited him to supper, and, as the stripling suspected and feared the invitation, and pleaded as an excuse that he was not very well, Polysperchon called on him, and addressed him as follows, Imitate, my lad, your father's good nature and kindness to his friends, unless indeed you fear us as plotting against you. The young man was ashamed to refuse any longer, so he went with him, and some of those at the supper party strangled him. And so that line of Hesiod, invite your friend to supper, not your enemy, is not ridiculous, as some say, or stupid advice, but wise. Show no bashfulness in regard to an enemy, and do not suppose him trustworthy, though he may seem so. For if you invite you will be invited back, and if you entertain others you will be entertained back to your hurt, if you let the temper as it were of your caution be weakened by shame. As then this disease is the cause of much mischief, we must try and exterminate it by assiduous effort, beginning first, as people are wont to do in other matters, with small and easy things. For example, if anyone pledge you to drink with him at a dinner when you have had enough, do not be bashful, or do violence to nature, but 257 put the cup down without drinking. Again, if somebody else challenge you to play at dice with him in your cups, be not bashful or afraid of ridicule, but imitate Xenophanes, who, when Lasus of Hermione called him coward because he would not play at dice with him, admitted that he was a great coward and had no courage for what was ignoble. Again, if you meet with some prating fellow who attacks you and sticks to you, do not be bashful, but get rid of him, and hasten on and pursue your undertaking. For such flights and repulses, keeping you in practice in trying to overcome your bashfulness in small matters, will prepare you for greater occasions. And here it is well to record a remark of Demosthenes. When the Athenians were going to help Harpalus, and to war against Alexander, all of a sudden Philoxenus, who was Alexander's admiral, was sighted in the offing. And the populace being greatly alarmed, and speechless for fear, Demosthenes said, What will they do when they see the sun, if they cannot lift their eyes to face a lamp? And what will you do in important matters, if the king desires anything, or the people importune you, if you cannot decline to drink when your friend asks you, or evade the onset of some prating fellow, but allow the trifler to waste all your time? From not having nerve to say, I will see you some other time, I have no leisure now. Moreover, the use and practice of restraining one's bashfulness in small and unimportant matters is advantageous also in regard to praise. For example, if a friend's harper sings badly at a drinking party, or an actor hired at great cost murders Menander, and most of the party clap and applaud, I find it by no means hard, or bad manners, to listen silently. And not to be so illiberal as to praise contrary to one's convictions. For if in such matters you are not master of yourself, what will you do if your friend reads a poor poem, or parades a speech stupidly and ridiculously written? You will praise it of course, and join the flatterers in loud applause. But how then will you 258 find fault with your friend if he makes mistakes in business? How will you be able to correct him, if he acts improperly in reference to some office, or marriage, or the state? For I cannot indeed assent to the remark of Pericles to his friend, who asked him to bear false witness in his favor even to the extent of perjury, "I am your friend as far as the altar." He went too far. But he that has long accustomed himself never to go against his convictions in praising a speaker, or clapping a singer, or laughing at a dull buffoon, will never go to this length, nor say to some impudent fellow in such matters, "Swear on my behalf, bear false witness, pronounce an unjust verdict." So also we ought to refuse people that want to borrow money of us, from being accustomed to say no in small and easily refused matters. Thus Archelaus, king of the Macedonians, being asked at supper for a gold cup by a man who thought received the finest word in the language, bade a boy give it to Euripides, and gazing intently on the man said to him, "You are fit to ask, and not to receive, and he is fit to receive without asking." Thus did he make judgment and not bashfulness the arbiter of his gifts and favors. Yet we oftentimes pass over our friends who are both deserving and in need, and give to others who continually and impudently importune us, not from the wish to give but from the inability to say no. So the older Antigonus, being frequently annoyed by Bion, said, "Give a talent to Bion in necessity." Yet he was of all the kings most clever and ingenious at getting rid of such importunity. For on one occasion, when a cynic asked him for a drachma, he replied, "That would be too little for a king to give," and when the cynic rejoined, "Give me then a talent," he met him with, "That would be too much for a cynic to receive." Diogenes indeed 259 used to go round begging to the statues in the Ceramicus, and when people expressed their astonishment said he was practicing how to bear refusals. And we must practice ourselves in small matters, and exercise ourselves in little things, with a view to refusing people who importune us, or would receive from us when inconvenient, that we may be able to avoid great miscarriages. For no one, as Demosthenes says, if he expends his resources on unnecessary things, will have means for necessary ones. And our disgrace is greatly increased, if we are deficient in what is noble, and abound in what is trivial. But bashfulness is not only a bad and inconsiderate manager of money, but also in more important matters makes us reject expediency and reason. For when we are ill we do not call in the experienced doctor, because we stand in awe of the family one. And instead of the best teachers for our boys we select those that importune us. And in our suits at law we frequently refuse the aid of some skilled advocate, to oblige the son of some friend or relative, and give him a chance to make a forensic display. And lastly, you will find many so-called philosophers Epicureans or Stoics, not from deliberate choice or conviction, but simply from bashfulness, to have the same views as their friends and acquaintances. Since this is the case, let us accustom ourselves betimes in small and everyday matters to employ no barber or fuller merely from bashfulness, nor to put up at a sorry inn, when a better is at hand, merely because the innkeeper has on several occasions been extra civil to us, but for the benefit of the habit to select the best even in a small matter. As the Pythagoreans were careful never to put their left leg across the right, nor to take an even number instead of an odd, all other matters being indifferent. We must accustom ourselves also, at a sacrifice or marriage or any entertainment of that kind, not to invite the person who greets us and runs up to meet us, but the friend who is serviceable to us. For he that has thus practiced and trained himself will be difficult to catch tripping, nay even unassailable, in greater matters. 260 Let so much suffice for practice. And of useful considerations the first is that which teaches and reminds us, that all passions and maladies of the soul are accompanied by the very things which we think we avoid through them. Thus infamy comes through too great love of fame, and pain comes from love of pleasure, and plenty of work to the idle, and to the contentious defeats and losses of lawsuits. And so too it is the fate of bashfulness, in fleeing from the smoke of ill repute, to throw itself into the fire of it. For the bashful, not venturing to say no to those that press them hard, afterwards feel shame at just rebuke, and, through standing in awe of slight blame, frequently in the end incur open disgrace. For if a friend asks some money of them, and through bashfulness they cannot refuse, a little time after they are disgraced by the facts becoming known. Or if they have promised to help friends in a lawsuit, they turn round and hide their diminished heads, and run away from fear of the other side. Many also, who have accepted on behalf of a daughter or sister an unprofitable offer of marriage at the bidding of bashfulness, have afterwards been compelled to break their word, and break off the match. He that said all the dwellers in Asia were slaves to one man because they could not say the one syllable no, spoke in jest and not in earnest. But bashful persons, even if they say nothing, can by raising or dropping their eyebrows decline many disagreeable and unpleasant acts of compliance. For Euripides says, silence is an answer to wise men, but we stand more in need of it to inconsiderate persons, for we can talk over the sensible. And indeed it is well to have at hand and frequently on our lips the sayings of good and famous men to quote to those who importune us, as that of Phocion to Antipater, you cannot have me both as a friend and flatterer. Or his remark to the Athenians, when they applauded him 261 and bade him contribute to the expenses of a festival, I am ashamed to contribute anything to you, till I have paid yonder person my debts to him, pointing out his creditor Callicles. For, as Thucydides says, it is not disgraceful to admit one's poverty, but it is very much so not to try to mend it. But he who through stupidity or softness is too bashful to say to anyone that importunes him, stranger, no silver white is in my caves, but goes bail for him as it were through his promises, is bound by fetters not of brass but shame. But Perseus, when he lent a sum of money to one of his friends, had the fact duly attested by a banker in the marketplace, remembering belike that line in Hesiod. E'en to a brother, smiling, bring you witness. And he wondering and saying, why all these legal forms, Perseus, he replied, verily, that my money may be paid back in a friendly way, and that I may not have to use legal forms to get it back. For many, at first too bashful to see to security, have afterwards had to go to law, and lost their friend. Plato again, giving Helicon of Cyzicus a letter for Dionysius, praised the bearer as a man of goodness and moderation, but added at the end of the letter, I write you this about a man, an animal by nature apt to change. But Xenocrates, though a man of austere character, was prevailed upon through his bashfulness to recommend to Polysperchon by letter, one who was no good man as the event showed. For when the Macedonian welcomed him, and inquired if he wanted any money, he asked for a talent, and Polysperchon gave it him, but wrote to Xenocrates advising him for the future to be more careful in the choice of people he recommended. But Xenocrates knew not the fellow's true character. We on the other 262 hand very often when we know that such and such men are bad, yet give them testimonials and money, doing ourselves injury, and not getting any pleasure for it, as people do get in the company of whores and flatterers. But being vexed and disgusted at the importunity that has upset and forced our reason. For the line, I know that what I'm going to do is bad, is especially applicable to people that importune us, when one is going to perjure oneself, or deliver an unjust verdict, or vote for a measure that is inexpedient, or borrow money for someone who will never pay it back. And so repentance follows more closely upon bashfulness than upon any emotion, and that not afterwards, but in the very act. For we are vexed with ourselves when we give, and ashamed when we perjure ourselves, and get ill fame from our advocacies, and are put to the blush, when we cannot fulfill our promises. For frequently, from inability to say no, we promise impossibilities to persevering applicants, as introductions at court and audiences with princes, from reluctance or want of nerve to say, the king does not know us. Others have his regard far more. But Lysander, when he was out of favor with Agesilaus, though he was thought to have very great influence with him owing to his great reputation, was not ashamed to dismiss suitors, and bid them go and pay their court to others who had more influence with the king. For not to be able to do everything carries no disgrace with it, but to undertake and try and force your way to what you are unable to do, or unqualified by nature for, is in addition to the disgrace incurred a task full of trouble. To take another element into consideration, all seemly modest requests we ought readily to comply with, not bashfully but heartily, whereas in injurious or unreasonable requests we ought ever to remember the conduct of Zeno, who, meeting a young man he knew walking very quietly near a wall, and learning from him that he was trying to get out of the way of a friend who wanted him to perjure himself on his behalf, said to him, O stupid fellow, what do you tell me? Is he not afraid or ashamed to 263 press you to what is not right? And dare not you stand up boldly against him for what is right? For he that said, villainy is no bad weapon against villainy, taught people the bad practice of standing on one's defense against vice by imitating it. But to get rid of those who shamelessly and unblushingly importune us by their own effrontery, and not to gratify the immodest in their disgraceful desires through false modesty, is the right and proper conduct of sensible people. Moreover, it is no great task to resist disreputable and low and worthless fellows who importune you, but some send such off with a laugh or a jest, as Theocritus did, who, when two fellows in the public baths, one a stranger, the other a well-known thief, wanted to borrow his scraper, put them both off with a playful answer, you, sir, I don't know, and you I know too well. And Lysimachie, the priestess of Athene Polias at Athens, when some muleteers that bore the sacred vessels asked her to give them a drink, answered, I hesitate to do so from fear that you would make a practice of it. And when a certain young man, the son of a distinguished officer, but himself effeminate and far from bold, asked Antigonus for promotion, he replied, with me, young man, honors are given for personal prowess, not for the prowess of ancestors. But if the person that importunes us be famous or a man of power, for such persons are very hard to move by entreaty or to get rid of when they come to sue for your vote and interest, it will not perhaps be easy or even necessary to behave as Cato, when quite a young man, did to Catullus. Catullus was in the highest repute at Rome, and at that time held the office of censor, and went to Cato, who then held the office of quaestor, and tried to beg off someone whom he had fined, and was urgent and even violent in his petitions. Till Cato at last lost all patience, and said, to have you, the censor, removed by my officers against your will, Catullus, would not be a seemly thing for you. So Catullus felt ashamed, and went off in a rage. But see 264 whether the answers of Agesilaus and Themistocles are not more modest and in better form. Agesilaus, when he was asked by his father to pronounce sentence contrary to the law, said, Father, I was taught by you even from my earliest years to obey the laws, so now I shall obey you and do nothing contrary to law. And Themistocles, when Simonides asked him to do something unjust, replied, Neither would you be a good poet if your lines violated the laws of meter, nor should I be a good magistrate if I gave decisions contrary to law. And yet it is not on account of want of metrical harmony in respect to the lyre, to borrow the words of Plato, that cities quarrel with cities and friends with friends, and do and suffer the worst woes. But on account of deviations from law and justice. And yet some, who themselves pay great attention to melody and letters and measures, do not think it wrong for others to neglect what is right in magistracies and judicial sentences and business generally. One must therefore deal with them in the following manner. Does an orator ask a favor of you when you are acting as juryman, or a demagogue when you are sitting in council? Say you will grant his request if he first utter a solecism, or introduce a barbarism into his speech. He will refuse because of the shame that would attach itself to him. At any rate we see some that will not in a speech let two vowels come together. If again some illustrious and distinguished person importune you to something bad, bid him come into the marketplace dancing or making wry faces, and if he refuse you will have an opportunity to speak, and ask him which is more disgraceful. To utter a solecism and make wry faces, or to violate the law and one's oath, and contrary to justice to do more for a bad than for a good man. Nicostratus the Argive, when Archidamus offered him a large sum of money in any Lacedaemonian bride he chose if he would deliver up Cromnum, said Archidamus could not be a descendant of Hercules, for he travelled about and killed evil-doers. Whereas Archidamus tried to make evil-doers of 265 the good. In like manner, if a man of good repute tries to force and importune us to something bad, let us tell him that he is acting in an ignoble way, and not as his birth and virtue would warrant. But in the case of people of no repute you must see whether you can persuade the miser by your importunity to lend you money without a bond, or the proud man to yield you the better place. Or the ambitious man to surrender some office to you when he might take it himself. For truly it would seem monstrous that, while such remain firm and inflexible and unmovable in their vicious propensities, we who wish to be, and profess to be Men of honor and justice should be so little masters of ourselves as to abandon and betray virtue. For indeed, if those who importune us do it for glory and power, it is absurd that we should adorn and aggrandize others only to get infamy and a bad name ourselves. Like unfair umpires in the public games, or like people voting only to ingratiate themselves, and so bestowing improperly offices and prizes and glory on others, while they rob themselves of respect and fair fame. And if we see that the person who importunes us only does so for money, does it not occur to one that it is monstrous to be prodigal of one's own fame and reputation merely to make somebody else's purse heavier? Why, the idea must occur to most people, they sin with their eyes open, like people who are urged hard to toss off big bumpers, and grunt and groan and make wry faces, but at last do as they are told. Such weakness of mind is like a temperament of body equally susceptible to heat and cold. For if such people are praised by those that importune them, they are overcome and yield at once, whereas they are mortally afraid of the blame and suspicions of those whose desires they do not comply with. But we ought to be stout and resolute in either case, neither yielding to bullying nor cajolery. Thucydides indeed tells us, since envy necessarily follows ability, that he is well advised who incurs envy in matters of the highest importance. But we, thinking it 266 difficult to escape envy, and seeing that it is altogether impossible not to incur blame or give offense to those we live with, shall be well advised if we prefer the hatred of the perverse to that of those who might justly find fault with us for having iniquitously served their turn. And indeed we ought to be on our guard against praise from those who importune us, which is sure to be altogether insincere, and not to resemble swine, readily allowing anyone that presses to make use of us from our pleasure at itching and tickling, and submitting ourselves to their will. For those that give their ears to flatterers differ not a whit from such as let themselves be tripped up at wrestling, only their overthrow and fall is more disgraceful. Some forbearing hostility and reproof in the case of bad men, that they may be called merciful and humane and compassionate. And others on the contrary persuaded to take up unnecessary and dangerous animosities and charges by those who praise them as the only men, the only people that never flatter, and go so far as to entitle them their mouthpieces and voices. Accordingly Bio compared such people to jars, that you could easily take by the ears and turn about at your will. Thus it is recorded that the sophist Alexinus in one of his lectures said a good many bad things about Stilpo the Megarian, but when one of those that were present said, "Why, he was speaking in your praise only the other day," he replied, "I don't doubt it. For he is the best and noblest of men." Menedemus on the contrary, having heard that Alexinus frequently praised him, replied, "But I always censure him, for that man is bad who either praises a bad man or is blamed by a good." So inflexible and proof was he against such flattery, and master of that advice which Hercules in Antisthenes gave, when he ordered his sons to be grateful to no one that praised them. Which meant nothing else than that they should not be dumbfoundered at it, nor flatter again those who praised them. Very apt, I take it, 267 was the remark of Pindar to one who told him that he praised him everywhere and to all persons, "I am greatly obliged to you, and will make your account true by my actions." A useful precept in reference to all passions is especially valuable in the case of the bashful. When they have been overcome by this infirmity, and against their judgment have erred and been confounded, let them fix it in their memories, and, remembering the pain and grief it gave them, let them recall it to their mind and be on their guard for a very long time. For as travelers that have stumbled against a stone, or pilots that have been wrecked off a headland, if they remember these occurrences, not only dread and are on their guard continually on those spots, but also on all similar ones. So those that frequently remember the disgrace and injury that bashfulness brought them, and its sorrow and anguish, will in similar cases be on their guard against their weakness, and will not readily allow themselves to be subjugated by it again. Or bashfulness, shamefacedness, what the French call mauvaise honte. Shakespeare puts all this into one line: most subject is the fattest soil to weeds. 2 Henry IV, 4. SC 4. Or girls. Caparoeda means both a girl, and the pupil of the eye. So Wittenbach. These lines are quoted again, on moral virtue. Iliad, 24. 44, 45. Euripides, Bellerophon, Fragm, 313. Sophomore, Fragm, 736. Surely it is necessary to read Pyro Omicron Delta Iota Alpha Phi Theta Alpha Rho Iota Sigma Alpha Tau Kappa Omicron Lambda Sigma Tau. See Plato, Charmides, 165a. Euripides, Medea, 290, 291. Works and Days, 342. Reading with Wittenbach, mu delta pi lambda alpha beta epsilon pi iota sigma tau epsilon epsilon iota nu, delta omicron kappa omicron nu tau alpha. See Horace's very amusing satire, I-9, on such tiresome fellows. Pi iota tau rho beta omega is used in the same sense by Demosthenes. On such social pests see Juvenal, I-1-14. See Pausanias, I-2. Euripides left Athens about 409 BC. And took up his abode for good in Macedonia at the court of Archelaus, where he died 406 BC. For a drachma was only worth 6 obols, or 9¾ d. Of our money, nearly equals Roman denarius. A talent was 6,000 drachmae, or 36,000 obols, about 243 pounds 15ths. Of our money. Alenth, 3. Section 19. Compare, on education. Our, out of the frying pan into the fire. Cf. Incident in Silum Cupiens Vitare Charybdum. By their having to borrow themselves. Fragm. 947. Or apothegms, of which Plutarch and Lord Verulam have both left us collections. Thucydides, 2. 40. Pericles is the speaker. A slightly changed line from Euripides, Perithous, Fragm. 591. Quoted correctly on abundance of friends. Zanones Discipulus. Reisk. Works and Days, 371. Cf. Shakespeare, Hamlet, I-3. 76. Euripides, Medea, 1078. Our, set a thief to catch a thief. Or Strigil. See Otto John's note on Persius, v. 126. Forsit in illa quam nominat Pausanias, I-27. Reisk. Literally, want of tune in. We cannot well keep up the metaphor. Compare with this passage, that virtue may be taught. Literally, crowns. Thucydides, 2. 64. Pericles is the speaker. Quoted again in How One May Discern a Flatterer from a Friend. Est bio Borysthenita, de quo vi diag. Lert. Reisk. De Alexino Elio v diag. Lert, 2. 109, Nostri. 3. Reisk. Antisthenes wrote a book called Hercules. See Diogenes Laertius, 6. 16. On restraining anger. A dialogue between Sylla and Fundinus. Sylla. Those painters, Fundinus, seem to me to do well who, before giving the finishing touches to their paintings, lay them by for a time and then revise them. Because by taking their eyes off them for a time they gain by frequent inspection a new insight, and are more apt to detect minute differences, that continuous familiarity would have hidden. Now since a human being cannot so separate himself from himself for a time, and make a break in his continuity, and then approach himself again, and that is perhaps the chief reason why a man is a worse judge of himself than of others, the next best thing will be for a man to inspect his friends after an interval, and likewise offer himself to their scrutiny. Not to see whether he has aged quickly, or whether his bodily condition is better or 268 worse, but to examine his moral character, and see whether time has added any good quality, or removed any bad one. On my return then to Rome after an absence of 2 years, and having been with you now 5 months, I am not at all surprised that there has been a great increase and growth in those good points which you formerly had owing to your admirable nature. But when I see how gentle and obedient to reason your former excessive impetuosity and hot temper has become, it cannot but occur to me to quote the line. Ye gods, how much more mild is he become? And this mildness has not wrought in you sloth or weakness, but like cultivation of the soil it has produced a smoothness and depth fit for action, instead of the former impetuosity and vehemence. And so it is clear that your propensity to anger has not been effaced by any declining vigor or through some chance, but has been cured by good precepts. And indeed, for I will tell you the truth, when our friend Eros reported this change in you to me, I suspected that owing to goodwill he bare witness not of the actual state of the case, but of what was becoming to all good and virtuous men. Although, as you know, he can never be persuaded to depart from his real opinion to ingratiate himself with anyone. But now he is acquitted of false witness, and do you, as your journey gives you leisure, narrate to me the mode of cure you employed to make your temper so under control, so natural, gentle and obedient to reason. Fundinus. Most friendly Scylla, take care that you do not in your goodwill and affection to me rest under any misconception of my real condition. For it is possible that Eros, not being able always himself to keep his temper in its place in the obedience that Homer speaks of, but sometimes carried away by his hatred of what is bad, may think me grown milder than I really am. As in changes of the scale in music the lowest notes become the highest. Scylla. Neither of these is the case, Fundinus, but oblige me by doing as I ask. 269 Fundinus. One of the excellent precepts then of Musonius that I remember, Scylla, is this, that those who wish to be well should diet themselves all their life long. For I do not think we must employ reason as a cure, as we do hellebore, by purging it out with the disease, but we must retain it in the soul, to restrain and govern the judgment. For the power of reason is not like physic, but wholesome food, which cooperates with good health in producing a good habit of body in those by whom it is taken. But admonition and reproof, when passion is at its height and swelling, does little or no good, but resembles very closely those strong-smelling substances, that are able to set on their legs again those that have fallen in epileptic fits, but cannot rid them of their disease. For although all other passions, even at the moment of their acme, do in some sort listen to reason and admit it into the soul, yet anger does not, for, as Melanthius says, fell things it does when it the mind unsettles. For it absolutely turns reason out of doors, and bolts it out, and, like those persons who burn themselves and houses together, it makes all the interior full of confusion and smoke and noise. So that what would be advantageous can neither be seen nor heard. And so an empty ship in a storm at open sea would sooner admit on board a pilot from without, than a man in a tempest of rage and anger would listen to another's advice, unless his own reason was first prepared to hearken. But as those who expect a siege get together and store up supplies, when they despair of relief from without, so ought we by all means to scour the country far and wide to derive aids against anger from philosophy, and store them up in the soul, for, when the time of need comes, we shall find it no easy task to import them. For either the soul doesn't hear what is said without because of the uproar, if it have not within its own reason, like a boatswain as it were, to receive at once and understand every exhortation. Or if it does hear, it despises what is uttered mildly and gently, while it is exasperated by harsh censure. For anger being haughty and self-willed and hard to be worked upon by another, like a too fortified tyranny, must have someone born and bred within it to overthrow it. Now long-continued anger, and frequent giving way to it, produces an evil disposition of soul, which people call irascibility, and which ends in passionateness, bitterness, and peevishness. Whenever the mind becomes sore and vexed at trifles and querulous at everyday occurrences, like iron thin and beaten out too fine. But when the judgment checks and suppresses at once the rising anger, it not only cures the soul for the moment, but restores its tone and balance for the future. It has happened to myself indeed twice or thrice, when I strongly fought against anger, that I was in the same plight as the Thebans, who after they had once defeated the Lacedaemonians, whom they had hitherto thought invincible, never lost a battle against them again. I then felt confident that reason can win the victory. I saw also that anger is not only appeased by the sprinkling of cold water, as Aristotle attested, but is also extinguished by the action of fear. And, as Homer tells us, anger has been cured and has melted away in the case of many by some sudden joy. So that I came to the conclusion that this passion is not incurable for those who wish to be cured. For it does not arise from great and important causes, but banter and joking, a laugh or a nod, and similar trifles make many angry, as Helen by addressing her niece. Electra, maiden now for no short time, provoked her to reply. Your wisdom blossoms late, since formerly you left your house in shame. And Callisthenes incensed Alexander, by saying, when a huge cup was brought to him, I will not drink to Alexander till I shall require the help of Aesculapius. As then it is easy to put out a flame kindled in the hair of hares and in wicks and rubbish, but if it once gets hold of things solid and thick, it quickly destroys and consumes them, raging amidst the lofty work of the 271 carpenters. As Aeschylus says, so he that observes anger in its rise, and sees it gradually smoking and bursting forth into fire from some chatter or rubbishy scurrility, need have no great trouble with it, but can frequently smother it merely by silence and contempt. For as a person puts out a fire by bringing no fuel to it, so with respect to anger, he that does not in the beginning fan it, and stir up its rage in himself, keeps it off and destroys it. And so, though Hieronymus has given us many useful sayings and precepts, I am not pleased with his remark that there is no perception of anger in its birth, but only in its actual development, so quick is it. For none of the passions when stirred up and set in motion has so palpable a birth and growth as anger. As indeed Homer skillfully shows us, where he represents Achilles as seized at once with grief, when word was brought him of Patroclus' death, in the line, thus spake he, and grief's dark cloud covered him. Whereas he represents him as waxing angry with Agamemnon slowly, and as inflamed by his many words, which if either of them had abstained from, their quarrel would not have attained such growth and magnitude. And so Socrates, as often as he perceived any anger rising in him against any of his friends, setting himself like some ocean promontory to break the violence of the waves, would lower his voice, and put on a smiling countenance, and give his eye a gentler expression, by inclining in the other direction and running counter to his passion, thus keeping himself from fall and defeat. For the first way, my friend, to overcome anger, like the putting down of some tyrant, is not to obey or listen to it when it bids you speak loud, and look fierce, and beat yourself, but to remain quiet, and not to make the passion more intense, as one would a disease, by tossing about and crying out. In love affairs indeed, such things as revellings, and serenadings, and crowning the loved 272 one's door with garlands, may indeed bring some pleasant and elegant relief. I went, but asked not who or whose she was, I merely kissed her doorpost. If that be a crime, I do plead guilty to the same. In the case of mourners also giving up to weeping and wailing takes away with the tears much of the grief. But anger on the contrary is much more fanned by what angry persons do and say. It is best therefore to be calm, or to flee and hide ourselves and go to a haven of quiet, when we feel the fit of temper coming upon us as an epileptic fit, that we fall not, or rather fall not on others. For it is our friends that we fall upon most and most frequently. For we do not love all, nor envy all, nor fear all men, but nothing is untouched or unassailed by anger. For we are angry with friends and enemies, parents and children, aye, and with the gods, and beasts, and even things inanimate, as was Thamyris, breaking his gold-bound horn, breaking the music of well-compacted lyre, and Pandarus, who called down a curse upon himself, if he did not burn his bow, after breaking it with his hands. And Xerxes inflicted stripes and blows on the sea, and sent letters to Mount Athos, divine Athos, whose top reaches heaven, put not in the way of my work stones large and difficult to deal with, or else I will hew thee down, and throw thee into the sea. For anger has many formidable aspects, and many ridiculous ones, so that of all the passions it is the most hated and despised. It will be well to consider both aspects. To begin then, whether my process was wrong or right I know not, but I began my cure of anger by noticing its effects in others, as the Lacedaemonians study the nature of drunkenness in the Helots. And in the first place, as Hippocrates tells us that disease is most dangerous in which the face of the patient is most unlike himself, so observing that people beside themselves with anger 273 change their face, color, walk and voice. I formed an impression as it were of that aspect of passion, and was very disgusted with myself if ever I should appear so frightful and like one out of his mind to my friends and wife and daughters, not only wild and unlike oneself in appearance, but also with a voice savage and harsh, as I had noticed in some of my acquaintance, who could neither preserve for anger their ordinary behavior, or demeanor, or grace of language, or persuasiveness and gentleness in conversation. Caius Gracchus, indeed, the orator, whose character was harsh and style of oratory impassioned, had a pitch pipe made for him, such as musicians use to heighten or lower their voices by degrees, and this, when he was making a speech. A slave stood behind him and held, and used to give him a mild and gentle note on it, whereby he lowered his key, and removed from his voice the harsh and passionate element, charming in laying the heat of the orator. As shepherd's wax joined reed sounds musically with sleep-provoking strain. For myself, if I had some elegant and sprightly companion, I should not be vexed at his showing me a looking-glass in my fits of anger, as they offer one to some after a bath to little useful end. For to behold oneself unnaturally distorted in countenance will condemn anger in no small degree. The poets playfully tell us that Athene when playing on the pipe was rebuked thus by a satyr. That look no way becomes you. Take your armor, lay down your pipes, and do compose your cheeks. And though she paid no attention to him, yet afterwards when she saw her face in a river, she felt vexed and threw her pipes away, although art had made melody a compensation for her unsightliness. And Marsyas, it seems, by a sort of mouthpiece forcibly repressed the violence of his breath, and tricked up and hid the contortion of his face. Around his shaggy temples put bright gold, and o'er his open mouth thongs tied behind. 274 Now anger, that puffs up and distends the face so as to look ugly, utters a voice still more harsh and unpleasant, moving the mind's chords undisturbed before. They say that the sea is cleansed when agitated by the winds it throws up tangle and seaweed. But the intemperate and bitter and vain words, which the mind throws up when the soul is agitated, defile the speakers of them first of all and fill them with infamy, as always having those thoughts within their bosom and being defiled with them, but only giving vent to them in anger. And so for a word which is, as Plato styles it, a very small matter, they incur a most heavy punishment, for they get reputed to be enemies, and evil speakers, and malignant in disposition. Seeing and observing all this, it occurs to me to take it as a matter of fact, and record it for my own general use, that if it is good to keep the tongue soft and smooth in a fever, it is better to keep it so in anger. For if the tongue of people in a fever be unnatural, it is a bad sign, but not the cause of their malady. But the tongue of angry people, being rough and foul, and breaking out into unseemly speeches, produces insults that work irremediable mischief, and argue deep-rooted malevolence within. For wine-drunk neat does not exhibit the soul in so ungovernable and hateful a condition as temper does, for the outbreaks of the one smack of laughter and fun, while those of the other are compounded with gall, and at a drinking bout he that is silent is burdensome to the company and tiresome, whereas in anger nothing is more highly thought of than silence, as Sappho advises. When anger's busy in the brain, thy idly barking tongue restrain. And not only does the consideration of all this naturally arise from observing ourselves in the moments of anger, but we cannot help seeing also the other properties of rage, how ignoble it is, how unmanly, how devoid of dignity and greatness of mind. And yet to most people its noise seems vigor, its threatening confidence, and its obstinacy force of character. Some even not wisely entitle its savageness magnanimity, and its implacability firmness 275 and its morosity hatred of what is bad. For their actions and motions and whole demeanor argue great littleness and meanness, not only when they are fierce with little boys, and peevish with women, and think it right to treat dogs and horses and mules with harshness. As Ctesiphon the Pancratius thought fit to kick back a mule that had kicked him, but even in the butcheries that tyrants commit their littleness of soul is apparent in their savageness, and their suffering in their action. So that they are like the bites of serpents, that, when they are burnt and smart with pain, violently thrust their venom on those that have hurt them. For as a swelling is produced in the flesh by a heavy blow, so in softest souls the inclination to hurt others gets its greater strength from greater weakness. Thus women are more prone to anger than men, and people ill than people well, and old men than men in their prime, and the unfortunate than the prosperous. The miser is most prone to anger with his steward, the glutton with his cook, the jealous man with his wife, the vain man when he is spoken ill of. And worst of all are those men who are too eager in states for office, or to head a faction, a manifest sorrow, to borrow Pindar's words. So from the very great pain and suffering of the soul there arises mainly from weakness anger, which is not like the nerves of the soul, as some one defined it, but like its strainings and convulsions when it is excessively vehement in its thirst for revenge. Such bad examples as these were not pleasant to look at but necessary, but I shall now proceed to describe people who have been mild and easy in dealing with anger, conduct gratifying either to see or hear about. Being utterly disgusted with people who use such language as, "You have a man wronged, shall a man stand this?" and "Put your heel upon his neck," and "Dash his head against the ground," and other provoking expressions such as these, by which some not well have transferred anger from the woman's 276 side of the house to the man's. For manliness in all other respects seems to resemble justice, and to differ from it only in respect to gentleness, with which it has more affinities. For it sometimes happens to worse men to govern better ones, but to erect a trophy in the soul against anger, which Heraclitus says it is difficult to contend against, for whatever it wishes is bought at the price of the soul, is a proof of power so great and victorious as to be able to apply the judgment as if it were nerves and sinews to the passions. So I always try to collect and peruse the remarks on this subject not only of the philosophers, who foolish people say had no gall in their composition, but still more of kings and tyrants. Such was the remark of Antigonus to his soldiers, when they were abusing him near his tent as if he were not listening, so he put his staff out, and said, "What's to do? Can you not go rather farther off to run me down?" And when Arcadio the Achaean, who was always railing against Philip, and advising people to flee unto a country where they knew not Philip, visited Macedonia afterwards on some chance or other, the king's friends thought he ought to be punished and the matter not looked over. But Philip treated him kindly, and sent him presents and gifts, and afterwards bade inquiry to be made as to what sort of account of him Arcadio now gave to the Greeks. And when all testified that the fellow had become a wonderful praiser of the king, Philip said, "You see, I knew how to cure him better than all of you." And at the Olympian games when there was defamation of Philip, and some of his suite said to him, that the Greeks ought to smart for it, because they railed against him when they were treated well by him, he replied, "What will they do then if they are treated badly by me?" Excellent also was the behavior of Pisistratus to Thrasybulus, and of Porsenna to Mucius, and of Megas to Philemon. As to Megas, after he had been publicly jeered at by Philemon in one of his comedies at the theatre in the following words. 277 Megas, the king hath written thee a letter, unhappy Megas, since thou canst not read. After having taken Philemon, who had been cast on shore by a storm at Perietonium, he commanded one of his soldiers only to touch his neck with the naked sword and then to go away quietly, and dismissed him, after sending him a ball and some dice as if he were a silly boy. And Ptolemy on one occasion, flouting a grammarian for his ignorance, asked him who was the father of Peleus, and he answered, "I will tell you, if you tell me first who was the father of Lagus." This was a jeer at the obscure birth of the king, and all his courtiers were indignant at it as an unpardonable liberty, but Ptolemy said, "If it is not kingly to take a flout, neither is it kingly to give one." And Alexander was more savage than usual in his behavior to Callisthenes and Clitus. So Porus, when he was taken captive, begged Alexander to use him as a king. And on his inquiring, "What, nothing more?" he replied, "No. For everything is included in being used as a king." So they call the king of the gods Malicious, while they call Ares Mimactes, and punishment and torture they assign to the Erinyes and to demons, not to the gods or Olympus. As then a certain person passed the following remark on Philip when he had razed Olympus to the ground, he certainly could not build such another city, so we may say to anger, you can root up, and destroy, and throw down. But to raise up and save and spare and tolerate is the work of mildness and moderation, the work of a Camillus, a Metellus, an Aristides, a Socrates. But to sting and bite is to resemble the ant and horsefly. For, indeed, when I consider revenge, I find its angry method to be for the most part ineffectual, since it spends itself in biting the lips and gnashing the teeth, and in vain attacks, and in railings coupled with foolish threats. And eventually resembles children running races, who from feebleness ridiculously tumble down before they reach the goal they are hastening to. So that speech of the Rhodian to a 278 lictor of the Roman praetor who was shouting and talking insolently was not inapt, it is no matter to me what you say, but what your master thinks. And Sophocles, when he had introduced Neoptolemus and Eurypylus as armed for the battle, gives them this high commendation. They rushed into the midst of armed warriors. Some barbarians indeed poison their steel, but bravery has no need of gall, being dipped in reason, but rage and fury are not invincible but rotten. And so the Lacedaemonians by their pipes turn away the anger of their warriors, and sacrifice to the Muses before commencing battle, that reason may abide with them, and when they have routed a foe do not follow up the victory, but relax their rage. Which like small daggers they can easily take back. But anger kills myriads before it is glutted with revenge, as happened in the case of Cyrus and Pelopidas the Theban. But Agathocles bore mildly the revilings of those he was besieging, and when one of them cried out, Potter, how are you going to get money to pay your mercenaries? He replied laughingly, out of your town if I take it. And when some of those on the wall threw his ugliness into the teeth of Antigonus, he said to them, I thought I was rather a handsome fellow. But after he had taken the town, he sold for slaves those that had flouted him, protesting that, if they insulted him again, he would bring the matter before their masters. I have noticed also that hunters and orators are very unsuccessful when they give way to anger. And Aristotle tells us that the friends of Satyrus stopped up his ears with wax when he was to plead a cause, that he might not make any confusion in the case through rage at the abuse of his enemies. And does it not frequently happen with ourselves that a slave who has offended escapes punishment, because they abscond in fear of our threats and harsh words? What nurses then say to children, give up crying, and you shall have it, may usefully be applied to anger, thus, do not be in a hurry, or bawl out, or be vehement, and you will sooner 279 and better get what you want. For a father, seeing his boy trying to cut or cleave something with a knife, takes the knife from him and does it himself, and similarly a person, taking revenge out of the hand of passion, does himself safely and usefully and without harm punish the person who deserves punishment, and not himself instead, as anger often does. Now though all the passions need such discipline as by exercise shall tame and subdue their unreasoning and disobedient elements, yet there is none which we ought to keep under by such discipline so much as the exhibition of anger to our servants. For neither envy, nor fear, nor rivalry come into play between them and us. But our frequent displays of anger to them, creating many offences and faults, make us to slip as if on slippery ground owing to our autocracy with our servants, which no one resists or prevents. For it is impossible to check irresponsible power so as never to break out under the influence of passion, unless one wields power with much meekness, and refuses to listen to the frequent complaints of one's wife and friends charging one with being too easy and lax with one's servants. And by nothing have I been more exasperated against them, as if they were being ruined for want of correction. At last, though late, I got to see that in the first place it is better to make them worse by forbearance, than by bitterness and anger to distort oneself for the correction of others. In the next place I observed that many for the very reason that they were not corrected were frequently ashamed to be bad, and made pardon rather than punishment the commencement of their reformation, and made better slaves to some merely at their nods silently and cheerfully than to others with all their beatings and brandings, and so I came to the conclusion that reason gets better obeyed than temper, for it is not as the poet said. Where there is fear, there too is self-respect. But it is just the other way about, for self-respect begets that kind of fear that corrects the behavior. But perpetual and pitiless beating produces not so much repentance for wrongdoing as contrivances to continue in it without detection. In the third place, ever remembering and reflecting 280 within myself that, just as he that teaches us the use of the bow does not forbid us to shoot but only to miss the mark, so it will not prevent punishment altogether to teach people to do it in season, and with moderation, utility, and decorum. I strive to remove anger most especially by not forbidding those who are to be corrected to speak in their defense, but by listening to them. For the interval of time gives a pause to passion, and a delay that mitigates it, and so judgment finds out both the fit manner and adequate amount of punishment. Moreover, he that is punished has nothing to allege against his correction, if he is punished not in anger but only after his guilt is brought home to him. And the greatest disgrace will not be incurred, which is when the servant seems to speak more justly than the master. As then Phocion, after the death of Alexander, to stop the Athenians from revolting and believing the news too soon, said to them, Men of Athens, if he is dead today, he will certainly also be dead tomorrow and the next day. So I think the man who is in a hurry to punish anyone in his rage ought to consider with himself, if this person has wronged you today, he will also have wronged you tomorrow and the next day. And there will be no harm done if he shall be punished somewhat late, whereas if he shall be punished at once, he will always seem to you to have been innocent, as has often happened before now. For which of us is so savage as to chastise and scourge a slave because 5 or 10 days before he over-roasted the meat, or upset the table, or was somewhat tardy on some errand? And yet these are the very things for which we put ourselves out and are harsh and implacable, immediately after they have happened and are recent. For as bodies seem greater in a mist, so do little matters in a rage. We ought therefore to consider such arguments as these at once, and if, when there is no trace of passion left, the matter appear bad to calm and clear reason, then it ought to be taken in hand. And the punishment ought not to be neglected or abandoned, as we leave food when we have lost our appetites. For nothing causes people to punish so much when their anger is fierce, as that when it is appeased they do not punish at all, but forget the matter entirely, and resemble lazy rowers 281 who lie in harbor when the sea is calm, and then sail out to their peril when the wind gets up. So we, condemning reason for slackness and mildness in punishing, are in a hurry to punish, borne along by passion as by a dangerous gale. He that is hungry takes his food as nature dictates, but he that punishes should have no hunger or thirst for it, nor require anger as a sauce to stimulate him to it, but should punish when he is as far as possible from having any desire for it, and has to compel his reason to it. For we ought not, as Aristotle tells us slaves in his time were scourged in Etruria to the music of the flute, to go headlong into punishing with a desire and zest for it, and to delight in punishing, and then afterwards to be sorry at it, for the first is savage, and the last womanish, but we should without either sorrow or pleasure chastise at the dictates of reason, giving anger no opportunity to interfere. But this perhaps will not appear a cure of anger so much as a putting away and avoiding such faults as men commit in anger. And yet, though the swelling of the spleen is only a symptom of fever, the fever is assuaged by its abating, as Hieronymus tells us. Now when I contemplated the origin of anger itself, I observed that, though different persons fell into it for different reasons, yet in nearly all of them was the idea of their being despised and neglected to be found. So we ought to help those who try to get rid of anger, by removing as far as possible from them any action savoring of contempt or contumely, and by looking upon their anger as folly or necessity, or emotion, or mischance, as Sophocles says. In those that are unfortunate, O king, no mind stays firm, but all their balance lose. And so Agamemnon, ascribing to 8 his carrying off Briseis, yet says to Achilles, I wish to please you in return, and give completest satisfaction. For suing is not the action of one who shews his contempt, and when he that has done an injury is humble he removes 282 all idea of slighting one. But the angry person must not expect this, but rather take to himself the answer of Diogenes, who, when it was said to him, "These people laugh at you," replied, "But I am not one to be laughed at, and not think himself despised. But rather despise the person who gave the offense, as acting from weakness, or error, or rashness, or heedlessness, or illiberality, or old age, or youth. Nor must we entertain such notions with regard to our servants and friends. For they do not despise us as void of ability or energy, but owing to our evenness and good nature, some because we are mild, and others presuming on our affection for them. But as it is we not only fly into rages with wife and slaves and friends, as if we were slighted by them, but we also frequently, from forming the same idea of being slighted, fall foul of innkeepers and sailors and muleteers. And are vexed at dogs that bark and asses that are in our way, like the man who was going to beat an ass driver, but when he cried out he was an Athenian, he said to the ass, "You are not an Athenian anyway," and beat it with many stripes. Moreover, those continuous and frequent fits of anger that gather together in the soul by degrees, like a swarm of bees or wasps, are generated within us by selfishness and peevishness, luxury and softness. And so nothing causes us to be mild to our servants and wife and friends so much as easiness and simplicity, and the learning to be content with what we have, and not to require a quantity of superfluities. He who likes not his meat if over-roast or over-boiled, or under-roast, or under-boiled, and never praises it, however dressed. But will not drink unless he have snow to cool his drink, nor eat bread purchased in the market. Nor touch food served on cheap or earthenware plates, nor sleep upon any but a feather bed that rises and falls like the sea stirred up from its depths, and with rods and blows hastens his servants at table, so that they run about and cry out and sweat as if they were bringing poultices to sores. He is slave to a weak, querulous and discontented mode of life, and, like one who has a continual cough or various ailments, whether he is aware of it or not, he is in an 283 ulcerous and catarrh-like condition as regards his proneness to anger. We must therefore train the body to contentment by plain living, that it may be easily satisfied, for they that require little do not miss much. And it is no great hardship to begin with our food, and take it silently whatever it is, and not by being choleric and peevish to thrust upon ourselves and friends the worst sauce to meat, anger. No more unpleasant supper could there be than that wherein the servants are beaten, and the wife scolded, because something is burnt or smoked or not salt enough, or because the bread is too cold. Arcesilaus was once entertaining some friends and strangers, and when dinner was served, there was no bread, through the servants having neglected to buy any. In such a case as this which of us would not have broken the walls with vociferation? But he only smiled and said, "How unfit a sage is to give an entertainment." And when Socrates once took Euthydemus home with him from the wrestling school, Xanthippe was in a towering rage, and scolded, and at last upset the table, and Euthydemus rose and went away full of sorrow. But Socrates said to him, "Did not a hen at your house the other day fly in and act in the very same way? And we did not put ourselves out about it. We ought to receive our friends with gaiety and smiles and welcome, not knitting our brows, or inspiring fear and trembling in the attendants. We ought also to accustom ourselves to the use of any kind of ware at table, and not to stint ourselves to one kind rather than another, as some pick out a particular tankard or horn, as they say Marius did, out of many, and will not drink out of anything else. And some act in the same way with regard to oil flasks and scrapers, being content with only one out of all, and so, if such an article is broken or lost, they are very much put out about it, and punish with severity. He then that is prone to anger should not use rare and dainty things, such as choice cups and seals and precious stones, for if they are lost they put a man beside 284 himself much more than the loss of ordinary and easily got things would do. And so when Nero had got an 8-cornered tent constructed, a wonderful object both for its beauty and costliness, Seneca said to him, "You have now shown yourself to be poor, for if you should lose this, you will not be able to procure such another." And indeed it did so happen that the tent was lost by shipwreck, but Nero bore its loss patiently, remembering what Seneca had said. Now this easiness about things generally makes a man also easy and gentle to his servants, and if to them, then it is clear he will be so to his friends also, and to all that serve under him in any capacity. So we observe that newly purchased slaves do not inquire about the master who has bought them, whether he is superstitious or envious, but only whether he is a bad-tempered man, and generally speaking we see that neither can men put up with chaste wives, nor wives with loving husbands, nor friends with one another, if they be ill-tempered to boot. So neither marriage nor friendship is bearable with anger, though without anger even drunkenness is a small matter. For the wand of Dionysus punishes sufficiently the drunken man, but if anger be added it turns wine from being the dispeller of care and inspirer of the dance into a savage and fury. And simple madness can be cured by Anticyra, but madness mixed with anger is the producer of tragedies and dreadful narratives. So we ought to give anger no vent, either in jest, for that draws hatred to friendliness, or in discussion, for that turns love of learning into strife, or on the judgment seat, for that adds insolence to power, or in teaching, for that produces dejection and hatred of learning, or in prosperity, for that increases envy, or in adversity, for that deprives people of compassion, when they are peevish and run counter to those who condole with them, like Priam. A murrain on you, worthless wretches all, have you no griefs at home, that here you come to sympathize with me? 285 Good temper on the other hand is useful in some circumstances, adorns and sweetens others, and gets the better of all peevishness and anger by its gentleness. Thus Euclides, when his brother said to him in a dispute between them, "May I perish, if I don't have my revenge on you," replied, "May I perish, if I don't persuade you," and so at once turned and changed him. And Polemo, when a man reviled him who was fond of precious stones and quite crazy for costly seal rings, made no answer, but bestowed all his attention on one of his seal rings, and eyed it closely. And he being delighted said, "Do not look at it so, Polemo, but in the light of the sun, and it will appear to you more beautiful." And Aristippus, when there was anger between him and Aeschines, and somebody said, "O Aristippus, where is now your friendship?" replied, "It is asleep, but I will wake it up," and went to Aeschines, and said to him, "Do I seem to you so utterly unfortunate and incurable as to be unworthy of any consideration?" And Aeschines replied, "It is not at all wonderful that you, being naturally superior to me in all things, should have been first to detect in this matter too what was needful. For not a woman only, but young child tickling the bristly boar with tender hand, will lay him prostrate sooner than an athlete. But we that tame wild beasts and make them gentle, and carry in our arms young wolves and lions' whelps, inconsistently repel our children and friends and acquaintances in our rage, and let loose our temper like some wild beast on our servants and fellow citizens, speciously trying to disguise it not rightly under the name of hatred of evil, but it is, I suppose, as with the other passions and diseases of the soul. We cannot get rid of any of them by calling one prudence, and another liberality, and another piety. And yet, as Zeno said, the seed was a mixture and compound drawn from all the faculties of the soul, so anger seems a universal seed from all the passions. For it is drawn from pain and pleasure and haughtiness, and from envy it gets its property of malignity, and it is even 286 worse than envy. For it does not mind its own suffering if it can only implicate another in misery, and the most unlovely kind of desire is innate in it, namely the appetite for injuring another. So when we go to the houses of spendthrifts we hear a flute-playing girl early in the morning, and see the dregs of wine, as one said, and fragments of garlands, and the servants at the doors reeking of yesterday's debauch. But for tokens of savage and peevish masters these you will see by the faces, and marks, and manacles of their servants, for in the house of an angry man the only music ever heard is wailing, stewards being beaten within, and maids tortured. So that the spectators even in their jollity and pleasure pity these victims of passion. Moreover those to whom it happens through their genuine hatred of what is bad to be frequently overtaken by anger, can abate its excess and acerbity by giving up their excessive confidence in their intimates. For nothing swells the anger more, than when a good man is detected of villainy, or one who we thought loved us falls out and jangles with us. As for my own disposition, you know of course how mightily it inclines to goodwill and belief in mankind. As then people walking on empty space, the more confidently I believe in anybody's affection, the more sorrow and distress do I feel if my estimate is a mistaken one. And indeed I could never divest myself of my ardor and zeal in affection, but as to trusting people I could perhaps use Plato's caution as a curb. For he said he so praised Helicon the mathematician, because he was by nature a changeable animal, but that he was afraid of those that were well educated in the city, lest, being human beings and the seed of human beings, they should reveal by some trait or other the weakness of human nature. But Sophocles' line, "Trace out most human acts, you'll find them base," seems to trample on human nature and lower its merits to 287 much. Still such a peevish and condemnatory verdict as this has a tendency to make people milder in their rage, for it is the sudden and unexpected that makes people go distracted. And we ought, as Panetius somewhere said, to imitate Anaxagoras, and as he said at the death of his son, "I knew that I had begotten a mortal." So ought every one of us to use the following kind of language in those contretemps that stir up our anger: "I knew that the slave I bought was not a philosopher, I knew that the friend I had was not perfect. I knew that my wife was but a woman." And if anyone would also constantly put to himself that question of Plato, "Am I myself all I should be?" and look at home instead of abroad, and curb his propensity to censoriousness, he would not be so keen to detect evil in others, for he would see that he stood in need of much allowance himself. But now each of us, when angry and punishing, quote the words of Aristides and Cato, "Do not steal, do not tell lies," and, "Why are you lazy?" And, what is most disgraceful of all, we blame angry people when we are angry ourselves, and chastise in temper faults that were committed in temper, unlike the doctors who with bitter physic purge the bitter bile. For we rather increase and aggravate the disease. Whenever then I busy myself with such considerations as these, I try also to curtail my curiosity. For to scrutinize and pry into everything too minutely, and to overhaul every business of a servant, or action of a friend, or pastime of a son, or whisper of a wife, produces frequent, indeed daily, fits of anger, caused entirely by peevishness and harshness of character. Euripides says that the deity in great things intervenes, but small things leaves to fortune. But I am of opinion that a prudent man should commit nothing to fortune, nor neglect anything, but should put some things in his wife's hands to manage, others in the 288 hands of his servants, others in the hands of his friends. As a governor has his stewards, and financiers, and controllers, while he himself superintends the most important and weighty matters. For as small writing strains the eyes, so small matters even more strain and bother people, and stir up their anger, which carries this evil habit to greater matters. Above all I thought that saying of Empedocles, "Fast from evil," a great and divine one, and I approved of those promises and vows as not ungraceful or unphilosophical, to abstain for a year from wine and Venus, honoring the deity by continence. Or for a stated time to give up lying, taking great heed to ourselves to be truthful always whether in play or earnest. With these I compared my own vow, as no less pleasing to the gods and holy, first to abstain from anger for a few days, like spending days without drunkenness or even without wine at all, offering as it were wineless offerings of honey. Then I tried for a month or two, and so in time made some progress in forbearance by earnest resolve, and by keeping myself courteous and without anger and using fair language, purifying myself from evil words and absurd actions, and from passion which for a little unlovely pleasure pays us with great mental disturbance and the bitterest repentance. In consequence of all this my experience, and the assistance of the deity, has made me form the view, that courtesy and gentleness and kindliness are not so agreeable, and pleasant, and delightful, to any of those we live with as to ourselves, that have those qualities. Homer, Iliad, 22. 373. Alluded to again, on the tranquility of the mind. The allusion is to Homer's Odyssey, XX. 23. Reading Xi Alpha Upsilon Tau Omicron with Risk. Euripides, Orestes, 72. Euripides, Orestes, 99. Fragment 361. Homer, Iliad, 17. 591. The reading of the Misses is alphatau. Lines of Callimachus. Philandoiotanu is the admirable emendation of Salmasius. Sophocles, Thamyras, Fragm. 232. Iliad, v. 214-216. Reading nu omicron iota, as Wittenbach suggests. Aeschylus, Prometheus, 574, 575. It will be seen I adopt the reading and punctuation of Xylander. This is the reading of Reisk and Dubner. That is mild. Zeus is so called, Pausanias, I, 37, 2. 9, 20. That is, fierce, furious. It will be seen I adopt the suggestion of Reisk. Literally, is silent about. It is like the saying about von Moltke that he can be silent in 6 or 7 languages. Adopting Reisk's reading. Compare Pausanias, 4. 8. Dubner puts this sentence in brackets. Sophocles, Antigone, 563, 564. Homer, Iliad, 19. 138. Homer, Odyssey, XX. 392. Or Strigils. Anticyra was famous for its hellebore, which was prescribed in cases of madness. See Horace, Satires, 2. 3, 82, 83. Homer, Iliad, 24. 239, 240. A philosopher of Megara, and disciple of Socrates. Compare our author, De Fraterno Amore. So Reisk. Dubner reads Phi Beta Omicron Upsilon. The MSS.